Oh. Hello, hello. How are we doing this wonderful, beautiful day? What does BBQ sauce taste like? Like yo mama. Like yo mama. Mama, 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 mama. Can we watch the new Final Fantasy trailer? Link me. Mm-hmm.
So, because I'm being a little aggressive, you're not healing me.
Being a little aggressive.
So you're not healing me. So you're a baby. You're a little toddler.
Are you full health? Are you full health?
You can just mute me.
Shut the fuck up.
Don't tell me to shut up!
I have no problem with healing you.
Ambition.
It has been 1,500 years since the fall of our forebears. And Valisthea has been slowly dying. Ever since.
This isn't gonna be the... Is this the Kill Chaos game, or...?
Not much further now.
But we're in the middle of the Deadlands.
The blight sucked this place dry. Meaning no trees, no birds, and no magic.
Darkness spreads as day gives way to twilight. The Mother's flame now all but a flicker.
We cannot live without the blessing of the crystals. And the crystals work their magic through us. You have been blessed, Joshua.
But who shall claim their fading light? The Grand Duchy of Rosaria, bastion of tradition.
At the very least, we must secure Drake's breath.
The Holy Empire of Sanbreque, where ambition is divine.
The Imperial banner shall fly over every city in Storm. All shall bow before their emperor.
The Dalmekian Republic, whose...
Okay, am I like... Am I a fucking loser, or do I, like... When I'm thinking Final Fantasy, I don't want, like... The Haldrinian Federation is trying to conquer land from the Remblankar Republic, who's also fighting against, like, the democratic peoples of, like, Holodomor Shiviara. Like, who, like... Just give me, like, 3, like, fantasy kingdoms, and, like, I don't need, like, all the political people. It's Final Fantasy, bro. Like, who cares about all this shit?
Fortunes shift with the desert sands.
And what of our wise rulers? Goaded into war without any thought as to what chaos it might reap.
The Iron Kingdom, forged in faith and fear.
Their souls were sullied with the stain of ether.
Was that not how 7 was? No, what do you mean? Final Fantasy 7? Wait, what are you talking about?
Merely cleansed them of their corruption.
Or the Kingdom of Waloed, indomitable in its isolation.
The dark swallows more of the realm with each passing day. And as the fringes fade, the people flock to the mother crystals.
From a single spark, will the land ignite? In the year 860, the Imperial army will march upon Rosaria. And from the slaughter shall a new shadow rise. the dominance, painting their destinies black as night.
Our ability to summon beasts of great might should command respect, but instead has left us outcasts.
And so I became their puppet. What makes them think they have the right to use us? To leave us to die when our bodies are spent?
I'll crush him! Flay him!
Very well. Come then. Show us the strength of your will.
Rise, ye crownless kings. A reckoning is upon you. A war of the icons.
Okay. Oh my god.
Katana versus longsword. A tale as old as time.
It's folded over 1,000 times. It's not even gonna be close.
Both technological marvels of their age, these are some of the most iconic weapons ever made. But which sword is objectively better? Are neckbeards more cringe than weaves? Well, we're about to find out.
What is this? Drew.
Today, we're going to answer the age-old question. Which is better, the katana or the longsword? Now, I see a lot of videos on this topic.
Cultural impact? Skip. Show me some fighting.
Right off the bat, you can tell the longsword has a significant range advantage, allowing the longsword user to pressure me with thrusts while at a relatively safe range. If the longsword fighter is skilled enough, they could potentially stay out of kill range of the katana, all while still being able to strike at their opponent. Also, since the blade is double-edged, the longsword allows for rapid follow-up attacks with the back of the blade, making it more unpredictable than the katana's single edge. And when it comes to defense, the longsword's imposing crossguard provides much more reliable protection than the katana's tsuba. And in a pinch, the crossguard can also be used as a bludgeoning weapon if your opponent gets too close. The longsword's biggest advantage, in my opinion, is that practically every strike doubles as a block, which greatly increases your survivability in a duel. The longsword is extremely versatile. It really can do it all. But with that said, the length of the sword generally makes it slower and less viable in close-range combat than the katana. Sure, you can use the crossguard to bash your opponent, but with the shorter, more nimble katana, you can thrust and slash at full efficiency, even in close range. Keep in mind there are an ass load of different types of longswords. Here's a chart of how many different types of longswords there are. God damn, that's a lot of variety. It's like the fucking Baskin-Robbins of swords. For this comparison, I chose what I consider to be the quintessential hand-and-a-half longsword. And if you disagree with me, I respect that. You probably have some pretty valid reasons for it. But you know what? This is my video. Call make your own damn video. Now, what the katana lacks in range, it more than makes up for in speed. The shorter, lighter blade allows for lightning-fast strikes, but means the katana user will need to close the distance, which can be extremely dangerous. Which brings me to my next point. In my opinion, the biggest difference between these two swords is not their blades. It's their fighting style.
Hold on, blow my nose.
While the
Sorry, one
longsword
second.
relies on range and focuses on defensive cuts that double as blocks, the katana is a much more brutal weapon. A warrior who lives by the code of Bushido does not fear death. Live by the sword, die by the sword. I cannot stress enough how dangerous an armed combatant is when they do not fear death. And the katana is a perfect encapsulation of that philosophy. End the fight in a single devastating strike or die in battle with honor. To a samurai, nothing is more important. Similar to the Vikings, who are known as the most vicious, fearsome warriors in all of
God,
history.
this movie was mid
While
as
the
fuck.
longsword is built for picking out weak points in your enemy's guard, the katana is balls to the wall victory or death. Now, we're not here to argue who's a better fighter, knights or samurai. Because
I don't know if I'm biased because of who I was following on Twitter at the time, but did anybody else feel like the Northmen had this like weird, like rabid racist fan base? Am I crazy? Did I just imagine that? It was so fucking weird.
Impossible thing to test. I just thought it was important to mention because, again, no other comparison video I've seen has ever factored this in.
But all Nordic stuff does. It might have just been because I was following like Lauren and all of those types of people were showing up on my Twitter feed. So maybe it was just that. But I feel like there was like so much weird like far right obsession with that movie. I don't know. Maybe I saw it from Nick's community a lot. I don't know. But jeez.
All right, that's enough chit chat. Let's see what these swords can do.
Want to discuss? What, veganism? No! Why do you keep showing up in my chat? Stop. I just want to play Factorio. Dustin, I was wondering your abortion rate. Some of what you said seemed to contradict what you said in our veganism. Oh my god, he wants to combine abortion and veganism in the same debate. Do you like the Northman cinematography? No, it looked good. It was just like kind of a boring movie, I think. But it's just there's like a certain type of like tale it was
Alright guys,
telling.
so we're gonna test out
wasn't
these
bad.
swords
It was just kinda...
and see how well they cut. Looking at specs online is one thing, but actually wielding the
Also,
sword.
the biggest problem, this is objectively a problem with the Northmen. I feel like the actor that plays the Queen woman is a really good actor. I feel like they totally underutilized her. I don't know why they got her for that movie. Like, I don't know. Meh. It was a meh movie. It was okay, but.
And doing some real cutting, it's a whole different story. A lot of long swords, high-end wise, don't really come with scabbards, but this one does. It's not super nice or anything, but it is nice that it comes with one. It's got this kind of cheap sword belt. Generally, any long sword that comes with a scabbard is gonna have a pretty shitty sword belt, but you know, it's cool, it comes with one. Not bad for the price. Nice blade, it's a handsome blade.
Oh my god.
It's got a bit of distal tapering, which is actually pretty impressive. It's got a genuine leather handle, which is stitched nice and tightly. I will say the crossguard, the edges are pretty sharp. If I ran my hand really quickly across it, I could potentially cut myself. And same for the pommel. But you know, you're paying $350 for a battle-ready sword. You can't really expect too much. But overall, pretty nice. The balance is a little weird on this sword. The balance is about here, which
you definitely want the balance to be a bit higher.
You really want the balance to
I mean, lower.
Be at the last, 4 inches of the blade for a long sword.
Well, I meant higher up the sword, so lower on the screen, guys. If you were real swordsmen, you would know what I'm saying. Come on.
Not awful, not unusable, but definitely not a refined sword by any means. Balance is really important when it comes to swords because even a lightweight sword that is poorly balanced will feel strange and unwieldy in the hand. Even a heavy sword, if it's balanced properly, can be wielded really quickly. pretty good. It's marred a little bit. It's not super clean cut, but cut through it. Let's see how little effort I can put into it while still cutting it. The blade is so thin, it really travels through the target very nicely.
Hold on, got linked to other shit. This is a whole ass video we gotta watch. Hold on. What is this?
Stop. No, show me that note right now. Now. What is that? What is that? Stop. Why? Those are not stories. What the fuck are those?
Did he take secret pictures of her or something? What's happening?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What?
Oh my god.
What?
No, I'm not ending it just because you're a fucking freak.
He's still following her. Wait, are they crying? Wait, what's happening?
Hashtag cam.
So we're now making our way up to the Red Bull Racing garage. We're in the paddock now.
Ooh, it's much more lively than it was on
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah.
What happened? What is this? Why is Mel linking me shit? Destiny's wife claims people try to help Mitch Jones. Well, Destiny's wife? Whoa, Destiny's wife? Doesn't she have a name? Okay. What's this?
If they don't go soon, though, it's going to be the Leshrac joining them as well, a 3-on-5.
This is a hard fight. You have to pick your jump well. You have to hit yours with the hole.
Sacred goes for it. Immediately the Black Hole, they're just going to focus all in onto Mickey, and it looks like maybe they got him down to enough. All over the side. Swatch will go over the Rolling Thunder on through them. Mickey surviving through it, and now the Marcy dies, and now they get the stun on the Sacred. Now he's at 12 seconds. How much can you get in 12 seconds, Liquid? Can you claim top 4 in 5? It's not going to happen. The throne's not dying fast enough.
Dark Lagos up there
we just killed him.
Jump in 1.
Jump back in. Now the buybacks. Now the comeback through.
Fight for your
the
life.
throne dying fast. 1,000 health. Trying to finish up.
Absolutely insane from Liquid.
Can you?
I have no idea what just happened.
Yeah, I did porn. So fucking what? I did it for 3 years. I retired at 21, just like Henry Rollins said. But guess what? I didn't really retire. I went on to DJ internationally. I acted in a few other movies and TV shows. I've written 3 books. I've published a book of photography. I'm also doing more voice acting. And yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch for over 3.5 years. Gonna be 4 in March. If that bothers you, I don't care. I don't care.
But go off, sis.
Oh yeah, and I beat Sekiro.
Remember when Maddox wrote an article shitting on her? Wait, did Maddox write an
Destiny, how did you feel about lefties trying to cancel Northmen over white supremacy? I'm an Icelandic lefty and that pissed me off no cap.
So, just saying. Now, let's kill some aliens.
I hate Sasha Grey. Why don't I remember this article?
People coping in chat. Dota is the superior game, league cucks. You guys deserve Destiny going on another league grind.
Okay.
Melina's husband was hard stuck and has a better ring.
There should be like a way better market for women fighting videos on the internet, because like women can get into huge altercations, but the way that they fight tends to be less lethal than men, as long as weapons don't get involved. So technically you can milk out like a high level of interesting video per like actual lethal event. Like the ratio's got to be really good on that. Whereas like when men fight, like people tend to die sometimes and shit, you know? Do people watch like featherweight division like fighting matches? I guess people only, or do people only ever care about like the highest like heavyweight division? I don't actually know.
Where's security at, nigga? Damn. That's all you get.
God, it would be so fucking amazing to see like somebody try to start a fight with Melina. I need to go. I need to pay some girls to see. I need to go talk shit to her until she hits you. What is happening here? What is going on? Jesus. You can just say Melina. Oh. What did Melina say?
There's been so many people in his life that's tried to help him, that has put in effort and time into try to fix him and help him, and that hasn't used him. And he just fucking does not give a shit about that, and just pushes that away and just says that everyone has tried to use him and no one loves him.
True. That's actually super true.
It absolutely is not the case. There's so many people that has tried.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my God. Now that I'm like a little bit more in the orbit, I see it more, and I can understand why. I don't know about viewers, but I can understand why streamers would have such negative reactions to Mitch sometimes, because it's like he is Victim Jones. He has so much support around him to try to help him get his life and shit in order. He's got houses to live in, streamers to stream with, friends to try to help him, managers to build shit up, hot girls willing to fuck. Like he literally has. It's funny because like, you guys will point towards like OnlyFans girls as being like, these people have it all and they're making incels. Mitch Jones should be creating not just femcells, but like, oh my God, it's like it's unbelievable.
So hard to help him, and he's just fucked him over. Like he cannot cry. Like he cannot cry about this shit anymore. Like it's right now it really is just like, poor me, please like me, I'm so sad and I'm such a victim of all these things that's happened to me and it's so terrible. This man has had so much in front of his eyes. He's had so many people help him, and he just isn't. And he just doesn't give a fuck. There's been.
Hold on one second. Sorry, hold on one second.
Hi, Tiny. Just a friendly reminder about the blue hair. You need to dye that shit. You seem to have forgotten about it. It happens sometimes, mainly at your age. By the way, only real Giga Chads have the chat on the left side. West Gang, West Gang.
True. Okay, sorry. Boom, boom. Oh, what happened with the Formula 1 thing? Better context. Hold on.
I don't know if you've talked about this yet, but are you going to talk about the What is an Obama documentary?
So, it's Friday
You're
night.
cock.
All of a sudden, boom. Boom. The kid's like, Dad, a home and car insurance could save you hundreds. And then the neighbors are like, giant gecko? Huh?
Whoa, that dude's neck was insane.
Hi, gecko.
Well, quite the commercial.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wait, did you guys see that guy's neck? Am I crazy?
Up to you guys. You had it in your notes, right? What the fuck is this? Why is that in your notes? Why is that in your notes? No, that's not stories, dude. That's not stories. That's not stories. Pick that up again. Show me that. What the fuck is that? Don't delete it. Show me. No, go to your notes. It was in your notes. Give me. Go into your notes right now. Stop.
Fuck. What is
No,
it?
show me that notes right now. Now. What is that? What is that? Stop. Why? Those are not stories. What the fuck?
And the neighbors are like, giant.
Is this intentional? Or I'm not trying to bully, but this dude's neck is wild.
Stephen, do not color your hair blue. It does not go with the MAGA brand. Color it red. Blueness meme alert. Obama.
Can I ask why you don't install AdBlock exactly?
Because I expect people to support me, so I support content that I watch.
If I gave you examples of you being hypocritical, would you then install AdBlock?
I'm sure I've been hypocritical. I'm not a perfect person, but why wouldn't I try when I can?
Because this is something that is inconveniencing us. So I don't mind if you... in fact, I would be willing to bet that on your home PC, you do have AdBlock.
Nope.
I can't... I don't know if I believe that. So you're saying on your non-streaming computer,
Shut
you
up,
haven't
Dan.
installed AdBlock?
Yeah, I usually don't have many add-ons at all. If you've known me, you have known me. You know me. I don't like to usually put mods or shit on anything. It was only just recently I started even modding games.
Okay, well, the only thing I run is uBlock. That's the only extension that I have. But let me ask you another thing. Why don't you pay for YouTube Red or whatever the fuck it is that gets rid of
I have
ads
YouTube Red.
completely? Why don't you pay for Twitch Premium?
I had Twitch Premium, but I'm banned, so I can't make another account. It'll count as a ban evasion.
Just literally having it and not...
Why would I give them an excuse? Like, I understand what you're saying, because I would otherwise, but it's just... I could see them saying, like, well, you made a new account, and you were watching people on stream, and blah, blah, blah. It's technically ban evasion.
Can't you still log into your Twitch account?
Only on the appeals page.
What happens if... So, do you get logged out when you go to twitch.tv?
I don't think anything... I don't think it'll let you. It'll just say your account's suspended, you can't log in. Yep, your account is suspended, you can't log in.
You know you can block ads on a DNS level by changing your DNS provider.
To who?
I think... Who does that? Does, oh my god. Someone in chat help me.
Piehole?
No, that's if you add a, you can put like a device in between, but there's also like you can just change your DNS. So I think AdGuard is what, AdGuard. So you basically change your DNS provider, and then all advertising servers are just, they don't go anywhere, and then you can do it. So that's another option if you didn't want to install an extension.
Okay. I like watching ads. I'm supporting the content. I'm enjoying for free.
You're supporting the content, but you're not though, right?
Yeah, I'm watching an ad. Just like I expect my viewers to watch my ads. How's life in Dan's world today? Jesus.
You know, it's going okay. How's life going in Steve's world? Yes, an ejection. Wow.
Damn, that seat comes down real fast. Holy shit.
Well, doesn't it weigh like 100 pounds on top of what the dude weighs too?
Well, yeah, but he's got a parachute. But this looks like body damage if you fall this fast, or maybe it's because they're supposed to be flying higher. Usually.
Hold on, Banksy. No, we're doing this right here. This is either you survive or you get banned permanently. I will leave the community before I do. We're gonna get on and we're gonna argue about this because it seems, Banksy, that you're really smart when it comes to DNS. You obviously know more about technology and things in general than I do, right? I mean, I didn't own and run one of the largest data centers in the United States. You know more, so come hop on. You're a really smart dude. You know, you can beat me, right? You know more. Let's do it. Because if you don't, I'm fucking evicting you from this. You'll never be back. I promise you that.
Damn.
I get so fucking triggered by this shit. I really shouldn't. I should just accept that people in chat are fucking morons and they're gonna say shit.
He's here.
Trigger me on
Great
purpose.
to have you, Dan.
But it's just, you know, it's
Love
just
you,
so
buddy.
it's just
Dan.
so
He's so hot right
frustrating,
now,
you know?
Dan.
I need to work on that part for me a little bit here. You know?
Yeah. We can respect it.
Yeah. What do you think is gonna happen with Mr. Girl stuff coming up here? Because I've seen some stuff in the last, well, since I got up here, a few things that have come up. So number one is that Lav is saying that she's not gonna come on your stream anymore. Is that right?
Lav is turbo butt mad.
Wait, why? What happened?
Because I lost it with her in one conversation because she just is. The smug posting was killing me. Like I think I was in the middle of trying to explain the difference between like a lie and just being wrong about something. And she constantly needles and needles and needles and needles. And I was in the middle of explaining it, and I was like, "Well, a lie is different." And she's like, "No."
Twitch embeds.
And as soon as she said I lost it, I was like, "You need to shut the fuck up and let me finish a fucking sentence." I got triggered as fuck. And then she's like, "You called me a bitch, and that enabled a lot of misogyny against me, and now I hate you." I was like, "Okay, well, knock yourself out."
Wait, so she was actually upset about the
Yes.
You think she's actually upset? Or you think she's faking?
No, I think she's actually upset. She's one of those women that
Wait,
hate it when you call her like a bitch. But
Wait,
like,
really?
even though she was calling Cherry a bitch and she was saying shit like, okay, hold on. Thoughts on her saying you acted differently in real life? Yes, because in real life we weren't there to debate or argue about anything. No fucking shit. It wasn't a real life meeting to be like, hey, I'm gonna argue with you about your blah blah blah. No, we were just hanging out. And of course it was different in real life. I don't know why she would say that. Obviously it's gonna be different.
Dan, if she's faking it, then she can go fuck her. Well, I mean, I think if you're gonna, I don't know. It's hard. You can never know. That's the other thing. Like, because it's the
Vlad
perfect
actually
thing to
does
get
not
upset
appear on
about,
stream
and then
and will vote here for
like
Buddy of the Year.
not be able to get called out on it, if that makes sense.
Wait, say that last part again?
When people call you a bitch, like that's the type of thing you could feign being really upset about, and then
No, she was. That's why I messaged her after, because I could tell she was like triggered.
Okay, why is everyone dodging Banksy? Like I yell at fucking people in chat, but fine. If you guys really want this so much, we can go talk to them.
Oh, no.
All right, no, I want to know why DNS. Go ahead, hop in. Like, dude, am I not gonna be able to yell at people in chat anymore without talking to each one of these fucking degenerates?
Well, you kind of Omega called him out. To be
all right,
fair.
T1 waiting room. Let's go. Or any of the channels. What's this fucking degenerate's name?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Oh my god. What is this video?
How is she not more mad at Max? Because she's a massive Max simp. She's like, that's like her fucking mission in life, I think.
I'm not adding anyone. They need to fucking join the Discord. What? I'm not going into a private call. They can join. I can drag them in this channel. Is it this guy? Let's see. Hello? No, this person is being... All right. Tell me why I'm retarded that he can't do DNS for ad blocking.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. The ads come from the exact same place where the actual Twitch media comes from. Like,
that's for one source. I said in general. YouTube, everything else.
What?
Wait, how sure? Okay, ads in general have ad servers. Like, mediasource.advertising.
They're blocked on a different level. Like, there's a reason why uBlock Origin can block all of these. They're already getting past DNS, and they make it onto your home router.
That is
ad block in the browser blocks it.
Okay, first off, there are some that are served on the same source. Are you saying that most ads are on the same source? Because that's not true. In fact, I'd be willing to say that not only is that not true, I would say that 99% of ads are on a separate domain that can be blocked.
If that were true, why can't I just install any ad blocker and never have any ads without issue? There's a reason why the purple screen of death and all that shit exists on Twitch.
Well, that's easy. It's because extensions can't mess with your DNS. They can only mess with what the browser can do.
That's what I'm saying. They come from the same servers where the actual content is coming from.
That is not true most of the time. You're literally just being wrong.
Most of the time?
Yes, most of the time. I'm giving huge things. You know, I'll even go down. I'll say 90% of the time they're served from a separate advertising domain.
Ooh.
Yeah. Like ads.googlepublication.com. That's right, not like google.com. But what?
But what you don't understand is that once the
Tell me I don't understand as someone who works in the industry.
I'm trying to, but you're doing the thing. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so it's pretty simple. Once the ads are already in your browser and uBlock Origin is working with filtering out certain ads, they've already made it past your DNS. There's no DNS at that level.
Ooh.
Are you... First off, Steve, shut the fuck up, because you just are making noise. What you just said makes no sense. Once it's past your DNS, I'm literally saying for him to go and do DNS that blocks those ads. What are you talking about?
No, but the whole idea is that you can't block the ads without blocking Twitch content as well. Like, those two things are mutually exclusive.
That is one source. We're talking about in general. He says he doesn't want to have ad block in there because he doesn't want to do extensions. I say, well, do DNS. It's not going to work for every fucking source.
But we're not talking about in general. We're talking about Twitch.
No,
we're
we were
obviously talking about Twitch because he was on Twitch and you just asked him why he doesn't get Twitch Premium.
You are trying
you're wrong, and now you're going to do
No, I'm not.
Go for it.
We can go watch it right now. I was saying, why don't you install an ad blocker? And he says, because I like supporting websites. I want people to watch my ads, so I watch their ads. That's very specifically what he said. It wasn't, why don't you have an ad blocker made for Twitch to Twitch ads?
That's not why he does it. No, you're just wrong.
He just said why he does it.
Because he doesn't want to be ban evading. That's so obvious. Otherwise, he would obviously have an ad blocker.
He just said why he doesn't have an ad blocker. Why are you trying to say, Steve, go ahead and say why.
I'm telling you. It's because he doesn't want to be ban evading.
Steve, why do you not have an ad blocker installed on your browser?
I don't have... The ban evading thing was why I don't have a Twitch Turbo account. I don't have an ad blocker because I like to support creating.
As I fucking said, pipe the fuck down, Lecro.
Okay, hold on. Now let me sort through this as a semi-tech literate person to figure out what the fuck you guys are talking about. Okay? Dan is talking about blocking things at a DNS level. So my guess is, tell me if I'm wrong, you're telling me, Dan, that there are some DNSs that have probably blacklisted a group of name servers that they're not going to resolve to an IP that are all tied to advertising agencies, essentially, right?
I'm saying that a very large segment of online advertising. So when you browse a website, when you go and you watch a video,
you don't need to give me examples of browsing the internet.
Most of them are, when
you check your email, go ahead.
Yes, yeah, most of them are going to have advertising that is served from a specific separate domain.
Okay,
yes.
Okay, Chad, can you answer the question? I don't know why Dan didn't just say yes to what I said. So the answer is yes, what I just said. That's
okay, fine. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yes. Okay. So the only thing that would prove Dan is a wrong dumb fuck, okay, is what this guy is saying, which is, are the advertisements served from a separate name server, or is it coming from like domain. What is it called? Oh, domain. Or is it coming from like ads.twitch.tv/xgx?
Well, even if it was coming from ads.twitch.tv, you'd be able to block that. But Twitch is one example. I'm talking about most ads on the internet right here, and most ads on the internet are served from their own domain. That's the reason right now where if you want to block
let's say on a DNS, I don't need examples of anything. Hold on. For DNS filtering, can you filter subdomains?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so if I can filter subdomains and I theoretically have a DNS that I can like route my DNS request through, then how is what Dan is saying incorrect?
Because we're not. That's not what I came here to say. I came here to say that for Twitch in particular, yes, in general.
No. Let's say for Twitch in particular. Why is what Dan's saying incorrect?
Well, he's trying to say on Twitch that the ad server comes from the same media source, which might be the case, but that's just Twitch. That's one website among.
And that's what I'm talking about. which is what we were talking about.
No, you can't just say that's what we were talking about. I was asking why doesn't he have an ad blocker in general? Because he gets ads all over the fucking place. It wasn't just on Twitch.
Okay, well, I agree with you that he doesn't have ads because he wants to have other people watch his ads, and it would be a weird message to send. But for Twitch, which is what we were talking about, you cannot block Twitch.
I don't know how you're
without
saying just Twitch. We were talking about Twitch, like, why is there ads here? And he said, oh, I don't want to do an ad blocker. And I said, why not? And he says, because I want to support creators. But that's for everything, not just for Twitch. I understand Twitch constantly edits their fucking ads to make it impossible to fucking be banned. But that's not going to be, like, the causation of not doing DNS on other places. He doesn't block ads for anything. Doesn't block ads for any website at all.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Bye, Lecro.
All right. See ya.
I feel good about that.
Good
Another
job,
W.
dude. You just savaged that poor chatter, dude.
Well, that's what they get for coming at the king. You best not miss.
Wow.
Yeah. What were we talking about? Oh, fucking. Can I get back to Lav now? Jesus.
Yeah,
so what's gonna happen there?
I don't know. It's always the decision is never mine. It's always the other people's decision to make.
So do you think that they're gonna flip flop and come back here, or do you think that they're done?
Well, I don't think Max hates me, and Lav will go wherever Max goes. So.
Oh, you know, I did see the thing that Max was saying, which was the idea that you can never admit when you're wrong, and that you'll always weasel out or something. How do you feel about that statement?
Well, it's obviously wrong. So I don't know.
What are some examples of you losing a debate or just being wrong?
I mean, I've changed my mind on a lot of things. I've changed my mind on the whole landscape of like political, like how politics works in the United States. The idea that our political system is actually pretty effective at expressing the will of the people, and the issue is who votes. I've changed my mind on a lot of voting rights related stuff that I don't actually think are that important, because it seems like all the data shows that like expanding voting access to people doesn't really change things much. Like if people want to vote, they'll vote. Like having to wait in line a lot longer or having to drive farther doesn't seem to deter anybody, at least from the research. Yeah, I don't know. The Citizens United thing was a huge thing I kind of changed my mind on. There's been a lot of things that I've like over time. Yeah, money in politics is a thing I've changed my mind on. I had that debate with Lauren where I thought that there were 5 people that died at the Capitol, the January 6th riots, and I was kind of completely wrong about that. So I mean, yeah, it just depends.
Okay. Do you think he would agree that not that you change your mind, but that you're just wrong during a debate sometimes?
Yeah, sure. Of course I am. But it's pretty rare that I'm going to change my mind on the spot. I think that's pretty inhuman.
No, the only thing I guess I'd kind of agree is I do feel like it's hard to ever hear Steven say, like, I got fucking blown up in this debate. I was completely wrong. Looking back at it, like, I mean,
there are things that I've completely changed my mind on. Yeah, of course.
No. But there's not things that you change your mind on. It's just at the time you were wrong, right? And then,
well, it's pretty rare. If I'm going to debate something, usually I've done at least some cursory reading first. It's pretty rare that I'm going to have like, oh my god, I was totally wrong on this. It's happened. It's just pretty rare. Like I would say over the rioting shit, that was like.
So it sounds to me like Mr. Girl thinks that there's like a lot of that happens, and that you just will always be like, no, I was right. But I agree that
it sounds
think that's
more
rare.
like it's a. He's just upset at the current moderation trend that is like opposing him, I guess. But
yeah, what do you think the outcome is going to be from all this craziness right now?
Related to Max or
to Max and Lav and this whole fucking suborbiter bullshit.
It's hard to get people to grow and be like introspective and receptive to outside feedback. This is why like usually when I watch people, I'm kind of just playing the observer role. I don't take like much of like a mentor role because it would trigger the fuck out of me if people wouldn't listen to me. So it's easier for me to just kind of like watch and listen. That's one of the reasons why Lav is very interesting to me. Anybody that's going through like a huge transitionary stage in life is like, that's an interesting thing for me to watch. And so it's interesting to kind of like I'll be like a soundboard for Lav, or I'll kind of like ask her questions about things and then just watch that development happen. But the issue is sometimes people get like stuck in holes, and then it's very, 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 very hard for them to get convinced otherwise. And then instead of seeking external like motivation to change, or seeking some sort of like dialectical conflict, I guess. They just start circle jerking and they find people that reinforce all of their own opinions, and then they get lost in that. So Lav is kind of doing that. Sneako hardcore does that. People in general kind of tend towards that.
Dan, what's your opinion on MrGirl saying the orbiters are being taken advantage of? What does he mean when he says that specifically? Because I guess that, you know, involves me. Like, do you know what he means when he says that?
He feels like I have too much control over history by banning people in the sub, and that when I get into disagreements with certain orbiters, the reason why people don't like me is because my sub is mean to them, and then I encourage my sub to only have like one type of narrative, basically.
And that's the abuse that we get.
Yeah, I guess that's, yeah, quote unquote abusive. Yeah.
Interesting. Forethought has indicated in chat that he has some final solution for the Max problem or something here. There's nothing Destiny or Max can do to change the outcome at this point. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I could theoretically I could just demod him if I, but like I haven't told him seriously, like, bro, you need to seriously stop this. I imagine if I did, he would. I kind of, like I said, I let him kind of manage his shit on his own. But yeah, I mean, if there was like, if we had a serious disagreement, I imagine I could tell him like, hey, this is what we're gonna do from now on.
Do you imagine it coming to that? Like, let's say Forethought literally says to you, like, listen, Steve, like, I do a lot of free work. You don't fucking pay me. I moderate the shit. I'm the only one. Look at fucking the logs of any other moderator. They don't do fuck all.
He is a paid member of the DGG Federation.
Okay, fair enough. What about he says?
Well, that's an important thing, right?
All right, let me finish. Okay. I'm paid hardly anything. I'm the only one who does anything around here. Okay, look at it. I do 99% of the work. Without me, there's fucking no one. I'm telling you, you need to keep this motherfucker banned or I'm out. Are you pushing that limit? Or you be like, fine. You know, if you really think that strongly about it, then fine.
Yeah, it would depend.
Well, I mean, if he said that, that's why.
I would almost for sure just fire him then. Like, I'm not gonna.
Oh, you would?
Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna be held hostage by my moderation team. What do you mean? No shit.
Well, I mean, you do, right? Because RTBA and Forethought, like, if you unban these people, we quit. You were held hostage and you bowed to that, right?
Well, no, I would search for other moderators. RTBA gets a lot more deference because I don't pay him, even though maybe I should, I'm not sure. But RTBA gets more deference because of that. But Forethought is literally like, he is a paid person that I can give direction to. Like, if he doesn't want directions, then he's not going to get paid. But if
so
RTBA
the next time
is like,
yeah, so the next time at the end of the year,
he does, yeah.
At the end of the year, if they do say, like, you're like, you know, I want to unban everyone. If they come to you and say, listen, if you unban everyone, we're quitting. Are you going to just be like, all right, fuck you, I'm unbanning everyone anyways? Or are you going to be like, okay, you guys feel this strongly about it. You know, you're obviously here every day. Forget it. What do you think?
I mean, I can probably find new moderators. It's just going to depend on the type of disagreement. Like, if there's a chatter that I feel very strongly, like, I don't think this guy should be banned, and I think that you're like on a huge personal vendetta, and you know, this isn't going to stand, and we have a huge split over that, then yeah, I'd probably like, okay, I'm going to find other people. Like, this doesn't work, obviously. But if it's just like a chatter, because like sometimes RTBA bans people and I don't really understand why, and then I take a look at it, I'm like, I feel like we should unban him, but he feels like very strong that we shouldn't. I think I'll probably just like, okay, yeah, whatever.
So what is the outcome of this MrGirl thing then? Because I know I guess to a certain extent he's pissing you off as well then with this. Like, it's surpassed. He has a personal vendetta.
I'm never pissed off. I'm okay, because technically all of this is happening in my world where I have full control over everything, right?
Okay, maybe pissed off is the wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's a little annoying, but like, I mean.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Like, he's not. Yeah,
he's allowed to represent his interests as much as he wants, I guess.
So what do you think the likely outcome here is? If you were a betting man, right? If you were putting some money on...
Yeah, you want to know how is it all going to end. My guess is going to be that probably in a few days, I'm going to ask Forethought to unban a lot of the people that got banned, or at the very least, I'm going to unban MrGirl. He'll probably do another big interview or something, and then the subreddit will make positive posts about him, and then he'll be happy again. But he might call it the cycle of abuse and say it's not good enough, but I don't know.
Yeah, what would be good enough, do you think, for Max at this point?
It sounds like he wants like a total overhaul of how I moderate my community, is what it sounded like.
And that's not going to happen, right?
No, of course not. Not at his behest, no.
So if that's not going to happen, it seems like you're placating okay, yeah, interesting.
No, I don't think I'm placating at all.
I thought LavMrGirl hated each other. What changed there? That they
I think
and yes, go ahead.
MrGirl, I think at one point in time didn't like Lav, but Lav is like constantly looking for like MrGirl's approval. It's like one of the most important things, I think.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently they talked shit about me yesterday on their stream, so but I still have to watch it. I haven't watched it yet.
Oh, we're gonna do that in a minute. Forethought, hop into. Oh, there. Let me pull you in, killer. Hello, Forethought.
Hey, buddy.
I think you can just join this channel.
No, I don't have channel perms.
Hold on 1 second. Jesus.
I can fix that.
Wow, okay, never mind. Dan can do it.
You try now? Try leaving and rejoining.
Okay. Yo.
Okay.
Remember, Dan giveth and Dan taketh away.
I'll keep that in mind, buddy.
Okay. Remember, so, no Jannies.
So MrGirl, like, super fucked up. By declaring war on me specifically and having his community sick on me, like, admins have taken notice, which is why I said, like, no matter what Destiny does, I have a big red button behind me.
Wait, what do you mean admins have taken notice?
So there was like a comment on there's some comments on MrGirl subreddit telling me to rope myself and stuff, which I don't give a fuck about. This shit is all funny. But admins have messaged me and
like, admins of Reddit, like the owners.
Yeah,
okay,
the owners.
Not
so,
like yeah, gotcha.
If Max wants to keep playing ball, I can keep going.
Okay, let's chill. Okay, everybody needs to turn down. I don't want to be the reason his like sub gets banned, or you be the reason. That's not cool.
Listen,
what?
I'm not pushing any buttons. I'm just saying that's what's on the table.
Okay, now when you say that, it kind of sounds like I could sell you some security or not, and your legs might get broken. That's what it sounds like when you say that.
Did I mention that Tanya Harding is actually my neighbor?
No, Dan, you haven't mentioned
that. Wait, what?
Okay,
what is that?
Was maybe okay. She broke someone's knees for. Never mind. Forget it.
Good one.
She what?
Just forget I say anything.
Everyone understood that reference, Dan. That was really funny.
Okay. Never mind.
But yeah, so if he wants to keep going doing this fucking obnoxious shit, he can. I don't know what his like end goal is, but beyond like making the subreddit his, I don't think there's any way for him to like actually come to any sort of compromise or resolution, or even understand like why we don't fucking want to deal with that shit.
Well, he just has to like chill.
Can I ask you, Forethought, what's going to happen in 3 days? Are you going to comply when Steve's like, hey, unban MrGirl?
Probably. I don't really give a shit that much about MrGirl. I'm just tired of his fans. And
okay, what about if he says unban all of MrGirl fans as well?
Probably not. That's a lot of work.
So you'll say if you want to do it, you do it yourself. Basically, is what you're doing.
If Destiny wants me to unban all his fans, I can unban a few of them. I'm thinking about it. Most of the people I was banning were some version of kill yourself or a Janny joke, so I'm like,
Do you think calling somebody a Janny is okay? Doesn't that sound a little Jansphobic?
I actually don't give a shit about the Janny jokes. As long as it's funny, like, you won't be banned. It's all good. But, I had...
Well, who determines if it's funny or not, right?
Me.
Who watches the
Banhammer.
Yeah,
the guy with the Banhammer, duh.
Who watches the watchers? Yeah, not good. Well, okay. So, overall, though, how do you feel, Forethought, about Max's recent... I guess reactions and things like that, in the last 12 hours.
I just think he's really stupid and he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, think of what a colossal fucking failure it is to be Max right now. Like, you are a person that does edgy media content and you win the lottery. You find this super edgy orbiter space that is already known for supporting content creators, and you're already like nuking the bridge. Like, what the fuck?
I would say he would feel that he's not nuking the bridge, and instead he's holding Steven to a very high bar, and making Steve be introspective.
Oh, I'm MrGirl. Oh God, I'm such an artist. People don't get me. That's the problem. Oh my fucking God, dude. I don't think there's a way for him to admit he's wrong. Like, actually, on an atomic level.
It's more so than Steven, who never admits that he's wrong about anything ever. By the way, now that he's not in here, we can all admit he's never.
Oh yeah, we can all. Now that he's gone, we can all say
100%. If you go, and I was thinking about an example with me. If you go back long enough, when COVID first came out, I had a debate with Steven. I was like, "Hey, people should wear masks," and he's like, "That's fucking stupid. People still touch their face. No one should wear a mask." I shit you not. Steven said this. He said masks are pointless. Okay, you don't need to wear them. Okay, you're gonna touch your face anyways, dude. Go back and watch it. I swear to God that exists. But of course, that's not. I wasn't wrong. I was just, yeah, that's true.
We appreciate you signing up for the next orbiter chopping block. Damn.
Nah, because you don't say this to his face. That's how you survive. You gotta. It's not just about the things that you do. It's about being able to weasel away at the right moments. And too many people, they don't sense the writing on the wall and like scurry off when the fucking rat catcher is in town. You got to be listening for the fucking bells of the ice cream truck coming and then like not being there. That's the big difference of what's happening. Okay, and I feel like too many people don't take all of that into account, and then they just go, and they're like, what happened?
Someone in chat said, Destiny has since said he was totally wrong. This is a bit more knowledge. What are we talking about? What did I miss?
No, he meant Forethought, because Forethought was talking about this fucking like crazy shit with Max, but he's saying that Max is like not going to change, basically. Do you think that's the case as well?
The problem, it's going to sound like I'm talking shit about him. I'm not trying to talk shit about him. I think the problem with Max is that I think that he's very intelligent, and I think he's built a lot of systems mentally to make it so he might never have to change himself.
How do you evaluate intelligence?
How do I? I mean, there's tons of different types. I mean, in the broadest sense, I think for human intelligence, it's just like pattern. How quickly can you recognize and like apply a pattern, basically, right? Isn't it like in the broadest sense what human intelligence is?
That's a definition. My personal favorite definition is that you have an internal model of reality that can or cannot be accurate, obviously more accurate, more intelligent, and then you have the ability to update it with new information.
Yeah, that sounds like a more abstract way of basically saying what I'm saying. You've got an internal model of reality, so there's some like routines, patterns, and shit that work, and then when you see like a new pattern, can you change like your model to reflect it and then operate in the world accordingly, basically?
Yeah, and my thing is like, I think Max fails on number 2 super hard.
Updating his model?
Yeah.
Well, that's because he's got... Have I ever said... I think I've said on stream a few times like what my favorite quote is or whatever. That I think the quote is like, to achieve perfection is to sacrifice growth. And essentially what the... why does this not work as well? What the quote essentially means is that like, if you think that you don't have to change anything, then you're not going to, because you're perfect. Why would you? And I feel like one of the problems that Max runs into is that like, if somebody says something and he doesn't like the answer... there are reasons why they're saying it that they don't understand, that Max has the insight to. So like, oh, well, you're just too emotional to have this conversation, or oh, you're being abusive, you don't realize it, or oh, you're actually upset about this and you don't know. And when he's able to say that to somebody, it lets him, like, he doesn't have to change his mind about anything. He doesn't have to update any of his like understandings of reality. He can just like tell the other person they're wrong and then keep forcing his view of reality onto them until they either have a breakdown or get frustrated and leave. I think is like,
yeah, that seems like a pretty bad way.
Yeah, I mean, I would say so, yeah. But my interest for Max is that he has like his whole like, he's got like this whole way of viewing the world that is pretty unique. That's why I think it's interesting. I'm not saying he's got like the best way, and obviously I disagree with a ton of the ways that he applies it, but I just think it's interesting to, I think that his thought process and everything is interesting. But it is frustrating that he markets himself as like, my goal on the internet is to like be the most empathetic person ever and to build empathy and bridge empathy over and over and over again. But it seems like it's one of the most challenging things he has an issue with. But
yeah, well, what can you do? I've got nothing else. You guys good?
Any final thoughts, in your opinion, of how things are going?
Oh, it's been entertaining. It's been a fun weekend.
Anything in particular standing out to you?
In particular? No. Just some of the like cope streams he has, crying about like Steven, are really funny.
Wait, what am I missing?
Well, hold up. What's going on?
Oh yeah, he like has streams on Twitter, like the one where the clips are coming from Max and Stardust talking on the subreddit.
Max and Stardust or Max and Lav?
Oh, Max and Lav. That's right. I got them all mixed up because I hate women.
Stop! That's a banned joke now. Take it back.
I take it back.
Okay.
I love women.
No, don't say that either.
Your hands.
I don't even know what we're talking about, but
I'm banning ironic and unironic misogyny from my communities.
What, we just can't like be mean to women now? Like what?
You can be mean to women.
Hold on. Don't be frisky.
If I say we're not going to be racist anymore, you're like, oh, so I can't even be mean to a black person? Of course you can. Just don't call them the N-word or do other similar racist shit. We can be mean to women. I love being mean to women, but don't be mean to them because they're women.
No one does that.
Okay.
And there's a guy, Ryan Aft, that I've seen in your chat who's super like that, but not other people.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to go. Later, guys.
All right, bye.
What a great internet mod. That guy's,
Yeah.
that guy's a real American hero. And he goes unappreciated, too. Most of his work is just unappreciated.
As his most janitorial efforts, I suppose. Oh, God. What else? Big thoughts, big thoughts. Any movies coming out that I give a shit about? Let's take a quick look-see. Movies. Let's see. Nope.
Nothing?
No.
Yikes.
Yeah, that's a bit... Dude, you remember the sad times? Like, the troubles? When COVID first started it, and then, like, we had no new movies for a solid fucking, like, year and a half? Remember how shit that was? No new TV shows, no new movies, nothing?
Yep.
God, how did we live through that? And we were stuck at home, too.
Well, stuck at home, I mean, I'm a gamer. But, yeah, I don't know, that was sad times in life, for sure.
How do you feel about directors that continually cast the same actors together?
I don't know. I've wondered about that sometimes. Why? Are you thinking about the new In Bruges movie?
Yes, exactly.
I knew you were. Dan, I felt it in your mind, Dan. I'm connected to your brain.
The same thing? Yep, exactly. I feel it's cheating a little bit, and it takes it away as well.
Well, what do you think about, like, Nolan? Because holy shit.
Well, or I mean, but
there'll be like
four...
or Tarantino?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
See,
we'll go from
connected.
one. I know.
Hello?
We'll go from one movie to the next, and it'll be like 5 of the same actors, and I'll be like, Jesus, this is kind of weird, but yeah.
It wouldn't be so bad if it's not like the two main characters interacting again in a similar way, you know? And it seems like that's how it is as well in this movie, where Colin Farrell is like kind of the, you know, loose, jokery guy, and the other one's serious, just how it was in the last movie. I don't know. It's kind of like I'm watching it. Like, am I developing like a parasocial relationship with these not real characters?
Can that be a banned term? We don't use that word anymore. Okay.
Sorry.
Everybody fucking says it. It's so triggering to me. Oh, how do you feel about Mitch saying that he's the true victim of everybody?
I don't know.
Did you follow any of that drama at all, or no?
I mean, it's been so long, but like I feel like I have it stored someplace in like the back right of my brain somewhere that I can say. But what in particular do you think he could even be coming at to say that he's the victim there? Like, how do you sell that? Is what I'm asking.
I have no idea.
Well, you have to have an idea roughly what he's saying when he's saying he's a victim.
Well, I mean, it's standard victim shit. Nobody likes me. Nobody's doing anything for me. Like, everybody's taking advantage of me. Nobody's looking out for me, et cetera, like that. But I mean, like, I don't know if you can ever say that's true in any world whatsoever. But.
Yeah, what a fucking... So is this... What's going to happen... Here's what I want to know. What's going to happen with Mizkif? Like, where is this ending? Like, is that the end?
With Mizkif?
Yeah, because I think I saw, like... Was it last week? There was, like... Oh, God, I hope this isn't wrong. I could be wrong on this, but I thought I read that there was not only... On top of all the other shenanigans, that there was something against him on the LSF. Was I wrong? Was that the case or no?
Yeah. Are you talking about the drama? Everything?
Well, so I know that, like, he had the Crazy Slick, like, he was covering for Crazy Slick, right? Supposedly. And then I thought I read on LSF last week that, no, this doesn't involve Crazy Slick. Like, this is an allegation specifically against him.
Oh, some other girl came out and wanted to say that he acted inappropriately, but that story was so light, it was hard to say anything about it.
How do you feel when organizations do an internal investigation themselves?
I don't think they are. Didn't they get a third party to do it?
Yeah, but isn't there like such a huge conflict when you do that? Like, oh, I'm going to hire, McCransky and Sons to come and, do a sexual assault investigation, but like, the company's paying the bill. You know what I mean? Like, is there, you think that should even be allowed like that? Like, how does that work, I guess? I don't fucking know. Never mind.
No, you're talking about like the credit rating agencies, right? Like,
yeah, like
I'm gonna pay another agency to rate my shit, but hey, if you give me a shitty rating, I'm gonna go to another.
Yeah, exactly. Company. No one's gonna ever hire that company again. Like when
like let's say there's an independent investigation company known for being really, really, really fucking good. Like, do you want to hire
No.
that company to
Yeah.
investigate your
No.
own people?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think it's kind of like, you know, fucked a little bit, right? You know, something else I thought about that was interesting, like kind of on the exploitation thing of yesterday. I was talking about pawn shops in a Reddit comment, and I'm wondering, like, pawn shops are something that I don't know if you would say that people in poor communities like, but maybe that they're somewhat necessary. Is it a fair thing to say that pawn shops, I wonder if they're not exploitative? So I'm saying this because I don't think pawn shops generate a huge amount of revenue. Because there's no like trillion-dollar companies that run a bunch of pawn shops.
The real question would be just skip all of the bullshit and go straight to payday loans. Do we think payday loans are predatory?
Well, I think
I would say
is that maybe worse?
Yeah, I would say payday. Yeah, of course. I would say payday loans are predatory, but Xkillsme is like, well, without payday loans, what would those people do otherwise? That was his argument, but I still feel like they were predatory.
No, but so payday loans, I believe that they've actually generated enough of a profit that they've been like a conglomerate of like, is there a large company that owns a bunch of payday loan companies as a whole at this point? I have no idea. I don't think that exists for pawn shops, if you will, meaning that when you run a pawn shop, there is profit involved, but it is not stupid amounts of profit that could come from other businesses. So when you talk about businesses in general, I feel like there's kind of like a few ways of looking at how you could set up a business. So one side of that might be a pawn shop, where it's just consistent, good income, but not crazy. You will not become a multimillionaire, most likely, if you own a pawn shop. You'll do okay. You'll probably make a few $100,000 a year, you know, when all other things come together. Because you have to think about, oh, that's not true, Dan, if you're in a really populated... Well, no, because if you're in a really populated area, you're probably going to have more competition. You're probably going to have a higher rent bill. Salaries are going to cost more for the people that work at your place. Like, I believe that it all comes together, and there's a cap. When you run a pawn shop, you will probably, in most cases, generate a decent income, a few $100,000 a year as the owner, something along those lines. But there is no huge win at the end. Now, the contrast to this versus the recording business, in my opinion, was you're never going to become a fucking billionaire or a millionaire with the pawn shops. But with this, you could, but also there's a much higher failure rate if you do recording business where you could actually just lose it all. You could, like, you're making a lot of bets and none of them hit. You took 100 shots and one of them was supposed to become the one that pays for everything, and it didn't. And that's kind of, I think, the disparity that when it does hit, you're not just coming back and, you know, hey, I made a few $100,000. You're coming back and you're making it big because you took this riskier business that has huge stakes. You know, either go broke or die trying type of thing. Do you concur with that, or?
Yeah,
or
I think
not,
what you're essentially describing in investing, it's called it's an RAR, a risk-adjusted return, right? Like if I'm investing in something that's giving me a 50% rate of return, the failure rate on that investment is going to be really fucking high. If I'm investing in something that gives me like a 7% rate of return, the failure rate on that is going to be really, really, really low, right? You're talking about something with a big like rate of like a big risk of return or something, or investment risk or something, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think like that's why pawn shops. But again, coming back to this, so do you feel like a pawn shop is exploitative in your opinion?
A little bit, yeah.
Why?
Because the offers that they have, in my opinion, are fucking insane. It's just taking advantage of like poor, stupid people that don't know anything about finance.
But is it really taking advantage? Like, give me this. Concede to me, even though it may not be true. I just don't know how I get this. Concede to me that the owner of a pawn shop might make $200K a year. So now tell me how they're exploitative, I guess.
The rates that they offer people are just like fucking insane.
So why are those rates high?
Because
besides the owner wants lots of money.
Well, because the poor people have probably really shit credit. They don't have access to any other type of credit.
I think that's partially it. Is there also risk of things like counterfeit and things like that coming through there?
Maybe.
I don't know where a lot of the loss comes through on a pawn shop, because it doesn't seem like you're not making a lot of gambles. It's not like you're making investments and you know, poor people. It's not like the payday loan business, which I think would be a better analogy to here, if that makes sense, right? Like on a payday loan company, you could potentially get not paid off. So you would have the people that never come back to your store to pay off that loan, subsidizing the other ones. But I think there's just so much profit there that they, you know, they could do better. They just choose not to because there's no other options, essentially.
Okay.
So I guess I'm saying that with a pawn shop, I just don't see enough revenue to say that this is exploitative. I think that there's just so much fixed costs.
Okay, let's say that I made a deal. Let's say that I set up a shop in an area, and I'll lend you $50,000.
Yep.
And if you don't pay me back in 2 weeks, I get to fuck you.
Okay, this is going to another level.
Well, why? Okay. Is it exploitative? Let's say it's the only money some people can get. Is that okay?
Is that exploitative? You know, before I answer that, let me counter with, let's say that you're going to loan me $10 million and that you get to fuck me if you don't pay it back. Is that exploitative?
The difference here is that $10 million sounds like it's for something fun or extra, like a business, whereas like the $50,000 could be like a payday loan to like pay your bills or something.
Well, I'm trying to make it comparable that I could understand. So I would say to a poor person, $50,000, maybe like, this is sad, but people sell their bodies for a lot less than $50,000. Sure.
I guess
if you came to me and offered me $10 million to fuck me, I think I would let you do it for sure.
The concept that I'm getting at that seems a little bit shitty in society is, have you ever heard the saying, it's expensive to be poor?
Yeah, sure. It is.
It feels like in some ways, that like it's like that's fucked. Like at a time where I could probably pull money out of my house for like 2%, I would guess, a few years ago, probably, with like a home equity line of credit or something. My uncle is showing me these like pink slips where he used to collect a whole bunch of like World War I and II rifles, like Japanese and French rifles and shit. They'd all be using different ammo. They're all like exotic and shit. He would go to a pawn shop and he would turn them in and they'd give him a slip and he would get $300. And in 2 weeks, he'd have to pay them back like $350. So like the interest rate on this, even though it doesn't look bad on paper, is unreal. It's unbelievable. And he would do these over and over and over and over again. He was like in this never-ending loop of like juggling these little slips of paper to keep track of like all the shit that he'd thrown in at a pawn shop. And I don't know. I don't know how I can like quantify that for you in like a hardcore capitalist take, but to me it feels kind of bad because it's like, damn, like I could pull $100,000 out of my house at like 2.25%, and this dude is like at 5,000% APR, like pawning off his fucking rifles to try to pay like other credit card debt.
Here's an interesting thought for you. Let's assume that payday loan companies, let's say they have a profit currently. Let's just make up a payday loan company right now. So let's say that they're doing $1 billion in loans a year, okay? And of that $1 billion that they loan out, after everything is said and done, let's say that how much profit is in this? Like how much would we
just say 10% profit margin.
So let's say that they make $1.1 billion in the year. So they took out $100 million in profit. Now, let's assume that they did this as a completely, cooperative thing. There's a nonprofit, okay? They're not in it for the money. And they want to have as limited staff as possible. They want the cost as low as possible. So out of that $100 million... Hold
on, wait. Real quick. Am I retarded? This guy just said $50 interest on $300 after 2 weeks is less than 5% APR.
Yeah, that guy's actually retarded.
Yeah.
5% is about $1.50 per year on 300.
Yeah, well, this is like, this might be triple or quadruple digit APR. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Please shut the fuck up in my chat. Oh my god, and go take another payday loan to afford internet to type it in.
You're like me. I'm fighting with people in chat.
Sorry.
So okay, let's assume on our fictional payday loan company, we gave out $1 billion in loans. Okay, so first off, the thing to consider is, I think we need to make more than 1.1. But let's just keep it there because the cost of the $1 billion we loaned out has a cost as well. Like that much money is outstanding. But we have fixed costs, everything, yada, yada, yada. What I wanted to suggest is, let's say that at the end of the day, the company broke even. Okay. And it has a very trim staff and everything like that. Do you imagine that the rates that they would give out would be super nice and not...
No, okay, here, real quick. I understand all the hypotheticals. I understand all the arguments. I understand where you're coming from, okay? You're coming from it from the other end that I am. That's the issue. Like, so you're trying to say that, like, this is the only way the business can survive. And what I'm saying is, well, maybe there are some businesses that shouldn't survive, right? Like, what if I could show you that, like...
just deny people access to credit?
Yes. What if I show you that like I can make a certain business model work, but it only works on the assumption that I have employees that I can pay $2 an hour? Like I would say, well, that business model is not a good business model. Like it probably doesn't belong in the United States.
If there's people willing to work for $2 an hour and they can't get work elsewhere, it's better for them to work than not work.
So I guess I look at it.
Yeah.
So if you're able to find employees for $2 an hour and no one else is willing to bid on those employees, it's better for everybody that they're working for $2 an hour.
Yeah, but the problem is you can like infinitely justify the worst types of like behavior, like predatory behavior in the market,
then you can
because
just infinitely justify not allowing marginal people or marginalized people to ever work because they'll never be productive enough to have a real job and they'll never make a leg up in the real world.
or we use social safety nets so that we don't have like the most like predatory.
But they're never
types of
going to be
things.
able to have a job, so we're just infinitely.
Why would they
going to
never be
paying
able to
for
have a
them.
job? Who are we talking
Because they'll never be able to get experience to be worth more than whatever they're able to do, or some of them are just inherently disabled and are unable to make minimum wage.
about? First of all, if you want to talk about disabled people, that's a fundamentally different type of conversation. If you want to bring like a wheelchair person with Parkinson's out as your example, you can do that. But I'm saying that like plenty of people have been able to gain experience in job markets and everything with minimum wage. Like that hasn't impacted anybody's ability.
Sure, but if we minimum wage to $50, they're not able to work at all.
Well,
like
good
that's
thing
what's
we're not
happening
talking
in the
about minimum wage at $50. I was talking about theoretically employing somebody at $2, which is below the federal minimum wage. If you have a business model that only works employing people at $2 an hour, it's probably not a good business model. Maybe it doesn't belong in the United States. And the arguments that Dan are making could be used to justify that model. What if I could only run the business of that profit margin? And then I say, okay, well then you probably shouldn't have that business. Probably just not something we want in the United States.
Oh, I'd like to make some assumptions that we're in the society that we're in right now, which is democratic. People vote for things
that's what you
that
think.
we want to treat people equally. I would say that the argument that you're giving, I don't think that works and that's possible unless you want to say, okay, well, and also, by the way, poor people can't buy soda. You can't buy cigarettes. You can't do that. And you might be like, yes, Giga Chad. Yeah, but that, I think, becomes a something that you would also fight against when you say, oh, and poor people can't buy guns, which you've said not based. You said, no, poor people should buy guns. So that
Why is that? Wait, did I really say that?
You really did say that. Because I essentially said, how about we make it that ammo is taxed stupid high? So every bullet that you buy now is $100 a bullet. And the idea is that poor people would never commit crimes because, if you have 10 bullets to do a robbery, you're just going to go and sell those bullets first. As a result.
Okay, well, if I did say that, I walk that back. That's a dumb thing to say. What I probably said is what I would say is that politically that would be a suicidal opinion. You should never, ever, ever.
But you like the idea of making it so poor people can't have guns.
Well, poor people having guns is like the worst thing ever, right? Because they're the ones that commit all the fucking crime. It's kind of like Bloomberg said something that was Giga Chad as fuck. He sucked on stage for all his political shit, but somebody was asking Bloomberg questions on a panel about like taxing sugar or whatever. And somebody asked Bloomberg, they were like, well, if you tax sugar, isn't that kind of disproportionately affecting poor people? And Bloomberg's answer was like, yeah, poor people are the ones that need to be affected the most by this because they're the ones that make the worst shopping decisions when it comes to health. I'm like, okay, true. That's actually true. In which case, yeah, I probably would support that type of tax, even if it does disproportionately impact poor people.
So where can I draw this line, you think? So let's say hypothetically that poor people are, they go to the movies too much. And because of that, they lose out on business opportunities. Would you say, oh, poor people shouldn't be able to go to the movies anymore?
Probably not. I don't think I'd ever say that.
Why?
Because there are certain basic amenities in life you should probably be able to enjoy. Going out to the movies.
Like buying soda is not one of those. Though,
no, buying soda is probably one of those. Sure.
Why? It affects poor people way more than rich people.
Because I don't know if sodas are making up like the largest like expenditure outlays of like a poor person that's impacting their ability to, not be poor.
Should corner stores be banned?
I don't know. In America?
Yeah.
Fuck, probably not, but they suck.
Well, that's not fair. If you want to ban pawn shops and predatory payday loans, I feel like you have to ban corner shops too. And then you get into the issue of the fact that
I think these are fundamentally different things.
I'm not so sure that they're that different. Hold up a second.
I haven't heard of like this is anecdote Andy now, but I haven't heard stories of like, oh God, like my dad, he's just stuck in this perpetual loop of buying half gallons of milk from the gas station that are like $6.
Well, no, not because it costs more. The idea is the food that is at these corner stores, these food deserts, because traditional grocers don't want to set up in that town because it's not profitable for them to do it. And due to loss and other aspects.
Oh, but traditional grocers don't set up in those towns because people don't buy that type of food. The food deserts are.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're still doing that. That you corner stores kill poor people.
Does the government have a right to make a law that says you have to eat your vegetables?
No.
So, but again, it comes down to the fact.
Why do they have a right to stop you from making decisions that you think are in your financial best interest?
Hold on. What is this hyper autistic? Does the government have the right to do the most restrictive thing ever? No? Then the government has no right to do any restrictive thing whatsoever? That isn't how that works, right?
No. So if you're denying people access to credit, you're saying the government has the ability to lock you out of credit to stop you from getting evicted from your house.
Okay, Rage Pope, do you think people should have the right to access whatever credit they want? Should I be able to pawn my child?
Yes. No, not child. There are certain things that you shouldn't, but any asset that you have, yes, any asset that you have that you could otherwise buy or sell, then yes, you should be able to access credit through that. And then even if you don't have any assets,
what if there was some asset that poor people could access credit through that like we could show over the long term was like just highly detrimental to poor people?
I mean, there's all sorts of decisions that they make that are highly detrimental to poor people, but we don't stop them from doing it anyways. Do we stop poor people from buying tickets, lottery tickets? Do we stop poor people from buying alcohol, from buying tobacco? These things are significantly worse than accessing these lines of credit.
I don't know. It would depend.
Lottery tickets is a good one.
Well, it would depend. It would depend. I think there's a difference between like making a bad purchase versus leveraging what could be an incredibly important asset for something that to get more money. I think those are two different things.
Otherwise, have to sell it. So if the choice is I can pawn my watch for $200 and make rent this month or get evicted, you're saying I shouldn't be able to do that when I could otherwise go and sell the watch and get it, but that I wouldn't be able to get my watch back.
Yeah, I think that selling things is different, and as much as it sucks,
I don't think so.
Okay, wait, hold on. You're wrong. You're wrong. Chill. Hold on. You're just wrong. Okay, but.
So why don't you sell your house when you need cash?
Hold on. Let me just... Give me 1 second. Let me just chill. Okay. You're triggering the fuck out of me, okay? When people have access to credit, when poor people have access to credit, they view it as a separate bank account because they're fucking financially retarded, okay? This is why I don't think poor people should have credit cards, okay? But the issue is that if you have to sell something as a poor person, then when you sell it, it's fucking gone, okay? There is a different thing that happens in the brain when you have to let go of something versus I can loan that, I can leverage that, I can pawn that, and I can do this. And you're trying to spin like 32 different fucking plates at the same time because you always think you're going to be able to get the money back. It's like, imagine what Uncut Gems, the movie, would look like if you had to sell shit instead of loaning it. It wouldn't be a movie. It'd be like, oh shit, I had to sell that, I'm fucked. Fuck me. And then it would end. That would be the end of the movie. Instead of like, if I pawn my car, next week, even if I don't make enough money, I know that I can pawn a few rifles and then I can get the money back to get my car back and then maybe I can pawn a different, like that mindset that's like a treadmill to disaster. When you sell, this was my mindset. Here, hold on real quick. I'll finish it. Wait, I'll finish, okay? When I was really poor, I didn't have any credit card debt at all because my mindset was the worst thing that could happen to me was I lose my house. And if I lose my house, I'm either homeless for a bit or I get an apartment and then boom, I'm done. But if I would have gotten into the mindset, but that's because even though I was poor, I was never financially retarded because I had a good education. If I would have started getting credit cards and payday loans and blah, 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 dude, homelessness is not the worst thing that could happen. In my mind, the worst thing that happens is you're in a house that's about to be foreclosed on and now you've got $40,000 in outstanding debt that is high interest that you've leveraged your life-saving fucking assets on, okay? I prefer my rock bottom to be homeless, not below that, which is $40,000 in outstanding debt because I've leveraged every single asset in my life for some cash, in my opinion. Okay, go ahead.
So you're just saying people are too stupid to be able to exercise their liberties?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Pretty terrible government to be under.
Good. Well, that's the one that I prefer. When you're dumb and you're poor and you start fucking trying to pawn off your fucking car, the only one that you use to go to work every day, yeah, you're probably in a financially fucked situation that is compromising your ability to make good financial decisions. Yeah.
Wait. This is really cool. So I want to be able to use this. So like with the argument I had with Abba, I can say it's either my way or you think poor people are stupid. Essentially, that's what, at the end of the day, he has to agree to.
No. Wait, I want to go down a different road. So if people are too dumb to be able to make financial decisions for themselves, why are they allowed to vote then?
Your mic cut out, so I don't know what the fuck you just said.
All right, so if they're not allowed to even make their own financial decisions, why the fuck can they vote?
Okay, hold on. Firstly, when you said they're not even allowed to make their financial decisions, it's the dichotomy again of like, are they allowed to do every possible thing ever, including selling their kidneys, or can they make no financial decisions ever? That's not true. I don't know why you're presenting it that way. I don't know who you're arguing against. What I said was I think that there are certain types of predatory loan schemes that people can get hamster wheeled into, and I think payday loans and pawn shops are one of those things. Just because I don't think those two things shouldn't exist doesn't mean that no poor person can make any financial decision ever.
Yeah, I don't think that's the problem with payday loans. That's not the reason why.
What do you think is the problem?
So the biggest problem was that the way that they were set up is, let's say I take a $50 loan, right? I have to pay that back in 3 months, 3 installments of $30. I'm paying $40 of interest in those 3 months. So I have, I don't know, some triple digit rating. But what would happen is they would take all your billing information and you'd get a bill every month, $30, $30, $30. But those were late fees because you didn't set your thing up. And that's why they got sanctioned by Congress. And that's where all the issues happened. It wasn't the rate of interest was usurious. It's that the way that they were predating on people was they would take the $90 and then say, oh, by the way, you haven't made any single payment on your loan. And that's how people got caught.
That might be one part of it, but the poverty mindset is not an avid financial person that is, using these payday loans in a responsible manner. That's just not what happens. They start to live on that cash like it's their own.
Because they're using it irresponsibly, everybody should be denied access to it?
Yeah, I've never in my life, I'm an anecdote Andy, and I could be wrong, but I've never in my life heard somebody use payday loans to get out of poverty and do like good shit. It almost always seems to be a vicious cycle. That was my dad who did that shit. God bless him, but holy fuck. As soon as he got that payday loan, you hand your check in advance or whatever, and they cash it later or whatever, you do shit like that, that's like his money that he has to blow. And then when payday rolls around, he doesn't even have a paycheck because he's already spent through everything he had because he thought it was his own fucking money, and then now he's got to get another payday loan. And that's the type of like payday loan treadmill that I've seen. My uncle did it, my dad's done it, my grandma's friends did it. I see so many people do this. Now maybe in your community, maybe a poor person says, oh, I'm going to take a payday loan on in advance because if I pay off my rent 5 days earlier, I don't have to use the cash transfer my credit card, and it's more financially stable to do that. Maybe there are some poor people that use payday loans like that. I've never seen that. Every engagement I've seen with the payday loan is fucking terrible. But maybe you've seen different, so I could be wrong.
Well, I mean, so then we might as well just ban gambling. We should probably get rid of that. We should get rid of alcohol, tobacco. That's all extremely abusive.
Why do you, hold on. Do you understand that you're engaging in fallacious reasoning every single time you've done that, right?
Okay, so wait, how is that fallacious reasoning? These things are extremely detrimental behaviors. People get addicted to gambling all the time. All the lotto tickets, all the scratch offs.
If you wanted to make if you wanted to,
much, if not more than paid.
If you wanted to make a comparable thing, if you were to tell me, oh, we should get rid of like gambling on margin, then I would say, oh, I do agree with you. Kind of like the Robin Hood argument. I don't think people shouldn't be allowed to trade.
When has a payday loan killed somebody?
What?
When has a payday loan killed somebody?
I don't know. I don't know if a payday loan has killed
people
someone.
That aren't involved at all. We have DUIs. We have secondhand smoke.
Okay, so it's all or nothing. It has to be every single thing or absolutely nothing.
I'm saying that everything in the payday loan, it's internalized to only the people inside that transaction. When we have those other things, not only are you hurting yourself, but you're hurting society as a large. And that those are significantly greater evils than payday loans.
We're not comparing it to every single fucking evil in the world.
Well, but if it's less evil, then why are we banning that and not something that's more evil?
Dude, the most evil thing right now might be the edge of nuclear war with fucking Ukraine and Russia. But I don't know if I can't focus on any other problem in society because that's like the big fucking evil that we're facing right now. What do you mean? Like,
if you're saying that if payday loans are evil enough that people shouldn't take them, there's other things that are just
there probably are other things too. If you want to talk about gambling on margin or gambling with a credit thing or whatever, I probably disagree with that as well. Yeah, I don't think you should ever be allowed to do that. Like take credit loans or take a margin or whatever at a casino to gamble, for sure. But there's something special that happens in a person's brain when they're given cash that's not theirs. They spend it like it is theirs. That's why I don't like poor people using credit cards, treat credit card balances like it's a debit card balance, so they just spend it like it's money they have when it isn't. But that's just my personal engagement with it. Maybe you've seen people use it in a positive way. Like,
okay, so all right, so then fine. If you're saying that they're not able to make these financial decisions, then why are they able to make financial decisions for the country by voting? Like it's the same thing, but on a bigger.
Okay, they should have infinite freedom to do whatever they want. Do you think poor people should be able to sell kidneys? And if you say no, I'm going to say, so a poor person can sacrifice their whole body by joining the military, but they can't sacrifice just their kidney for a payment?
Isn't the fair argument to this?
Wait, hold on. I need to address real quick. Fuck. While you guys do this, I'll be back 1 second.
I don't have necessarily a problem with organ or non-essential organ markets, no.
I think the fair answer to this question would be, I assume what you would say, the appropriate answer to this is that I think poor people should be able to do exactly anything a rich person can do. Yeah. So if a rich person can go and gamble, then a poor person can do it. If a rich person can go and lose all their money with some crazy fucking loan, then a poor person should be able to do the same thing. I think that's fair. I don't think that we...
He turned his cam off, he just rage quit.
Oh, you got him.
No, but seriously, I don't understand what's the difference is pulling out money against an asset that's much larger and then versus pulling off an asset that's smaller. Like there's fundamentally no difference besides the ability.
Listen, I think the only time capitalism is wrong is when there's monopolies that come into place, because then that stops the market from interfering correctly. That's like one of the only times I really believe that things need to, like, so for instance, if everyone had a fucking Apple iPhone and there was no Android, and they used their fucking power to like cock block any other new startup, I think that's for sure not good at all. But yeah, I think you have to let poor people make decisions that might come back to fuck them.
Yeah, well, I guess another example is extending microcredit to places in Africa and places like that wouldn't otherwise be serviced because it's too expensive. When you go to get a bank loan to start a business, they do hundreds of dollars or thousands of dollars depending on what size of loan that you're getting, but you can't get that. And so that it would just deny all the developing nations access to credit, which is something that they need. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, you're going to have to pay a higher rate of interest, but that just comes from the loans being smaller or being uncollateralized or harder to recoup. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I mean, I'm not arguing against this. That's homeboy here.
What is chat saying? Apan's Cargo Bay. People just finding out Rage Pope is branded. Yeah, you're mad.
What type of organ hard?
I heard Redact got bought out by Usco Privacy, I think.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, they're gonna take it to levels that I wasn't able to do, so that's exciting.
Yeah. Cash or equity deal.
I don't want to.
You can't talk. Okay, that's fine.
I just don't want to discuss it.
Okay, I'm back. I'm less triggered.
Okay, welcome back.
Okay, I'm personally compromised because I've watched payday loans destroy the lives of like so many of my family members who all suck at managing debt. They're all horrible at it. Every time I've seen them, my sister's done this, had multiple foreclosures. I think my parents have done this. I've lived through multiple foreclosures of houses, and I've never seen somebody juggle payday loans effectively. It's always just come back to bite them in the ass, and it ends up on the balance sheet of like a Chapter 7 or a Chapter 13 bankruptcy or Chapter 11.
Okay, real quick, Rage Pope, because you've been at this. Can I just ask Steve? So, do you think we should have two classes of laws for poor people and rich people? Meaning, rich people can go do like crazy loans if they want to because they know what's going on, but poor people.
I mean, it just depends on what's going on. It's kind of like here's something that Rage Pope would probably defend. I think in order to get access to certain there are certain
accredited investments.
Yes, to be an accredited investor. Yeah, that's like a thing.
Hey, we're in line. See?
I think the bar for accredited investor is way too high. Yeah, I think it's fundamentally unfair that people are locked out of where some of the greatest gains are, especially if they have the willingness to.
Well, some of the greatest gains and some of the
greatest risks.
Sure, but as long as they have the ability to know the investment. So, for instance, if I started a company with Dan and we did a software development company and we had Cake on as a developer, he's not allowed to purchase equity in the company until it reaches a certain level, even if he's a core member of the team.
Well, hold on, wait. You can dole out equity to him. He doesn't have to purchase it. What do you mean?
Let's say you wanted to buy more. We're going to give him 5%, but we say, hey, we need $1 million. And Cake's like, you know what? I got 50K saved up. I'd like to buy, some of the equity in because I'm a member of this company. I understand what the business does and I know what it's going to do. He's not allowed to because he's not accredited. So they relax the bar a little bit, but it's fundamentally unfair to say to people that may be knowledgeable in the field that you're not allowed to make these type of investments because you're not a millionaire. Because you're not making $200,000 a year for the past 2 years, you're just fundamentally unsuited to make these type of investments in businesses.
If Cake wanted to buy $1 million into a thing, he hasn't made $200,000.
Buy even $1. He has to, if he wants to buy any equity that's not publicly traded, he wants to be in one of these private offerings. He has to either be worth $1 million, excluding the value of his primary residence. So his house, if he has a house, doesn't count. Any equity he has doesn't count for it. Or he has to make $200,000 a year by himself for 2 years and have the expectation to keep making that. Or he has to make $300,000 a year with his spouse, if he has one for the last 2 years, with the expectation to make it to participate in any of this. If you want to be in any pre-IPO company, if you want to be involved in any hedge funds or those type of investments, you must meet those definitions, which is fundamentally excluding poor people from or even moderately wealthy people from participating in a very, very interesting part of the market.
Interesting is one way to put it.
Yeah, sure. So most of the gains you get greater returns in private equity because people don't have access to those markets.
I mean, it's very much...
Wait, hold on, stop! You get greater returns on private equity because people don't have access to those markets. But the majority of the greater return is coming from the risk, not from the fact that the market is exclusive.
Sure, but if I'm a private equity fund, I don't care if I get $1 million from one guy or 20 guys or 50 guys putting in $20,000 or $50,000 each. Those people aren't allowed to put in $20,000 or $50,000 into my private equity fund, and then I go out and buy 500 businesses.
Sure, I'm just saying that, like, sure, but I'm just saying that, hold on, just the other thing, I don't know why you gave that answer, because that had nothing to do with my contention with what you just said. You made it sound like you're making it sound like there's this private market where you can just, if you're wealthy, you can throw a ton of money into it and make a ton of money.
Sure, but you
off
can't
of it.
buy the individual companies either. And yes, yeah, that's where most people end up going. Because there's a ton of money to be made, because it's not as efficient, because there's not as many people participating, because there's the barrier put in there.
Yeah, but I doubt that the returns are, you know what? I doubt the returns are even better than any mainstream like market fund. I bet that's not true.
Oh, okay. I mean, you're wrong, but yeah.
So you're telling me, because I have a net worth of $1 million, I can go and find this amazing private equity fund and just throw my money in and start getting, what, 15, 20% of my money? No shot. I would bet my whole life on that. I know that's wrong. Over a long period of time, there's just no shot. Because every single moderately wealthy middle-class person will be dumping all of their fucking money into these private equity funds if it was that easy. I'm sure there are some really risky ones that over maybe 5 years have made like a killer on like certain sectors of the economy. But there's no way that you can just, that there's just like, oh, I can just dump money in this crazy private equity fund. I'm making 15% of my money. No shot.
So
I disagree.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't think it's fair. But like AngelList is like AngelList is a platform where startups can list themselves, and you can browse through it. And if you find something that's interesting, you can invest in that company. You know, depending on if they're raising or not. So like you might be able to list like, hey, I'm creating a Wix for streamers, and you know, my name's Destiny, and I've been a streamer for 20 years, and I have all the, you know, you put all that stuff there, and you're like, this is what I'm doing, and I want to raise $1 million. You put all that stuff there, and people that are interested in your project, like for instance, you have probably a lot of people in your audience that would like be like, holy shit, like, you know, that's actually a really good idea. I'd like to invest some money into this project because I think it will be successful, and I'd like to have some equity in it. Like, you could actually do this. Like what we're saying right now, like this is a good idea. You could go and you could do this, and you could raise money from your audience as a result of that. And the downside of this is that you can't get people who are not accredited to invest. But I think now there is some sort of way.
Reg crowdfunding.
Yeah, that there's a crowdfunding regulation where you can get money in now. But I don't know.
Well, crowdfunding is different because crowdfunding you don't usually dole out any equity, right?
No, I
yes,
think
you do. Yeah, with Reg crowdfunding,
now.
You can get up to $5 million from non-accredited investors. That's their response to the crypto stuff for the most part.
So that might be something you might want to, unironically, would you ever do this DGG in a box thing and get money from your audience to do it? Or
no,
is that
that's
too much
fucking
pressure?
cringe. Nothing is more cringe to me than when wealthy people try to tap poor people for investments in their business.
Well, no, the idea is that you could create a company that is worth something and, you know, have them have a positive investment. Like, you're not doing this to
Or you
milk
can do
them.
like most people and just milk them. Just get a $500 million valuation by selling them 1% of a low
No, I mean,
valuation
you could
company.
be fair. You could say, hey, listen, you guys know what I'm building. You know what my website is. I want to offer that to more people. Here's my business plan to, you know, make a lot of money. And, you know, I think this thing is worth $1 million. So if you know, I'm trying to raise 500K, so you guys will own half of the company. If you put I think that's fair. But you wouldn't do
Sure,
it.
but you
though.
can do it in fair and unfair ways. And most of what I've seen coming through Reg crowdfunding has just been a way to milk retail. But it's neither here nor there.
You wouldn't have to milk them, though, Steve.
Oh, yeah,
could.
you don't have to. Yeah, sure.
But it sounds like you would want to milk them.
Me? No.
Well, that's what most people do. They just want to make as much
If I would
money
do
as
that, we would just
possible
start
and then
DGG
sell
coin,
them
dude.
True, yeah. You should do Pepe coin, Yi coin, and DGG coin.
True. And the price, they could war with each other.
Yeah. So whenever Pepe wins, they get awarded Yi tokens to dump into the market to crash the price of them. So yeah, it'd be a giant Ponzi scheme all in one.
Well, actually, that's a good thing someone brought up. You want to build a fucking media company, and that's really expensive. Are you against the idea of having equity holders in that media company? Or maybe you have 30% owned by, you know, your chatters and other investors and things like that? Would you never do that?
I have no idea. It would depend on the cost of everything and how it's structured.
Well, I mean, let's say that today someone's like, hey, you want to do a media company? I'll give you $1 million, but I want 30%. How would you react to that if I just told you that today?
Probably not.
Really? You wouldn't take $1 million for 30%.
30% equity in a company that I could build? No, fuck no. That's huge. I'm getting fucked. If it becomes anything, I'm like, that person just fucking struck gold.
Wow.
He's a gambler's fallacy.
Super interesting.
Wait, hold on. No, if I were to build a media company and it would be successful.
Well, that's the key.
And I've given away 1/3 of the 30% equity for $1 million?
Oh my
so
God.
You don't even know if it's going to be successful, one. And two, you're not putting your own capital at risk for it.
Yeah, I'm shocked that you're this, like, I would never, I'm amazed.
No, I would never do this. No, not even. This sounds like a fucking Dragon's Den fucking finance rate segment.
You're actually delusional.
1/3. No, you would never do this. I know you wouldn't. No shot.
Is a $3 million valuation for a company that hasn't got a single click on it.
That has nothing.
It's backed up by an incredibly large content creator that drives over like 15 million views like a month for the past 3 months to his YouTube page. I'm not selling a fucking media company 1/3 of it for $1 million preemptively. That sounds like the dumbest thing in the world. If that company's successful, like the company easily has the potential to like be worth like what, like 8 figures, like theoretically in a relatively short amount of time, in less than like 5 years, maybe not 5, probably less than 10 years. Why would you give away $1 million for 30? Wait, what?
I mean, what's the burnout rate on all these companies? And
the burnout rate is probably high, but I don't know if I would need $1 million investment right off the bat to get a company like that off the ground. Like, if I didn't want to fund it myself and I needed some capital to get things started, I imagine like less than $250,000 would be plenty to do whatever I would need to do. And I would either self-fund that or find somebody that doesn't want to rate me for 30% equity in a fucking company for $1 million. Like, what would $1 million help me off the bat? Like, what, hire out a whole bunch of talent and watch everything crash and burn because I tried to scale up way too quickly? Like, no.
So the logic
or I would just get a personal loan for $1 million?
The logic, first off, I completely disagree with you. But the logic here is that your $1 million immediately makes your company worth at least $1 million on day one. And also the velocity that you would have with that money would make it that in 10 years, your company, instead of being worth 8 million, maybe, might be worth 80 million because
okay, wait, hold on. Firstly, it doesn't make my company worth 1 million immediately. I don't know why you think that.
Yeah, 100%.
So there's $1 million in assets.
Assuming I don't spend any of the money? What?
On day one, the company is worth $1 million.
Okay, you are technically correct, Dan, that if somebody loans a company $1 million and they stick that money in the bank and don't spend it, the company is indeed worth $1 million. But I don't
know why you're being very. This is how it's done. That's the valuation of the company.
That's not how it's done.
Bet me money. Bet me money. Any amount.
No, what's not how it's done is... Oh, no, shut the fuck up! Oh my God! You guys are both tricking me with the most technically correct but most retarded arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. If you're loaning a company money, the goal is not to put the money in a fucking bank account for the valuation of the company. The goal is to take that money and spend it on something. And if I take that money and I spend it on building a website, on hiring talent, on paying for fucking shows and shit, then I don't have assets to show for the fucking money that I spent. The goal is to create some revenue-generating aspect of the business that will be worth money in the future. So yes, if you loan me $1 million and I stick it in the bank immediately, then yes, technically the company's worth $1 million immediately, but that money's going to be spent really fast because that's the point of getting the fucking investment.
No, it's not a loan. You just have the $1 million.
What do you do with the $1 million, Rage Pope?
You spend it.
Yes, that's the point, and then you no longer have the money.
It's not a loan. It's not a debt on your books. It's $1 million of cash to do whatever the fuck you want. It's not like, oh shit, when I get this money back, I need to make sure I pay back my capital investor $1 million.
If let's say that I get $1 million investment in my company, and then I take that $1 million and I spend $1 million for Lav to produce one live stream to talk about whether or not she's going to do OnlyFans again. And then what is my company worth the day after?
$0.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say.
Where the IP is. But if it was a loan, then your company would be worth negative $1 million because you still owe that guy $1 million. And there's a fundamental difference.
Yeah, of course there's a fundamental difference, but like just because you loan a company some amount of money doesn't mean that it automatically has that valuation for a period of time. Because if you start spending that money, obviously the assets of the company are going to change.
Well, yeah, but hopefully you're generating IP worth equal to or greater than the amount of money that you're spending on generating IP by hiring people.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's kind of the logic. The idea is that if I'm investing in your company, first off, I'm not loaning you $1 million. I'm giving you $1 million. And then the assumption is that you're going to take that $1 million
and make more money with it. Yeah, of course.
No, well, not make more money, but make the asset that I've given you worth more than $1 million. So that's why the valuation bar gets set at $1 million. I've given you this. And
yeah, but we're not talking like real estate here. The assets are a lot less tangible, right? You're talking about a media company. We're talking intellectual property. I could take $1 million and spend that and create a website that is only worth $100,000. That might be the case at the end of it.
No, I understand, yes, but you can only go off of guidelines of, for instance, off the IRS, right? Like, what are they going to value your company at the end of the day? Once I invest that $1 million into you, regardless if it's a failure or a success, until your next round of financing, the valuation of your company is going to be $1 million because I've invested $1 million into you. Obviously, the value of your company is going to be based on the success because the valuation is determined specifically by how much someone is willing to pay for it at any point in time. And on day one, the value of your company is going to be the $1 million because you have $1 million in the bank. On day 100, it's a lot different story, right? Because it could be you have 800K in the bank and you've spent 200K on a website, but the website's actually only worth like 100K. So maybe now the valuation is 900K, or maybe it's worth a lot. It's taken off, and now your valuation is higher. But essentially, the valuation can only be set by the dollar amount at the start. That's the baseline, and it can change and fluctuate based on what someone's willing to pay. I mean, but yeah.
Okay. Drew?
Why are you laughing?
I don't know. I'm just...
Listen, this all, I think, kind of
Well, because
started...
he just thinks that the $1 million is going to fund whatever, and he can fund $1 million, and that's why it's not worth whatever chunk of the business that he's giving.
Just a 30% chunk for $1 million. That's such a huge chunk to give away.
Doing a $3.3 million company just by your name being attached to it.
I have a decently big name.
Actually, that's the real thing.
Like,
so
not to jerk myself off, but like the hardest part about getting any
No, that's fine to say that your valuation of yourself is different, but to say that a company with no IP, no whatever, the only thing you're adding your name on in the principal is worth more than $3 million. That's fine. That's fair to say, but
you can value things as you would want to. But for me personally, if I was to start a business, I would not want to start, if I'm throwing a lot of my time and effort and leveraging connections and everything into running a business, I personally wouldn't want to give away a third of that business right off the bat for $1 million.
Sure.
Because, like, let's say, for instance, that business grows into something that's, we'll say in 5 years, it explodes and it's worth like $10 or $15 million. I've lost 1/3 of that equity because I needed $1 million in the beginning.
Sure, but let's say you needed more money to start. Maybe you needed $10 million, or maybe you want
to. Sure, if I needed money to
give
start,
away 10%.
Sure.
Would you give away 10% for $1 million?
10% for $1 million early on, it depends, maybe, but more likely, yeah. 10% is way less than 30%.
Oh, well, I guess the real question is, what do you value this media company right now?
What do you value your name being attached to a media company?
No.
He's going to
hold on, Ridge Pope. You want to start a media company, and you're going to do it eventually. What do you value that right now today?
Today is nothing. Yeah, I don't even know 100%.
Okay, let's say you're going to start tomorrow. You're going to start figuring it out, putting some, Google Docs together. What's that? And you've registered the LLC. What's the valuation of that if Dan comes, or not even Dan, let's say Dan's neighbor comes to you and is like, hey man, I want to give you whatever money you want. What do you think is a fair valuation? I can give you 100K, I can give you 5 million, 20 million, or I can give you 20K. Up to you. How much of the company you want to give me for how much? What do you think would be?
So if I were to start the business right now, like
right
theoretically
now.
Tomorrow, it's like, what do they call it? Data with wide tails? I don't know, dude. I'm not sure. Like you're saying, the problem is that here's the issue, okay? I don't know. I can fund everything that I need to in the beginning, so I don't need to raise funding. So it's hard for me to think of like, how much equity would I give away to get money that I don't need? That's
it's about the idea of you having zero personal financial risk. Let's assume this thing could take
but like up to like
$500,000.
$250K, I would probably want to assume 100% financial risk because the payoff is potentially huge.
No, let's step back. Let's say that you didn't have any money and you were trying to raise from people, right? And you needed to go out and raise money to start this.
Oh, that's a way different.
Why should your audience not be able to participate in that raise?
This is like a 12 times different question.
Yeah, I think that is different from what we're saying right here. I'm just trying to get an idea of the valuation. So to you, if we can assume, hold on. If we can assume that
here's my general brain where I'm at. Okay, if I personally, Stephen Bonnell Destiny, where I'm at in my life right now, if I was starting a company, and you could tell me why I'm wrong, I don't know why for $1 million or less, I feel like I would always want to debt fund versus equity fund it. That's what I.
Okay, so in my opinion, I don't think you could get debt to do that.
Why not?
I don't think because I think you would be a tremendous risk. You would have to sign personally to get that.
Well, yeah, of course. Sure. Yeah, I would secure it with my own finances.
So the reason that you wouldn't do that is the same reason I think that you wouldn't do it yourself is because most businesses fail, right? And when you assume that most businesses fail, you are taking a huge gamble. So instead of, let's just say that you could give yourself a $10 million valuation or whatever it is, instead of you taking half of your net worth, like 500K, and dumping it into this company just to save that 10%, instead you would just go say, fuck it. You know, you can have 10%, and you know, I have no risk. If this thing fails, I still have all of my money. But to you, you think it's better to be so greedy that you keep that 10% in lieu of losing half of your net worth. That's why you would do this. It's insurance, essentially. I
don't know if I'm already an incredibly succceul like online business entity. I don't know if
you could lose half your money. You could lose half your money if we assume that it would take $500,000 to start this company. To hire the people.
If you stack enough hypotheticals, you can break my mind such that I'll agree with you. But I don't need to spend $500,000.
One hypothetical, $500K. That's it. The one hypothetical.
That hypothetical is unbelievable. I can't imagine that I need to pour $500,000 into something to get it off the ground. I could fucking start a media company with WordPress right now if I needed to, and I could hire 3 writers for probably $500 a month. So the idea that I need to dump
that's not a media company. That's a fucking blog that talks about cats. Okay?
What do you think a news site is?
No,
it's
with the reporters that go to fucking like the Senate and shit like that, not fucking doing Twitch streams.
The MVP for dude, how many people are writing fucking Substacks that are generating more clicks right now than on some days CNN? Of course you can get companies like that off the ground. The content is so much more important than the infrastructure around it. If you have really good, it's like entertainment on YouTube. Or like Tyler One has a shitty microphone and a shitty webcam, and the guy pulls 20, 30,000 viewers a day. Why? It's because of his content. It's not because he invested a fuck ton of money into a whole bunch of superfluous fucking flowery shit to surround shit. So if you had really good, sure, I'm just saying that the MVP for a media company isn't $500,000. It's probably like $5,000 a month, if that, right? There's products that I can get off the ground that wouldn't require a $500,000 startup investment that I'd probably want to test on smaller investments first before I go all in on it, of course.
I guess I just feel like there's some very insane. I mean, I guess this should make sense for me. You own your car outright and you have no insurance. Or sorry, you only have liability on it, correct?
True, yeah.
I feel like there's something actually mentally deficient with you. And I think that's why we're going back here, is that you have no understanding of what insurance is for. So I can't wait until some fucking dude in like a 1988 fucking Camry smashes into your shit and they have a 5K deductible. That is.
Well, let's see. Hold on. Actually, let's do the math right now. Okay, I pay $40 a month for my insurance. I want to say it was $250 a month for full coverage. Does that sound right on a $40,000 car? So I think so. If I would have been paying $200 a month times, it's a 2017, 2016 car. I've had it for what? So I've had that car for what, 5 or 6 years?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say times 6 years times 12. So I've already saved $14,500 on insurance.
Mm-hmm. And what's your car worth right now?
Minus the odds of you getting in an accident over that period of time.
Well, I haven't, so.
Well, just because you haven't doesn't mean it's not a thing. That's
definitely
literally
coming.
why insurance happens.
The way you drive, for sure, that's coming.
Maybe not. No, hold on. I'm 33 years old. I've driven more than most people. I've never been in an accident where I've been at fault or even gotten hit by anybody else in my life. I mean, I guess it's possible, but that's 15 grand that I have right now.
That's the average?
Wait, it doesn't matter if you're at fault.
I'm not the average. I'm above average in everything I do.
It doesn't matter because some dipshit without insurance smashes into you.
That's why I have a high-performance car. I'm looking at all angles at all points in time. If people try to crash into me, I dodge it.
All right, you motherfucker.
Find me, Dan. Find me. Come down here. Western Brickell. Try to crash into me. I want you to stalk my car.
I'll get you at a stop sign when you're stopped.
I see. When I see people approaching at a stop sign, I'll gash it. I'll get out of the way, Dan. I dodge them.
And then you'll smash into someone, and then
I won't smash into them. I keep enough space in front of me at all points in time so I can dodge cars recklessly coming from behind. I'm checking all my mirrors, all my corners constantly, Dan. I always have enough space to escape. I can get out of anything, Dan. Try to fucking find me. Crash into me. I'll fucking dodge every time, Dan.
I will get you when there's a car in front of you and behind you. You're in the McDonald's fucking line. I'm going to come from above, literally on top of you. You will not check above you.
Find me.
Fucking take a ramp.
Find me, Dan.
Just hit him in his parking lot and then just drive away.
Oh, that's right. I'm going to get you when you're not even in the car. What
I'm in a garage. It's got security on the outside. You can't get in without a fucking pay thing.
You got nothing. You have to sleep sometime, motherfucker. I'm watching for when the stream is on. First off, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna see if you're there and be like, "Hey, Destiny, what's up?" And you respond to me. I'm going out there and smashing into that fucking thing with a semi. Boom.
All right. Well, if I see a semi trying to get in my parking garage, okay, I'll concede to you. Okay.
Okay. But anyways, I think that's just you're just insane. You have no idea of insurance. It's like, oh, I can easily spend $200K. Why would I give up 1% of my company for $200K when I could just do it myself? Oh, that's kind of like an insurance thing. Personally, I would do that, but I understand that you're insane.
Now we're talking 10% for 2 million, whereas before Dan was saying 30% for 1 million. Yeah, it is all numbers.
All right, so where
it's all numbers. Of course, it's all numbers.
You stupid fuck. Give me the number.
Obviously, if somebody says I want to,
Google Doc is worth. What is it?
You are so fucking retarded. Of course it's all numbers, Dan. Dan, if you would ask me, if somebody wanted to buy 1% equity in your company for $1 billion, would you do it? Obviously, the answer is fucking yes.
So what's the fucking number you degenerate?
I don't know what the number would be, but 30% at 1 million, I'd wipe my ass with that cash, Dan. I would just fuck your mom 500,000 times with $1 million, okay?
I'm gonna tell her, you said that.
Do it, good.
We have your number. Let's say we have your number in your head for what amount you want to give away for whatever amount of money. Why does chat not have a right to participate in that sale, and why can only Dan do it because he's accredited?
Well, the right would have to do with the fact that they probably don't know enough whether or not they should invest in it, right? Like, I could probably...
What the fuck about you than some random investor?
It's because I know Steven has a high likelihood of scamming me. Chat is oblivious.
Yeah, I could crowdfund off of my just chat and scam the fuck out of all of them, and they're too stupid to even know what's going on. Look how many people invested in Ice Poseidon's rug pull coin.
Well, because that's not a security. They're not gated by the
Well,
same
isn't
things,
that what
or
the
well,
FEC or the SEC is starting to change?
Surely in the next 10 or 15 years, I'm sure that they'll do it. I mean, they're just now starting to charge like 2017, explicit scam coins and not things that are investment contracts. So I'm sure we'll get clarity in the next decade. But you can't do that for your startup business.
Interesting.
It really makes me think. All I know is the more that I hang around you, the more I have to realize that you're broken. Okay, and you know some of the I'm not going to talk about them now. But you know what are we watching? I don't know.
That's the DBZ thing. Sorry, you were about to rant at me because I care about numbers.
Okay.
I can't believe you think I'm a street whore, Dan.
$1 million for a Google Doc. Okay,
I'm street whore, 30% equity, 30%.
All right, what about if it was 10 million?
I'd definitely consider that for sure.
All right, well that's still 30%, you stupid fuck.
Yeah, but at 10 million, you're giving me a $30 million valuation on a company, not $3 million.
Yeah, but it could be worth 8 figures someday, 10 figures.
That's
and
fine.
30%
Okay,
is
you're already
fine.
valuing it at 8 figures. If it's $10 million, Dan, $10 million at 30% is already valuation of like $33 million for the company.
It's the next Facebook. Okay, it's the biggest company ever coming, and you gave up 30% like a fucking idiot. What were you thinking?
Well, 30%,
nothing.
10 million. You believe in me at least $10 million? Yeah, I'd definitely, probably. I'd probably go.
Oh
with that.
my!
I'd probably just do that. Yeah,
God.
and then I try to buy you back, a year in or something. But yeah, if it's going well. You don't think there's a big... Hold on. I just want to point out how fucking stupid. You don't think there's a difference between somebody coming up to me and offering me Destiny, I'm going to buy 30% of your future business for 1 million versus 10 million? You don't think the order of magnitude difference there is going to be a huge factor in whether or not I accept that offer?
All right, so here's all the pieces to it. There is a high likelihood of this not being as big as you think.
Sure.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, it's possible.
I would say that most odds this will not be an 8-figure company.
Maybe.
Agree or disagree? No, maybe is not the answer. It's a number time, motherfucker.
I don't know when I'm in the position that I started.
I don't know.
Dan, I might be on Joe Rogan in 2 months, okay, sipping back Hennessy. What's the name of it? Fuck, there's a Hennessy?
Hennessy?
Fuck. Yeah, that.
Cognac?
Yeah, cognac. A mixture, a hybrid between the two that Joe Rogan has created just for me and Jordan Peterson to sip on. Okay, I might have special talent, Dan, in the DMT dimension when me and Joe go smoke that you don't even know about. Okay, so at that point, yeah, I'm gonna value my chances really high.
This is not fair because you won't give a fucking number. You can't say, well, I don't know.
I already said 10 million, 30%. I'd consider
He's
it.
a gambler.
No,
He's a
that's not what
gambler.
I'm saying. What I'm asking.
He's a gambler.
You
he has
stupid
his lotto ticket.
Fuck.
I don't gamble. I'm investing in myself. It's not a gamble.
You're literally gambling.
I understand that you don't know if you'll be on Rogan. You don't know if you'll get married to fucking Joe Biden. Okay, you literally don't know. But what I'm asking you is, what do you think out of 100 odds? Okay, what do you think out of that 100 odds that in 1 year from now, if you started the media company today, that company would be worth 8 figures?
The problem is that it's the investment that I make is going to be conditional on the success of the company. If I'm investing $500,000 in that company, then the chances that it's going to go big are really high because I'm not investing $500,000 in some failing shit. It'd probably be a way lower investment. I'd probably cut it off at like fucking $50,000 or something if shit was like fucked and wasn't doing anything.
Okay, do you think there is any chance that if you spent $50K and it was going to fail, that it may have succeeded if you had $1 million?
No.
Really?
Yep.
No. Just no.
Correct. No. Exactly.
You're a dumb fuck.
I have access to so much money. I can get money if I need to. I can debt finance if I need to. I can probably beg people like you for equity if I need to.
Yeah, but if it's not working at 50K, you might be, fuck it, I don't want to borrow money against my shit. It's not working.
I'll be able to tell if it's an absolute fucking failure at 50K. It's not like, damn, if I just had $1 million, I could turn this whole shit around.
Absolute failure.
The Mixer model.
Oh
my god.
It's a little. You know, you're just so fucking stupid. You're dumb.
Mixer just needed another 50 million, and they could have done it, dude. They just needed a little bit more. Own just needed another 10 million infusion. They could have done it.
Yeah, they probably did.
They just needed one more. Everybody's just one round of funding away from their business failure being a fucking success.
God, you're just so dumb. How can I fix you? This is why the women like you so much. Because it's just that they look at you and they're like, he's so stupid. And if
Dan is coming out like he just fucking took the whole like creativity kit course, trying to give us fucking investment advice. Jesus Christ.
God, it's so. I want you to see.
This is a real war room energy, Dan.
I can fix you. I can do it, but I can't. You don't. Ah, God. It's just nothing can be done. It's just you're just delusional. Really, that's
$1 million is like okay. That's a pretty cool amount of money. $10 million.
That's like almost a guaranteed success. No, is what it is. With your name attached to it, it's almost a guaranteed success if you work hard.
Wrong.
If you wanted to start a media company tomorrow and just put your name on it and then pay you to be a consultant, a senior consultant, how much would that cost?
How much would I charge somebody to be a senior consultant on a project like that? How much?
Yeah, Dan's media company.
What is the time investment you're asking from me? What does it mean? Do you want like a meeting like twice a month, or do you want like a daily?
I want 4 hours a day.
Yeah.
4 hours a day. You're
every day.
No, only on weekdays.
No, every day.
It's a big 6-figure contract. I don't know. I don't have to think, but it's going to be a big. Yeah.
That's less the equity that they're giving you to buy into your media company.
Oh, you just got shut down.
And then I own all the equity.
No. Okay, hold on. What you just said was so stupid. You're trying to say that if I would make a big 6-figure thing, being a consulting person to a company that is raising equity, that I might as well just fucking take the investment because that's what they're paying me? But the difference is if I don't have them doing the equity investment, then I would be earning 100% of the money from that company anyway. No, so you're not right. You didn't make a good point. You made no point.
What? No. I'm saying that if I'm paying you to do all the same things that you're doing for your own company, but I own all the equity, you're taking less money than if I just gave you the $1 million up front for 30%.
Yeah, but I would never take the $1 million up front for 30% because if I'm the one that has 100% of equity in my business, I'm earning 100% of the revenue. Why would I give up 30% of all the future revenues to take a big 6-figure paycheck when I can just earn 100% of the revenue and keep all the money that's generated instead of like risking the business? Like the only time your model makes sense is if the business fails completely, then I've managed to suck some of the fucking equity out of that company in the form of a private compensation to me, and then the investor loses out and the company goes
I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. The accredited investor limit needs to go up to beyond whatever Steve's net worth is to higher than that so that he cannot do it anymore. I'm sorry.
Okay. What do I know? I didn't know about it. I didn't know about anything. You're right. I'm just a fucking I'm a weetard. I'm retarded, Dan. I'm retarded. I just need $1 million and we can make company work, Dan. I'm retarded.
I'm just saying your face and name.
Investor, the WeWork guy.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. You know what?
Just give me $1 million and stick my name in that one picture from the Wired article with my eyes looking up. Just put those things on it and give me the money, and it's guaranteed to work. Daily Wire 2.0. Yeah.
We forgot. You're wrong on Meta. Gosh, you know, see, I forgot.
We don't know if I'm wrong on Meta. That's a 12-month investment,
you're
Dan.
Long. You're long.
I am long on Meta.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. Real long until the next dimension.
It's coming back. You guys are just going to be mad when Zuck figures out that VR. He's going to get those legs working and kicking. There's going to be toes wiggling on that fucking avatar. And you guys are going to be like, oh, shit. And you're going to watch that stock price shoot through the roof.
The only way
he's going to the Meta moon, okay?
The only way that shit goes high is if it turns into the most immersive porn shit ever, and then I'll spend all day.
Yeah, it might. There. You're going to see fucking Zuckerberg, Meta, and fucking Pornhub announce a partnership, and you're going to be like, oh, no.
And I can't wait to share my Facebook profile at the same time. Why did... Oh, God, you remember when fucking porn sites did that? They would have the Facebook share fucking icon. Like, what are you thinking? Who wants to do this? That I'm on the, like, you know... Oh, gee, just come on. Anyways.
All the OnlyFans girls, they were just ahead of their time.
Yeah, you know, it's a damn shame. It is what it is. Well, I feel like we've.
You just try to trigger the fuck.
No. Let's go back. So let's say.
You gotta know when to move on, Rage Pope. You gotta. That's a nice ending.
I just want him to answer the question. So we found your number. We found your number, whatever that magic number is for equity and dollar amount. Why does Dan have the right to invest, but your audience doesn't have the right? Or let's just say some guy who has no idea what the fuck you do, some 90-year-old boomer who's got billions of dollars, isn't media savvy at all, doesn't know how to read. Why does he have the right to invest in you, but your audience can't?
Because he's earned the right to take a bigger risk, because that's what the government's decided.
So everything the government's decided is fine then.
Yes! Correct! Even when slavery was around, the government can make no bad decisions, Rage Pope. Correct. Bring back internment camps from World War II. You're right. The government can make no wrong decisions. That's exactly what I just said. Yes. Great point, yes.
You're saying the government's the one who did that, and they made that rule in the 1930s.
And I'm saying that I agree with the rule, not that everything the government does is necessarily correct.
Why do you agree with the rule? Well, then why do you agree with the rule?
I agree with the rule because poor people are too fucking stupid to make risky investments. They should be allowed to. It's just another way for them to lose their money. Here's what would happen in your world, Rage Pope. If people made that okay, that anybody can be a accredited investor, I'm going back to South Omaha right now. I'm going to get a fucking bilingual translator, and I'm going to fucking fundraise $500 from every poor fucking Mexican that lives in that neighborhood for my own fucking roofing business. I'm going to work as a private consultant to that company. I'm going to pay myself a $100,000 salary, and it's going to go bankrupt in 6 months every single fucking time. And that's how I'm going to make my living for the rest of my life. That's what would happen if your world was allowed to happen.
I don't think that's true at all. But...
Why not? How is that not true at all? Sorry, hold on. How is that not true at all?
Okay, so just because you're lowering the bar doesn't mean you have to let everybody participate. 1, 2.
Oh, wait! So you're saying you'd lower the bar, but you'd still keep it? So you agree with the rule? We're just haggling over the fucking number? So does that mean you're okay when the government does everything then, Rage Pope? Isn't that what you said?
Yes, yeah, I am. And 2, the second thing is what you can do is you can bar people from raising money for things that are clearly fraudulent, which is what it sounds like you're failing businesses.
Whoa, what would it be clear? I want to make a roofing company. How is that clearly fraudulent? We're going to make a whole new department of the federal government to figure out what a fraudulent new business is that's raising money from poor investors?
That's what the SEC has done always for everything that's raised from everybody. So yeah, you would just expand the scope of their thing. And when you've created 20 failed businesses in a row, the same thing, and you're paying yourself and you've never done anything tangible towards actually meeting a business, well then, yeah, you can probably throw yourself in jail.
Oh, so I just need one successful business before I go and scam and defraud a whole bunch of poor people.
No, you need to continue to not scam and defraud poor people. If you continue to try to raise businesses over and over, sure, I don't see why they have any reason to be denied investing in your business if they have the appropriate knowledge of what you're doing in your history, sure.
I'm just looking in Discord. These fucking degenerates actually at you, huh? Steve, they're like, I know. I'm going to get Destiny to read my comment by adding him in Discord. At Destiny, tell Dan that you are making an informed decision about the lack of insurance on your car since you're calculating the depreciation. It's like, bro, what is this fucking move that you guys are trying to do? This is not a good look. Anyways. Can everyone real quick just at Destiny in Discord just with your actually never mind, don't do that.
Do you want me to
no,
counter that?
No, I remember last time and I stopped myself. Do not do that.
Is there some free Discord Nitro out there?
No, hold on. Settings, privacy, 1 sec. Hold up. Do not do that. Yep. Allow dead messages from server? No.
Destiny, you're doing the thing where you're not engaged with the hypothetical honestly. The point is not that you're selling 30% of the company for $1 million. It's that you can sell equity in the company with zero risk. If your company fails, you've lost no money. Hold on. What do you mean there's zero risk? There's zero risk if the company fails, but there's risk if the company succeeds, because then you've lost potential future earnings or future capital, right? Is gone, or equity. Of course, there's a risk either way.
Well, it's just asking what your risk premium is, and it sounds like you're willing to gamble on everything as opposed to taking any fixed payment now. And that other people shouldn't have the right to make the same decision.
No, we're talking about two fundamentally different things. But yeah, okay. It's okay.
No, it's just the buyer and seller of the same transaction is the difference between a security offerer and a purchaser.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if it's going to be mutually beneficial to both, why aren't people allowed to make that? I just fundamentally don't understand why they're allowed to do other things that are just as bad for them.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, yeah.
Gotcha. Any other thoughts, Dan, Rage Pope, on this topic?
No, you want to talk about student debt, though?
No.
Wow. What have you guys been up to today?
Nothing. I was looking for an iguana earlier.
What? Looking for like to buy one or?
Probably killing him on his. House.
Looking for an
to
iguana.
Buy one? No.
What when you say looking for an iguana? I don't like. Can you not see it? Aren't they pretty fucking big?
No, they're fucking. They blend in. They're like elite, like jungle combat units. You can't see them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh God.
Oh boy, welcome.
Who's
in here?
It's Abba.
Oh, what's up, Abba?
Yeah, we DM'd about the whole Ethan Klein situation. Since we're a resident Jew and Dan present, I figured you could shoe in.
I don't know what this is, so I'll let you guys go at it.
You don't know what Ethan Klein and the Jew.
I think Ethan Klein made a joke basically saying that like Ben Shapiro should be gassed or whatever if like the Holocaust happens again first. It was like an insane fucking joke.
Yeah, the joke was if the Holocaust happens again, he would want Ben Shapiro to go to the front of the line.
Yeah.
To be gassed first?
Can I just say? I feel. Can we? No, I don't think I can say it.
You got to now, Dan. Yeah, you have can to say it. You're in a safe
place. The entire chat is begging you to say it.
Here we go.
Can we not normalize telling people that you fucking hate that you want them to cease existing? Is that so bad to do in 2022? If I fucking hate Steven, can I be like, I hope you die. I really don't like you. I wish that you had a heart attack today.
That might be off the table now.
I can't do that.
I think it depends how you do it. To be honest,
can I not normalize telling people that I want them? I can't even say it. I can't normalize. I can't even do it. That's the problem. I can't even say it. I'm broken.
So there's two parts to it. One, how you do it is pretty important, and two, for any business, having creators wish death upon other creators is a terrible look. Okay, so can you do it? I'm sure you can. I just wouldn't be surprised if a platform didn't want you around. Wishing death on someone's pretty intense. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. I feel like you got to normalize that a little bit.
Why?
No? Because if I fucking hate you, wouldn't
I should be able to tell you I want you to die.
Yeah, like, isn't that literally what I want? I want that to happen. I'm not like...
I hate my political rivals and they're destroying America.
Okay.
What if you hate somebody who's not an accredited investor? Sorry, go ahead.
I want to ask you a serious question, okay?
Ask away, dude.
Are you being serious, Dad, or are you just trolling?
So, if you ask me, if there's certain people I hate so much that if you said, Dan, you can flip a switch and like have them die, I would certainly say that I wanted them to do it. Okay, I would think it in my mind.
So you want it to be normalized. So can I wish that somebody gets raped?
Ooh.
Well, I don't know. You'd have to ask our good friend Stephen Bunnell.
But you asked about something that's exponentially worse, which is death, and you said that's fine.
No,
is death worse?
I don't actually. Is worse than death. Sorry, wrong.
What?
I think in modern day discourse, I think that's actually true. It's crazy.
Wait, you really believe that rape is worse than death?
That's what people would say. Yes.
That is one of the most unhinged takes I've ever heard.
That is true. That's how most people would evaluate it these days.
And I would say that's an unhinged take. How could you sit there and literally tell me the end of your life, okay, is somehow not worse than death?
I agree with you, but that's what the average person will say.
Okay, and we could call it out for what it is, which is unhinged.
Sure, you can call it unhinged, but if I go into video games and people see me saying over again, I hope you die, I hope you die, I hope you die, I hope you die, like I don't think a single person can make a Twitter clip. But if I started getting on games and I was like, I hope you get raped, like people are gonna fucking destroy me.
Okay, so okay. All right, listen, I'm not gonna argue someone's trauma, but I'm pretty sure if I asked most rape victims whether or not they'd be want to rape or kill, I think I'd probably wager most of them would rather stay alive. But we could agree to disagree on
Depends on how. I actually have had this exact argument in the past, and one of the fucking and I'm telling you, I agree with you. It's stupid, but people say like, well, when you're raped, you're basically dead anyway because like the rest of your life is like going to be ruined by the rape. Like people will say shit like that, and you're like, oh, okay, well, fuck me. Although in that case, you're like, well, then shouldn't rape victims like always fight back? Why do you say they don't want to fight back because they're scared as an excuse if getting murdered is in fact better than getting raped? Shouldn't you fight back until you die? Like, yeah, obviously it's stupid, but like that's just what a lot of people say.
Yeah, I think
But sorry, okay, go ahead.
Well, okay, so we were on the topic of you should be able to wish death on somebody. So, Dan, in your opinion, would you feel the same way about wishing rape on somebody? I'm out of curious.
I don't. It's a good thing to say. Like, I guess it's about how much trouble you're gonna get in from saying it. But I just think it's crazy. Like, there's certain you can wish death on dead people, I suppose. I know that sounds ridiculous to say, but
what?
You could say I'm glad Adolf Hitler is dead.
That's not wishing death.
Well, it's kind of it's.
No, being glad that someone is passed.
Yeah. Like, or that. Like, is that even allowed? Like, you know, I'm glad this person got in an accident. Like, I feel like that is almost not allowed anymore. That type of stuff.
I would say I don't mind that nearly as much as I think would be. So I think wishing death on someone is exponentially worse. So I think that's probably where I would say. Yeah,
it's that bad to. Is there? And what? How do I put this? Where's the bar for someone saying I wish you were dead, man? Like that. Damn. What are you laughing about? What is so funny? Explain yourself now.
This is a funny
What's more likely to get somebody attacked? Is it somebody wishing death or somebody wishing someone gets raped?
What's more likely to get somebody canceled? That's the real questions here.
Probably the rape comment. Yeah. I think.
Yeah.
What if rappers were talking about? Because rappers talk about murdering and shooting people all the time. What if they're talking about raping people all the time instead? Probably wouldn't be as accepted.
Probably. I mean, it's happened in a lot of rap songs where they definitely say that verbatim. But, you know,
that I want to rape somebody? I feel like that's an older...
Nah, there's some DMX tracks out there that you could hear. That's some pretty wild stuff.
Okay, DMX is an older rapper, right? This is some fucking...
Well, he's...
Okay, how old are we talking? You're just talking about...
Like, this is like 90s shit when DMX was popular, right? Am I crazy?
No.
2000.
Wait, what was the last popular DMX album? There's no way it came out after like fucking 2003 or something, right? Oh, I could be wrong.
Yeah, you are wrong.
Hold on, now I'm gonna go look it up. Fuck you.
Do you know that DMX was consulted on
he had albums.
With Me Now 2010, Doggy Strap at 2017.
I'm not asking for his random fucking... Okay, Dr. Dre released an album in like 2017 that was fucking trash, okay? I'm not asking what does he push to Spotify to try to sell like 100 copies of because he is writing off his name, okay? I'm asking when was the last popular...
I'm pretty sure 2006 was the last super popular one, which was 2006.
And then he went to prison.
Yeah. And even when he come out, he was still popular. Like even early, like when I was 20, DMX was still popular. As in, like he was still releasing stuff that people were into and playing. I think it's like slight after that, it's like really. It was
2006, Year of the 2003 was his last platinum album. Okay.
No, 2006 was still Rough Rider release and it was good.
350,000 sold as opposed to Grand Champ sold over 1 million copies.
Yeah, but that was a transition. That was a transition. That was like the start of the transition of like digital stuff. So people were like,
okay, well, in his 2000 album, Year of the Dog Again, was he rapping about rape in that album?
This guy really likes dogs, huh? Really likes dogs.
Which track?
What breed? And I think it was
like corgis or.
Hold on. We're finding the track.
Huskies.
What? DMX rape song, and it was like a young girl too. You saying he's a young woman.
Okay, DMX rape song. Is it the X gonna give it to you one?
No.
X is coming. X is coming. And if you got a daughter older than 15, I'm a graper.
Graper? Like the
grapist? And he describes it. Take her on the
living room that's 98,
floor.
right?
That's a 90s song. I think that came off of before his that was before the his most popular album.
Hell is Hot, something like that.
That's wild, man. He was describing the whole thing too. That shit was crazy.
You ever listen to Necro before?
What are you talking about?
You know Necro, Aba?
No, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that's a white Jewish rapper. He's got some pretty killer lyrics.
Yeah.
What about Lil Dicky?
Like Dead Body Disposal? That's a fucking...
Okay, this song came out in 98, okay? The 90s were a different time, Abba, all right? We all said some crazy shit in the 90s that we're not proud of.
Listen, I'm pretty sacrificed in the 2000s. I'm just saying, I remember that song. I heard that show. Like, that's wild.
And if you got a daughter older than 15, I'm a raper.
Oh, no, don't read it.
Oh, my God.
This shit crazy. Even by those standards, it's crazy. He describes exactly how he's going to do it and everything. It's really crazy.
Jesus.
Yeah. And like, you never really caught flack for it. But anyways, I digress. Okay. So, on the topic of Ethan Klein, what were you guys' thoughts for those of you that heard the joke and he's been banned by YouTube subsequently afterwards?
Well, temporarily, right?
Yeah, I think it's for a week.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's way over the line, but a week seems pretty fair for a first-time offender. But I wouldn't be surprised if anything else that comes after it is going to be significantly more stringent. I don't know. I think jokes like that are just way beyond anything that can be taken as jokes. And I don't even think he intended it as a joke, or it didn't come off to me, at least in the clip that I heard.
I thought it was, I appreciate some dark humor.
Yeah, I do too. I do too.
The problem was it wasn't that funny. It was just like, check out my humor is anti-Semitic. Like, okay, based.
I mean, hold up. So I think in Ethan Klein's defense, what he was essentially getting at was Ben Shapiro is somebody who runs an organization who routinely goes after the Jewish interests, or he has people who work for him who are anti-Jewish or anti-Semitic or whatnot. And so from his perspective, if this person is going to be so anti-Jewish, should the Holocaust come again, he would want them to suffer first, right? Because he's directly contributed to the world in which
so here's like my issue, and I guess people made similar arguments against me. I don't think they're wholly unfounded, but like if you're gonna like spearhead these fucking crazy cancel campaigns, and Ethan Klein is guilty of like clip chimping the fuck out of people and doing that shit, like you kind of gotta be ready for that shit to get turned on you. And like I'm sympathetic to, like, I don't think Ethan should have been banned for it. I thought it was kind of funny. I think we should be able to make jokes like that, but you better fucking believe that if Steven Crowder made a joke like that, Ethan would have like a 20-minute segment about how horrible he is for it. So
and would also remove all the context. I think
yes, and that too,
because the context is what makes like pretty much me like super passive. Like I don't mind it in that context. It is dark. It is, but I can understand one, why it's not allowed on YouTube, and two, why people felt some outrage. But once you remove the context, it sounds crazy. But he's someone who routinely, we've seen this in so many videos.
Yeah,
just like literally takes everything out and doesn't care. Like remember the train wreck situation?
Oh yeah, oh my god.
With Hassan?
Yeah.
And like Hassan was trying to walk him back, and he's like, "Yo, this is," and he said, "I don't care. This is what he is." Well, I'm like, that's what's happening to you, and so I think that's why I lose all sympathy for him, I guess, to some degree.
God, I know they lied about that too. I know they lied about it.
What do you mean they lied about what?
I don't think they ever got Alinity's permission for that fucking thing. I messaged Alinity and I asked her, I was like, "Hey, listen, you don't have to say anything if you don't want to," but I'm just curious. She never responded to me. I don't think they ever got her permission for it.
Yeah.
I think it was covering his fucking ass. But no, yeah, I agree. If you're gonna engage in that kind of shit, then you got to be ready for people to do it to you.
Yeah, and after the fact, he came out. He said a bunch of white supremacists mass reported me, and I'm like, bro, you still doing that shit? Like, you think everybody was probably upset by that joke, or just a bunch of white supremacists coming for you? I even the aftermath of the whole thing and his response to it was cringy to me.
Good, he is cringy.
I also believe that had he done it to somebody not named Ben Shapiro and conservative news outlets didn't pick it up, I don't think he would have been banned. I think it's like completely different for YouTube when it's like front page of the Daily Beast and another bunch of like Fox News and shit like that than it is if it's just like some random Jewish creator who's anti-Semitic. I think it's like if you would have done that way, I don't think YouTube would have responded, to be honest with you.
Oh, if he was making that comment about not Ben Shapiro?
Yeah, so like if it wouldn't have gotten the news coverage it got, I don't think that YouTube would have responded.
How about, let me ask you, since we're on the topic of white Jewish creators online, how do you, what's your thoughts on this whole MrGirl thing right now?
What's the MrGirl thing right now?
So, MrGirl is kind of in like a pretty, have you been paying attention to the subreddit at all?
I haven't been paying, I just know something about like he wants the subreddit to belong to him or something like that.
I mean, that's how some people would categorize it. I think MrGirl, to be charitable to him, is saying that, I guess if I can try to give his argument, it would be that Steven is allowing his moderators to go rogue and ban anyone who essentially speaks up for MrGirl at all. So if you're positive about MrGirl, or you think that he like dumpstered Destiny in a debate or any of that type of stuff, essentially this rogue moderator will come out and they will ban you. And yeah, he's pretty furious about it.
I'll be honest with you. I'm probably like the worst person to ask because I have like a bias against him. Like I hate the dude, so I'm probably not the best. Yeah, hate. Like there's like 3 to 4 creators, and he's one of the people. So I'm not the right person.
Hold on. What happened?
I don't think I have anything of like value to really add to that.
Well, I want to get. This is interesting to me. I didn't know this. Unironically, why hate? Because that's a strong word.
Yeah. I think the way he engages in conversations is pretty unethical. I think the way he accuses everybody of being disingenuous or having bad intentions every time he talks to them, but always wants the most amount of charitability, makes it cringe to listen to. But I mean, these are stuff I've already hashed out. I've told him, and I just don't want to talk to him ever again. So I'm just like, I let it go. You know, if I hate somebody, what's the point of me trying to engage in conversation in good faith? Like, I probably am not that capable. So,
Do you think he could fix whatever problem it is that you have with him, or is it like an unfixable
Hey man,
trait?
you know what I think? If I dislike somebody, I don't care whatever they do. They can jump off a bridge, they could go and
Whoa, did you just wish death on someone?
Unbelievable, you wish-washy fuck.
No,
unreal.
There's a difference between wishing death on somebody and saying you don't care what happens to them.
Oh,
I just don't care.
You
know what I'm saying?
hear this weasel shit I don't wish death on him. I would just have a huge erection if he jumped off a bridge.
Unbelievable.
No.
But I respected you.
If you guys let me finish, what I was saying essentially is like, if he went on to go make millions, if he jumped off a bridge, if he never lived, I don't care what happens. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all. I don't care. You know what I mean?
So you're like Don. You're like Don Draper in the elevator. You're like, I don't think about you at all. I don't even know your name. Is that it?
Yeah. It's just like I try not to just engage with like. Yeah. So whatever's happening, he may have a valid grievance. He may not. I don't know. But I don't think there's any value in asking me about it.
I see. What is your view on Destiny's subreddit? Are you a frequent watcher of the subreddit? Participant of viewers?
No.
Not even a little bit.
No, every now and then I'll jump in, but I don't like frequent it like often. So that's what I'm asking.
So what do you do in your day to day?
In my day to day, if I'm not working or spending time with family, then I'll just go out dancing, or I'll go
out
browse
dancing?
YouTube. Go on YouTube and then look for topics and. Yeah.
Wait, go out dancing? Like this is like you're like, oh, it's Tuesday. I'm going out dancing today. Really?
Yeah,
what type of
I went out last night, man. I was out at 11 till 3 in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Is this like club dancing or what? I don't even know. Are you married? Do you have kids?
I don't. I'm not married. I don't have kids.
Okay, so you're out there looking for those Miami women, basically, is what it sounds like.
Nah. I go out dancing to actually go out dancing.
So you're the one guy at 11 who's out there like doing the fucking robot on the dance floor, and everyone else.
No, that's not what dancing today means, Dan. It doesn't mean
joking,
going out and doing.
It was a joke.
Do you go out and do the monster mash? Is that what you guys are doing out there?
You're so uncharitable. Oh my god! And first off, I've been to these clubs in Miami 10 times more than you. You're such a Weasley little rat to try and twist that. You've never been, not one time. You
Dan's out there at fucking in Miami clubs doing the electric slide. Like, why is nobody coming up?
Unbelievable.
I'm not even going to front. The electric slide is kind of fire.
You know what's so disingenuous about this, folks? These are the types of dirty debate moves that Destiny does.
Yeah.
Dirty debate. Destiny does them. That's you. I am the one who has gone to clubs here. You've never been to one club ever.
You don't know that.
I know it. All right, name the name of the club that you've been to.
In Miami Beach?
Sure. Yeah, the most popular club.
I mean, there's the one next to Big Pink, the Beach Club. Yeah, it's BAIA Beach Club Miami. Yeah.
BIA Beach Club Miami. You're such a fucking weasel. A weaselly rat that has your little tail all curled up because you know how weaselly you are. I can't believe, and you make it seem like I have no idea. I am a club goer. I know what's going on. I'm out there on the streets.
I'm not gonna lie. That is crazy to call yourself a club goer. I've never heard that.
I've been like probably 20 times over my 10 years.
Why are you going to the club? What are you doing?
Because I have Swedish friends. I think you would appreciate what that means if you have people that are Swedish.
No, I don't know what that means. Are Swedes known for like clubbing a lot?
Yes.
Aren't you married to a Swede, Destiny?
Yeah, she hates clubs. She's a fucking nature girl.
We got a liar in the building.
Yep, she doesn't hate clubs. She just says that so you don't feel bad. She fucking loves them and wishes that you were
We've been married for 4 years. How would I not fucking know this?
She's hiding it from you. She's like, oh god, I wish I could tell Steve, but I'll just make him feel so stupid. You know what's funny about Steve? Forget a club.
No, Dan is unchained now.
He can't even take a restaurant where the music is past the 7. You do that, and it's bitching the whole meal. Great job, Dan. Real great. What'd you say, Dan? I can't hear you. That's the whole dinner.
I need to know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Dan's a club goer.
I am. I'm a club have-goner, if you will. I've been to many clubs. I have. Some of the best clubs.
The more you talk, the more it sounds non-believable.
No, I have. I've been to 11. I've been to Live. I've gone to the one in Faena Hotel. I've been to. I've gone to the one next to Soho House a lot.
You know that guy in high school who lies about having been laid, and he's just like,
I have picture proof. I will find it.
Inside many women.
I have picture proof. I just have to go through my Google Photos. Actually, you know what? Hold on. We're looking. There's photos out there.
Dan coming out.
Club and Dan, he exists. I mean, not by like my choices. I'd rather do better shit. But let's see. Where do I go to see the heat map?
When you say has been, like, how long are we talking? Like before you're married or what?
No, I've been married for almost 20 years, homie.
Has is past tense. It's not a definitive time frame. That's what I'm asking.
Are you okay?
Here, look at this. I can't. It's a Google video. Boom. Where do I send this? This is not. My face isn't in it. Son of a bitch, but I took the video.
Of course you did, Dan. We believe you.
I did.
Dan, we believe you, Dan.
December 28th, 2017. I was there. I'm putting it on Imager.
Dan, what's your favorite part about 11?
The tits.
I mean, not false.
Proof is going in chat right now. I had good seats. Boom.
Can I ask, what Destiny, what is your subreddit supposed to be?
Like a place where people go and chat about like all like the kind of ongoings of like stuff that's happening in the Destiny world, basically.
So when you think of how it's moderated and how it's run, what are some values you think that the subreddit should have?
I don't want it to be like overly like. Well, first I want it to embody like kind of my social values. So like, hopefully they're not like homophobic, transphobic, misogynistic, shit like that. So that's like the bare minimum. The next level would be like, I hope that they engage with topics in decently good faith, like I do. So like, we're not like just clipping headlines or ignoring context from like important stories and stuff like that. What else? I mean, there's other things too. Like there are certain things that I look out for. It's like one of the big things about like moderating subs. I try to make sure my community isn't falling into like a circle jerk, whether that's a counter jerk or whatever. Those are things that I look out for because I think sometimes communities get like really or like they turn into anti-jerkers, and I think it's really bad.
What do you mean? Like whenever Lav is mentioned, they're like,
no, anti-jerkers. Like, so there's the phenomenon that like a streamer will oftentimes get dick ridden really hard by his audience, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And people know that that's bad, but then what people do is like, okay, well, I don't want to be a dick rider, so I'm gonna shit on Destiny for fucking everything. And then they become anti-jerkers, where they just go so fucking hard on everything. But that's because they want to be like the cool kids, like, oh, well, I'm not a dick rider to Destiny. In fact, I shit on him every single day in his subreddit. I've got 3 accounts to do it, right? And it's like, okay.
And so do you feel like your subreddit does do that? Do you feel like it embodies those values?
No, I think it rides a pretty good line right now. Like, if I see people that are, like, hypercritical of me that are just, like, dicks, I usually just ban them. You can ask to come back if you want. But there's, like, a lot of people there that are critical of me that are, like, pretty good. Like, good, high-quality posters and shit. Yeah, there's, like, all sorts. I think that for the most part, like, the activity in the sub is really, really, really good. There's decently high-quality posts. Like, people engage with topics in a pretty good way. Like, yeah, I think it's a pretty good subreddit for the most part.
Okay. Dan, are you doing okay?
I'm doing fine.
You sure, Dan?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you went through your photo albums and dusted off all those old books, did you find any pictures of you at the club?
So you might be a little bit older than me because I don't go through photo albums. I actually go through Google Photos. I do stuff online. When you're like calling people, are you flipping through an actual like thing with cards on your desk, a Rolodex? Is that what you're? Oh, hold on, let me find Destiny's. Yes, Steven at Steven.com. Yes,
Dan, you're definitely older than all of us.
Nah, you're older in body and in spirit than me. I'm a Zoomer.
Whatever you need to do to cope.
Mind whenever he misspeaks.
Yeah, I get younger every day as I consume more video content. I'm hip.
You're a club goer.
I am a club goer. See, you wouldn't know about that. You're going there dancing. What a loser. Dancing at the club. I'm there. I'm there for the bitches. I got the table. I got the bottles coming out.
Bottle service.
Bottle service. Fucking A.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to be
Ace of Spades.
Shout out to Dan living that high value man life.
I'm going to be 100% honest here. I'm going to keep it 100. What the fuck does bottle service mean? Does that just mean they're bringing like full bottles of wine to you?
Yeah. So you have a
unbelievable
shit.
shit.
So you have generally a girl assigned to your table. You have like a booth or some kind of table, and then a girl comes and brings you guys bottles, and then that's like her job. There's some women whose job in the club is to take care of the clients who are spending a lot of money.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they shoot the sparklers off when they carry it through the crowd, so everyone looks at you and how rich you are.
It's unbelievable. That is
bottle.
all it is. Absolutely. It's $100 bottle of fucking like champagne that you spend $3,000 for.
Try like
the Ace of Spades ones I think is $100 if you get it at Costco, right?
I mean,
I was so
at a club.
So the first time I heard this, my inner Jew came out so much that I didn't understand. So my friend Peter, who's Swedish and does this all the time, he's talking about buying a bottle. I was like, how much does it cost? He's like, a few grand, depends on the club. And I was like, what is it? Ace of Spades? I want to look. I've never heard of this alcohol before. I'm like, dude, you could get this at Costco for like $100. You want me to get you some? And like, I could not put together that people spent this money just so that other people saw that they could spend that money. Like I couldn't put together.
I mean, I think a lot of people do things to show off to others. That's
there's a
pretty normal.
tablespoon too.
Yeah,
it's just
not just
and here's what's really weird. There's women who are really drawn to that. So when dudes, it's generally men who are doing this to like attract women, or women who are doing this because it's like a birthday party or whatever. But yeah, I've 100% seen women go up to these tables either A, to get free drinks, or B, to actually be with the guys. And so there is like a reason why the guys do that. I don't think it's always super effective, but yeah, people pay money.
The club. But, yeah.
Yes, it really does depend on the club. Yeah.
Oh no, it's more. Ace of Spades is actually. I mean, at least if I'm looking at on TotalWine.com right now, Ace of Spades, the cheapest one is $350.
Wow.
No, I that's a lot of money for a bottle of champagne. It must actually be relatively expensive, I guess.
Think so, Dan?
Or I mean, good. Sorry. But yeah, $350 for champagne. That's a lot for one bottle.
Wow.
What are you giving me that condescending fucking back talk for? Why don't you say, wow, that's super interesting. I thought it was blessed too. Weird. Or say fucking nothing at all. How about that? Because you know nothing about this. You're not a club goer like I am. That's already been established. You've never seen the inside like I have. You don't know.
I gotta back up Dan on this. I feel like Destiny has like no social activities in the world.
None whatsoever.
I don't go to clubs, no, because fucking degenerate.
What are your social activities in the real world?
Dude, when you go out with this motherfucker in real life, he brings his laptop with him and plays Final Fantasy.
That's just because you're boring, Dan. What am I supposed to do?
No, it's because you are a fucking loser. That's why.
I'm a man of the people. You guys are out of touch, okay? I can't help it if you guys don't know how to relate to your audiences, okay?
He has no... He's like a sweatpants wearing WoW gamer in the real world.
Yeah, we gotta know, Destiny. What do you do to touch grass?
Usually it's whatever the person I'm with wants to do. So it's either going to be restaurants, movies, drugs. It'll just depend on what they're into.
This is it.
Sometimes outdoor activities, Steven, God forbid, but...
Yeah, hey, Steven, let's go outside and do something. Okay, and then, do you want to touch that grass? Okay, I touched it. Can I go now? Yes, Steven, good job. You did a really good job today. And then Steven fucking goes and runs back upstairs as fast as he can, out of breath, grabs some fucking Cheetos and orange drink from the fucking fridge and sits down to play the fucking Factorio off screen. Sorry. All right, what?
Are you okay, Dan?
I'm fine.
You're being really vitriolic right now.
Yeah, Steven, why don't you go to some like jazz club and see people play the saxophone or some shit?
Just live music is usually boring as fuck, okay?
You have no outside activities that you like.
Bro, I went to a concert once, my favorite band ever, and I sat there and I was like, this is boring as fuck, and then I left, okay? Get the fuck out of here. I can listen to this shit at home. I don't need to be here.
That literally is you. You're like, quality's not as good as on my Sennheisers. Too many
True.
people talking.
Now, why the fuck...
Go ahead.
Yeah, why the fuck would I sit here and listen to these guys play their album down? Worse than what I'd listen to it on my own headphones. Fuck this.
This isn't even remastered. Oh, God. That guy guitar's out of tune a little bit. I can hear from every... what a shit show. Can't believe I paid for this.
I will say there's some artists, when you go to see them live, they do like a different rendition of their original songs that's so different that you wouldn't get it unless you went live. So I think the onus is on some artists who do actually a great job live, because some of them are fucking lazy.
Listen, Abba,
it's just not worth the money.
I'm going to tell you we have to be very careful, because if we get into a music topic, I'm telling you right now, I know from experience, we're like 30 seconds away from some dipshit coming in, and now next thing we're talking about like modal 14ths on a guitar. So fucking be careful. Let's just move on quickly if we can.
Jesus, damn.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Steven is passionate about. And as someone who cares for Steven, I think you should make more an effort to
No, I've been here long enough. I already know it all. I know I've had an entire music history through Steven. I know everything.
Wow.
So you went to go see a live group, didn't work out. Is there no other activity that you've engaged in that you're like, oh, I could try to do this regularly?
For me, it just depends on who I'm hanging out with. Some people that I'm with really like to do certain things, and if they like to do certain things, I'll do it with them. So if a girl wants to go like hiking or to the beach or swimming or off-roading or jet skiing, like these are all things I've done, or like special whatever like types of restaurants, shooting, stuff like that.
But that's something that's context of somebody you're with. So really, essentially, your socialization or you're like socializing in terms of like being actually outside is all done under the frame of like, I'm going out with somebody. You don't think there should be something that you like doing that irrespective of anyone else goes with you, you're going to go and do it?
Nope.
Okay.
I think that if I'm left to my own devices, I think I'll generally just stay home and do shit. There's like a million things I could be working on, or I could be building my factory.
Building a media company.
Yeah, that too.
That's fair. I think for a lot of people, video games is definitely their thing. So I mean, I'm not one of those elitists who's like, bro, you should go rock climbing. You gotta have something. But yeah,
I think that the way that I view it in my life is I have very limited time because of all the other shit that I do to like socialize with people. So if I'm going to do like an outside thing, I might as well kill two birds with one stone. I should be socializing with somebody while I do it. That's how I view it, basically.
You know, the problem with that is that having someone there completely changes the experience. I don't disagree with you that you can kill two birds with one stone. But like, here's an example. I like going out dancing. I never go with people I know. The reason being is I've taken dates before. I've taken women I was dating before. And like all of a sudden I got to babysit these women at the club. They want to go do. I'm like, I'm just here to dance. Like, you do you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to like make sure you good the whole time and having fun. Like, I'm here and I know I can enjoy myself. I got to manage your enjoyment. So I think like doing activities with people can be a lot of joy. Absolutely. But it absolutely changes the experience as well, having to go with others. So I know.
Yeah, I 1,000,000,000% agree. I don't know if there's things that I would enjoy going out doing on my own that I wouldn't enjoy with other people. Like, that's just because of the types of hobbies that I'm into. It is what it is.
What are those types of hobbies? Other than like restaurants or drugs?
Well, like for instance, like going out shooting is a lot of fun for me. But like if there's like I can always just rent a second range, like a second lane to shoot down. So if I'm with somebody, it's not like it's slowing me down at all. I would say probably like the one thing that I can enjoy doing is like sometimes like most of my thinking gets done for some topics would be like on long drives. And that's something that sometimes if I'm driving to a certain place or if I'm traveling somewhere, I don't really want another person with me. I'd rather just like chill. Yeah, I guess most of my chill out time actually, because me and Melina just kind of had this talk that like I came back here, she's going to stay in Austin for like a week and a half because I just did like a whole bunch of fucking traveling, a whole bunch of shit. And I just want to like chill in my apartment and not have anybody else to like worry about or things to worry about. Or I just want to be able to like, you know, zone out and not have to worry about anything. And sometimes doing that on your own is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely having that kind of time, whatever that kind of zen moment is, whether it's at home or out there. Shooting is interesting. I didn't know you like shooting.
Yeah.
Do you go often, or is it something you do like once in a blue moon?
Whenever I have the chance to. We just went shooting in the place that I was just at. Oh my god, my brain is falling out of my. Oh, Texas A&M. Yeah, we just went shooting with some friends down there. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, it just depends on what's going on or what my environment is.
So how is that being a lib who's into guns? Do you ever get flack for it?
I mean, maybe, but I don't know. People are stupid. I don't give a fuck if somebody judges me for being into guns.
So you're not out here trying to ban AR-15s?
No, all that shit is cringe as fuck. I think liberals have a really stupid obsession. Your shit in Canada, well, I shouldn't say that because I shouldn't judge you guys because your culture is different, but I feel like the obsession with like, you guys ban handguns because of shootings going on in the United States is like kind of wild to me.
Yo, that rustled my jimmies, but we're not going to get out that.
Trudeau was like, did you see what happened in Uvalde? And it's like, yeah, that's in the United States. Like, well, we're going to make it real hard to get handguns now. I was like, okay, why? But whatever.
So it's so fucking stupid. But beyond that, so you say there's a cringe culture in regards to guns. I'm actually curious about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, one, the obsession is usually in the wrong spot. I always say this, like, the focus should be on handguns and not fucking AR-15s. It's like the most obsessed about weapon that liberals talk about when they account for so few deaths every year.
So I could be wrong, but I think the argument that they always make is that these things can fire off 30 rounds or 24 rounds, or whatever the magazine clip is, and basically has a higher capability for destruction. That's what they would say.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, like who's getting killed all the time? It's people getting killed with handguns. Like, that's what's happening. I mean, like, if you want to like focus on AR-15s and shit, because that's what gets your dick hard, you can do it. But like, that's just realistically, that's just not where very much of the violence is coming from.
Word. So when you I remember this one shooting. I thought this one was wild. Remember the Vegas shooting where the dude sat up in a hotel and was just like unloading clips on those people at the concerts? Man, that's why I always tell people any place where white people gather in large numbers, I avoid, because y'all just end up getting shot and shit. But when you saw that, what did you think that there could be done legislatively to prevent situations like that?
I mean, some shit is just wild, but like what you have to accept as an American, I guess as anybody, is that rights come with responsibilities, and usually rights have costs associated with them. So, like, I really enjoy my right to my freedom of speech in the United States. I think it's one of the greatest rights we have. I think our criminal justice system in the United States is one of the greatest criminal justice systems around the world. At least, like, the rights process that you have throughout arrests and everything, and your rights in regards to dealing with officers. I think that's really cool. But that's going to come with, like, big costs. you know, that right comes with freedom of speech is dangerous because people can say really dangerous shit and they can like cause harm in society by saying stuff that, you know, is going to lead to people having horrible thoughts and shit. But that's kind of like that's just part of the implicit trade-off you have for your First Amendment right, that you acknowledge that you want to say free stuff that is cool for you to say, but other people are going to be able to say like really horrible and dangerous stuff that's going to cause harm to other people. But you have to accept the trade-off.
Right. So do you think that the American people accept that trade-off? Because I would argue that they are fine with I think the majority of them would say they're fine with the freedom of speech argument. But I think if the trade-off for having access to guns is that, you know, we experience a bunch of mass shootings every year or whatever, then that trade-off is not worth it.
I mean, that's up for... I mean, right now, it seems like that's kind of what Americans have been okay with. But, I mean, it depends, right? If they aren't, then we would change our gun rights.
Am I stupid? I feel like bans on AR-15s are, like, massively popular. Overwhelmingly
well, no, not overwhelmingly so. With the left, they're fairly popular, but with the right, it's like a death knell. Like people hate the idea. Yeah,
15 majority want ban. I'm pretty sure. Yes. Okay. Yes. Poll: majority of Americans want AR-15 ban.
What does majority of Americans mean?
50% of Republicans oppose a ban. So that's still. Here it is. Here it is. Large partisan difference regarding nationwide ban on semi-automatic weapons.
So when I'm thinking of polling, like the nationwide polling doesn't mean much. I'm looking like I have to think of it like district by district, because like nationwide, like how many people in California or like moderate Republicans in like very left-leaning states are included in that? Like it makes it so I don't like the data is not as relevant, I guess.
Okay. Aren't these kinds of bans normally happening? Actually, no, they do happen state by state. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, some can kind of happen at the federal level. They push for like the AR-15 stuff, but some state bans like on pistols and shit, I think in New York City were challenged and overturned, but yeah, I don't know.
I would find bans like these have to be nationwide, because like it would be kind of dumb if you can't get one in like New York, but you can get one in Massachusetts or whatever.
I mean, that's kind of how it is now, right?
Yeah, right. You just drive over, grab your gun, just come back to your state like that. That would be.
Well, you can't do that.
Well, you can.
No,
You're not.
can't.
It's not legal,
like
but you
using
can. You can.
Yeah, it's not legal, but it's like easily accessible, especially when there's like no border patrol.
I know this. You mentioned Massachusetts. I know this as a former resident of Massachusetts. Massachusetts has a few laws in place which are pretty restrictive compared to other states, like for instance New Hampshire, right on the line. So in Massachusetts, you can't have an AR-15. There's a bunch of features that Massachusetts define together make an AR-15, and you can choose 2 of those 5 options. So some of those things will be a pistol grip, a removable magazine, a flash.
Yeah, but what he's saying is that like people can buy. So like for instance, people will say like Chicago has high gun control, but they still have a lot of gun violence. So how do you respond to that? And then people say, sure, Chicago has a lot of gun violence.
Well, they get guns illegally.
Exactly. That's what Abba said.
Oh yeah, but illegally you can get shit everywhere. Sure. But like you can't drive to New Hampshire as a Massachusetts resident and purchase a gun. They won't sell it to you.
Wait.
Oh,
wait.
Wait. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. I think that might be the case at least in surrounding states. But even if it wasn't, you wouldn't be able to bring it back to Massachusetts.
Well,
sorry, that's probably more accurate.
I mean, you could, right? You would just drive.
No, you could. It'd be illegal. Well, yeah, it'd be illegal. Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, but you just have to drive. But there's no security measures in place. Like a law like that really isn't that important because of the fact that there's really very few ways to enforce it until after the fact, which is too late. So if I'm somebody who's interested in like going on a spree, I drive over state lines, I grab my gun, I come back and I do my deed. Like there's no way they could have stopped me, even though that law's in place to protect per se. It doesn't really have much of an effect on these kinds of shootings that people are worried about.
So how does 3D printing guns affect your calculus into that if you can just print a pistol in Canada?
Ooh, you know what? That's actually been a growing issue over here. The thing about 3D printed guns, as I've researched, because it's been an increasing problem in my city specifically, is that they're not actually that great. They can fire off a few bullets, but generally the other parts about it either melt or they don't work for long periods. So 3D printed guns, from what I've understood,
depends on the plastic, because I've definitely seen them in war.
No, it depends on like what parts you're 3D printing and what parts you're not. Like if you buy you can, so I believe that the serial number in the United States for a firearm is on the receiver of the firearm. If you can 3D print the receiver with like high quality shit, but you can buy like an actual properly machined barrel because those aren't tracked, and other parts of the gun that are going to be dealing with a lot of heat. Yeah.
Okay. So then, yeah.
But if you 3D print like an entire gun, I don't know if you can 3D print the barrel of a gun. Like that might just explode, or it might have less
So you can only print off certain parts, and then the rest of them you actually have to have them manufactured.
Well, you could. I'm just saying you only need to 3D print the receiver, and then you could buy like a barrel for cheap, like a machined barrel or something, like made out of like metal and shit.
Okay. Oh, there you go. So to answer your question, how does that factor in with what's happening with the 3D printing guns? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, so how does that factor into your calculus of banning all the pistols and everything else? If you can just 3D print them, I mean, you can 3D print a mortar, you can 3D print an RPG, why ban them?
I mean, hey, we're going into new territory. With technologies, you'd probably have to find solutions to those. But yeah, that's a great question. No.
That's going to be really interesting in like countries with like more restrictive gun control too, like across Europe when people can just start like 3D printing guns. Like, what are you going to do?
South America and the cartel, yeah.
Like, that's going to be really weird. It's another AI question, AI art too. What are we doing about that?
Oh, AI art is based.
I don't know. It's pretty spooky.
Spooky how? Spooky that we can get high quality art at low cost.
Spooky that creativity used to be something exclusively in the domain of humans, and things like art were considered like breachable topics or unbreachable subjects. And if AIs are capable of doing that, then the need for human creativity or innovation in art becomes highly questionable, which is pretty spooky.
Well, no, but you need the people to continue to develop new algorithms to be able to put out better art.
Why would those people? Yeah, but it's not just about algorithms. Like, we're probably going to lose some of our training data too, unless we start doing training sets on other AI art. In which case, you've got AIs making art for other AIs. In which case, you're literally developing the Skynet of like the art world, which is kind of weird.
Oh my god, I just googled AI.
I mean, we've replaced jobs before. Like,
the AI, so ABBA, okay? Ignore, okay, so within the past year or two, okay? If you go back 5 or 10 years, when people talk about like AI art, it's all bullshit. They're like, oh, it's gonna take over, blah, 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 blah. But where AI art is right now is holy shit.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
It's amazingly good. You can load up Stable Diffusion on your computer. You can make your
like, I've had people email me like, hey, I did like some AI art of like this topic or you or whatever. Do you want to look at this? And it's like, it's shit I would have paid like money, a lot of money for it. It's like unbelievable. Yeah.
So you can just generate AI art yourself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can get Stable Diffusion. I can help you set that up later if you want to play around with it. But yeah, you put it on your computer, you put in a prompt, and then it'll spit stuff out. If you like it, you can upscale it. You can add your own training. So say you really like cars and you have 50,000 pictures of cars. Well, you can train it to do a really good job putting out cars. If that's really what you focus on to. It's really cool. And you're creating new high value tech jobs, and you're getting rid of, whatever art people do that computers can't do better.
Hey, Destiny.
But there's already
I had a quick question.
Hi, what's up?
I had a quick question, Destiny. I was
up?
watching one of your videos recently about like wokeism.
Yeah, what about
No, Marty, no. Fuck off. Come back. I'm sorry, Marty. No. Later, okay? I appreciate you. Goodbye.
Oh my god.
No.
Wait, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? What's his question?
No.
It's philosophy.
It's not philosophy. It's politics.
Yeah, it's politics.
So I was gonna ask you, like, do you have like a hard stance on being against people who inhibit free discussion on any sort of scientific?
Yeah, I think so. I think generally we should be open to pretty free discussions on shit like that, yeah.
Okay. What do you think of like people who say, because there's a long-standing history basically of global warming skepticism and kind of like the science wars in the 1970s. Are you familiar with that kind of area?
Not like intimately, but I can guess. Probably a lot of people that are like climate change skeptics or whatever, sure.
It's not even so much skepticism. It's like, I think it was around the 1950s and 60s, but there's just a group of people who started like what's known as early science wars. The famous physicist, like I think Friedrich Singer was one of these people. Basically, there's a book written on this called Merchants of Doubt. And these two authors basically make the point that when we offer sort of this unconditional free area of speech, we invite conflict of interpretation within sciences, which can essentially limit the progress of like policies, like implementing policies which could actually, stop, say, carbon dioxide levels.
So what is the question, or what do you?
Yeah, I mean, like, what would you say to someone like that? Basically, that would say, like, look, if you just keep inviting all these people who just want to put in their opinion, say about like global warming, and they just want to say like, hey, we need equal treatment of both sides, is necessarily both of these sides Is it good
I don't think
to
we
have
need equal.
treatment?
I don't think we necessarily need equal treatment of both sides. Like I've never advocated that it all be treated the same. My issue is that it feels like people in academia that work on some of these like official sciences don't do much to like advertise or market for it. That they don't work on their communication skills or anything. And they just kind of like accept that like everybody needs to be able to just understand it. Like end of discussion. And if you can't, then and you get like swayed by some propagandist, then it's your fault. But like it feels shitty that none of them put any effort into like making their shit like more accessible to the public.
Well, what do you mean by that last statement?
That a lot of science people like or academia feels like they're above like having to effectively communicate any of their ideas.
Well, I mean, I think one of the earlier problems with the kind of discourse that was occurring in the 1960s and 70s is that there was kind of definitive evidence marked up against people who didn't believe in global warming. And the people that ran against it were the same conspiracy addicts that
yeah, but I mean, I think that if you're losing
the,
all of your audience to like conspiracy addicts, I think you just need to do a better job at figuring out how to market your stuff, I would say.
Well, I mean, I think the point is that someone like these authors would argue that in virtue of offering them a stage at all, right, to people who have like opinions that don't even matter in terms
yeah, but
of
I think this I feel like it's kind of implicit in democracy. That
I got rid of it. No. This is an unfucking belief. Who has this little fucking self-awareness to do this? Like we're in here having a conversation. Abba left now. Great, really great job, Marty. You fucking motherfucker. You know what? I need to solidify the hatred for this guy. I'm leaving too. Goodbye. You too, Ray.
You got pretty angry.
Yeah, he's mad. Okay, give me your rundown. Finish your point. Go. Oh, they're just providing a platform for people is bad. I think that you should be able to. Part of the implicit like trust that we have in democracy is that given like unlimited opinions to sift through, people will make the best choices, and we have to help people make those choices. And I don't know if like deplatforming certain actors is the way to do it, because the question becomes like, well, then who's deplatformed? Like, which concerns are worth bringing up? Which concerns aren't worth bringing up? Like, that's that's what I would say, I guess. Yeah.
Why couldn't a good hallmark of what you consider bringing up or not bringing up just be whether it's established scientific literature? That's
well, because even that can be highly contentious. Like scientific literature and consensus changes over periods of time, right?
Sure. I mean, that's fine. I mean, if there was some sort of scientific consensus that kind of accumulated, showing the opposite of what most sciences believe, or started to do that anyways, it seems like you could advocate for bringing them back onto the stage. But if we're, like getting if we're getting mountains of scientific journal.
Yeah, then I mean, you should be able to present evidence and arguments in a compelling enough way that people eventually just don't want to hear the other side. Like, okay. Like if somebody wanted to be a conspiracy theorist saying that cars engines don't work, they're probably not going to get very far because everybody knows that car engines work. We all use car engines every day. But like if you're having a problem where a lot of people aren't believing something, I feel like you're not doing a good job communicating it effectively.
Well, I'm not sure if that was the case, because I mean it still continues till today, like, right, anti-global warming sciences.
Well, I don't even understand global warming shit, and I'm probably more politically active than 99% of people on the planet. So I mean, like that is a very complicated topic that I feel like people haven't done a good job communicating well.
You can kind of see why there would be some level of incredulity there that we shouldn't invite, though. I mean, for example...
Well, you say that, but you're saying that assuming that all the climate science is correct. Maybe there are major errors, right? Isn't part of kind of the scientific process inviting other skeptical eyes in to view things, even if that is pop science people?
It just depends, because if you have it opened up long enough, it could be damaging. For example, whether or not tobacco is linked to cancer. Like, it wasn't well established until like 30 or 40 years ago, at least, in terms of a popular consensus that it does that. But for the longest time, because there are sort of these private interest groups, huge companies that want to, actually make a ton of capital, they're going to create their own, and they did in the 70s and 60s and 50s. They're going to create their own science programs that are fueled by these companies' interests to promote things that could be highly damaging for
Sure, that's
individuals
their
and
job, and
cause-
our job on the other side of the government is
cause
to check
thousands
that,
of-
right?
if not millions of lives going into jeopardy because of cancer.
Sure, but I mean that's the job of the government, hopefully, to check that type of behavior, right?
I mean, I don't disagree with that, but I mean, the point is that one way that the government could go about doing that is like inhibiting certain forms of discourse from.
Yeah, but
being
you're
overloaded
doing
on
this
the
with the prior assumption that the government can know correctly what the answer is, right? But like you're assuming that like what about for vaccine denialism stuff? Like at the beginning of the vaccine stuff, how would the government have known what news to censor, what news not to censor? Right? Is it worth talking about myocarditis? Is it worth talking about spike proteins in the brain? Is it worth, like, how do they know?
In a scientific discourse in its infancy, maybe can do something like that. But I think like well-established scientific norms, like say tobacco being linked to cancer, or I think global
Sure, yeah,
warming
I understand what you're saying. They
kind of
were circling it, but I would just say like if it's well enough established, then it should be easy to communicate it effectively. And if you communicate it effectively, I would imagine the people that would want to hear the denialism would hopefully shrink such that it wouldn't be, wouldn't be as big a deal. But like I would argue that a lot of the climate change stuff comes
It's
from
kind
how
of hard to do some of this convincingly. For example, there's just like huge overdetermination problems within, say, biology. And by underdetermination, I just mean like some of the early arguments against like tobacco causing cancer is like the bad genetics argument, right? It's not tobacco that causes cancer. It's actually bad genetics, because if tobacco had a correlation or some sort of causal effect with cancer, then why doesn't everyone that smoke get cancer?
Well, sure, but these are all part of important conversations that need to happen around these topics, right? I think.
Yeah, for a certain period of time, but I'm saying like it continued for 20 and 30 and 40 years, and then there's a good amount of incredulity within global warming sciences that led to.
Well, sure, but look at where we've come now.
I mean, an entire catastrophe happening with the ozone layer, and
but the ozone layer patch got fixed, right?
It did, but it required a ton of, throughout the span of 40 years, a ton of conferences with like.
Yeah, that's good. That's what it should. That's what it. And there were huge changes made to manufacturing processes and cutting out like polyethylene or whatever, or there was like a whole bunch of stuff that was changed on a global level to fix that ozone layer patch, right? Like that's. But I mean, I think that's
what ended up inhibiting the process is that you invite people, like certain types of sciences with certain types of agendas, and then you basically platform them long enough.
Yeah, but who are you to say in the beginning who's right or wrong? What if the ozone layer wouldn't have been like a big deal? Like maybe everybody was wrong on that, and we needed more public criticism or skepticism on that. Like I don't know. I guess fundamentally, I feel like scientific communities and academia should be able to communicate these concepts to the public in a way that like makes them understand it. If they can't, then it's on them to.
It can be wrong. I think that the answers with the ozone layer were pretty definitive. Like as soon as they found out. As soon as they were monitoring that area with satellites from NASA and finding out.
Sure, then you should be able to communicate that. Like, look, it's definitive. We can see it. Like, here's the data.
You can communicate it. It's just, again, like, because these opponents, right, are really good at communicating like a form of rhetoric that's convincing to the public audience, it can be kind of damaging for long periods of time to where we might have to shut it down early, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but who's making that decision on what types of rhetoric to shut down early? You understand how that is like a really scary.
Well, I mean, there are these people who sort of say the phrase, who are you to decide what this moral, like what is moral, innocent?
Nope, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like an analysis of like descriptive fact. Who gets a monopoly on deciding which descriptive facts are true?
Are you asking like within the case of global warming?
Yeah.
I mean, there's, let me find out, because it's a really large acronym basically for this organization.
Well, yeah, you can cite me one org, but like it might be the case that scrutiny should be invited to these orgs because I mean maybe without said scrutiny. Maybe
I'm a little bit familiar with them since I'm doing my doctorate basically in global sciences or environmental sciences or philosophy of sciences, and like the people that do any of these studies, right, whether CO2 is actually contributed by like human sources, it's not even disputed within the scientific community or even philosophical communities. So when you're saying something like, who are you to decide? Like, well, I mean, just look and enter in the that kind of circle or group of people who are doing these studies, and you'll find out.
Sure, but it feels like from a layman's point of view, it feels like these people were saying like 20 years ago that in 10 years, you know, like all the polar bears would be dead and the planet would be like on fire. And now when I look at stuff like that, I'm like, well, doesn't seem like any of that happened.
I don't think it's the same people. So like,
well, sure, you can say that, but then that's part of their issue communicating. Like I said, like I'm more politically active than 99% of people, and these are like my feelings on it. So I can't imagine what the ordinary American thinks.
Well, I mean, I would communicate, and I would just communicate by looking at various sources and what the best predictions were, say 30 or 40 years ago, and none of them basically said that, you know, we'd reach global catastrophes to the extent that like Earth would be annihilated or we wouldn't have civilizations. Basically, they would basically say something like there'd be huge amounts of resource depletions, ocean levels would rise, there would be more abnormal weather patterns. All these predictions, which have been in the last 40 years, kind of just confirmed over and over and over with.
Well, but which predictions though? Because it feels like if we were to go back and look at Al Gore's documentary on it, like how many of those predictions came true versus weren't true?
Well, I wouldn't look at Al Gore's predictions. I would look at other people's, like, you know, certain types of professionals.
Yeah, but do you understand the problem now? You're telling me these are the predictions that I would look at with the ability to retroactively say these were the guys who were right. How many were wrong? Like, that's the issue. At the time, we don't know. Well, but I don't know if we could say confident, like, you might be able to pick out the winners now, but that's because we're past the matter of the fact. But, like, back then, 20, 30 years ago, it might have been harder to say, well, this is the guy we should be listening to. This is the guy we shouldn't be listening to.
Okay, so since you're saying now you can kind of deduce these types of inferences, you're comfortable with saying that there is a point in time of where the sciences are sort of definitive.
No, I don't even think now they're necessarily definitive. I just think that in general they need to do better at like communicating to the public instead of relying on censorship and everything to kind of make it so that we can only have one type of scientific conversation.
Yeah, I guess I just don't find that. I guess I just don't find that convincing. I mean, I found some of the other types of things that you said sort of convincing in the middle of the conversation, but
sure, that's fine. You don't have to find anything I said convincing. That's yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, how have you been doing? I haven't been on here for about a year, so I thought I'd check in on you.
Been okay. Just memeing and streaming. Same as always.
Nice, man. I actually ended up catching post-COVID, so I've been pretty fucked, and it actually could have been from the vaccine.
Wow.
Believe it or not.
Well,
so I definitely have that level of scrutiny towards the government, especially from providing reliable information, because I've been fucked over by, most likely was fucked over by the vaccine. It could have been from actual COVID-19, but.
Well, what happened? What are your issues?
So I'm like, I have a lot of issues right now. Like, I've been sick for basically 9 months straight with tremors, panic attacks that can last for a very long time, muscle and joint pain. My hormone levels were like deregulated completely. And this happened about 4 or 5 months after I took the vaccine. And I was completely healthy before then.
Wait, why would you think 4 or 5 months after getting vaccinated, you're having vaccine-related issues?
Because when I was looking at the research, that time frame kind of would have made a lot of sense.
I thought my understanding, and I could be wrong, but I thought there wasn't a single example in the history of all of approved vaccines of a vaccine side effect appearing more than 2 months after a vaccine. I don't think it can stay in your body for 4 or 5 months. But I'm just curious what research you saw, or in general what you heard, because I've heard the opposite to that numerous times. But I could be wrong. I haven't heard that before.
So maybe I'm misremembering, but it's either the vaccine or COVID itself. Like COVID-19 could give you post-COVID like 6 months to a year, and that was just on the governmental website. I thought is where I saw that information.
Huh. Okay.
So, but I mean, it seems more unlikely for it to be COVID-19 itself, because I haven't had COVID-19 since December of 2020, and I had both of the vaccines basically around the same time, and then only 4 or 5 months later, instead of like a year or some months from
Gotcha.
COVID-19, all these side effects. So.
Okay, well done. Anything else for us?
Not right now, man. I mean, I was looking at some of your older videos too, and I did want to talk about some stuff, but I didn't want to eat up your time since Dan seems quite angry. I don't know what you guys were talking about.
We can chat about it at some point. Just hop in when Dan's not here, okay?
All right, yeah.
Okay. I love you. Be careful, buddy.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. I'll be right back, guys. Hold on 1 second. I'll play the donos.
All women are queens. Think highly. Doesn't know anything about DNS, that's why his name is Elian. DNS stands for Dan Never Spoons. I don't know what that means, but that's what it stands for. Mr. Girl puts too much emphasis on holding Destiny accountable while showing awful behavior himself. Give this to forethought. Don't listen to Dan. He was talking about your original mask take, not Mr. Girl. They were talking about you being anti-mask at the start of COVID when you left, but were most masks useless anyway. Pawn shops are loans using regular objects as collateral for the loan. They either get the money they loan or sell to try to get money back. Destiny DGGL. You are genuinely wrong. Ike about the ban, but it's crazy how passionately wrong you are in a topic you know nothing about. Hey Des, thanks for loaning me this tier 1 sub. I'll be sure to pay you back when I get my paycheck next week. Dan has many clubs as friends. They just go to other schools. Gross score. Lav wins. Lav souls in.
This convo is boring as fuck.
Look at me. I am the purple now. To hear Chad stand up. DGGL. LLLL. L.
It's time! It's time, my cuties! We can force Tony to yump! He can no longer resist our magic. Go on, Tony, yump yump! Yump until your feet bleed! Also, chat, what are you going to be for Halloween? I see so many cute costumes. Like my witch hat.
Has anyone really been far even has decided to use even go want to do look more like
Chat, it's been too long. A word that starts with an L. L, 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 L. L, 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 L. L, 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 L,
Obama. 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 You're old cock.
We are not done yet. A N A L A N L L A L A N L A N A L A N A L A N A L L A N A L A N L A N L A N A A L A L A N L A N A L A N A L A. Money seven, a 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 money.
Okay, you're good. All right, well, we cleared the room. We've got like 20 fucking videos to watch. Will you check the squat form? Feeling a little wild. Bro, her legs look so close together. Oh my god! She's a Giga Chad! Problem with your knees collapsing? Just put them right next to each other and they have nowhere to collapse into. This is the best strategy ever. If she's competing, I imagine she knows what she's doing though, no? And it sounds like she did her lift successfully if she's cheering afterwards, so. All right, Jesus Christ. So, Not So Erudite talked about...
Genuine and broken and hurt and vulnerable in that moment.
Knees collapsing inward isn't necessarily bad, by the way. Wait, really? I feel like that's always bad.
In a way that...
He's going to think of some hyper-autistic exception to where it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world. Look at any weightlifter. Are you talking about people hitting PRs? My understanding is that if your foot is here... If our foot is here... Here's your toes. And your knee starts to collapse here, like your leg goes up here and your knee is here, and then you connect your hips up here, that if you're starting to put a whole bunch of force down through your knee, and it's not over the center of your foot, you're going to destroy your fucking knee. Like, I don't think is there any advantage to that at all? It just sounds bad. Like, you always want all of the force going, like, down through your body, down through your legs, with your knees over the middle of your foot, or extended slightly over your toes. But if they start to collapse inward, that force is going to, like, tear your knees apart. He's talking about Olympic weightlifting. It's normal for the knees to go slightly inwards for the quads to exert maximum force. Oh, sure. For the people that do like the crazy like low high bar squats, but I think that's because physiologically they have to at like a certain point below for your quads to have space. But yeah, I think like you said, that's different. That's not your knees collapsing, right? That's like that's like a different type of thing, no? I don't know if I would say that's like your knees are collapsing in there. Did Destiny see this already? Nope, hold on. Dude, I've got more. Okay, stop! No more, stop! Olympic weightlifting would be front squats? Oh, okay, I shouldn't say that.
Enemy killing spree.
Damn. Was that Graves shooting? Nice clip, bro. Destiny's wife. Okay, we'll put this over here. Jesus. All right, where are we at?
And that's why it's more. This is why I talked about the difference in inflection between you making a boundary for yourself and then yeah, I think that like I'm ready for Steven to like never act differently. And in that case, if we have a conversation and he still doesn't understand me, I'm like fully ready to like never stream with him again. Like I don't want him to change, but I hope it will change.
Wait, why wouldn't you want him to change?
Because I'm less interested in like teaching him how to treat me, and more interested in having relationships with people who already know how to respect me.
It's so hard for me to like. I shouldn't do it because it is toxic, but it's so hard for me not to pull age cards. Like, sweetie, you're 24 years old. Like, please stop. It's so cringe. I need to teach you how to set boundaries. Like, you don't even know the boundaries you have for your own life. The idea that I have something to learn from you about boundaries for how to treat other people is laughable. Okay? Please stop. It's to even suggest that is so cringe.
I feel like
And that's why it's more. This is why.
It looked like you did apologize to her, so how come you said you didn't? Oh, okay. So Lav was arguing with me about whether or not I turned my community against her by being misogynistic or something. That when I called her a bitch, she said that I turned my whole community against her. Let me find this convo. Okay, she messaged me and said, you calling me a dumb bitch has opened up the most insane 24 hours to me. I don't want to tell you what to do with your platform. It's your life. I'll be bowing out. I can't handle the vitriol from your audience. She goes on, and then I say, bro, you are, in all caps, insanely combative, no caps, online. I have been so unbelievably patient in our conversations, but you go so hard over and over again. I don't know what you expect. And you're literally tweeting out blaming DGG after fighting like all night in Chud Logic's chat, 4 question marks. But listen, you're always free to do what you want, matey. Then she replies a little. I reply with 5 pages of like messages that she's fighting in Chud Logic's Discord server over. She got into a huge fight with people in Chud's Discord, and then she went to Twitter to blame DGG for being militant or whatever. Then she says that was 4 hours ago, and it was one conversation with 2 people for less than an hour, blah, blah, blah. But we had this whole argument, and by the end of the argument, she's like, ... no concession. You're steadfast and that you handled everything great and correctly, and you want to focus on the 40 minutes I spent in Chud's Discord today. And then I didn't respond past that because I already said everything. And then after that, she went online. No, I shouldn't say this. After that, people on Twitter were asking, did Destiny apologize to you? And then she said, yes, he did. And then I said in chat, I didn't apologize at all, but that's because I was thinking she's referring to this conversation. On the day that we had that stream, after I saw she was upset about me calling her a bitch, I DM'd her and I was like, oh, hey, sorry, I won't call you a bitch anymore if that's like actually like a trigger for you. So on the day I did, but I thought when she was tweeting out, I thought she was referring to this conversation that we just had. And I very clearly said, I'm not making any concessions in this conversation, but I think she was referring to an earlier talk, in which case I did apologize in the stream for calling her a bitch.
Why I talked about the difference in inflection between you making a boundary for yourself and then yeah, I think that like I'm ready for Steven to like never
oh, is that it?
Act like teaching him how to treat me, and more interested in having relationships with people who already know how to respect me.
Like Max.
And that's why
like Max, who banned her for pedophilia from his Discord server. Based. Okay.
Together or something. I don't know what to tell you. You have the same philosophy as Steven. That's what he does. Is if things aren't going his way, he just leaves. But I'm not like that. And no one who loves him has ever really pushed back on him. It seems like people get heartbroken, leave, hate him, become his enemies, and try to destroy him.
Hard to, right? It's really hard to put that much effort into something that is like an immovable force, and I think Steven has proven himself to be. And it is completely fine that I'm not telling you.
Rub your hands together or something.
Oh man, dude, I'm boomer brained. I am boomer brained. Now I know how my parents felt. Oh, we never finished watching this. I know how my parents felt. Like listening to somebody that's like 23 or 24 years old whose life philosophy changes completely every 3 months, like try to psychoanalyze me is like so like I don't even know how to say it. What do you want me to say? Like you've got it all figured out, like bro. Like come back to me in 3 weeks when you've got like a whole different life philosophy. Like come back to me in 2 weeks when you've now justified why your OnlyFans is actually okay and you're gonna go do hardcore. So like, dude, she missed me with that shit. Okay.
It's pretty good. What I'm noticing about this longsword is that because this pommel's one of these rounded pommels, and it's kind of got sharp.
The only irritating part to me in all of this, the thing that irritates me the most, is that I would say, I'm going to jerk myself off, which is fine. I will jerk myself off because I'm a cool person. I feel like I am probably one of the best types of people that somebody like Lav could ever have conversations with, because I'm willing to be challenging for her, and I'm not going to simp for her, but I'm like very patient and very nice. And I understand that she's never going to feel that way for any reason, because that's just what people are like. But like, bro, I am so unbelievably patient with a lot of the people that I talk to, and Lav is absolutely not an exception to that. Holy shit. I am like hand-holding and babying and being as nice and polite as possible, like as much as I can. Like, Jesus Christ.
Holding onto it like this and slicing, you feel that vibration in your hands and it kicks back into this hand. Well, I wouldn't want to really do this for too long. It just feels a little weird.
How many people's heads do you need to chop off, bro?
Long swords generally don't tend to be razor sharp because they're more for thrusting, and you kind of want to be able to half-hand it and stuff like that, but it's actually the blade moving like that, having your edge, so it's kind of, gloves definitely help. But so we're going to test the Ronin Katana Dojo Pro number 14. It's got a really nice, handsome red saya. Pretty cool sword. So we have a through hardened high carbon steel blade, which is why there's no homon, so it's not differentiated.
No what?
I will say this sword is without a doubt the sharpest sword I own. I did not touch it. This is factory sharpness. This thing is scary sharp. It's kind of that sharpness that when you feel it, you're like, oof. I would not want to be on the receiving end of this edge. Since it is through hardened, I imagine it's going to be able to retain this edge really nicely. But very impressive, Ronin Katana. Really, really impressed by the sharpening. The sword is fairly light, but it is strangely balanced. Like, the balance point is almost mid.
Oh, you want it at the end
way
for
on
sure.
The blade. Katana, you kind of want it to be around here.
For sure.
And all the fittings on the handle are pretty low quality. I mean, you're paying $350 for a sword. Feels a bit tip heavy. I wish there was a little more weight in the handle. It would be balanced better. If you just put a thicker Suba, like a full Suba that was made of...
I don't know why they would use the half, or even this one looks like it could be a quarter Suba for sure. Not good.
Iron, it would help tremendously. But this thing is gonna, this is gonna blast through this target.
Oh my God!
As you can see, it's perfectly smooth. It's just one flat plane.
I mean, what about this part right here, bruv? We're watching the video.
As opposed to when I cut with the longsword, it's still made through the target, but because the blade flexes as it's moving through its target, it makes it a little uneven, which would then also cause more drag and potentially make it so that you don't make it through the target. It's very rigid compared to the longsword, which also allows you to pull and follow through a lot better. So I'm going to try to cut through this target with using as little strength as possible. I'm not even going to move my feet. Ooh! It's so sharp still. Jesus Christ.
Jesus! It's 1,000 times folded steel.
That's a sharp ass sword. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, the slashing power on this is... can't be understated. Okay, so the blade is still extremely sharp. Really nice job with this through-hardened blade. The katana greatly outperformed the longsword in terms of slashing, but came nowhere near the precision and range of the longsword's thrusts and defensive capabilities. So let me put it in a way you guys can understand. The katana is a pure DPS weapon through and through, while the longsword is a more balanced weapon meant for a tank. Now ask yourself, does one's role make one party member better than the other? The answer is no. They both have their place and their intended purpose, and some people just gravitate towards one more than the other. It's like comparing a 1911 to a Glock. Sure, there are clear advantages on the surface to the more modern Glock, but what it really comes down to is the person wielding it. Just because a Glock can hold more rounds in their magazine doesn't make the 1911 obsolete, and it definitely doesn't mean it'll beat it every single time. I personally gravitate more towards katanas because of my martial arts background, and growing up, I was a—
Wow.
That looks like some more like medieval armor than anything. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm a Civil War historian.
He did too. Where's the video going?
Oh, this is for the History Channel. Okay. Do you know what time the auction block starts?
They didn't have an auction block today.
Fuck.
Today? Today? What a great qualifier.
First overall pick.
First overall pick.
Whoa. Why do we have to leave?
You're in chains. What are we doing here, man?
We're with the History Channel.
Why is this?
Oh, this was just the drip back thing. Yeah. This is the drip back thing. We just want to be as historically accurate as possible.
That's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not funny. It's not cute. It's not okay.
This is not okay.
But this is history.
We have good, bad, and ugly.
Was invited. We don't know who you are or where you came from.
So anybody that came is, it said anybody could come.
We don't represent this part of history.
No, trust me. I wish I could dress up like y'all.
If you want to be historically correct, let's show you how to do it, okay?
We don't have any slaves out here in chains.
You can't just erase history. Like,
I'm not erasing history.
That's a monarchy.
Let's go get our books. Let's bring out the truth, okay?
Will the truth set me free?
I'm sorry.
Honey, come on.
We're just trying to stay in character, you know?
I understand that, but let's do it properly.
I thought I learned this in history class. I learned wrong. Were there not any slaves?
Do you see anybody else here dressed like this?
Well, I mean, I don't see any other black people.
Oh, well, we can work on that.
Oh, we got some?
Yes.
Are they just like us?
No, they're in uniform.
Can I just get some, like, chitlins? Some pig feet? Ma'am, you're gonna have to get rid of that Mountain Dew. They didn't have Mountain Dew in the 1800s.
They didn't have plastic chains either.
Oh, he got him. He did get him. Respect to Gideon for keeping that in.
No.
Bro, you're a color. You can't do that, man.
Really?
Yeah, that is definitely not historically accurate.
He's not with us.
He must have watched Django or something. That's make-believe.
No, sir.
I thought it was against the law for a nigga to be on a horse. Ooh.
Excuse me?
Oh, can we not use it? Oh.
I'll let you tell him that.
Yeah, you tell him that, just like you said it.
What the hell?
I'm scared of horses. Tell him what you just told us.
Are they trying to get him in trouble for saying the N-word? Are they? Wait, what? I'm so confused. It's like whole new rules.
Well, first off, what do you identify as? No, like, are you Caucasian, Asian, Blasian?
A certain period of clothes that you got to have on. For instance, sandals and stuff, you can't do that out here.
Oh, no. Sorry. This cotton's already processed, you know. The cotton gin already got it. So I couldn't find any unpicked cotton. That was kind of hard.
In the bags.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely going to pick it. You know I'm going to pick it. Like, I'm down to be on ammunition duty. You know, I'm down to be a rifleman. I'm down to work the field. I'm down to be in the house. I would prefer to be in the house, though.
You got no experience with guns.
Oh, I'm from Chirac. I know how to use a gun.
Yeah, but still, we don't know that.
Do you guys have auctions today?
What's that?
Auctions?
Nothing like that here.
This right here is unacceptable.
Yes.
I just don't understand, but it's history.
You know, you're not offending me, but I mean, you got other white people here. They don't play this crap.
Where did you get the chains? Walmart?
No.
Party City.
Where are you folks from?
My daddy's balls.
I'm from the Candyland Plantation.
That's great.
I'm property of Calvin Candy.
Where are you from?
I'm trying to tell you, Mississippi.
Tell me the truth.
West of the Mississippi.
Why are you scared to speak the truth?
Okay, do you want me to break character?
Oh, is that a character? Is that what you're doing?
Well, I mean, aren't we all in character?
Wait, is this going on Facebook Live? Because I can't be on there.
Uh-oh, too late.
No.
Uh-oh, too late.
Please.
Uh-oh, now they're getting into real character.
Master, stop.
Oh, this is
stop.
awesome.
Here, if we pick faster, he might put up his phone.
Make sure you pick up the plastic. You get a fine for littering.
Yes, sir. Whatever you say, master.
Really, you just here causing a scene.
We want to watch the show.
Well, if you want to watch the show,
Take the chain.
take the chains off.
I'm not gonna let you snatch my chain. Like, I just can't let that slide.
Yeah, I'll start picking.
No, I want your shoes.
No, you want us to start picking, right?
Wait in the water. Wait in the water, children. Wait, why did that police officer pull up in a car? Cars weren't invented yet.
Sure. What's going on, guys? Man.
Hey, man, we're just here to enjoy the show, and they just don't like our outfits. I think they're just mad because we're more historically accurate than all of them.
You all can do whatever you want to on the roadway, but they ask you to leave. It's private property, man.
Am I historically accurate? They're saying that we're not historically accurate.
Man, I'm not a historian. I can't judge that one way or the other.
I just don't want to get a whooping. I just can't take another one.
A whooping?
Yeah.
Apparently they get whipped.
We're in character right now, you know. I'm putting on a like Oscar-winning performance.
They're general public, just like anybody else.
Exactly.
And they are unauthorized filming.
But they're trying to change history.
Wait, I'm saying if it's private property, then of course the cops can throw them off. Like, end of discussion. If this is actual private property.
Tolerate that. I like Django Unchained. I don't want to see Django recaptured. I'm not letting the sequel happen.
They were trying to get people to fight with them and stuff. I don't know.
What?
Is this private?
Why would we get people to fight with us? We're slaves. I'm sorry, madam. I'm sorry. Cause a disruption. You ain't gonna get no more troubles from me. Excuse me, officer. Do you know when the train comes by? Because we're trying to catch the Underground Railroad.
I'm not playing the games, man. You gotta do what you want to do. Just please do it over there, okay? We've asked. I've been nothing.
No, I appreciate you, man. Is it cool if I throw my cotton away, master?
You may use the trash can.
Thank you, master.
Just go to the public highway.
All right, master. Thank you.
I'm nobody's master.
Sorry, master.
There's only one master, and that's God.
And then you. That's how the hierarchy goes.
No, the hierarchy is I'm a slave to the federal government because I pay taxes.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Wait, what?
If you're gonna do your job, do it right.
Government because I pay taxes.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, did they not pick up something, or?
If you're gonna do your job, do it right.
She gave him some of the cotton. She was like, if you're gonna do your job, do it right. That lady over there was kind of dissing my cotton picking skills. Can I go like show her what's up? No. Because I can pick 12 ounces per second. Because you know I have the fastest cotton shuttle time in the world. Oh, ma'am, can you do me a favor? Think you just like karate chop elbow this?
Yeah, right.
I'm free! Nigga, every nigga for his own. We're not there to like call them racist or nothing like that. Like, I don't think it's racist to do this. This is just for good fun and everything like that. But it's just like, if you're gonna talk about history, it's like, you know, talk about all of history, you feel me? It's like talking about World War II and not talking about like what happened to Jewish people. Like,
oh, we don't do that.
Yeah, we don't talk about, yeah, it's like, bro, what the fuck? It happened.
I don't even smoke weed, but I feel high when I'm next to you, babe.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. What the fuck is going on my Discord server? Jesus. Okay, sorry.
To censor a story. As they tried to censor a story, what did they do? Well, they did the butterfly effect. And the butterfly effect, of course, is when you're, by drawing attention to something, you're then amplifying the attention. You're saying, don't look there. It makes everyone look there. So then the story got bigger and bigger and bigger. I believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant. And, you know, is Twitter probably doing a bit of a butterfly effect here and making him bigger by booting him? Or they didn't actually boot him. They temporarily suspended him. I guess now he's back. Those are all the issues that we all have to figure out. As they tried to censor a story, what did they do? Well, they did the butterfly effect. And the butterfly effect, of course, is when you're, by drawing attention to something, you're then amplifying the...
Jesus, nice.
Friend to me, at least so far, he's been...
Wait, hold on, what? 1 second. Okay, what is this? Should we watch this whole conversation?
And I think it's interesting that Steven is helping him with his website. So Steven is the kind of friend that like he'll just help his friends out even if they're being shitty at the moment, and I think that's
Oh, why doesn't this work? Sound Fixer, why don't you work with Streamable?
And I think it's interesting that Steven is helping him with his website. So Steven is the kind of friend that like he'll just help his friends out even if they're being shitty at the moment.
To be clear, I would be really careful with the framing on I'm helping Max with his website because he is paying Cake and everybody for the services. It's not like he's getting it for free. Like, yeah, I mean, there's a bit of help there, but like, I don't want it to sound like Max is not like a huge charity case. Like he's paying for assistance on that, but yeah.
And I think that's commendable because we all have friends that are shitty, and I think we strive to help them so they'll be better.
Yeah.
So I think that that's the dilemma, just like you were saying. I don't know how nobody was able to engage with you yesterday. How hard was it to understand what you were saying?
Steven has been on this like crazy fucking
He's on
arc.
his period.
Dude, I have a bone to pick with Steven. He's been so unempathetic, and I think that his audience doesn't respond to me very well because I don't think that they're very empathetic. They're like a bunch of debate bros who are like, you know, I'm logic only, and a lot of his audience now is, you know, come from other communities like the.
It's just like what is she about to say? She just has no she doesn't have any introspection developed yet, largely probably due to age. Maybe also, or I can't make the other comment. But I think she probably just not a very introspective person at the moment. She's not able to like do like, well, she's like a Sneako basically. Like, why do people feel this way about me? Oh, it must be all of everyone else's fault. Must be the answer, right?
Royper, Nick Fuentes community, so like whatever, they're their own beast. But I think that he's like allowed them and all these men that he engages with who are like online all day and like don't really engage with women to like solely because in person, because me and Steven met up in person as friends.
Great.
And he was so normal. He was so normal, so friendly, so sweet.
Because we're not arguing about anything. We didn't meet up in person to have a fucking debate. If you want to meet up again in person to have a debate, we can have an argument. But that wasn't like, I don't know why she's saying this. Like, that's such an absolutely fucking wild thing to say. Like, when we met up in private and we just like hung out and stuff, like, you were super cool. Yeah, I was. I'm always super cool. But when we had a massive debate online where I'm trashing like other large content creators, you were way more mean to me. Yeah, of course I am. And of course I'm going to be more critical to you. Like,
and then yesterday online, he's like, he told me to shut up, you stupid bitch. I was like,
I heard it. He was mad.
I was like, okay, I get that you're emotional right now. You do not get to talk to me like that.
Oh! Hold on. Sorry, I'm just thinking Brittany's awake. I'm triggered. Oh, I'm super triggered.
Yeah.
And also, who the fuck is this person? Like, I have not met this person. Like, you were not like this in person. You're doing this for a show, and you're also denigrating me in front of 8,000 people who you know love to fucking see this. You're humiliating me.
I will tell you this. Because Steven's such a considerate friend to me, at least so far. He's been really gentlemanly and lovely. I think that when I was viewing him, I was like, somebody is on his period. Like, you're in your emotional feelings. I don't know what's going on in private. I don't know what's going on in your life. But that feels a little bit in the way he reacted to Amaranth. So I'm just going to say, generally speaking, I think tensions are very high on the internet right now. And it feels like everyone feels hurt. Even listening to Cherry and Mr. Girl talk about, like, I like everyone individually. And I know that sometimes we won't get along. But I feel like this is because we're not listening or hearing each other. Like, Steven feels it's your obligation to move people in his direction, right? He told me in a conversation that he would like to convince people to be like him.
That's not what I said, Brittany!
Think about ways to find joy in their life, even if it doesn't match how society is telling you to live.
Totally. I'm the same way.
Okay, so can I just, like, say something that's, like, pretty obvious? That people want Steven's attention? Like,
sure.
Everybody wants his attention. I want his attention because I think he's a good person to bounce ideas off of. But, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting his attention. But I think some people are not honest with the intention they want. There was a girl who was on stream with Steven one time, and at the end of it goes, I hope you get to have sex with Brittany. And I was like, why would you say that?
Anyways, it was nice chatting, and I'm glad I defeated you in that debate.
Yep.
And And I hope you manage to have sex with Brittany at some point.
Oh no, this was Jewish girl. Fuck, what's her name? Aristocracy, yeah. God, that was so weird. I don't know why she said that. Jesus Christ, that's like really forward and cringe. I'm glad since you're a woman you can get away with making like autistic statements like that. For the fucking creep that you are. Must be a nice skill, but thanks.
I don't want to have sex with Steven. I am monogamous. Why did you say that? I wasn't monogamous at the time. I wasn't even dating anyone. But like, she doesn't know me. So what if I was like in a relationship and like, why would she say that? And then I kept wondering, like, why would she say that? And then I realized, like, I think she was just trying to be funny and then flirty with Steven. And then it was like a flirt through me. And like, maybe she's socially awkward, right? So I have to assume
Carrie does me. She's like, oh, you guys just like fuck already. But also the added drama behind this is that they had something public and she wrote a twitlonger about him ignoring her.
Wait, who
so
had
it's
something
public? So Cherry and Steven had like a thing.
Okay.
And Cherry wrote a twitlonger about him like ignoring her. And how they had like a sexual relationship and it really bothered her that he ignored her now.
Just, I don't like to be public about stuff if other people want to be private about it. So just to be clear, when we say like a thing, we hooked up once. That's what a thing means, okay? We weren't like dating or anything formal, just to be clear, okay? Just so there's no confusion about that.
Oh my God. Okay, number one reason not to have sex with Steven, I'm not dealing with any of that. But
No,
like...
literally. And I've talked to him about this before. I'm like, why are you having sex with these unhinged women? I'm like,
he's got a type. The man's got a type.
Dude, it's insane. And now everyone thinks that we're fucking because I'm on stream with him, which like whatever.
Laugh, are you fucking?
No.
You promise?
I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
I believe you.
I promise.
And even
I
if
would
you did,
never.
girl,
I would
even
never.
Even if you did, it's all a part of the rules, right? Because you're both in open relationships. It's allowed to happen.
Yeah.
I need to
Like,
skip
we could
past this.
someday. Who knows? Right now?
Ooh,
no.
Streamer orgy, everybody with Max.
Yeah,
Me. I'm just watching. I can't touch anyone.
Yeah, who's to say right now after he talked to me the way that he did, it's looking like a no forever.
Okay,
but who's to say if we have a connection, who cares, right? I'm open to it. But I'm not like by no means. I'm very happy. I'm not trying to get this like fucking 34-year-old league player to fuck me. I don't have to try that hard. First of all, also.
Bro.
Cherry's acting like I'm begging for it. I'm like, if I wanted to fuck Steven, rest assured I would have already fucking done it.
The best thing about Steven is that he's a slut. It's like the one that breaks about him. He's so I don't think he'd have a problem.
I'm done with this topic. I'm moving on to this video. Okay. Moving on to listening to this next.
I've never personally attacked.
Girl, you called everyone
You
name after
absolutely
name
have.
yesterday, girl. You were going ham, girl.
Yes,
you speak
Madam
like
Genevieve.
Madam, I didn't personally attack
girl. You
Genevieve.
cutthroat.
Yes, you did. Kelly Jean and Madam Genevieve.
What did I say?
You called them stupid. You called them bitch. You called them moronic, right? You called them lots of names.
Okay, fine. You got me.
Okay, but this is what.
Okay, why does she get to do the thing where she's like, I didn't do that. And then when you catch her, she's like, tee.
I'm talking about, right? I'll say, this is what you're responsible for. And you'll go, no, I'm not. And then I'll be like, yes, you are.
No,
and
I
then
am.
you'll be
No, I
like,
am.
okay, you're right, I
No, I
am.
get it.
This is the issue.
Oh,
you
thank
don't
you.
get to be,
Erudite.
no, I'm fucking not. And then also, tee-hee, ooh-woo. Oops.
True!
It's, you don't
You
get
proved me
both.
wrong.
Yeah, but then your response
How would
to
you
that
like
is
me to respond?
You'd be like, oh, fuck. You're right. I have been kind of mean. That is a bit of a like.
Well, I am doing that in my
is
own
a behavior. Hold on.
In my own way.
Oops, I'm wrong. It's typically not a satisfactory answer for people that you hurt and upset and said nasty things to. I imagine, for example, Madam Genevieve doesn't feel super heartwarmed when you just say, I'm just young, like, hee, oops. Okay, I guess I was a little mean. I don't think that means anything to the people that you've like spoken.
A little different.
Nasty.
I agree with you to some extent, but I do think it's a little different. I don't think that I think that it was like one-on-one with me and Madam Genevieve, and we were having a conversation. It was a hard conversation. I've never personally attacked.
Girl, you called everyone
You
name after
absolutely
name.
have.
I'm so triggered. Hold on. Do we watch this 20-minute video?
So, I started the Rosaries channel back in 2019 when I was just 15 years old. On the 8th of May, I uploaded my very first video. Is Denmark socialist? A PragerU response. At the time, time, it was just a one-off thing. It might even have been for school assignments. I'm not too sure. I didn't pick it back up again until the spring of 2020 when I was doing my international baccalaureate.
Hold on, let me blow my nose. 1 second.
As a prerequisite to graduating, you had to complete a set number of hours worth of extracurriculars and other personal projects. Content creation and YouTube fit perfectly into the criteria, and it was the major reason why I started uploading regularly. I did YouTube throughout high school and then kept it going. Over the past 3 years, my upload schedule gradually increased in intensity, culminating in a 1.5 years of almost daily uploads. I continued with YouTube when I started my university studies, and the money I made from it got me through my first year here in Amsterdam. At this point, however, I think it's time for me to take a step away from content creation. This wasn't the first bout of doubt I had regarding my YouTube channel. On at least 3 other occasions, I had concrete plans to withdraw and stop making content. The reasons, at the time, mostly revolved around stress and pressure. I'll get into the final reasons for my decision right now in a little bit. What really gave me the opportunity to reflect on all this and reach my final decision were the issues I had with finding housing in Amsterdam, which caused me to take a hiatus during this summer. Amsterdam housing is brutal, particularly for international students. I've had to say goodbye to a good friend of mine this year, who had to return to her country of origin because she couldn't find a place to live, and her parents, understandably, didn't want her to couch surf. And still, there are many more who didn't even make it here in the first place due to not finding a place to live. Fortunately for me, as you can see, it worked out in the end, but not without many months of intense searching, outreach, and stress. I only ever made it to one housing interview, which luckily worked out and is now the place I'm currently staying at. But that break from YouTube and streaming that I took while I was busy with life gave me an important moment to clear my head, get a new perspective, and think about my future. There are many reasons why I'm withdrawing from content creation. The major one being one of personal development and setting myself up for success in the future. While I know far from everything, I've learned a lot of what there is to learn from YouTube over the past 3.5 years, and I feel like I'm beginning to run into diminishing returns with regard to my personal development. Don't get me wrong, YouTube and content creation is an excellent way to learn a great many things, particularly at such a young age where many other types of work are unavailable to you. But now that I'm 18, I have so many more opportunities for personal growth available to me. Diversifying is important from a financial, career, and personal development perspective. And with that being said, I'd rather have my next 3 years be filled with new, varied experiences than be filled with another 3 years of content creation and YouTube. Furthermore, while I would say I have more life experience than the vast majority of people my age, I still have the limited perspective that comes with being young. And had I compounded that with a continuation of doing the one profession I'd done since I was 15, I'm afraid the quality of my social and intrapersonal insight would greatly suffer. And as an effect, so would any potential content. Another facet that is unique with YouTube compared to most jobs is the workflow. You never, and I mean never, stop working. And nor should you if you're trying to be as successful as you can. It's not like most jobs where you go to work,
hustle,
give it
baby,
your all, and then head home and wind down. The constant brainstorming, networking, scheduling, researching, planning, recording, streaming, uploading, marketing, and much more creates a workflow that just never ends. There is always something you can do. And while I appreciate it, as somebody who likes to give things their all, it also has significant drawbacks.
Wait, Hassan accidentally watched your clip. Wait, what? I'm going to court. 29-minute video. Okay.
To name just two, it may be the case that other things in my life require more attention for a bit, such as interpersonal relations or academic arrangements, and that these and my content creation both happen to ramp up in intensity simultaneously, leaving me with very little time to do a great many things. I'm also a person who sometimes struggles to wind down, and I know for a fact that if I even had the slightest thought of anything remotely relating to YouTube as I'm trying to fall asleep, that would incur at least a 30-minute delay before I'd eventually be able to doze off. I would also sometimes wake up and have extremely vivid hallucination-esque experiences where I would think that I was streaming from my bed, which was extremely distressing. These would often happen after particular—
Oh my god, dude. I used to have nightmares. I haven't in a long time, but I used to have nightmares that I'd woke up and I was like, oh my god, I said the F word like on stream like 20 times. Am I getting banned? And I would like start going through like my socials to see if there was like LSF threads on it or whatever. It'd like freak me the fuck out. Jesus Christ.
Very significant streams, such as right after big debates. This, coupled with the inherent volatility of YouTube and streaming as a medium, where you can at any point be banned or thrown out of the algorithm, creates an uncertain and taxing working environment that I would not like to do as my main career going forward. Another similarly destructive element of YouTube and content creation is the quantification of everything. While people may often poke fun at teenagers for getting upset because they didn't get enough likes on their recent Instagram post, there is a very real and very strong psychological mechanism that is being tapped into there. YouTube is that psychological mechanism, but on steroids. You get statistical and numerical breakdowns of everything, all the time, all at once. If your recent video marginally underperformed, trust me,
he almost said the
YouTube
meme guys.
will let you know. For me personally, the red arrows and symbols on YouTube Studio always bothered me infinitely more than any swarm of hate comments ever could. A comment saying they wish I'd be killed because of my curly hair and prominent nose? I don't really care. My most recent video marginally underperforming? That's going to ruin my day. But there is something else to this. Something deeper than the Instagram-esque reflection of popularity that your like or view count represents. If you're a comedy YouTuber, you probably take pride in the fact that you're funny. If you're a gaming YouTuber, you probably take pride in the fact that you're good at video games. If you're an online politics YouTuber, you probably take pride in the fact that you do not touch grass. Regardless of what you do,
Okay. Me and Lav are cool. Everything is cool. Let's just take steps in a forward direction. Your trains are fucking slow, bro. Yeah, I'm burning the wood. You got a problem? What is this? Wait. Who is Casey Edwards? When did this song come out? This sounds heavily related to the Doom music. This doesn't. This guy was definitely inspired by the Doom soundtrack. Absolutely. It is, he said so? Okay, yeah. Not that that's bad, by the way. That's awesome. This soundtrack is awesome or whatever. But you definitely hear the influence, whatever this bass guitar thing is. I don't know electronic instrument, but go to the most replayed part. You absolutely hear it, right? And the high synth too, even, right? It's pretty, yeah. The high synth is so similar too. Interesting. Cool. That's cool. I like it. I like seeing that. That's fun. But okay, no. Whoa!
Your content is going to reflect an aspect of who you are and what you care a great deal about. And as such, your view count no longer just becomes a reflection of your broader popularity, but also a quantified measurement of the value
how
of
good
your
you
passion.
are. Yeah.
Moving beyond some of the broader issues with YouTube as a whole, here are some of my issues with the online politics space specifically. My main issue is the type of content that a creator is incentivized to make. If I do an off-the-cuff reaction to a dumb thing Hassan said that I was just randomly sent by a user in my chat, that may very well go on to become one of my most viewed videos of all time. Now, if I spend a great many hours researching and preparing a segment or a video on an issue of significantly greater social and political relevance, that video will perform, at best, slightly above average, and at worst, among the poorest performing videos on my channel. This is bothersome to me because now there is a fundamental juxtaposition between the videos that are the most fulfilling for me to make versus the ones that perform the best. This was compounded by the fact that I was financially reliant on my YouTube channel. And that created a very perverse incentive structure for myself, where I had to weigh viewership, and thus making money and getting by, against doing what I had a passion for, and felt would be more beneficial for my social development. This was in no way meant to push out people that do, who have a passion for this more drama-oriented content. I still frequently consume this type of media. It's fun and a great source of entertainment. It's just not for me to make. Another thing is that online politics is, for the most part, relentlessly negative. The general tone I get from online politics is one of destruction, of tearing one another or ideas down, rather than working together and building something. Of course, there are notable exceptions to this, such as Destiny's canvassing or Dylan Byrne's work in Ukraine, but I believe that those are exceptions, and that the broader point stands. A final, fairly personal thing is the importance of collaborations. While collaborations are important for any content creator, online politics doesn't really work if you don't interact with others, unless your name is Hassan Piker. Now, for most creators,
burn!
I am European. And what that means for me is that I have to be up and go to sleep at absurd hours of the day to collaborate with American creators and capture American audiences. There was a period during my first year of university studies where I went to bed at around 6 to 7 a.m. and woke up at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Of course, this isn't sustainable in its own right, but what specifically bothered me was the effect it had on my social life. By the time I woke up, most of my friends were already halfway through their day, and this effectively halved the time I had for social interactions. Because of this, I didn't build as many close friendships in my first year of living here in Amsterdam as I would have liked to. At the moment, I'm studying for my bachelor's degree in sociology, and I'm enrolled in the Honors and Talents program for that degree. Cutting back on YouTube has allowed me to also work customer relations for a big international company for 20 hours a week, as well as hold a leadership position at an up-and-coming academic journal affiliated with my university. It's nice to be able to go to work and then clock out and not have my job perpetually hanging over my head. Now, this isn't to say that I don't have other projects or obligations going on all the time. I do, and the journal is one of many such projects. But this time, they're all things I have a passion for all the time, not things I have to do to make a living. I'm also able to produce more meaningful and generally more social connections overall now that my sleep schedule is more aligned. After I graduate with my sociology degree, hopefully with honors or even cum laude, I plan to start an interdisciplinary degree in politics, psychology, law, and economics, with my major being in law. All the while, I want to keep an open eye and mind to exciting new career opportunities that allow me to develop as a professional and, more importantly, as a person. All in all, I am extremely happy with my choice to take a step away from YouTube, and I feel like I did what's best for me. While I will not be regularly producing my own content from here on out, I'll still have my finger on the online politics pulse, hop on other people's stream occasionally, and work on stuff behind the scenes. Rose Wrist has been a hell of a journey. I have learned a great many skills and met a great many awesome people, far too many for me to mention here, but I will give a brief overview. Public speaking and rhetoric was not something that came naturally to me. In fact, my drive towards getting better at it stemmed from a frustration over at one point not being able to verbalize my thoughts as well as I would have liked to. Rose Wrist gave me an excellent opportunity to further work on my public speaking and rhetoric. The work schedule and public aspect of it all gave me a newfound sense of discipline, working under pressure, and accountability that is hard to come by at my age. I've also been given the opportunity to really develop my research skills, which has helped me tremendously academically, but also in having a more grounded worldview. I've been able to talk to a great many intelligent and well-educated people who have given me access to knowledge, quality conversation, and insight that is otherwise difficult to obtain. Finally, it has given me an important avenue to learn more about myself and reflect on my ambitions and what I think is important. A video I'm particularly proud of is my statistical breakdown of violence at BLM demonstrations. In order to grapple with a number of anti-BLM arguments, I had to engage in comprehensive statistical analysis and concise presentation to get to the truth of the matter. I'm also very happy with the documents I produced throughout my 3 years on the platform, those being my document on systemic racism, my document on immigration and discrimination in Sweden, on worker cooperatives, and ones I've assisted in producing, such as the exposition on CAFLs. Rose Wrist isn't one person. It's not me, Elton. Rose Wrist is a conglomeration of a great many people who all pitched in, big or small, directly or indirectly, into creating the channel and the project as it exists today. First of all, I'd like to thank Margina Dominus, or Zoe, for her consistent and extended hard work editing for the channel. I'd like to thank Antizer and Sleepy Slippy for their creative and attention-drawing thumbnails. I'd like to thank White Nervosa for helping me set up my website, and Destiny and his team of developers, Seneza and Stampet, who, back in 2012, coded the source material. I'd like to thank my middle school friend, who drew the original 2 designs I currently use, and my friend Cherry Tarts, who drew all the designs that I currently use. I'd like to thank Dan, who for a long period of time reliably announced my new videos in my Discord every day. I'd like to thank my parents, who supported me and gave me the ability to pursue YouTube when I was very young. I'd like to thank Vosh and Destiny for the opportunities they afforded me and the growth that I sustained as a result of it. I'd like to thank all the countless creators I collaborated with on panels and discussions. I'd also like to thank the ones I didn't get a chance to talk to, such as Lauren Southern and Angry Foreigner, for being so confident in me that they refused to debate me. Finally, I'd like to thank you, the viewer, for your unwavering support and for taking the time out of your days to hear out a random teenager from Sweden.
Oh my god. And we are live. How can you hear me? Can you hear me fine? Is the volume good?
You would agree Europe does exist.
It's true. The rumors are true.
All right.
Europe does exist, in fact.
Okay. I have someone who I'd like to thank for the compilation of this data, and I'm going to bring that person on now, if I may, because they are the person who made the original document from which I callously ripped so many of my sources.
Hello?
Hello?
It's not clearly democratic.
Wrong. Imagine fucking taking advantage of a 17-year-old for fucking research because you're so lazy. I had a private conversation with a friend yesterday, and you know what I told them? They asked me, at any point in time with Fuentes, like, you ever worried about him steamrolling other communities? And you know what? I'm not worried. You know why I'm not worried about Nick Fuentes steamrolling other communities? Because there's only 2 things that can happen. Either one, he doesn't, and I don't give a fuck. Or 2, he does, and I'm glad he does. I'm glad. When I see Nick Fuentes steamroll somebody, it makes me happy. You know why? Because all of these political heroes that you people worship don't deserve their fucking platforms. They shouldn't be here as political commentators. We're getting paid absurd amounts of fucking money. People can't even do the bare minimum of fucking research. Go work a real fucking job. Where the fuck could you show up to a job with no experience, no preparation, no anything, and then handle a client or a customer or some other adversarial interaction and fuck it up completely, and then be like, oh, well, I don't need to prepare for that. I stream 4 hours a day and I make $250,000 a year, and who the fuck cares? Fuck you. Like, I hope that these people, when you see alt-righters like, oh no, I'm worried that he's gonna out-debate all of our left-leaning people. Good, then fuck him. Make him find new fucking work. You don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve to be on the internet. If all you can do is run to Twitter and tweet fucking bad shit at people because that's the only platform you can thrive on, then delete your dog shit fucking YouTube channel. Stop hogging virtual oxygen from other people that might actually be valuable in the space and stick to fucking Twitter with fucking perpetual losers like Merrick who will never be worth more than the 180 characters I can fucking tweet. Okay? Fuck these people. The people online should be your stalwarts, your knights to defend whatever ideas you have. The idea that none of them can do it, what the fuck are you doing with your time? You're fucking lonely losers on the internet that spend all of your time producing online content. Do some work for it. Fucking research. Open a fucking study. God forbid, open a fucking book. Open a Wikipedia article. Jesus Christ, if you're that fucking scared that one alt-writer is gonna wander into your fucking shop and then all of a sudden everybody turns into a fucking Nazi, how stupid do you have to be? Fuck! I hope that these alt-writers steamroll your communities. So maybe we get some new fucking political thought leaders here. Instead of relying on fucking Ethan Klein and Hassan fucking Piker. The dumbest motherfuckers on the internet when it comes to political discourse. Fuck!
Korea is a democratic state, correct?
And in this video, I'm going to be going over one of his videos. It's one of his more recent videos, Tourists are unsafe in Sweden, and going through a bit of rebuttal and a few issues that I find with the video. And there are quite a few of them.
Do you like horror games in general? This is my first time like actually playing horror games. I have no idea.
I guess I don't necessarily agree with democracy in that sense. I call myself more of a liberal, where all laws should be.
Okay, look at how beautiful this chair is. Wow.
You've worked before, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you got a job.
No, I'm 17 right now.
There's one thing, and we can't talk about that because if we talk about that, we may get banned off of the platform. So I don't know if you will, but
could you give me some like indication of like what it might be, like a hint or something?
The you know who's.
You're
Is something missing here?
So it's not just like it's screwing over Destiny; it's screwing over Gudgel as well, because Gudgel is losing number one, manpower, that is important for any campaign, and number two is getting a lot of negative press from this. And it upsets me so much that it's people that call themselves progressives and people that call themselves leftists that do this. Because they're doing nothing but hurting the movement. They're doing literally nothing. Except for exacting any form of petty revenge they can over a political person that they don't like online. He's been saying for years, nobody wants to talk about this. You know, all the lefties, the progressive, they're so scared, they're snowflakes, they can't deal with this, they call everything racist. As soon as I reach out to him, I lend him my hand, he slaps it away, says my video is a complete garbage, and says he wants a public apology, and then he'll consider having me on. And
wait, who did that? Did I do that?
Some people, some crazy lefties, would call me an anarcho-capitalist. Analyzing the values and limitations of cooperative firms. So you only have one solution to this problem.
Yes, but because I don't really care about solution that way.
And I believe, unless there's some crazy twist, and I'm actually being debated, I'm on here to discuss a document I produced on worker cooperatives. I'm not going to label myself a socialist going forward, and not going to argue in favor.
Wait, what was the video about? Wait, Vosh did? You did? What was the video about? Yeah, it was so fucked up. Wait, I can't tell if people are trolling me or not. Wait, what?
Apology, and then he'll consider having me on. And
I asked for a public apology?
Like online. He's been saying for years, nobody wants to talk about this, you know, all the because Gudgel is losing number one, manpower, that is important for any campaign, and number two is getting a lot of negative press from this. And it upsets me so much that it's people that call themselves progressives and people that call themselves leftists that do this. Because they're doing nothing but hurting the movement. They're doing literally nothing, except for exacting any form of petty revenge they can over a political person that they don't like online. He's been saying for years, nobody wants to talk about this, you know, all the lefties, the progressive, they're so scared, they're snowflakes, they can't deal with this, they call everything racist. As soon as I reach out to him, I lend him my hand, he slaps it away, says my video is a complete garbage, and says he wants a public apology, and then he'll consider having me on. And I am a classical liberal. Some people, some crazy lefties, would call me an anarcho-capitalist.
That wasn't me. Fuck you. You guys are trolling me.
As a document I produce on worker cooperatives. I'm not going to label myself a socialist going forward, and not going to argue in favor of market socialism in the ways that I have done previously.
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's a little bit late, but that's okay. I'm excited to have the conversation. So Ross, and this is just going to be a whole debunking debate, isn't it? This video will be a comprehensive overview of what we know about the BLM protests.
I think it was an angry foreigner, a Swedish YouTuber. Gotcha.
Explain, substantiate, let me know why you think like you do, and you don't just think it without telling me why.
This whole conversation, you're fishing for gotchas, and then you're trying to like act like you're psychoanalyzing me, dude. Come the fuck on with this.
In this video, we will be debunking this video by race realist Ubersoy, titled "Vosh is wrong."
Ubersoy.
In fact, be demonstrating why it is Ubersoy that is wrong about race and IQ. In your sponsorship, okay, you didn't just say buy, okay, you said buy and sell.
Oh, fuck, well, you got me. You can sell them.
Fuck off, dude.
Trans people don't want to stop being trans. Is the problem?
The question then is, hey,
I wasn't telling you to buy them.
Worker cooperatives. How bad would the brain drain be?
I
Would it
just
be
cite them, okay.
Venezuela, Romania, Greece bad, or would it be Finland bad? And once again, we don't know.
Something really extraordinary would have to happen next week, I think, for that invasion to not take place.
And if you're thinking about that, if you've been questioning whether or not Destiny is really progressive, you have spent too much time
on the internet. You have spent too little time touching grass recently. Despite the very best efforts of vegan gays and Ask Yourself, I'm now a vegan. So once again, she's trying to rewrite her narrative about her relation to the Great Replacement Conspiracy Theory, as well as the history about the Great Replacement Conspiracy as a whole.
You don't have the Home Office report.
What do you mean we don't have it? I'm sitting on a 59-page report right now for the reasons that have been talked about now in this video thus far, offering a debate proposal for Lauren Southern to debate the following two things: Swedish immigration and Lauren Southern's relationship with the Great Replacement Conspiracy Theory. Lauren Southern vented. I guess that's about all there is left to say. Lauren Southern vented.
Sus.
These politicians do not represent us, they betray us, and now we're forcibly evicting them from the people's house. They should live in fear of the American people. How does that square with your peaceful protest statement?
Because we're referring to the Capitol lawn.
Rose, you could be 20 times as smart as me. You're still a liberal. You're not running away from that. We're different.
What do you do again?
What?
100%.
I remember that.
Really?
I plan to have one final stream on Saturday, the 22nd of October at 7 p.m. CET, which would be 1 p.m. EST, where I just hang out and have an amazing few hours with you all. All donations during that stream will be split equally 3 ways between the 3 people currently working with Rosers, those being myself, Margini Dominus, and Sleepy Slippy. I hope to see you all then. Thank you very much.
I'm leftist. I'm built different.
Two tofus. Two tofus.
Wait, what is this? I don't understand. It happened? The kid that got tackled with special needs and was supposed to score. Oh no! I'm sorry.
Two tofus.
It's like, there's got to be like at least one time in history, like 20 kids can all play soccer against fucking who's the famous soccer player? I don't know any of these fucking football player names. Who am I thinking of? Who's like the one that in Britbongerland they're all like, oh, it's the guy, like Messi or whatever. Yeah, and instead of just like playing and it's like fun and games or whatever, he's just like absolutely fucking clowning on all the kids, like hardcore, like tripping and like fucking their shit up. That would just be fucking hilarious. What is this? Fear Factory. Dielectric. Cute.
Watch the op.
Okay, 27 minutes here, hour and 40 minutes here. Oh, what is this?
Hey everyone, what's up? This is just a quick video to wish Safi the best of luck in her new career. She's joined that website, you know, the website which I won't say because YouTube might restrict my video. But this is just a video to say I'm proud of her, and I hope she does really well on there. And it'd be, you know, I just wanted to say that firstly, she decided to make the account. I wanted her to do it half a year ago.
Oh! On Jimmy, footwork and everything, mate. Well done. Just get in line with the ball.
That was inches. You lucky man.
Stand up, Jamie, stand up. Well done, mate. See how you landed? Come here. When you're coming into the dive, it should be there. Boom. What are you doing at the moment, because you're right-handed, is you're trying to do that. Your whole body's turning, it's ended up turning like that. You're facing the wrong way. Always trying to lead with your left. If you can, yeah?
Get in there!
Well done, he's 13.
Game, set and match, Owen.
The thing about Sansa is that she's probably one of the most harmless characters in both the show and the book. She's a little girl whose biggest flaw is wanting a fairy tale ending. The hatred she gets can only be attributed to misogyny. Why does... What? What? The thing I love about the Game of Thrones show universe... Okay, I don't know which tweet is more autistic. One thing I love about the Game of Thrones show universe is its portrayals of the most heartless and cruel villains. No other show or movie makes you as invested in watching their downfall. What? One of these is not the same as the other. I don't know anything about this guy because I don't watch the show yet, but how is Sansa a villain? Was this a bait tweet? I'm baited. If this is a bait tweet, I'm baited. Are you doing a stream with Lav tonight? Lav is always welcome on if she wants to talk, but I'm not going to be nice anymore, okay? Now I'm going to show her what it looks like when somebody's actually aggressively pushing on points. I don't know if she'll come back again, but if she does, I'm not like no more like kids globes bullshit. Ooh. Ooh. Wait, is this a troll? Imagine being responsible for your father's death and pushing the strongest character in the universe to burn millions of innocent people. King's Landing was Sansa's fault? Sansa failed upwards for 8 seasons straight. Shout out to non-boring female characters in Game of Thrones. Oh, 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 oh. It's a bait. I'm getting baited. I'm getting baited. I'm getting trolled. I know I'm getting trolled. I know I'm getting trolled, and I'm not going to let it happen, okay? I'm not going to let it happen. I'm not going to let it happen.
Jon Snow therapy session. It's like a Jon Snow therapy session. It's not that Jon wasn't listening. She wasn't telling him.
Just don't do what he wants you to do.
That's good advice.
You think that's obvious?
Well, it is a bit obvious.
If you had asked for my advice earlier, I would have told you not to attack Winterfell until we had a larger force. Or is that obvious
When
too?
will we have a larger force? If she'd just come out and said, I've been writing to Littlefinger, I can get the Knights of the Vale along. Why don't we do this? And then they can ride in and win the day. And he'd have gone, yeah, great. Oh, wicked. Oh, we're actually going to win. But she talks in riddles. She almost gets him killed.
I'm getting baited by the actors. Oh, I'm getting baited by the actors now. Oh my God. Guys, this is exciting. I love this. I'm so famous. You guys have actually paid the official Game of Thrones actors to fucking troll me. To troll me. You're trolling me.
I don't get Sansa Stark at all. Me, Kit Harington, or Jon Snow does not get Sansa Stark.
Jon Snow doesn't get anybody because he's a fucking moron. You dumb fuck. He's the only character in the show that needed to die twice.
I've got really animated now that Sansa's come into the story. I don't know why I didn't.
Jon Snow, you know why Jon Snow hates Sansa? Because when Jon Snow meets Sansa in like season fucking 8, he's like, oh my God. Why did you get so much character development and I got none? Because Jon Snow in the final episode of Game of Thrones is the exact same Jon Snow that gets the weird fucking wolf pup in fucking episode 1. The character doesn't change, grow, learn, or develop at all in the entire fucking show. He's still the same naive dumb fuck who needs fucking Tyrion in the second to last or last episode to convince him to fucking kill the new Mad Queen. He literally needs Tyrion to beg him to do it. He hasn't learned a single fucking thing. This dude's literally been to hell and back, and he didn't learn anything. And he's mad because he sees Sansa. He's like, oh my God, when I last saw you, you were like this little dipshit girl that doesn't know or understand anything about the world, and now you've been through all these experiences. You're literally leading Winterfell. You're handling communication with a lot of people, and you talked back to my simp queen that I fucking simp over relentlessly for some God knows what the fuck reason. Yeah, no wonder Jon Snow hates Sansa, because she actually grew and changed as a person. God, fuck, I got baited. I got one guide by Kit Harington. I got one guide right now.
Why has this annoyed me so much? Sorry.
Okay, don't. JD and Sneako got into a fight.
Last night I was. Did I hit you? Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. You're derailing the. Bro, what's up? What's up, nigga? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
Wow, very nice. Good job. Does Asmongold TV
Today is
not care about animals?
another one of those videos where I reach out to someone who's
Destiny, but Kid is right. Sansa didn't tell him about the Knights of Vale for no reason. That's true. That was dumb. But that doesn't mean Jon Snow should have sacrificed and suicided his whole fucking army. Like, here was the plot. Jon, Ramsay's gonna try to bait you with your brother that you, honest to God, literally nobody cares about. Nobody cares about this kid anymore. He could die tomorrow and literally not a single fucking thing will change, okay? Nobody cares. And Jon's like, I understand. So what are you gonna do, Jon? I'm gonna lead. Okay, cool, Jon. You're gonna be a really good leader. You were fucking Lord Commander of the entire fucking Night's Watch. You've brought together wildlings, and you've seen things from other worlds, and you've killed White Walkers! You've killed a fucking White Walker! You're base. You've died and come back. You're so ready. You've executed a 13-year-old. You're hardcore, dude. I wanna see how you're gonna lead this army. I'll lead. Okay, cool. Next morning, sees brother, gets shot, Chargers army loses. What a mess! What a mess! Of course he hates Sansa.
heaps and bounds more popular than I am, in the hopes
The only thing dumber than Jon Snow in that fight was all of you guys going, oh, best episode of Game of Thrones ever. Battle of the Bastards.
maybe miraculously I might reach them, or at least some of their audience. And today it's about AsmonGold. AsmonGold is a popular streamer. He's known for his gaming and his more mature takes on things, and I'm hoping that with his maturity I could shed light on something that in the future will definitely be seen as more of an atrocity than it is today. There's two videos I saw by AsmonGold that kind of raised my eyebrows. One of them was like a stream clip where he was with Maya, who's like a wildlife conservationist who has talked badly of veganism before. I've done a video on her before, and I will link that down below.
Boys, today we have a very, very special part of the show. Today, we are going to be taking a look at some real-life animals. No longer in-game, in real life. We're here with Maya and also her friend, and they're going to be showing us a number of these wild animals. And I am, honestly, guys, I'm really excited for this.
And he has an eastern fox squirrel. Wow.
I can't believe it. It's a real squirrel, and he's in the house.
So this is a guy who seems to have an incredible interest in animals. He seems to want to respect them or care for them. You know, at least understands that they are these individuals and, you know, they're at risk and need to be cared for. Then the other video that drew my attention to the problem was a recent video where he was cooking up a steak.
So, boys, so I've wanted to do this for a while. A lot of people have asked for it, and we're finally going to do it. Today, I'm going to show you all how I cook a steak.
I think it's really interesting how on his wall he has a horse in like a calendar. I do wonder how he'd feel if that steak were comprised of the body of one of those horses, or maybe the horse in that picture.
Do you really think he would fucking care? It's fucking Asmongold, okay?
It maybe make him feel some different type of way, or better yet, maybe if that were the corpse of a Rottweiler or some dog, or if it were comprised of the bodies of some of the animals he had a chance to interact with, would he feel somewhat differently? I understand that this is something that we see as very normal, very necessary, something that's just kind of part of life, but if we genuinely take the time to think about it, there is no relevant moral difference between these animals and the animals who you would value. That would mean some of them you can just kind of slit their throats, you can bolt them in the head, you can kind of do what you want to them in order to make a steak out of them.
But I do take pictures of every single steak that I cook. I cook the exact same steak every single time, and I take a picture of it at the end. That way I remember how good it was.
It's really weird how he's just kind of talking about the steak like it's an object and not a body part. If he were taking a body part out of a fridge, but it weren't from a cow, and it were from like a dog or a cat, then suddenly we'd view this very differently, and the public response would be incredibly different. Hello, this is a more recent version of Vegan Case. Reporting in because I found a video by AsmonGold talking on an instance where a streamer got a cat, threw them over their chair, and fed them vodka. The kind of claim that I made about AsmonGold caring about animals, I don't know with this clip. I feel like maybe other people should watch it in its full context.
Okay, I don't care. Okay, stop. What happened? Okay, we were watching this video. We're not gonna get through our stuff today. Okay.
And then recently she wanted to do it, so she went and did it. Hey everyone, what's up? This is just a quick video to wish Safi the best of luck in her new career. She's joined that website, you know, the website which I won't say because YouTube might restrict my video. But this is just a video to say I'm proud of her, and I hope she does really well on there. And it'd be, you know, I just wanted to say that firstly, she decided to make the account. I wanted her to do it half a year ago. And then recently she wanted to do it, so she went and did it. She took all her own photos.
Why is he making this video? What is happening? I don't know the context. I have no idea.
And she picked her own set. and she's on there and she set it all up in her name and her bank account. And I just want to let everyone know this is nothing to do with me. Like with Rachel, it's her own thing.
To promote it? Is that it? He's just promoting her?
To ask of you guys that if you could support her and go to her Instagram account.
Why does it sound so cocked? I shouldn't use that word in this context, but
and maybe subscribing and talking to her on there, that'd be awesome, because I just want to see her do really well. I am really proud of her, and I believe that she'll do real good on there. And maybe this would be something different for the YouTube channel, where maybe once every month or once every few weeks we can discuss on how it's going, and I'll keep my eye on things, you know, and make sure she's doing great. I just want to make this video to let you guys know that, yeah, Safi has officially joined that website, and I really do wish her the best, and I really do hope she does really well on there. And that's about it, really. So yeah, I know I haven't streamed, in 6 days.
Destiny moment. I fucking wish Mel would do OnlyFans. She needs to fucking stop slacking. You sell those boobs.
I had Safi's family here on Friday and on Saturday and on Sunday, and on Monday they went home, and I came down with a big illness on Saturday and Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, and Wednesday. Yesterday, I had a massive cough, a sore throat, and today my throat is so sore. It's so sore, it's really hard to swallow. I try not to swallow. Even when I do swallow, it really hurts. I will try and stream, maybe tomorrow, before the weekend. But yeah, I love you guys so much. Please be nice to Safi and support her well, because we all love her and we all support her, don't we, boys? Anyways, that's it.
This video sounds so fucking weird.
I'll see you guys on the next one.
Jesus. Sam Hyde vid about your take on his career. Man, it's crazy to think how much Sam Hyde f***ed his life up. It's got to be one of the worst stories of artistic history. He actually got his own show on Adult Swim, which I would argue birthed the whole genre of ironic comedy.
Brian, Tyler, thank you for coming, man. Peanut Arbuckle. All right, Peanut Arbuckle. They just call me Brian.
They call me Peabody. They call me Peanut Arbuckle.
The secret name that only me and Jasper will call this is Mark.
Your secret name, it will be known only to me.
What am I? It was just a clip?
And the only I will call you is Tinas.
Yeah, he had the dream job.
You ever miss it? Hell no. We were locked into a 6-year contract at Adult Swim for $80,000 a year, roughly. It ultimately would have been worth to stay on TV, but those guys at Adult Swim, they make money by advertising. That's why you see Eric Andre in the Verizon commercials. It's because he has to be in a Verizon commercial. Right. Because Adult Swim is not paying him enough. For the Jackass movie? Yeah, and they're doing tours. Tim and Eric doing live tours in addition to...
When he said 80,000 a year, was that per person or for the entire studio?
Making a show.
And then he lost it because he's a alt-right Nazi dude. I think Adult Swim was trying to renew the show, and then I think Turner ultimately canceled it on him because the guy is super dug into alt-right anti-Jewish conspiracy. How did he get exposed as a Nazi? I don't remember how he got exposed as a Nazi, okay? You're watching Destiny, okay? So when I say Nazi, okay, I don't use that word lightly, all right?
The first issue being your definition.
Whoa, hold on. I do remember, and I think I said it in that very stream. Now, I don't remember how it got exposed in terms of how it got leaked, but there was the Sam Hyde phone call with the journalist where he said that, the Jews were trying to cancel his show. I'm pretty sure I specifically said that. No? Does anybody remember this phone call? We could go and look it up. I don't know. Now, I guess, I don't know if he's actually a Nazi, but holy fuck, that call was insane. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Oh wait, was it this? Oh, an hour and 30-minute thing. Jesus Christ. But I'm pretty sure that was the thing that kicked off all of his cancellation shit.
Definition of Nazi. Even if we are to go by your definition of Nazi, Nick Fox really words.
If I would
anti-Semitism. Well,
Hitler. Tutorial.
When you
up, hide it. Be a crypto Nazi. Okay, don't be outward about it. Why would you be so fucking stupid? Oh my god, this guy is actually at the bare minimum alt-right, if not a
spiritual and calling him
a joke. Black guy pushing the bold words. This is the he says
using and
belief. Oh, there was also the donation to Stormfront too. Yeah, bro. Jesus. Okay. But I don't even the donation to Stormfront, I don't think was as big a deal as that phone call that leaked. That phone call was just like, to Sam not like, you know, I have no idea. I think Sam is funny as fuck. But like, he's got it. If he's grown at all, I'm pretty sure, I would hope that he would admit retrospectively, like, oh shit, like, maybe a big mistake.
Mr. Shadow Legend, I gotta be honest with you. I don't even know what fascism is.
Oh, the phone call wasn't a leak. He posted a video of his side of the call. Okay, I guess he posted himself. Academics knows I'm talking about you and socialism.
Okay. So then I ask you, right? Because, you know, and by the way, I like watching both of y'all because I think y'all rational, and I see a lot of.
He is not rational. He is not even remotely rational. But anyway, let's.
All right.
Oh, son, you're so fucking stupid, bro. Jesus Christ.
So when you're also kind of borderline teetering on what would most people say is socialism, my guy. Like,
wait, what? Let me tell you something about myself then. yeah. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't think that the capitalist organization of the economy is adequate. We don't need to have that conversation. But
there's no way you believe in that. Hey, listen, I'm one of the biggest pocket watchers ever known to man. Like, I've already summed you up in what you make. And I sum up rappers, I sum up entertainers. Look, my guy Kai, I just did a whole little rap sheet of his thing.
Socialism is not a poverty cult. You don't have to be poor to be socialist, even though you can still advocate for those who are less fortunate than you. Russell Brand once famously said,
"The majority for luxuries just to improve the lives of other people who may not be."
Okay.
The Apple and Peach video he did about you.
Sam is still making bank and has total creative freedom. I doubt he's making bank. I hope he's doing okay, but like, there's no way that he's making a fuck ton of money. What is he making money off of? Okay, we'll watch Abba's video here.
Watch the Abba.
Oh, he's talking about Tim Pool
video he did about you, bro. These blue pill people only focus on the shit that, bro. You know what is newsworthy and what Abba and Priest should be about if they're a commentary channel who cares about free speech. They should have made a video talking about the fact that I got deplatformed off of most of these social media sites, but he didn't. It doesn't matter.
My man's out here right now lecturing me, talking about, oh, Abba, if you cared, you would have talked about my deplatforming. Deplatforming is a big problem. Bro, you out here sucking off Fresh and Fit, two guys who try to DMCA strike and get a bunch of channels deplatformed, right? You haven't sat in on a podcast with them and had a long-form discussion. All of a sudden, now that you're suffering, deplatforming is a big problem. If you felt so strongly, you probably would have said something, but you don't, because now you need to suck off their teats just to be able to make some dimes. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Jesus.
Everybody warned you left and right that you probably shouldn't be doing this. Nigga, you can't swim. And then you decide to go in the deep end with the sharks, found out shit's a little steep. And all of a sudden you want everybody to jump in there, save your ass. You were warned, brother. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't like seeing you being devoured, but what more can a man do? Like J. Cole says, don't save her, she don't want to be saved. That's you. Today's topic, Sneako was deplatformed. After our last video, I was contacted and basically told, like, hey, why would you cover the fact that I was on Fresh and Fit and not the fact that I was deplatformed? And I was like, okay. And the reason why I didn't cover the deplatforming, to be honest with you, Sneako, is because I got some bad things to say, you know. No, it's true.
That's crazy.
Listen.
By not talking about it, he made you a favor, and you asked for it, and it was like, well, I'm gonna come to you.
But there's two things that are true at the same time. One, I think the issue with deplatforming on this platform and others becoming more rampant is a problem. Okay, the fact that people cannot even be posting stuff and be removed from every social media, like, I'm not for it. Okay. On the other hand, Sneako being deplatformed was one of the most unsurprising things of 2022. The reason being is I was telling him this for months. I was telling him that, one, if he keeps going on this way, he's going to lose everything. Two, that he was not only going to lose his channel, Sneako, where he's live streaming, but the main one where he does nothing. Why? Because YouTube has a rule in place where if you're acting wild or you're doing all kinds of crazy stuff or they want you off the platform and they decide to give you 3 strikes or whatever, they get rid of everything. Why would it make sense for a platform to deem the fact that you aren't fit for their channel, their platform, that you are an issue and that you are a problem, and then let you keep another channel where you get to do a lot of the same kind of content?
It's like when you get barred from a club and then you come back and it's like, yo, you're banned from here. Yeah, but I got a different fit. They don't care.
They don't care. They don't care.
You're banned. It's a person.
So
yeah, it makes sense.
On one hand, you don't want to see the homie lose his money.
No.
On the other, you're doing shit that's gonna make you lose your money. You're being warned about it multiple times. You're out here bringing on folks who are white supremacists, folks who are out talking about race realism, doing crazy stuff. Your clips are showing up in the Senate. You wildin'. You being warned. Hey, I let my nuts hang. I'm real. You guys are bots. Okay, well guess what? You wanted, you got what you wanted. You're out of the matrix. I'm not celebrating. I don't think it's great. But I think sometimes people gotta learn their lessons. You don't wanna listen to nobody? Nobody can tell you nothing? Okay. This is what happens. This is what happens. Some of the stuff my man was doing was wild. Him talking about another female creator and then simulating himself banging her, okay, on a platform for a good 30 to a minute, okay, is wild.
Then I flew to Bucharest, Romania to meet with Andrew Tate and be on his podcast, and they hit me with the cyberbullying strike for a viral video that was uploaded 2 months ago. If it's not obvious, anything can be labeled as cyberbullying and anything can be labeled as harassment.
It's just, he glossed over the cyberbullying stuff, but I'm like, I'm pretty sure, I'm gonna show you guys what I'm talking about.
You know what's so funny about the internet? It hides the fact, and like this feminist garbage hides the fact that she's attracted to that guy making the videos. It is what it is. Girls, you could vouch for it. You know it's true. She would. She would. And you know what's true? What's so predictable? You could tell by the way she's talking that she hasn't been properly in a long time. It's been a while. So she's on the internet making this garbage video, promoting all this feminist garbage to your fucking lonely girls in the comment section. What you really need, Chad, is some yeah, shut up with your feminism. Yeah, come here, that's what you need. And she's gonna go, that's what you need. You need some sense back into you. And you know what they're gonna do right after I did that? They're gonna clip that part and say I'm an incel problematic, but you know it's true. You can hear it in her voice. She hasn't been properly in too long, and now you make no sense. That's what happens, man.
Bro, this man simulates sex like a virgin, okay? But moving past that, yeah, he did that about another YouTuber. Guess what? YouTube will come down, but you cannot do it on the job in front of millions of people. I don't know what people don't understand about this. There's plenty of things I can do at home with my homies or say with my homies. I can't do in front of y'all. I don't know what workplace you can ever exist in where you can simulate yourself fucking in front of customers, in front of advertisers, you can't do that. I tried to, you didn't really see what was that wrong with it. It's not like my man did something innocuous or something that's like, with this? No, a lot of this stuff was pretty clear cut, like, yeah, you're definitely violating the rules that exist. And it pains me to say this because a young man who, if he knew how to be smarter about some things and wasn't so just like, I want to be real, you look real dumb, honestly. That's all it is. If you were just a bit, you could have had longevity. You could have reached so many more people, had so much more influence. Actually, that is what Andrew Tate said after he got banned. After he got banned, he said, I should have been smarter about my messaging. I should have been smarter about this and that. Why? Because he recognized that the way he was acting was too wild to be viewed by this many people. Extra viewership brings extra money, brings extra scrutiny. Or as Biggie Smalls would say, more money. More
True.
It's a conflicting thing. It's not good. I'm not happy. This is not a great thing. But if you're being honest, this is unsurprising. And secondly, you could even make the case that it's pretty well deserved. The moment he did that shit to that girl, I was already like, YouTube's on your ass. She's talking to her YouTube manager. Other people are talking to their YouTube reps. They've been tweeting at YouTube. It's like, bruv, when you cross that line, of course. What YouTuber do you think is going to get away with themselves simulating fucking another YouTuber? Now, if you with the boys at home, that's one thing. Bruv, this is your job. Guess what? YouTube, as cool as it is and how everybody sees family, it's a job. You got managers, you got lawyers, you got agents, you got middlemen, you got negotiators.
You got guidelines. You got guidelines.
You got contracts.
In a workplace, you can't dress a certain way. You got guidelines. And it's funny because it made me think of a story when I was working customer service on the phone. And there was this girl always complaining about the company, and the company didn't do nothing about that. And one day, the cops come and took the girl.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the girl left the call center in handcuffs.
Yeah.
And I liked the girl. The girl was great. Cool dude.
Yeah.
We had fun. I was like, what did the girl do? And they told me, well, she was selling credit cards from the client to someone else. And I was like...
Watch the Apple and Peach video he did about you. Bro, these blue pill people only focus on the shit that... Bro, you know what is newsworthy and what Abba and Peach should be about if they're a commentary channel who cares about free speech? They should have made a video talking about the fact that I got deplatformed off of most of these social media sites. But he didn't. It doesn't matter.
My man's out here right now lecturing me, talking about, oh, Abba, if you cared, you would have talked about my deplatforming. Deplatforming is a big problem. Bruh, you out here sucking off Fresh and Fit, two guys who try to DMCA strike and get a bunch of channels deplatformed, right? You haven't sat in on a podcast with them and had a long-form discussion. All of a sudden, now that you're suffering, deplatforming is a big problem. If you felt so strongly, you probably would have said something, but you don't, because now you need to suck off their teats just to be able to make some dimes. Congratulations, you played yourself. Everybody warned you left and right that you probably shouldn't be doing this. Nigga, you can't swim. And then you decide to go in the deep end with the sharks, found out shit's a little steep. And all of a sudden you want everybody to jump in there, save your ass. You were warned, brother. I don't think it's a good thing. I don't like seeing you being devoured, but what more can a man do? Like J. Cole says, don't save her, she don't want to be saved. That's you. I got the logs. I got the text messages. I got all the DMs. I got the voice notes. You were warned dozens of times. Now you want to act brand new. Oh, this happened to me. Okay. Well, listen. Take your matrix. Take your red pill. Go off to Bucharest. Suck off the tates. And just maybe you might make a few crypto dollars. Because me personally, I don't give a fuck. Be accountable for the actions that you took. Because literally nobody, not one person on this planet is surprised by your downfall or you being deplatformed other than yourself. And if you had any kind of integrity, you would go talk to the people beside you who are in the business of engaging in the very actions that make you suffer today. But you won't do that. You won't do that. Huh? Trying to get me to talk about Palestine. Meanwhile, you kicking it with war criminals. Man, get the fuck up out of here. Get the fuck up out of here.
Wait, did he tell Abba to talk about Palestine?
Watch the Apple and Peach video he did about you. Bro, these blue pill people only focus on the shit that... Bro, you know what is newsworthy and what Abba and Peach should be about if they're a commentary channel who cares about free speech? They should have made a video talking about the fact that I got deplatformed off of most of these social media sites.
No, it's a metaphor. Okay, yeah.
It doesn't matter. He'll get on calls and be like, oh, I care about you. I want you to do well. I don't want your platform to be taken away. I just want to see you make money. Okay.
First off, you're already taking an L because you're eating a drumstick with a fork. Fucking backwards ass weirdo. Now.
If you really care about what I'm talking about, you should have made a video talking about how I got deplatformed.
I can't listen to If I really care about you making money, I should know. I care about you keeping your career and going well, so I gave you advice to not get deplatformed. I find it so funny that you get on your final video and you're like, oh man, they deleted my second channel, like you're acting surprised. I told you this was gonna happen. I told you you're gonna lose everything. Jadion told you. Desi, all these people were telling you what was gonna happen. That's how you show somebody they care. Not after they fucked up, but before. When you warn them, bro, you going too fast. That's how you show somebody you care. I didn't have to tell you nothing. I could have just farmed you for views. I could have done a bunch of stuff if I really wanted to. I was warning you in private numerous times. Oh, I don't care. Okay, stupid. Well, listen. You played a stupid game. You won a dumb prize. Congratulations. You can carry on eating fucking drumsticks with your fork, looking dumb on live. I don't care. Go do whatever you want to do. But don't sit here talk about, oh, blah, blah, blah. That's you, stupid. That's you. And again, these are 2 videos now. What have you not heard?
Accountability.
Okay. All the bad things are happening to you because the outside world's a problem. All right, young man. Okay, well, you carry on living like that. That's great. While you telling these women accountability, I haven't seen you take it a single time. Not once. Not once, but good job. Actually, no, he did do it once. When the Muslims cucked him into apologizing. Yeah. And he had to go religion.
I think nobody actually talks about this. And I don't think I'd ever talk to Seiko about it. But I would say that, like, something that's actually really annoying to me. Actually, fuck, I shouldn't say this because maybe it's not the case. Maybe I saw like a missed clip or whatever. But it looked like when Sneako is Sneako doing like Jewish dances and shit as like a meme and shit on a stream? Did I see that right? Or maybe he wasn't being disrespectful. It's a little bit annoying that he like super cucked out to like the Islamic communities and shit. But now he'll like openly kind of be anti-Semitic or make fun of Jewish communities just because they don't go as hard online. And it's like, mate, if you're gonna shit on Muslims, which is fun, I'll shit on Muslims. You can't like cuck out to that community and shit on Jewish people. Like, come on.
Yeah, when somebody's about to smack you. Yeah. I love Jews, though.
Stop. Hold on. New rule for you, Sneako. Right? No rule for you.
Oh.
You are not allowed to make fun of any religions on my stream until you make fun of Islam.
True.
If you do that, you're free to make fun of.
Bro, this guy said it. Yes. It's like we're fucking sharing the same mind. Hell yes.
Whatever you want, okay?
Look at his face. Look at his face.
Two hours later. Because I talk a lot about wanting to convert to Islam. I've always talked about how the religion that I identify with the most is Islam.
Come on, brother. You gotta.
No, that's it. I don't have anything to joke about Islam. It's a perfect religion, very peaceful. They're very accepting. No, I have nothing bad to say about that. Nothing but love for all religions. I love all religions equally, actually. I love Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They're all great. They're all great.
I keep seeing this meme in my head. You know, like those cucked porn videos where Sneako's just sitting in the corner and there's a Muslim man just fucking his values?
Ain't you an expert? After nearly a decade of dedicating
Damn, how hard does this video go? Jesus.
Work to YouTube.com, they terminated all of my channels. For those of you that don't know, before I started live streaming 3 months ago, I amassed 1 million subscribers on my main channel called Sneako.
Do you agree that your current cast of Orbiters is the worst cast you've had so far? My cast of Orbiters, in terms of entertainment, have never been better. MrGirl fucking declared war on the subreddit. Do you know how much activity we've had? That's some wild entertainment. Lav, one of the most polarizing people we've ever had on stream. Erudite, with our psychology information, holding other women accountable. Brittany, another incredibly divisive character, hated by almost all. Abba, big YouTube guy. Sneako, big YouTube guy. The podcasts, Lex and Friedman in chat. The No Jumper podcast show. Nick Fuentes, the Nazi, coming back from previous seasons. We've got amazing Orbiters right here, okay? This is the most entertaining arc we've been involved in so far. The main idea from Sneako's point of view had nothing to do with the accountability. It's a fake friend making a 40-minute hit video. This seems vindictive on Abba's part. His whole relationship with Sneako is just pure condescension. Mohammed Rashid, thank you for that $20. Are you here waiting for Sneako to convert to Islam, my dude? Oh, Muda, yeah.
Doing artistic, creative, funny videos with the motto of seeking truth through funny. Then when I started live streaming on my second channel, Sneako, I quickly grew to 850,000 subscribers in a summer. They had to do something. The theme of my live streams was labeled as Red Pill, which a lot of people on the internet misconstrue as some pickup artist, misogynistic women hating, when in reality, the analogy comes from the movie The Matrix, the red pill meaning the truth. Since the beginning of my streaming, the mantra I kept repeating to my chat was that freedom of speech is dead, and if they censor it, it's true. And since then, they got me for 3 strikes, and that's why they terminated everything, not just my second channel, but my main channel and any fan channel with my name in it. So I posted a YouTube short on my main channel saying, hey guys, I can't stream for 2 weeks, I'll see you soon. And YouTube hit me with the circumvention strike, and that's how they were able to delete everything off the platform. It's an excuse.
Okay, you saying it's an excuse isn't accurate. The rules in place because they don't want you continually posting to your audience, okay? You're already on thin ice. They give you 3rd strike, okay? You're already on thin ice. You post again, doesn't matter what it is that you post. If they told you can't post, but you post elsewhere, they go come for that is. They're already watching you.
The feds.
This is why you gotta do something. You wanna go on Instagram, you wanna go on Twitter, whatever you got left, you post it there. Okay, there's a difference between 2 things. There's what's right and what's smart. Is this right? You can make the case for either or, but I would probably on the fact that I don't like people being deplatformed, whether I like it or hate them. Same thing I said for Fresh and Fit, I would say for this, I don't think they should be deplatformed. However, if you're asking me what's smart, this is so incredibly stupid. And a lot of the things that you did were incredibly fucking stupid. I'm telling people, be smart. If that's that's not being smart. That's you understanding you have an opportunity to help folks, influence folks, do whatever you want. If you are just diplomatic, but folks don't want to do diplomacy. They want their way or the highway. Well, guess what? You work for a company. You don't want to negotiate? You don't want to be diplomatic? Well, they're going to tell you to take a hike because they don't need you. Do you guys understand that? Like, when you're on these platforms, The reason why you want to be on YouTube is because there's advertisers. Well, YouTube, understanding there's advertisers, sets policies in place so that they can protect their investment, which is the advertiser giving them money. You come in and you jeopardize that, then you think you don't have to negotiate with them or give ground on anything. Take a walk.
You work for YouTube. You work for YouTube.
They have more power at the table.
Listen, I don't know what job. In the things that you did, I don't know what job would have given you 3 strikes. If you go on a normal job, a normal 9 to 5, and you simulate that you're fucking one of your coworkers, I don't know how they're gonna give you 3 strikes because that company is now liable. YouTube gave you the courtesy of giving you 3 strikes.
There's no consistency with the rules. They attack people who are going against their agenda. All the YouTubers that are celebrating me being banned right now have proved my point as well. They are so brainwashed and programmed that they can't comprehend the fact that celebrating the banning of another YouTuber is sick.
Well, I mean, I tried to warn him. And yeah, YouTube, I mean, look, it's YouTube's website. They can do whatever the fuck they want. If he broke TOS, then that's an L for him. But I warned him. I told him, like, he was moving mad. That's
not celebrating.
That's not celebrating.
That's not celebrating. He's not, yay! He's not like that. That has, the tone is not, yo, he said, you were moving mad. I'm trying to warn him. If he broke the rule, he broke the rule. That's not celebration, bruv.
How many people told you were moving mad? Everybody was telling you you're moving mad, you're gonna get banned. You didn't listen to anybody. You let your nuts hang, you did what you wanted to do, and then you got it. He's like, well, listen, that's you. We warned you. And you were moving mad.
I better stop celebrating.
You call that celebration? This is the hard-headedness and like the kind of like dumb speak that you do sometimes. I can't. You know what made me laugh too?
Wow.
I was telling him, you know, during our discussion, I was telling him, like, yo, listen, after some time, you know, fucking every woman on the planet, it just gets boring. Like, you ain't trying to get new pussy.
I remember that shit.
He's like, nah, it's just you getting old or whatever. I said, okay, whatever. You don't want to listen, don't listen. You like fucking, Sneako?
We all do, yeah.
You like fucking you, pussy?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, that shit gets old.
Nah.
100%.
Nah.
100%. And I could point to you hundreds of players who are online right now who have videos of them telling you new pussy gets old. In fact, how about I tell you this one? And this is something even Andrew Tate says. This is something even Andrew Tate says. All right? Sex becomes overrated after time.
No, it's overrated now.
Yeah. He says new pussy. He's like, why do you think that is?
Because you get used to it. It becomes like when you eat the same food over and over again, it becomes boring. That's why you get new. That's why you get new pussy, so you spice it up. Or you keep upgrading.
But guess what? After you had enough new pussy, there is no more new pussy.
There's always,
you understand?
There's always new pussy.
No, you think that. After you've had a few dimes, you realize dimes ain't nothing. After you've had some baddies, you realize baddies ain't nothing.
So what do you
why do you think so many of these dudes, as they get older in life, they stop talking about this shit nearly as much?
Because they get older and they're less testosterone.
It's not even that. It's you realize, like, bruv, the payout ain't worth the work in.
Because you get tired. You get older, you don't have as much energy. You get,
Dude goes to Bucharest, sits in front of Andrew Tate. What do you think Andrew Tate tells him?
I don't give a shit. You can give me the baddest bitch on the planet, the most beautiful girl on the planet. I don't care. I don't even know who she is, but she's out there somewhere, and she could DM me on Instagram, and I could look at her and go, wow, you're absolutely beautiful. But if she tries to meet me in a scenario that I think it's a setup, or if she says something I really don't like, sorry, goodbye.
Right.
Fuck you. What is it's pussy? It's sex. Who cares? It's a black hole. Hedonism is a black hole, and you can go down it forever, but you'll never be satisfied or satiated when you just go down the black hole of hedonism. There has to be a point where you wake up and realize, no matter how much pussy I fuck, this hole is going to stay as large and black as it is now, and that's just the way the game is. And you get to a point where you finally just say, I know I can fuck girls. I've fucked enough of them, and this is just not that fun anymore. Would you play a video game that never ended? Would you you want to complete the levels and complete the game? If the game just goes forever, after 20 minutes, you're like, this is bullshit. That's just the game. That's the game of life.
I just think it's corny that you're going to act like, oh, nobody knows what they talk about. I'm going to do whatever I want. Then Tate repeats the same thing. All of a sudden, you want to listen.
Why is that?
It's like, okay, well, guess what? You didn't want to take the advice. That's cool. Don't take it. But don't be surprised when you lose a lot of them sympathy points when everybody warned you were going too fast and then you went head first into a wall. That's all I'm saying.
Why do you think someone would do that?
What do you mean?
Switch like that because it's the same information.
Maybe he respects Tate. He looks up to Tate, whatever it might be. I don't know. But I think if you can only take advice based off of who says it, then you're probably not most apt when it comes to learning. I can hear good things come out of people I even disagree with.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can learn from people I disagree. I can be like, you know what you're saying there is true. That makes sense. Or maybe that's something I got to think about. Right? Plenty of time.
That's where people call us, you know, we're sitting on the fence and shit. Like, it's not a sport where everything your team does, you're with that shit.
True.
You choose a camp and you rock. I wear those colors. I bleed that. And every decision that team makes, you're like, yeah, even if that doesn't make no sense. You know what I mean? So, yeah, maybe people think, oh, yeah, you're just sitting on the fence. But it's not really what it is.
The government is watching me. The senator of Michigan played my clip of a stream. The committee, the chair of Homeland Security, said that I'm a domestic threat and that I'm encouraging violence.
So that we all understand exactly the type of extremist content we are discussing today, and I'd like to take a moment to show a few examples, if you'd check the screen.
What really happened is Susan got a phone call from somebody on Epstein Island saying, you need to get rid of this guy. He's growing too fast and he's exposing the truth. You need to get rid of him before he keeps waking people up.
Ooh, the feds are gonna get you.
I'm willing to just play that report.
Ooh.
Okay. You know, and Sneako brought this up to me. You know, he's like, bro, are you afraid? I'm like, no. Why aren't you afraid? Because I know this isn't a big deal. I watched the whole thing. So I watched the Gold Senate thing where I showed up on the clip, right? I was on Sneako's podcast. What ended up happening, okay? And this is the wild shit where he's moving mad, okay? Is I'm having a conversation with Sneako and Jadion. We're just chopping it up, talking about stuff. It's a good conversation.
Right.
All of a sudden, Sneako brings on Nick Fuentes, white supremacist weirdo, okay? And this man starts going off about race realism, Jewish people, doing a lot of crazy talk.
Outlandish.
That clip gets brought up before the Senate. The Senate starts posting like 5, 6, 7 videos of people saying extremist stuff. And that was like the 3rd video out of the 7. And the reason why they brought up that clip wasn't because I was on screen, wasn't because Jadion was on screen, or because Sneako was on screen. It's because Nick Fuentes, who's banned from everything, whose bank account's been closed, and who's like the leader of a weird party, was on screen. So why would I be worried? Nothing's happened to me. Nothing was going to happen to Sneako, but he got his own problems there. The real issue was that you were bringing on wild people, and those people were being targeted. So that's the truth. Now, am I nervous? No, not really. I don't care. I don't care. And nothing's really happened, and most of the other people who were on that panel, nothing happened to them. But he wants to build this narrative that the government and everybody was coming for him, and Susan and Epstein Island, all stuff. It's not that deep. The truth is, you got banned because you were acting wild on the platform, saying dumb shit and simulating yourself fucking another YouTuber, and that ended up being the final cross. That's the truth. But if you want to make it a bigger conspiracy thing because it makes you feel more important, do whatever you want. I'm just not buying it.
But what they don't realize is that I don't need YouTube.com.
He's just making things up about me, exactly like I said he does, to make me look bad. I don't make things up about Mr. Girl. What do I make up about him? If Max is going to communicate something to me, he better try really fucking hard to make sure that I understand. Because I'm like the only fucking person that actually understands what he's saying. So if I'm having trouble, he's the one with the problem, not me.
To go connect with people. YouTube is just a platform that I used. What I really need is my voice and a camera.
So why you want us to cover it then? Well, the fact that he's saying that he doesn't really care, he doesn't really need that. But I'm like, why don't you talk about me being that the platform? I'm like, hey, bruv, you cared. Yeah, we're saying the same thing.
2 YouTubers that I looked up to when I was a kid, H3, Ethan Klein, and KSI, are both making fun of me when I got banned, even though they're YouTubers. These are 2 YouTubers that before I even started YouTube, I looked up to as an example. And I saw them both sell their soul in real time. After they got canceled and after the same people that are coming after me came after them, they sold out. They gave up their principles and they apologized. They changed their agenda and they say whatever the fuck is on Twitter trending. Deep down, they both know that they sold out because I know. I've been watching them for as long as they've been making videos. So when someone like me comes around, they attack me instead of the bigger system that's controlling us all. I'm not a bad person. I'm just trying to wake you up. And they're jealous of the fact that they should have done what I did.
Well, I find it funny that a lot of these guys get up on these platforms and always preach all this stuff, but never take it for themselves. Cool. You the one messed up right now. You the one suffering all these negative consequences, but you can't see how you played a part in all of this. You don't see the part that you played in any of this, okay? I want to see these young creators do well. And a lot of them are doing supremely well. And I think it's dope that I watch these guys grow beyond anything I can even imagine. And I want to see them make all the money and change their lives, change their family's life, change their whole fucking lineage's life. I want that for them. If they just move a bit smarter, they can avoid losing that opportunity. That's it. That's it. After that, have whatever. I vehemently disagreed with Sneako for months. And I was telling him I disagree with like the vast majority of what you be saying because I think it's stupid. But I still gave him advice to not get deplatformed. Why? Because even though I don't see eye to eye to you, I still want to see you do well. You didn't take that advice. Now you say I'm not supportive. Okay. You know what fake people do? Fake people will sit there and tell you, oh, keep going, even though it's leading you to your doom. That's what fake people do. I told you shit you didn't want to hear, and that shit upset you. Okay. Well, then stay.
This is why I don't do the, like, if somebody is, like, asking me, like, oh, what do you think, blah, 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 like, I can give advice. But otherwise, yeah, I don't play the mentor shit to anybody. Because the reality is most people don't have respect for anybody, really. Which is fine. You don't have to respect me. I don't give a fuck. I don't need your fucking respect. But most people don't have respect for anybody, and all advice to most people, well, maybe not most people, the people on the internet, just comes off as, like, condescension. And it's like, well, if you're only gonna say it's condescending, then fuck it. Like, I'm not here to life coach you through anything, so go for it. Yeah, because if I was like super trying to mentor somebody and I was like super trying to, like, it would drive me crazy if they wouldn't listen to anything I would have to say. Like, dude, like, who are you? Come on, like.
Maybe you're gonna learn this lesson one day. Maybe you'll never realize that you're too hard-headed and stupid to real. I don't care. Now it's your problem, because I can't do much more, and I'm not gonna force my advice on nobody. Do what you want to do. Anything else?
Oh no.
No. How do you feel as a beta boo pill?
You know what?
What?
You would have said that a couple of months ago, a couple of years ago. I'd be like, I'm not no, but sure.
Who cares?
How do I feel? Platformed.
Oh, jeez.
Yes, that's a bot thing to say.
Hey. Okay.
Hey, man. Listen.
Okay.
Hey, it's crazy, man. Man gets deplatformed and you realize how badly he wants to be plugged back into the Matrix.
It's crazy.
Right?
Oh, Jesus.
Right? YouTube,
crazy.
TikTok, all these things are part of it.
Yeah.
I mean, go be unplugged.
Watch that.
Nice timing. We just finished the video. What's up? What do you want, buddy?
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Okay. What was the ABBA preaching? Who?
Just the ABBA preach and Sneako thing.
Dude, I'm on a highway, bro. Send me an Uber.
What? I don't even know how to do that. What are you doing on a highway?
Dude, I went to AOC's rally and I missed her because she only stayed 15 minutes. She just got booed by everyone.
Wow. Did you guys boo her?
No, I didn't even get to see her.
Okay. What are you calling me for?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really got friends, dude, you know?
Well, I mean, I can't help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't help you. I don't know what you want me to say.
Well, what's the topic, bro?
On stream right now?
Yeah, like, what are you doing?
I'm about to watch another video. I'm, like, trying to catch up on everything. MrGirl's interview with Flacco and Adam22
okay.
or whatever.
You know what's better than React is when you put LavLoon and MrGirl on.
Well, I think they're both beyond fucking triggered, so I'm not even sure when they're going to be on.
Oh, it's got worse?
Yeah, they're pretty mad.
Okay. Well, your editor has to upload faster because I keep missing everything.
Well, he's working as fast as he can. Don't worry.
How much you pay him? He's really good.
A fuck ton. Like 40% of my channel's revenue, so he makes bank.
Yeah, he's good with the hooks. The hooks are, like, really good.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I like how he adds this little shadow border to every time there's someone on a call. And he also uses nice photos of people if they're, like, you know, just a photo on
Okay,
call.
why do I need you to tell me this? Yeah, he does a good job. Anything else? We're trying to do stuff here.
I'm just saying, don't change editors. Just
yeah, I wasn't planning on it, but thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, have fun, bye.
Yeah, you too.
Mr. Girl, yeah.
Mr. Girl's in the building. How you doing, man?
I'm bad.
Yeah, like bad. Why? What's going on?
I just got banned from YouTube.
But that was like a couple weeks ago, right?
Well, I'm supposed to be over it.
Oh no, I'm just surprised you're still in the throes of depression. That you would still describe yourself as bad. Yeah.
I'm in the throes. I mean, yeah, like my career is derailed.
Yeah.
You know.
So you're still dealing with that. The sadness.
Yeah, I keep getting DMs from people who are like, they're thinking of unbanning you. Somebody told me that they were going to unban me, but then they decided not to. And then I have so many people who somebody else is like, oh, I know an executive at Google, and they said they're going to look into it. It's just like it's a constant experience of almost getting unbanned or getting your hopes up and then getting crushed. For
I tried reaching out, but I don't think my thing
you
got
have
anywhere. So.
You have connects inside YouTube that are giving you like little breadcrumbs of details about how this is playing out behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Damn. So
I seen your tweet too about why like you got banned, and so pretty much.
Yeah. What was it?
Yeah, right. So pretty much they like age restricted a video a long time ago, right? And then they came back and removed it and gave him a strike like 2 years later. To me, that's kind of bullshit.
Yeah. So the video I got banned for was a video that I got a strike for, and I.
Hello?
Wait, Steve, I got a question.
What's up?
Did you watch Nick Fuentes on Adam?
Nope, not yet. Haven't gotten to it yet.
But you will watch it, right?
Maybe if I ever get the chance to. We'll see. I'm trying to get through videos. Yeah. Love you.
Promise you'll watch the whole thing.
I'll try to. Yeah. Have fun.
Dude, he totally obliterates the competition.
Gotcha. All right. Have fun, buddy. Bye.
Yeah.
Appealed the strike, and they put the video back up themselves, and then they banned me for that exact video. But the circumstances were you know Destiny or Steven, right?
Yeah.
He came on here.
Mm-hmm.
He was being very friendly with this guy who I would say is a Nazi.
Nick Fuentes.
Yes.
Nick Fuentes, yeah.
Who my friend here is a big fan of, just for the record. Might throw you for a loop.
Jesus.
Saying is a big word, but you know, like I don't think that he should be deplatformed, which I think that we both agree. You know.
Yeah, I don't think he should be deplatformed, but would you have chicken and waffles with him?
No, absolutely not.
You absolutely would.
Okay.
I mean,
you don't.
Chicken and waffles, and this dude like said that he wants to like genocide beside me.
Okay, but you would be on a podcast with him,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
but
absolutely.
having a private meal is like a different category.
I wouldn't be friends with him, but like I would love to like sit down and kind of like debate like ideologies, you feel me, and talk, right? But to like have dinner and be friends with him, no, you know, he's not, you know, the type of guy I would really.
Mr. Girl, just to let you know though, I would put Flacco. He's like a Jesse Lee Peterson type of black guy. Like he's kind of he's got a lot of self-hatred stirring around inside his body.
Specific type of black
You think
guy.
I'm that of
I get what you're saying.
bro? Look, yo, Jesse is an idiot. Like he's a piece of shit. Like, that's crazy.
How dare you?
God damn.
Okay, so what were you saying? Sorry.
About you two.
Yeah, so I got in this long public fight with Steven Destiny about whether or not he should be friendly with Nick Fuentes, because I was like, you know, Nick Fuentes' whole thing is trying to make himself seem harmless, and like he's like just a virgin, he's just like a nerdy kid, but he's also like a politician with like a cult. He's got a cult. He's not like a content creator. And yeah, so after arguing about that for a week, the cult mass flagged my channel, and I was immediately banned.
Damn.
Yeah.
At the instructions of Destiny and Nick, or do you think
No.
just
I
did it on
don't.
their own? Yeah.
At the instructions, I would say one of Nick's lieutenants. I don't think it came directly from Nick.
Right,
But
I've seen a lot of clickbait trying to sort of figure out who was responsible for brigading your channel and getting it deleted.
yeah, I don't know.
But it's always
Doesn't
kinda,
matter.
It's always kind of futile to be guessing at that anyway, because
Yeah, because they will never tell you.
Right, definitely.
It could have been told somebody totally different.
But you are in an interesting category as a content creator, because clearly when you watch your stuff, I would say like your purpose on social media, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, is to deal with controversial ideas and specific themes that people are intimidated by or weirded out by. And I could give a bunch of examples of stuff I've seen, but would you say that that's true? And do you feel like a person who is a content creator and has that as kind of their primary ethos is even possible of flourishing on this new YouTube landscape?
I think it's possible, but the channel has to be really bulletproof. Especially as I think what's unique from YouTube's perspective, I probably cause more trouble than I'm worth. So like I'm sure Steven gets flagged daily. But the proportion of people watching him that hate him is much smaller than me.
Right.
So as I grow, yeah, I don't know if it's possible. So I think my job as a content creator is to not sand off the edges of my opinions. I feel like it's a weird thing where you're working against the house. That YouTube wants you to be boring, and you have to find a way to be interesting without getting banned. I guess I haven't. I guess I don't know. I feel like I was banned for being too interesting. I don't think of myself as trying to make provocative content. I think of myself as like, I want to say what I honestly think about whatever topic I'm talking about.
Well, like when I saw the video of you rapping as if you were a P word, a pedo.
Are we not saying that word?
Well, I mean, I don't know. For YouTube's sake, might be a good one to avoid. But yeah, we could just say it. Pedophile. Yeah, a song called Pedophile, I believe. And
it's called I'm a Pedophile.
Right, okay. And I mean,
I didn't want to mince words with the title.
It seemed like this was a song that you had made, like, it was almost like specifically to sort of taunt the terms of service, in the sense that you're like making a song where you're sarcastically describing being something.
Kind of. I mean, I got called a pedophile a lot. I've been called a pedophile a lot of times in my life, and over the last 2 years. And
because of that video, mostly?
No, because of my Cuties review.
Oh, okay, that too.
Yeah. The beginning was kind of wild though, right? Like that Cuties review, because I think the beginning was like, thoughts are not illegal. Again, I don't want to quote you, right? But I think it's like, thoughts are not illegal. The action should be in terms of like, it's okay to think these like 10, 9, 12-year-olds are hot, but to go through with the action is what's bad.
Yeah.
That was the point you were trying to make?
Wait,
I didn't watch the review.
You haven't seen my Cuties review?
No, but I've heard you talk about it in other videos with like Destiny and stuff, and I've heard your stance on it. But is that true? Is that accurate? That's something you've said?
I think he's saying like what I meant. I didn't say that. I was like, I should review Cuties. Everybody's talking about Cuties. And again, it's the same deal. It's like, you just say the most honest thing that you can. So I wasn't trying to be provocative, but yeah, I saw Cuties, and it's got these like 11-year-old girls twerking. And I was like, the point of the movie, I think, is that they're supposed to be hot. It's supposed to be really uncomfortable. That, like, you know, they're emulating 17-year-old girls in the movie. You're supposed to watch them and be like, you know, this is weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's honestly why I never clicked on it on Netflix, was because I was like, I know that if I watch this, that it's going to make me feel weird and uncomfortable.
Well, yeah, because they're at an age where, I mean, I think it's always uncomfortable seeing 11 to 15-year-old girls wearing makeup or skirts or dressing like they're older, or trying to act like they're older. It's a weird experience.
But the thing I saw of your stance on it was basically that you thought that the movie shouldn't have existed as it was made, because like the quote I remember is you said, it's not okay to make child pornography to further your message that child pornography is bad.
I wouldn't call it child pornography, but yeah, you shouldn't stick a camera like in a 11-year-old's butt, make them twerk. I think it was fucked up that they used kids.
Yeah, even if that content is gonna, like, you know, force the viewer to confront the reality of this content and realize, like, oh, it's bad to stick a camera in an 11-year-old's butt. It's like, you know, you could have got that point across without actually having stuck a camera in an 11-year-old's butt, right?
Yeah. And, like, I think the issue people were having, I guess, with the Cuties review, you know, now I kind of seen it for what it was, right? But I think you said like something honest of, yo, you know, yeah, you know, like they're hot, right? Or something of that sort.
I said they're kind of hot. Yeah.
It was 10, you know, again, I'm not sure like how old you feel me, like those girls were. They could be 10, 15, whatever, right?
The actors were 12 to 14.
Yeah, right. So when you say like, yeah, I think they're hot. Now, again, like that's an honest opinion from you, but then people see it as, damn, bro, like you are admitting that, you know, that those girls are kind of hot, you know, and they're underage.
Well, I just like, if they weren't kind of hot, the movie wouldn't be controversial. I feel like that's the whole point. That's the whole point. People freaked out about the poster, is because when you see it, your brain is like, "Oh, it's a bunch of hot girls," and then your brain's like,
"Nah,
oh, no. You're
nah,
like, oh,
bro."
No, wait. like out of the corner of your eye."
I think him saying that they are hot is the problem, because if you were saying they are styled and dressed and being filmed as if they were hot grown women, then nobody would take offense to that. But because he's actually like, hot is a judgment call.
Yeah, right. Hot means that I'm attracted to it. Now, like if we see them in like booty shorts, in my mind, don't say, "Oh my God, these like 12-year-olds are hot." Is yo, like why the fuck are these 12-year-olds dressed like this? This is inappropriate. Get them out of it, you know?
Right.
Well, that's great. You should make a YouTube channel about how you're a fucking normal person with normal opinions, and then you won't get banned. Like, I don't know what to tell.
Yeah.
It's that, again. So like that's an example of a video I would never make. If I would never ever. I would be embarrassed. I would rather be called a pedophile 10,000 times than make a review of Cuties where I get on camera and I'm like, guys, I had the greatest idea while I was watching Cuties. This is this interesting review. I thought it was very inappropriate for these children to be dancing like this, and they should never have done that.
Right.
What is the fucking point of saying that? What is the point of you saying that right now?
Well, I have a question though. Did they send a camera crew to film one of these cheer things or whatever?
No, they're actors.
Oh, so they actually set this up and they created it? Because I would think it was different if this was a documentary type thing where they're just filming something that already exists. Like they created the 11-year-old oiled up weirdo fucking, you know.
I don't think they were oiled up.
Okay,
but,
well, whatever it was.
Sure. They may as well have been.
Right.
I think the director auditioned like 400 little girls.
What a
And
day.
they picked who-
Must have been a good couple of weeks at work for that guy.
Jesus.
No, but
It's
like,
a woman. It's a woman.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That really changes how I think of it too. Holy shit.
no, but
Yeah.
you know, he just said though something very important, right? And he said that he wouldn't make a video like that asserting that opinion because why? So then, like, my question is, why do you think? I guess like you making a video saying, "Yo, these girls are hot, etc., etc. They're attractive," and like towing that line of being a pedophile. Why are like those opinions, I guess, like more valid than the opinion of, "Yo, I watched this shit. This shit is wrong. It's like out of control." And us as a society should not go down this route. Like, why is the pedophile opinion more important than the other opinion?
Sorry, my thing is fucked up.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to avoid your question. It's not that it's more important. It's just that if your take is just the same as everybody else's, then just don't speak.
Ooh.
Like I didn't make a video about the Amber Heard trial.
Why?
Because I don't have anything to say. Like, yeah, they both seem like abusive people, and it seems like she lied. Like whatever the jury whatever the jury says is sure. I agree with them. With Kyle Rittenhouse, I did make a video because I was like, you know, every progressive, and I'm pretty left leaning myself, seems to be saying the same thing like in lockstep. So I think it's important for a progressive to come out and say like, no, Kyle. I like Kyle Rittenhouse. You know, I think he defended himself, and I don't want to see him go to jail and be thrown under the bus and have his life destroyed because of a polarized political atmosphere.
I mean, both of us are on board with you on the Rittenhouse issue, despite some of the pushback we've gotten. But in general, I would say, you know, somebody raised this point to me a long time ago. They said, think about your most controversial opinions. Think about the things that everybody else seems to agree on that you disagree on, and then zero in on those, because those are the things that make you different, that make you unique. Those are the kind of thoughts that could lead to a product that you might want to bring to market, or those are the kind of things that would lead to a YouTube video that people would actually bother clicking on. But as soon as you start to do that thought exercise, if you're a normal person, you immediately start to get hit with all kinds of reasons why coming out there and stating your controversial opinions would in some way be destructive to your life. So I see you as somebody who kind of treats your own existence like a sacrificial lamb, and you're just sort of like, okay, I'm going to put all my most controversial and offensive parts of my life out there for public consumption, because that is the main thing that makes my existence more interesting than the average person.
Yeah, it definitely comes with its costs, but I mean, it also gave me a career. Like if I hadn't made that Cuties review, well, also, I don't know. It's a weird thing. Like that gets described as a controversial opinion, but like, if we're not talking about ourselves, we all know that like other adult men are often attracted to preteen girls, right? Like that.
Damn, he always preteen, so 12 and earlier.
That's not. If you had a 11-year-old, you wouldn't let her leave the house dressed like that.
Definitely, yeah, I would not.
And the reason would be that there are lots of men who would like look at her, if not actually try to like assault her.
I mean, all you have to do is listen to a podcast or read some stats about how many people are trading in child porn and how
it's very popular.
Yeah, how many child porn images are being traded on Facebook and Google or whatever every day that will quickly make you realize that this is not, I mean, it may be a fringe sexual behavior, but it's not a relevant percentage of people who are engaging this.
I would say it's a pretty large percentage.
Right.
Oh, engaging in child, actually looking at child porn. Oh, yeah, that's definitely not a large percentage. But
no, right. But like, shouldn't like those people be ostracized, right? And and kind of condemned for it and shamed for it.
Well, I mean,
yes,
that's a big part of it too, is how powerless the law enforcement kind of is to prosecute any significant percentage of these people, because there are so many people doing it. But yeah,
yes, it's very bad. Like what? Yes, child porn's bad. Again, like I feel like you're doing it again. Like we're trying to talk about something here, and you keep saying that child. Like, why don't you say something else about child porn other than it's bad?
No.
We all think child porn is bad.
No, right? So, I think the point is this, right? Like, you're trying to toe for that line of, I'm not a pedophile. I'm trying to toe that line of, I think you are a pedophile, and that's where like this argument I think is going.
Why don't you just say it?
I think you're a pedophile.
What is that? Can you define pedophile?
I think that you are attracted to like underage kids. Preteens.
My manager has a rule for me that I'm gonna. Not my manager. He's like my editor, my decision editor.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Don't let people call you a pedophile for money." I'm gonna break it today. I'm giving you a pass. I'm giving you a P-word pass.
Shouldn't you ask the question rather than declaring him to be that?
No.
If you told, I think Destiny, like, he don't think, I guess, being attracted to a 10-year-old kid is wrong, that comes off as like, I'm gonna toe his line.
Wait. Can I give a little context here before you?
Let's
okay.
get the context on that statement.
I don't think wanting to push somebody in front of a subway is wrong. I don't think wanting to shoot up your school is wrong. I don't think wanting to rape your grandmother is wrong. I don't think it's wrong to think about anything. I'm not going to say doing those things. This is very, very bad. But I'm not going to say that I think it's wrong to think something. Like if I'm playing Call of Duty and I kill 50 people, the things I'm thinking about doing are wrong. The simulation of what I'm doing, like the things, it would be wrong to do that, but thinking about it and pretending is not wrong. So I feel like part of the problem is people assume that if you make a statement about a thought you had or a sexual feeling you had, that you're saying that was good. But I'm not making a moral statement about that. That's why I have a song called I Can Fantasize About Whatever I Want.
Do you fantasize about 10-year-old girls?
I'm not gonna answer questions about my sexual fantasies.
So
also for a couple reasons. One, you
wouldn't.
You would never answer the same question.
I've never fantasized about.
No, I know you'll pretend to answer questions about your sexual.
No, I've
fantasies,
never fantasized about 10-year-old girl, my brother. I'm not.
I understand. You will virtue signal. I know you've been doing it since we started talking.
Listen,
and I know that.
I'm not a weirdo.
Yeah, you're a normal person with normal thoughts. Let me finish what I'm
Sure,
saying,
go ahead,
and then you can have an explosion of virtue signaling and make yourself feel better. This is why if you had a YouTube channel,
he does.
Okay, but I wouldn't watch it because I don't want to watch a guy talk about how the thoughts he doesn't have.
Right. I mean, nobody probably would click on a YouTube video that was basically just you
like
saying
I'm not a
that
pedophile. I fantasize about adult women. Come check it out, guys. Okay, here's why I won't answer questions about this. One, I don't believe that you're honest enough to actually have that conversation. Two, part of a lot of my content is about empathy, and I think we have a problem with people abusing children, people trading in child porn and doing other harmful behaviors like that. And I think we have this knee-jerk reaction, and we try to use shame and ostracization to protect children. So I think what you're saying is coming from a good place. I think it's noble to want to protect children from predators and from people who make and even people who view child pornography. And I want to protect children from those people too. But I don't think that ostracizing those people does that. I think it drives them into secrecy and into drug abuse and into child abuse. I think that if it were socially appropriate not to be a pedophile out, I don't think we should be out and proud about being a pedophile. But I think it should be appropriate enough that you can tell like your brother, or you could tell your cousin, or you could tell your friend, or you could tell your parents, say, look, I'm struggling with this, having these thoughts, I need help.
Right.
And then go get therapy or whatever treatment, or just like have people know, like, just don't leave me around kids. Don't put me, I can't be trusted.
I have a question for both of you. Let's say there's a person who has, who's attracted to minors. They have that urge and they never act on it. Is that a good person? Is that a good person? Can you acknowledge that that's a good person? Because like, there's a lot of people who maybe have a desire to shoot people, who have desires to get into road rage incidents and scream in people's faces, and they don't do it. And we would still consider that person a good person, right? So like there's probably a lot for every pedophile out there. There's probably another person who is attracted to the same people, the same children that pedophile is attracted to, who doesn't act on it. Can you acknowledge that person could be?
How do we define like good person though? Like for example, if somebody just
are you Christian?
Wait, right? If somebody just like deep down and hates, okay, so like they're less like a bold racist, but they don't act on their racism. Are they a good person? So like, how do we, I guess, define what a good person is?
I think Christianity defines a good person as somebody who does not give in to what the devil whispers in their ear.
Right.
Everybody wants to sin, and everybody sins in their mind.
I don't think that religion should define like what a good person is, right?
I mean, if
I'm not religious. I'm not
does,
religious.
Right?
I don't think it's shit. I'm not religious, but I think that's a pretty good like outline for what a good person is. I think we all know that people want to do horrible things all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Hey, Russ. So for me is I try not to like toe the line of like good and bad, right? Because like again, like we all have our like own moral compass, right? So we're like what we like deep down believes is good and right, and then there's what's good for society, which is ethical, right? So like if we're saying if these characteristics are, I guess, like destructive for like society, is this good or bad? But then like those characteristics that's destructive for like society, deep down your moral compass is telling you those are good characteristics. So I guess like I kind of just like talk about like what's destructive or what's productive for like society.
Okay. Do you think that molesting kids is productive?
No.
Okay, so it's good to not molest kids.
Yes.
So then, I think what Adam's asking is, do you see how it's better to not do something bad if you happen to want to do the bad thing?
I think, right, you know, like, again, having those thoughts, or again, right, like, look, doing something out of impulse, like saying, damn, bro, I wish I could shoot this guy right now, right, because you were pissed off and mad. I think that's a tad bit different from having a sexual attraction that's lifelong to a 5-year-old girl without seeking help.
Here's the thing is that if a man is
Jesus.
attracted to children, he did not choose to become attracted to children. It's almost certainly the result of like childhood trauma. I mean, you could make the same argument that you don't really have free will to make the decision about anything. You didn't choose to be black. I didn't choose to be tall. A pedophile just doesn't choose to have that attraction. So like maybe what I think Mr. Girl is saying is that society will throw a pedophile in prison, but they won't offer any sort of like help or counseling to a person who's dealing with those feelings before the moment where they throw them in prison, right?
Yeah, if people find out that those thoughts are in your head, they will want to kill you.
I feel like is expressing those thoughts and then saying there's nothing wrong with those thoughts. That's where people say, what's going on? Like, for example, if somebody says, listen, I'm a pedophile and yo, like, this is a fucked up thing. I think sexual attraction to kids is fucked up and I need help. I think people would be a tad bit more lenient, but then there comes with just like the automatic distrust for people like that, you know?
Okay, so let's have the pedophile argument. You think I'm a pedophile because I said the girls and cuties were hot?
I think anybody who's sexually attracted to underage kids, you know, especially kids like before puberty, is a pedophile.
Well, can you just define it? Is it before puberty or is it after puberty too?
Now, again, according to the actual definition, I think it's before puberty, but...
Well, according to the actual definition, you have to have a sustained, recurring attraction to prepubescent children, an intense attraction that lasts for more than 6 months. But I think your definition is a bit broader than that,
Because
right?
your definition doesn't even include having acted on it. Or does the definition mean that you have to have acted on it?
No, yeah, you also have to have acted on it.
You sure?
Or you either have to have acted on it or it has to cause you distress.
Well, that's why they have that distinction now where they say MAPS, minor attracted persons or some shit.
Yeah. Then, like, there's the non-offended map, right, which is kind of like, you know, somebody who hasn't acted on it, you know, which is, you know.
So if you're going to call me a pedophile, can you provide a definition so I can, respond?
No, right? Again, like, my definition for that is being attracted to 10-year-olds or kids before puberty. Now, even if somebody says, listen, and I'm attracted to a 17-year-old girl, to me, that's kind of fucked up. But like, would I be willing to call you a fucking pedophile for being attracted to Kylie Jenner when she was like 5 months before turning 18? That's right. You know, like, I'm not sure, right? But if you...
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
What?
You're not sure if being attracted to a 17-year-old
I'm not sure.
makes you a pedophile?
Again, according to the actual definition, my definition,
And you just named a 17-year-old that you thought was hot when she was 17.
Me, no.
So it feels like you kind of backed yourself into a corner there.
Yeah.
You just called
17
yourself
when
a
she was
pedophile.
17, though.
Huh?
I was 17 when like she was 17.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
right?
So looking
God.
back on it, you think that you're like, oh,
But I'm sure
what was I thinking?
If you had been 19, you probably would have thought she was hot at 17.
Yeah,
too,
I my girlfriend when I was 13 and I both went down on each other. I have these horrible thoughts in my head because I have this video in my head of me going down on a 13-year-old. I have to go get a fucking lobotomy to get it carved out of my brain so I don't kill myself. It's so awful.
I recently took my old VHS tapes from when I was in high school and had this place like put it on a hard drive for me, and I went back and I was looking at it, and there's a clip of like me and my girlfriend when we were like 18 and her tits are out, and it was like, you know, she was 18, but it was like if I had filmed that, you know, 6 months beforehand, she would have been underage, and that would have been a kind of awkward feeling.
Yeah.
Would have been even more awkward if they had like reported the videotape to the authorities or something.
It would, yeah. You can actually get in trouble for that. I'm sure they wouldn't prosecute, but you might get arrested.
Right.
All right. So continue. You might be a pedophile if you're attracted to 17-year-olds. This is so interesting. What else?
What? No. Again, like, my definition to where I will feel absolutely comfortable saying this nigga is a sicko is if you have an attraction to 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds. Right? Now...
Wait, 13? It's not, so if I'm attracted to 14-year-olds, I'm not a sicko.
No. I said, etc. Right now,
Wait. Yeah,
If a
I'm
kid is
asking just an age. Can you just give a number below which you think someone is a pedophile?
according to the actual definition is like before puberty. According to me, where I will feel comfortable calling somebody
Just say the number.
Listen, where I'll feel comfortable calling somebody a pedophile, I think it has to do with like an age range, right? Like meaning if somebody is an 18-year-old kid and attracted to a 17-year-old, he's not really
Okay, I'm 37, so let's use me.
Yeah.
What age?
If you're attracted to a 17-year-old at the age of 37, you are a pedophile.
18?
No, 17 I said.
Oh, so
I'm definitely attracted to 17-year-olds.
Jesus.
100%. 100,000%.
It's probably worth mentioning that would be legal in like the majority of the United States as well.
Yeah.
Act upon that.
You sure?
It's legal to have sex with 17-year-olds.
Yeah, right.
16 in most states, I think.
No, I think it's I think
not
it's like half of are 16 or 17.
Yeah, right. But again, I still think though, like there's something just wrong with like that picture, a 37-year-old man
Legally for sure, but I think that like
to a 16-year-old girl.
His whole thing is that he's not willing to budge on acknowledging the reality of the fact that if a girl's 18 or a girl's 17, you as a human being are not going to be able to tell the difference.
If a girl is 16 or what?
Like a 17 or an 18-year-old, your brain is not such a finely tuned age guessing machine that you're going to be able to tell the difference. And you just acknowledged it by saying that you thought Kylie Jenner was hot when she was 17 and a half or whatever.
Well, I was 17 too. Yeah.
I can muddy the waters even more and say that there are girls who get into porn who are like 18 or 19 who
Tracy Lords
who look younger than the average 17-year-old, let's say, and they actually go out of their ways to wear little baby doll outfits and they'll get fake braces and shit like that. They're literally doing everything they can to make themselves look prepubescent, and they'll be huge in some cases.
But he's going to say those people are all pedophiles. All right, if you got in a plane crash,
it's the pubescent, right? And that's what people have an issue with.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical question.
Sure.
Well, you said I'm a pedophile because I'm attracted to 17-year-olds.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Okay, so if you got in a plane crash, very tragic plane crash, everybody died except you and a 17-year-old cheerleader. You're on a deserted island. You don't have enough food for 6 months, so you are going to die. You don't have water for 6 months, so you're going to die in 6 months. And she wants to have sex.
What the fuck is this hypothetical? Why?
Me, no. But like, you've done a very great job, right?
Wait.
And like transitioning this from you being attracted to like 10-year-old kids to now we're talking about 17-year-olds.
He never said that.
Can I ask?
He said that though.
He didn't say he was attracted to 10-year-olds.
In the movie, yeah, they were like 12 years old, like 10 or 12.
Well, I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah.
What would be your rationale for not having sex with this horny, desperate 17-year-old? She's gonna die a virgin if you don't do this, and you're gonna go to hell.
Jesus Christ!
For sending her to her grave without having sex. Why wouldn't you do it?
One, right? And like that, like hypothetical has nothing to do with again what we're talking about right now is your attraction to a 10 or 12-year-old girl, right? So
I'll get to that in a second.
No, listen, right? Because I feel like that particular hypothetical is trying to like muddy up the waters, and it's a dishonest.
I don't say that muddies the waters. If you're not attracted to 17-year, if I was on the island with like a 500-pound fat guy, and he was like, please fuck my ass, I probably would just not do it.
Yeah,
even if I only 6 months late, because I'm not interested.
That's why when I hear about prison rape stuff, I'm just constantly wondering like what actually happens to your brain if you're in prison for that long. Because to me, if I was locked up with a bunch of dudes for 10 years, I'm not fucking them.
I am.
Based. Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm playing donuts. 1 sec.
I tell you, Stephen, Mount and Blade 2 Bannerlord is quite a game. All the best people play it. I have quite the campaign going right now. Best of luck to you.
Destiny, what is that drink that you drink? She'll be fine. If you had to choose for a sleepover, LavMrGirl or Vosh? Did you see the Ukrainian flag is included in Microsoft's new LGBT flag? Destiny, what's your WPM? Your fast boy. Okay, when she spent the whole call tossing that word around with no consequence, it annoyed the hell out of me. You used the same words. She's hurt. No self-reflection at all. Been a lurker since own 3D times. Love your content, buddy. Much love. Shit like that rant is why I like you, lol. Now. WPM. Seven days.
I have a very important story for you guys. Today, Melina was driving me around, and we passed a McDonald's. I asked her to get me some, but she said no. So I started crying and pooping my pants. She finally gave in and got me 2 Happy Meals.
The main idea from Sneako's POV had nothing to do with accountability. It's a fake friend making a 40-minute hit video. This seems vindictive on the best part. HI whole relationship with Sneako is just pure condescension. Yeah, but the best laughs have been from MR Mountain Rage compilations and League of Legends dumbass. What's the over/under for how many jobs Sneako has legitimately been fired from, and he doesn't know why? I don't get how people can hate Brittany Simone. She is unironically the only person I have ever seen single-handedly throw Mr. Girl completely off his game. That was comedy gold. Jon Snow is a flat character. He doesn't need to grow, like Captain America or Goku. Jon Snow sticks to his morals and believes under extreme outside pressure. What is the final goal of the Factorio mod you're playing? I've been subscribed to Destiny page for the past 3 months. Very mentally and intellectually stimulating. Keep up the great content, Destiny.
Ray! 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 Oh!
Them.
Please don't scream, woman. There's no food on this island and you're going to die. Since it's just the two of us.
You make a good point, Mr. Girl.
Attention all fake fans, qNCotFJmE7s viewers. If you wanted to watch the stream so badly, then why didn't you just see it live? RH bonus meme Pepe wins RH. The concept of global warming was created by and for the Chinese in order to make U.S. manufacturing non-competitive. And I said, sir, your Obama is in the air.
Dan is not a psychopath. Why so mean to Jerka? I'm still crying, Mr. Girl, cringe, re. Wincy.
Porn. You think porn is the answer? Let me tell you why that's ridiculous, folks. Some time ago, I watched one of these POVJ, humiliation porno videos. And the lady in the video misspoke. A big misspeak. Many such cases.
GigaChed, I got banned for racism.
There is nothing you can do. I'm going to beat this pussy up. You all will have to watch. Just kidding. That's a good little kitty. Ops.
For sen. For sen. For sen. For sen. For sen. For sen.
Yo, Dest, scuffed on the 27th.
My fellow global warmers, we will soon be blessed by the actual content mind that is the Scuff Podcast.
Hello. 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 Yeah. Hello. 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 Yeah. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Oh, okay.
It should be noted that. Noted.
How long does it take for Flacco to become unhinged in this conversation?
I would. 100% I would.
See, he's destined.
I don't think there's anything I would get out of fucking a man's asshole that I wouldn't get out of jerking off besides being disgusted by the experience. But, I mean, heck, we all fall on different parts of the spectrum.
Nah, bro. Fucking an asshole is definitely not ever in the picture, right? Well, a man asshole.
A man asshole.
That's what they say until they get in that plane crash.
But that's what I wonder. It's like,
that 17-year-old spreading her cheeks, and then you start thinking about
Jesus Christ.
Changing your decision. So what would your rationale be? Why wouldn't you do it?
I'm just not interested.
But if you saw her ID and it said that she was 18, do you think you could get it up then?
Again, if she looks like a what? like a regular high
Looks
school
like a regular
chick?
regular 17-year-old.
Yeah, I'm just not interested, man. You feel me? Again, bro, I'm not attracted to kids. Now, again, 17, 18,
Okay.
that might be more so like a nuanced conversation, but your attraction to 12-year-olds is not nuanced, bro. That's a sick shit.
Okay, so I'll speak to that. I don't think saying, do you think if I say I think Brad Pitt is a good-looking guy, do you think that, or if I say he's kind of hot, do you think that means I'm bisexual?
Again, if you are attracted to Brad Pitt, then you're a bisexual.
Yeah, but I didn't say I'm attracted to kids. I said in this movie, when they were wearing makeup and twerking, they were kind of hot and it was uncomfortable. Don't you think the only reason that's an interesting thing to say is if you're not a pedophile?
But why was you uncomfortable? Again, because you watched this movie and had this sexual attraction to these 10 or 12-year-old girls who were gyrating their hips. Me personally, I wouldn't watch cuties and look at 12-year-old girls shaking ass and feel like, damn, bro, like they're fucking hot.
Hot definitely is not a word I would ever use to describe it, because hot is a judgment call. It's like if there's a dude in a G-string with a six-pack dancing here and I say he's hot, okay, fine. But that means that's a judgment call on my part.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
personally, I would not find
that
that hot.
Fuck him though.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, I guess I could say he's hot in the sense of me making the assumption that women or people who are attracted to men would think he was hot.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say, you're hot, because I am not personally attracted to them. The same reason if I watch cuties, I assume that hot is not a word I would ever think to use to describe a bunch of people I'm not attracted to.
Yeah, also too is
around.
I don't want to be kind of unfair to him, right? By saying, right, but kind of just
you do. No, don't do this. Don't do this.
Ambushing him, right?
Don't do this passive aggressive shit. You're obviously ambushing
especially
me.
During.
We're gonna spend the entire podcast talking about this one thing, because you need to virtue signal about it and talk about how you're not a pedophile. This entire conversation, which could have been an interview, or we could have talked about my work or my ideas. The only thing anybody's going to take away from this is that you're not a pedophile.
And you are?
I don't know. I don't know your audience that well.
Question for you though, right? Have you ever watched child porn?
No.
Wait, so then why was you, I guess, unwilling to answer that question during one of the previous? I think you were on.
Because watching child porn is an immoral. Well, first of all, I said in the Cuties review, I've never watched child porn. Second of all, it's an immoral, illegal act. It should be illegal, and it's wrong and harmful and destructive to society and bad for kids. You're paying somebody to rape kids on your behalf.
I'm proud of you, bro.
Maybe this could be the last.
Wait. The fact that you're still that it seems like you can't wrap your fucking head around this. So let me explain it to you. Thinking something and feeling something is not the same as doing it. And if you cannot separate thoughts from actions, you are not going to be able to have a conversation with me that gets off the ground at all, because you're so intent on distancing yourself from your own thoughts as if they're actions.
I've never thought
you can't tell, you honestly don't know the difference between a pedophile and a child molester.
We definitely do.
It doesn't seem like it.
We've sat here for about 30 minutes, right? And we've broke down, being sexually attracted to kids and actually going out and molesting kids. We both identified that difference. But what I'm saying is that behavior should still be condemned, right? Again, we should still be able to.
Yeah, you already said that.
They should seek help.
I can't believe now you're at the point where you're like, guys, let me repeat what I've been saying for the last 30 minutes.
He already
I heard you. I was there,
right?
motherfucker. I heard what you said for 30 fucking minutes. You're like a fucking broken record. Stop talking.
But then why did you just say though? Why did you just say then? Like listen though. But why did you just say though? Why did you just say though? I cannot identify the difference between a pedophile and a child molester.
This is
when I've identified that difference for 30 minutes.
We have conversations because my conversational partners often cannot handle having the conversation.
You are shaking right now because you're upset.
Yes, I'm fucking furious.
Why?
At you because you are the embodiment of everything I fucking hate about YouTube and content creation and my job. You are the reason I hate my job. Yes, I'm shaking.
Because we are non-sickos with non-sicko opinions, and you believe that your sicko opinions. No, again, I'm open to like having every conversation.
You won't even let me finish a sentence, dude.
Bro, go ahead.
Okay, is a very common sentiment in my audience and other people's audiences, especially Destiny's, for people to say, "Man, I really love your solo stuff," but when you get in a conversation, it just goes in circles. This is why, because often the people I talk to can't stop saying the same fucking thing over and over again.
Yeah, that seems fair. Let me just ask this question.
Poor Adam.
What attracted you to making content about this subject matter when this is content or like a subject that the vast majority of people avoid like the plague because the optics of even being associated with it in any way are, potentially very bad?
Nothing specifically attracted me to this topic. I've made, I don't know, like 150 video essays, and one of them was about cuties and one of them was about pedophiles. So that's a 1.5% of my videos are about this topic.
Right.
I guess after people started calling me a pedophile, then it became a dialogue. Then it became a war. So then I'm like, okay, if you're gonna call me a pedophile, then I'm gonna rap about it for sure. But the topic is interesting because, Elvis's wife, I think when he married her was like 14 or 15. We don't think of Elvis as a pedophile.
Yo, all right, randomly some people are here, so I am going to go. Yeah, I'm gonna go chat with some friends and stuff. Much love to you guys, though. I'm gonna go just like hang out IRL with some people. Yeah. Much love, boys. Peace.
Uh-oh. Okay, so
we do.
Well, you do all of a sudden now that you just learned that.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you're gonna go out and get a fucking tattoo that says Elvis is a pedophile on your fucking forehead. I know you. I understand what you're.
R. Kelly video. I've stated we condemn R. Kelly, but not Elvis. So like I've been stated that opinion already.
That's fine. I'm talking about us societally, right? Generally, when you say Elvis, people don't say, "Oh, that pedophile." I believe that the internet has created a wonderland for child abusers. I interviewed a police lieutenant who told me that most child porn now is created by children. People groom 8-year-olds into using their camera phones, into taking pictures and videos of themselves. So the days of the white van are over. Now it's more about grooming and developing a relationship with an 8-year-old, which in the past would have been impossible. When I was a kid, the idea of a stranger having access to me and a private camera I had and the ability to send them pictures of myself would be unthinkably horrific to my parents. My parents were pretty shitty, but they would not have ever allowed that to happen. But now, because mommy and daddy want an iPad and want you to have an iPad so you'll have something to do while they ignore you, now every kid has a camera. and has the ability, and now that these apps, social media platforms, are connecting strange adults who think that the girls and cuties are hot, to your children. And that's pretty bad. Like, there's a reason we don't, like, if an adult wanted to have a sleepover with your child, we would call that weird, right? We'd be like, oh, you shouldn't let your 12-year-old daughter or son hang out with a 37-year-old, right?
Right. But
it's totally normalized now for adults to have private access to children. I believe we're trying to compensate. I believe that we don't want to give up the convenience of all the other things these platforms provide us, and we're trying to compensate for this by being obsessively shameful of the urge or of the thoughts or of pedophilia itself, rather than being like, even like, if you had proof that like 10 men were like normal, average, adults, you still wouldn't let them be alone with your 10-year-old daughter, right?
Yeah,
it's still not a good idea. It's weird.
I mean, if there wasn't a good reason, yeah, I guess.
Yo, listen.
But just socially, because they want to hang out, right?
Yeah, that would be odd.
Yes, but for some reason online is fine. So what I've been talking about a lot lately is that I think that the platforms need to be held accountable for this, and platforms need to stop connecting adults to children.
Right. I mean, I have a 2-year-old daughter, and me and my girl have this conversation all the time of like, at what age will we let her look at TikTok without parental advisory? At what point are you going to just allow her to be able to hop on YouTube whenever you want? Which, at a certain point, how the fuck are you even going to stop her when you got YouTube on every TV in the house? It's like, and even then beyond that, I mean, all these apps, like, I have a friend who discovered his, 12-year-old daughter having conversations with strange men in the DMs on TikTok, which I don't even know if he realized there were DMs on TikTok. I mean, if you have kids,
why are there DMs on shit? Yeah, it's a video. TikTok is an app for teenagers to film themselves dancing.
Well, but there's a lot of stuff going on there, and I've used the DMs on TikTok to have conversations or set up interviews or whatever. It's just like
exactly. So
once you really get into it, it's just like Instagram.
Watch what you're doing. You're talking about your own daughter in one breath and saying strange men are going to be able to DM her on TikTok, and I'm not going to be able to control what she's posting on there. And the next breath, you're like, but I have gotten some pretty good like business deals. So.
Right.
It's a trade-off.
I think for a kid using it, there has to be an option for you to be able to turn off the DMs and be able to censor. Okay. I mean,
by the time
the
a
app is
kid's
very
12,
censored in general.
A 12-year-old kid will be able to get around that.
Right. There needs to be a method to be able to do it that actually works.
Yes.
How I would.
I 100% agree.
There needs to be like locked kid mode on every app that you let them use.
I agree.
Okay, so the topic is interesting to me because it's an area where even the most open-minded people will still engage in thought policing.
What?
Pedophilia. And I'm against thought policing. And I'm against restricting speech. And this is an area where people do not believe in free speech. They do not believe in autonomy or freedom. They think you should be locked up for your thoughts. They think you should be locked up for your speech. And so the combination of I want to protect kids and I want to protect free speech, like that's probably like there's few things I care about more than children and free speech.
But nobody thinks that you should be locked up for thinking about child porn. They think that you should be locked up for engaging in that behavior or going out of your way to download or obtain child porn, right?
I've gotten thousands of death threats.
And that's because people think that you're going beyond that, though, right?
Right.
It doesn't matter. I've said child porn's wrong. I said in the review that this shouldn't have been made with kids.
Right. Like, I mean, I understand there's
people who would happily send me to jail for life for what I've said. And if you don't believe that, then
there's definitely foolish.
I'm not. It doesn't matter. Calling them idiots doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Do you see that you're speaking, but it doesn't fucking mean anything?
And we don't understand, right? But like your point of identifying people who wants to send you to jail for thinking that that you are attracted to kids, right? I guess like we don't understand that. Again, if those people will like throw you in jail for thinking about child porn, that's not the majority of Americans. Like that's like a very small group of people.
Let me give you a hypothetical.
It's not a small group of
There's this dude who has been doing the rounds on people's podcasts and everything. I think his name was Christian. He was on Sam Harris's podcast at one point and stuff, and he used to be this like diehard neo-Nazi. Has all these crazy ass stories about walking up into McDonald's and, you know, beating the fuck out of a black family in the McDonald's. Crazy shit like this, like the worst stuff you could ever think of. And he goes to prison for a period of time. He gets out. Now he's all anti-racist, and he goes on all these podcasts and talks about how to keep kids from, you know, becoming extremists and all this kind of stuff. And it's interesting how, you know, he seems like he's widely given a pass for his past behavior, which is pretty horrific. And it's interesting that he gets away with that, and I'm not saying that he shouldn't, but that grace is not given to many other perpetrators of crimes, right?
Yeah, I don't know like too much about him, you know. So,
Mr. Girl, what do you think? Like, because clearly, you know, a child rapist would not be treated the same way.
Yeah, we wouldn't put a child rapist like in daycares to tell.
They're not
kids.
going to let him repent or in any way. You know, talk about his past behavior, right? Which is probably for the best, but I don't know how you. I wouldn't want to be a part of allowing them to repent publicly or talk about that, but I mean, it's someone's lived experience.
In order for society to be able to raise kids, there's like a pact of like the urge to kill and kill people, especially kill people who look different from you. It's probably advantageous at one time, like when we were hunter-gatherers. If you want to kill another tribe, that's probably a good thing for your genetics.
Default, yeah.
Pedophiles are betray their own families and their own society.
Right.
The pedophile is not raping the kid. If you rape kids in another tribe, like when Vietnam soldiers go and like rape women in like another village, like in a village in Vietnam, and we don't. That's a different feel. Like you're horrified by them, but you don't feel like I don't want them in America. You know, you're like, okay, you can come back. You got to go to jail or for your crimes or whatever. But you're not like, this person needs to be kicked out of the fucking country. A pedophile is different. A pedophile is going to,
I don't know, man.
At least want to betray your tribe. So I think that's why.
Yeah. Can we like switch gears real quick?
Yeah. What you got?
Yeah, man. No. So I think like there's a video that people give you a bunch of flack for, right? I think you were like telling a story about how, you know, you like took this girl home, you know, and she was down with damn near everything. And then as soon as you like took your penis out and put it in position, she like wanted you to stop, but you still put it in. So do you think, one, is that rape, and would you categorize yourself as a rapist? And then two, like what's your response to, I guess, like the backlash like folks gave you for that video?
Yeah, I'm a rapist in addition to being a pedophile.
Hey, man. At least you said it. I ain't say it.
Anything else you want to say?
Nah. Can you know, like, respond back to like that video though, of saying that you know, just had the urge to stick your dick in her after she, you know, like clearly wanted things like to stop?
Why don't you just say what you think of it instead of trying to get me to say you want me to say what you think of it? Why don't you say what you think?
No.
This is a tip for your YouTube channel.
No, listen.
Instead of saying what other people think,
no, listen.
Try saying what you think.
Bro, trust me, bro. Like, I'm good on YouTube. You feel me? I have to have like my success. But now I'm asking you.
There's different kinds of success.
I now have a channel and like you don't. So I would think that I've won that game, right?
Yes.
But
in that sense, you've won that game.
Yeah.
That's true.
But
any number is bigger than zero.
Yeah. But that was rape, right?
No, it's not a question. It's a statement. You're trying to say that was rape.
You,
so no,
from your point of view, is that rape?
I need you to reach down and find your balls and see if you can find a period somewhere in your balls and take it and put it at the end of that sentence instead of a question mark. So say, that was rape. And if you want to be a little bit of a bitch about it, you can say, I think that was rape. But asking me, if if you watch the video, you already know what I think.
Because I understand why he's offended, because the video is about how consent is a nuanced thing and how there are these fringe cases like the one that he's discussing, and you seem kind of dead set on going with the most basic explanation, right?
No. Again, right? The reason why I asked him, because again, and this was supposed to be kind of like an interview, right? So
It's not an interview.
Coming out,
it's
right?
not an interview. It's just you talking about yourself and Adam
How?
awkwardly.
We're talking about you.
It's two adults trying to talk. And Adam trying to awkwardly talk to me without making you look too stupid because you're his friend.
Fam,
that's what's happening.
Listen, fam. Again, you are attracted to kids, a fucking pedophile. 2, you have admitted to raping women. That's 2.
Oh my god.
At some point, bro,
do you hate me?
No, I don't hate you at all, right?
What's your name? I don't even know your name.
At
Flacco.
some point, listen, right?
What is it?
At some point, though,
Flacco. Do you don't hate me?
At some point, though, when are you gonna
Are you
stop
angry?
running away from these conversations, bro? You feel me? Why every time
does my content make you angry?
Fuck no.
And that video in particular, he wasn't running away from the conversation. He made a whole video about something that he knew a lot of people were going to have that sort of knee-jerk reation to, right?
Yeah. You know what Max really wants to say is, you sound like a level 1, dude.
Right?
That's what Max really wants to say.
To what?
Is once he's asked about it, it's always this super defensive, right? No, bro, listen, just talk about it. Do you feel again?
I'll talk about it. I just want you to understand that you are coming off as the most spineless, dickless,
how am I spineless?
Ballless,
how am I spineless?
Because you're
I called you a pedophile already. You feel me?
But I just don't think you're gonna.
And you're out here shaking.
You danced around.
And you're out here
25.
shaking. Look like you about to.
Okay,
Fam, listen,
do you want
bro.
me to answer your question of why I think
Fam, listen, bro. Fam, listen. You're here shaking, filled with anxiety. Looking like you about to
angry. I'm
turn up this camera and off yourself, bro. I'm just trying to at least provide some level of comfort. I can tell you a rapist without you.
I'm confident in my ability to express my emotions.
Sure.
Yes, I'm angry at you.
Okay.
I just think that
see how easy
I'm
it is.
not angry at you. I don't know you.
Oh, I know. Okay.
This kind of reminds me of the 16 Shot situation where it's the name calling or the accusations are not as good a way of going about the conversation as
that's
asking
fine.
questions.
You want him if you
know,
want to come in hot, you can absolutely do that. What you need to do in the first 30 seconds of the conversation, say, hey, listen, I know you're probably expecting an interview, but I'm going to ambush you. And I have a bunch of. No, shut the fuck up and let me finish. I have a bunch of problems with
you. You are pissed off.
Yes,
but
I already
does that
said
do,
that.
Pointing that out?
No. I want you to compute this in your fucking head. Yes, I'm pissed off. Yes, I'm open about being pissed off. Yes, you've pissed me off. And yes, you've pissed me off because you remind me of a lot of other fucking really annoying people. Yes, so you can stop saying that. It's all out on the table. I find you incredibly
you're mad
fucking.
Because we talk about your content.
Something that, I feel like any criticism I give here, and I'm actually going to think I just hate him, or you guys are going to think I'm just being a hater or whatever. Something that Max needs to do, I think Flacco is, as much as, we might not like him, we call him stupid or whatever, Flacco is a really good normie check. Well, is he a normie? He's into some pretty extreme online content. I'd say in this case, it's a pretty big normie check, though. I think Max should probably be prepared that anytime he goes on these types of shows and has these types of conversations, he probably needs to figure out a way to, how do I take some of the more extreme shit that I've said and, make it palatable for audiences that are probably going to be primed to ultra disagree with what I'm saying. Because his shit is pretty controversial, regardless of how you feel about it. So you have to be ready for the Flaccos, because the Flacco is probably going to be the norm. Adam 22 is this pretty out there dude that's has an out there lifestyle, and he's going to be able to engage with pretty wild concepts. But most people aren't, and I think you got to be ready to have those types of conversations, and they're going to be really challenging, and they're probably going to be really frustrating too. But you're dancing on the edge of, past the edge of acceptability for most of the way you frame things,
No, I'm mad because you can't have a fucking conversation. Here's the way to ambush me. If you want to do it without making yourself look like a little bitch, come into
the audience pretty unanimously shut on Flacco in the comments. Maybe. YouTube comment sections are the easiest comment sections to brigade, so it's always hard to tell. I can't usually go by comment sections to know whether or not I feel like I did good or bad in a particular thing. Another good example of this is whenever Nick is on a show, oftentimes, at least the early comments that are heavily thumbs up are going to be like super gripe or positive ones. And the reason why is because YouTube comment sections, when you have a coordinated outside force, are very, very, very easy to brigade. But also, Flacco might also be kind of hated by the Adam 22 crew as well. But regardless, like, what I'm saying is that, like, if you want, like, you can pretend that, like, oh, this is a really good conversation because he's totally going to shut all over Flacco or whatever. That's fine. But I don't think he wanted to come here and fight with Flacco. He probably wanted to come here and present, like, his kind of unique view of the world and then get people to understand, like, this is how I think of the world and this is how I wish other people think of the world. You probably want that more than just, like, fighting with Flacco the entire time, you know?
Conversations. Well, let me make my case, and then you can make yours. So what you would need to do is come in and say, listen, I have a lot of problems with your content. I don't feel comfortable talking to you like we're just buddies hanging out. It's the same thing you said about Nick Fuentes and the chicken and waffles. That's how I feel about you, bro. So I have some shit I need to get off my chest. All right. So first off, I think you're a pedophile. And here's why I think that. What do you say to that? How are you going to convince me to sit here and have a friendly conversation with somebody who I believe in my heart looks at child porn, somebody who I think would abuse a child, somebody who I think wants to, somebody who I think is normalizing pedophilia? All these things that you do are fucked up and bad for society. How do you respond to that? How am I supposed to sit here and like chat with you? That's what you would have said. It would have taken you, I don't know, 90 seconds, and then I would have responded in good faith. But one thing I can't stand is a fucking snake in the grass, spineless liar who pretends that they're not feeling what they're feeling, they're not thinking what they're thinking. Says like, well, isn't it true? Don't you think that maybe you're kind of a rapist? No, I obviously don't think I'm a fucking rapist, and I obviously don't think I'm a pedophile, or wouldn't have made those fucking videos. You already know what I think because I made the video, I sat down and I said what I think. So if you're gonna respond to the video, then respond to what I said in it already. You already know what I think.
No,
so
no,
all
no,
that.
No.
The fact that the fact that it takes you, and you have to fill up the entire time we have to talk with this fucking tap dancing bullshit. Just say, I think you're a rapist.
How's it tap dancing?
Because it takes you for fucking ever to make your accusation, and you frame it as a question.
No, listen, right? And my job is to have the conversation, right? So again,
you're not doing your fucking
I could come out and say, listen, you are a fucking rapist. Cool. Now what? Right?
I would have a lot to say about that if you would say that and then shut the fuck
No.
Yeah, okay,
right,
let's pretend that that's what Flacco said, that he just got to the point.
Yeah, we'll pretend that Flacco got to the point. Okay.
Right.
Well, I'll tell the story so people can decide for themselves if I'm a rapist. But you're going to notice that these accusations are going to start stacking up. That I'm a rapist, I'm a psychopath, I'm a pedophile, am I a sexist? Am I a woman batterer and a woman abuser? I'm just every bad thing that you could possibly be, right? Okay.
Verbally abusive for sure.
Yeah. Sure, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Absolutely.
You cut her stupid, all type of shit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I went on a date with a woman on Tinder. She was 46 and I was 30. And I wanted to jack off in front of her. I used to do that a lot. I still do it sometimes.
Wait, fuck. Hold on, give me like 2 minutes. 1 second.
I always loved frogs. Therefore, Pepe wins. QEE. Destiny, you should tell Mr. Girl that vetoing his ban immediately would have been the authoritarian move, which would be inconsistent in INEC. You have the say, but you're not just overruling everything. At the same time, you *do* on the decision. Mr. Girl looks like Bobby from Supernatural, but more lean. Does he own a shotgun? Just curious.
Stephen, the N-word. You know what the N-word is? No, it's the nuclear word. He mentioned the N-word yesterday. No, supposed to be mentioned. The N-word created Japanese animation through N-word fission over Hiroshima in 1945.
who dares disturb the time wizard. Again, it doesn't end what is a man. A miserable little man of seconds.
But enough talk, haven't you?
What about Mr. Girl? But instead of saying he finds kids hot, he says he finds racism funny. And he's called Minstrel Girl. Think I'll be here all week?
Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry.
But I had a compulsion to masturbate in front of women.
Yes, base.
I've never really liked casual sex, but I like casually masturbating in front of women.
Restart the local recording. Oh, dude, true. Boom, boom. There you go.
Or getting hand jobs. I find it emotionally safe. It's physically safe, and
that's what I'm doing right now.
Fetish.
Yes.
So, for this reason, I hadn't had sex. I was getting divorced, so I hadn't had sex in like a year or something. So we go on this date, and she's like, "Sure, Leah, let's go back to your house, and I'll watch you masturbate." So we go back to my house, and I was like, all right, fine. Because like a lot of women are not really into that specifically. They're into it if it's all they can get, but like a lot of times they're like, I want to have sex, but like whatever, if this is all you want to do, fine, that's cool with me. I was like, all right. I was like, do you want to have sex? Fuck it. I was like, I feel like I need to have sex. And she was like, sure. Yeah. She was like, really? And I was like, yeah. I bestow upon you the great honor of Mr. Girl's dick. She said, okay. So she gets naked. We're making out. She gets on top of me and positions her vagina right on, touching my penis. So it's at the entrance, and then looks me in the eye and says, I'm not ready. And then, and just keeps looking at me. And I don't do anything, and she doesn't do anything. And we're just sitting there frozen like that. And I was like, all right. I feel like she's looking at me like she's daring me to do it anyway. Or like, it feels like she's calling me a pussy. And I was like, all right, well, fuck you, bitch. I'm not a pussy. So I push her down onto my dick. And then we had sex. And we talked. Then she asked me to have sex again, like a week later. That's it.
I mean,
so I told this.
Yeah, I don't know where the fuck you get rapist out of that. I mean, she just had a moment of saying,
"I'm not rape," though.
Well,
I called it rape because,
and I agree.
Well, that's fine, but the reason I made the video is because the video is called "Consent is Complicated." It's a video essay about how a lot of times no means yes, a lot of times maybe means yes, but also a lot of times yes means no, and legally, no means no and yes means yes. So legally, you can have sex with somebody who obviously doesn't want to have sex with you, who is trembling and shaking and uncomfortable. As long as they say yes, you are legally covered. But I don't think you're morally covered. I think that's wrong to have sex with somebody who does not want to have sex. And legally, if somebody says, I'm not ready, and then even if they want, I believe I was correct that she wanted me to fuck her anyway. It seemed like she was excited by the idea that I couldn't hold back. Obviously, I'm not a good candidate for that because I have a lot of self-control, and I was like, I barely wanted to have sex in the first place. But I was like, okay, you want me to make you feel like you're 46, I'm 30, I'm a younger man, I'm so passionate and horny, I can't stop myself from raping you because you're so hot. Whatever. I was like, I'll play that part for you if that's what you want. It's not me, but it's cool.
I mean, I just think that's a really interesting issue to raise in the first place, because the reality is that in the process of having sex with somebody, a lot of times there will be these like intermittent no's as you kind of take steps towards having sex. For instance, like everybody's had the experience of you go to pull their shirt up and she stops you. And then 20 minutes later, you try to do the same thing and she lets you. You know,
Right?
Where you
Yeah,
go,
and it's like she
Fuck.
never she lets you.
no.
She never said yes. But
Yeah.
but it's not. I don't think it's rape.
you go to finger her and she stops you, and then 15 minutes later, all of a sudden you go to finger her and she's excited for you to take her pants off. I mean, this is like a little song and dance between people.
I mean, yeah, like one of the things I think about. I guess I don't think about it as much anymore, but like looking back on it, it was probably one of the most arousing things that's ever happened to me. It was I was in college, and there was this girl. We were hooking up, but I was like, I don't want to have sex, and I don't want to have oral sex. But we can like masturbate together. And she licked my penis without my permission, and then she was like, sorry. She was like, I just couldn't stop myself. It was like, that's a cherished memory of mine. Technically it is rape, but I'm not I didn't call the police or anything. I think everybody likes the idea of somebody who can't stop themselves.
Yeah, I feel that.
But it's a sex crime.
I have a friend who's like 21 and just lost his virginity, and before he lost his virginity, there was a night where he hung out with this girl, and they had a hotel room together or whatever, and they were in town for this different type of thing, whatever, mutual interest, and he's seeing her, but they haven't hooked up at all yet, right? And right before they go to bed in the hotel room, she says to him, hey, just so you know, I'm not trying to have sex or anything. And he goes, oh, okay, cool. And he's like he's the kind of guy who's very, very mindful of his public image, doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. He wants to be a good person. He wants to be on the right side of whatever she's feeling, etc. So he gets into the bed in the hotel room with her, and he rolls over and he goes to sleep. And then in the morning, when they wake up, she's kind of giving him the side eye, and he's like trying to figure it out. He ends up hitting me up later. He's like, bro, like, tells me what happened. He says that she was pissed that he didn't make a move on her. Mm-hmm. And I was telling him, I'm like, when she says that, what she's saying is that she doesn't want to feel indebted to have sex with you. It doesn't mean that she doesn't want you to kiss her,
Mr. Girl just reminded
her,
him to eat off.
Yeah, she wants she's testing to see if you're okay with her saying
right.
no.
She wants the security blanket of knowing that she doesn't have to do anything, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't want you. She wants you to try to do whatever. And she just wants, she wants to be able to call her own shots. Women want to have their own autonomy there. But he's somebody who's he's walking on eggshells because he's seen so many people get canceled for these sort of fringe
I think
cases.
that's fair. Yeah, but it's bullshit that women do that. You shouldn't pretend you're not horny or interested just to protect yourself. There's got to be a better way to protect yourself. Then, like, I would rather mace. Just bring a can of mace and fucking just have it in your hand the whole time if you're afraid I'm going to rape you, rather than pretend you don't want to, that you're not attracted to me or interested in me, but you want to sleep in the same hotel. It's just stupid. I don't like it.
I've had that happen to me a million times, where a girl was about to drive a half hour to hang out with me for the night or whatever, and she prefaces it by saying, I'm on my period, or I don't want to have sex.
Yeah, but then it's like, but then the anti-rape messaging is no means no, but in reality it's like that's not true. It means maybe or hold on, but then other times it
Sexual
really does
interactions
mean no.
are always black
I
and
would
white.
like it if people would be more honest, and I think if women were better at saying yes to sex, then it would be more clear when they're actually saying no.
What are your thoughts on drunk sex? Because
I don't drink.
Oh, you don't drink at all? Okay.
I don't drink.
That puts you almost in an even weirder position, where if you were spending time with a woman and she was drinking, that you would be hyper aware of her sobriety, right?
Absolutely. I would not hook up with a drunk woman unless she consented. No, I just wouldn't hook up with her.
How could she consent?
Well, I've been.
She could consent beforehand,
right? Well, I've been 99.9% sober for like the last. I smoke weed, but I haven't drank in like 4 years. And there's constant scenarios where I end up in a nightclub or at a concert or backstage or something, whatever, and I'm totally sober, and there's a woman around me who is like rolling off Molly or drunk or whatever, and it occurs to me that if I was drunk or if I was fucked up,
it'd be okay.
She probably would not, she wouldn't seem out of bounds to me as a person at that moment because me being fucked up, I wouldn't have been able to really like tell that she was fucked up. Whereas me sitting here totally sober, she 100% does not seem like an eligible sex partner. She seems like a person that needs to be in the fucking drunk tank.
I think people are I think we're too anti-sex, and I think if we were more sex positive, we wouldn't need to get drunk to have sex. It's just very weird to me that like in college.
I don't know if either of them will get on this, but this is my take, and I've gotten in trouble for this before, so we'll do it again because why not? I feel like if we didn't demonize sex so much, I feel like, or not demonize it, if we didn't stigmatize it so much, I feel like people wouldn't be as freaked the fuck out when they have like, what would I call them? Non-preferred sexual interactions. Like, not where you get raped, but like you have sex and it's either kind of bad or it kind of sucked, or you're kind of like, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have. But it feels like right now we don't have vocabulary to describe that. It's either rape or nothing, or like good sex. It's either good sex or rape. Like, that's it. But I feel like if we were a little bit more chill, people were like, okay, yeah, I had sex, it kind of sucked. Or I didn't, in retrospect, I was probably too drunk. I shouldn't have done that. And then like you're like, yeah, I should have done that. And you kind of move on. But since there's so much stigma around sex, we feel like we have to talk about it in like the most catastrophic, apocalyptic terms ever, which is a little bit annoying sometimes, I think.
You're horny or at college age. You're horny and other people are horny. And everybody knows everybody's horny. Everybody knows everybody wants to have sex. And yet for some reason you need to get completely shit-faced in order to do it. I feel like if we accepted sex and sexuality more, like incapacitating yourself wouldn't need to be part of like the mating ritual.
I know, and it's so strange that is such a consistent thing in our culture that like sometimes when I think about if I were to become single right now, being that I don't drink and don't want to drink, that it feels like there would just be countless awkward scenarios because ordering a drink at the bar with a girl when you go on a date or whatever it feels like that's like the prelude to you guys eventually consummating this sexually, and that people look at you like you're a fucking weirdo if you don't drink. Maybe it would be different for
It is so true. It's interesting. At first I thought maybe it's just because of the type of people I hook up with, and maybe that's not like a common experience, but I said this on stream before. It's so true and it's so weird. I'll meet a girl that I fuck 5 times, and we're meeting up, and we're gonna fuck. That's what we literally meet. We meet it, we chat a little bit, and we know that we're going back to either my hotel or whatever. We're gonna fuck, and even so, she'll be like, "Do you have like a bottle of wine there, or can we go like get a couple drinks first?" Like, why? She's like, "I don't know. I feel like more comfortable, I guess, when I'm like a little bit tipsy." I'm like, "What do you mean? If I was gonna rape and kill you, I would have done it on date 3. Why are we doing this?" It's like that's that requirement to have like just like a little bit to drink for somebody to feel comfortable. It's just very strange to me. But I guess like some people are. I also think benzos are really strange though. But I'm like a pretty relaxed person most of the time, so maybe it might be like the average person carries more anxiety than what I'm thinking of or than what I'm used to, and maybe alcohol helps to ease that a bit. So I don't know.
For me now because I'm 38, and but I know for a fact that when I was like 21, that anytime I tried to like not drink when I was hanging out with girls who were drinking, that
it's
it was
weird,
infinitely awkward.
Yeah, they look at you weird too. Yeah, because if they're drinking too, the annoying part. Here's the thing that I have a problem with. When they're drinking, they want you to drink because it used to be they're like, oh, yeah, sure, if you want to drink, go for it. And they're like, well, aren't you gonna have a drink? It's like, not really. I don't need to. I don't want to. I don't like alcohol. But then like if you don't drink, then it feels weird. It's like, oh, fuck me.
Yeah, I never drank, so I wouldn't even know.
You're not even in the game, Flacco.
Nah, man. Nah. Like again, like just me personally, like I feel like liquor itself would just like impair me past the point of right because I'm already off the edge.
It's better to just not engage, but
yeah,
socially, it's the lubricant that makes this machine go. When you're in clubs and stuff, like I was at a wedding the other day, and I'm sober, my girl's sober, and at a certain point, I'm just like, holy fuck, every person in here is drunk as fuck, and having so much fun. And me and her are kind of, stiff in comparison because we're not drinking.
Yeah, right here. So, like, how do you gauge, like, for example, how do you gauge a female is drunk? Because, like, if she's, let's say, like, after, like, 2 shots, again, I don't drink. So, I'm assuming after 2 shots, she's tipsy.
I mean, it's different for everybody. I've known a million girls in my life who would be drunk beyond the point of no repair after 2 shots.
Is tipsy sex rape or no?
Tipsy, I would say, is, like, the area that is acceptable.
Okay.
But, I mean, tipsy's all in the eyes of the beholder.
That's true.
Okay, I have a topic I want to raise. I think I found out about Mr. Girl from the White Grievance panel, where you made it clear that you thought that it was stupid and bad for society that white people aren't allowed to be proud of being white, essentially. Kanye made a big stink. He had this one Jewish tweet, but also the big thing was the White Lives Matter shirt. And, like, you saw a lot of people like Puffy and Boosie and all these other people who typically are very adverse to giving someone like Kanye a hard time. You know, they look at him as a symbol of black excellence, and they kind of give him a pass on all kinds of stuff. Like, these are people who didn't, for the most part, say anything when he was supporting Trump, but the White Lives Matter merchandise was a bridge too far for them. Mr. Girl, have you followed this at all, and how do you feel?
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel about this playing out?
I think that it's not artistic. I think Kanye could have written a song. Like the Joyner Lucas song. It's called I'm Not Racist, right?
Right.
That song talks about how anti-white racism is bad. And it does it in an interesting, provocative way that...
Does anybody... Does anybody ever... I don't know if I've talked about this before. Does anybody ever listen to the Joyner Lucas song, the I'm Not Racist one, and kind of think, you know what, man? I feel like he wrote the white side a little bit too strong and the black side a little bit too weak to feel comfortable listening to this song a lot. Because I listened to the song quite a few times. The beat's decent. And it's a cute song, cute message or whatever. A little cringe rap, but that's okay. We all do a little cringe rap here, especially white people. But I feel like the white side goes really hard. And then the black side is like, you don't know about... you know, no fried chicken or barbecue. And it's like, is that really your response to the other day? Joyner is black, isn't he? Yeah, but cringe rap is for white people, okay? We love cringe rap. Maybe black people like cringe rap too, actually. I don't know. If I were to go and see, like, who listens generally to Hop Sin? Are most of his fans black or white?
Nobody's... I don't think people are complaining about the message. If Kanye's what...
Damn, this is kind of lame, but I probably should be careful about, like, name dropping some of these people, huh? Because, like, if I'm starting to talk to, like, rappers and shit now, or, like, getting into this world, I don't want to, like, run into someone who either kills me or is like, what did you say about my music? And I'm like, bro, I don't want to have this debate right now. It'd probably be kind of awkward.
Kanye's message is, like, you shouldn't hate white people. I think that's fine. I just think that the way he's saying it with the shirt is intentionally
I don't want Dark Ankh to show up.
To anybody who's even slightly tapped into the racial discourse online and whatnot, I think it just reads as like the most juvenile attempt at saying something interesting about Black Lives Matter or about whatever's been going on.
It's like you're a fucking genius. You're a genius, and so like do something genius. Like this. So like I didn't have a problem with it. I'm like, yeah, it's kind of funny, but I think White Lives Matter just comes across as like a dismissal of racism or systemic racism, and so yeah, I mean, like, you know, I part of me wants to be like, you know, trust him, you know, or let him, you know, I mean, let him, like, sure, he can do whatever he wants, but part of me is like, I guess I don't really trust him as like a political thinker or genius, except when he's rapping. I'm still like, I want to hear a song about, even, you want to make a song about Jews? Fucking do it. I'll listen to it.
Right.
It'll probably even be good. That's fine. Make a song about how you hate Jews, you know? That's fine. But like your tweets suck. You're not good at tweeting.
Yeah, I agree, right? Like, in terms of tweeting, right? Now, with that shirt particular, like, my opinion on that shirt is, again, I was always told that all lives matter was the direct opposite or like counterpart to like Black Lives Matter, right? So him saying like white lives matter, I think is just like it's just like a statement. I don't quite understand it now. I think the big part about it though is after that white lives matter shirt is the DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
Right.
Now with that statement, now
it seems like we're never gonna get what he was promising right there when he said he was going to go DEFCON 3 on the Jews the next day. Apparently, some Jews intervened.
Yeah, right. Because he actually got banned by J.P. Morgan. I'm like,
is he about to lose it on Flacco?
Some next level
like,
shit.
I ain't never seen anybody get banned for being racist.
What were you gonna say?
Flacco, every time you talk, I want to stick a screwdriver in my fucking ear.
Why?
Because I can't stand you. I feel like we should probably talk. I feel like we're just pretending that the whole first like hour of this didn't happen.
Oh no!
And it's like it's grating. It's grating.
I'm gonna go take a piss. You guys can hash this up.
Adam's like, see ya.
Right? And you were, I guess, upset, right, that I brought up your work. You feel me? Which was the cutest thing. That's pedophile behavior, but the.
Did you hear me explain why I'm upset?
And you are upset because I'm talking now, even though the last hour is right. But again,
That's
I
not
called
why I'm upset.
I called you out for being a pedophile, and then for rapist thing, right?
That's not why
And you
I'm
called
upset.
yourself a rapist, and I reinforced that and said, "Why do you think you were a rapist?" You feel me?
I know what
And now
happened.
you upset.
That's not why I'm upset.
Okay, why are you upset?
Because you're passive aggressive
Not at all.
I think he's aggressive, to be fair.
and underhanded.
I'm underhanded for asking you questions about your work. Now, I feel like I was pretty bold in there, right? You feel me? And you asked to be called a pedophile. I called you a pedophile. You feel me?
I don't think you're bold.
Hey, man, that's your opinion.
Yes. So anyway, the reason I'm upset is that it's fine if you want to argue with me or argue with my beliefs or to call me a disgusting person. A lot of people do that. That doesn't bother. It bothers me a little bit, but it doesn't bother me that much. What bothers me is this conversation killing inability to actually engage with what I'm saying, and combined
with Adam as well.
I can't stand passive aggressiveness.
I think
it really fucking grates my nerves.
I think you have severe mental issues, bro. Right? You know, again, like you see it as, yo, like I brought up, I guess, like your past, and I think you thought that it was a secret. I don't see how, right? And now you are just like so upset that you can't control your anxiety, but your anger for some reason, bro.
I'm not trying to control my anger. The point of going on a podcast is to be interesting. Controlling your feelings is not interesting. It's boring. Well, if you were like a cop, I would control my anger.
But
shaking, yes sir, no sir, yes, well, yes, I wouldn't be shaking.
And
my hand would be
right
steady.
now, bro. Right? Listen, I
can pretend to be calm. Yeah, I'm good for you. I can pretend to be calm, but there's no reason for me to pretend I'm not mad at you. You're fucking annoying. So I'm going to express my anger openly.
Be mad, but shaking with anxiety comes off as some severe sicko shit.
Okay, fine. That's fine. I'm coming off as a severe sicko to you. Again, I don't. Yes, I don't care. What did you think that I thought was a secret? So
what's the point of
why would you
last
think
5 minutes?
That I don't want to have a casual conversation with you?
Yeah, so
I don't want to chat about how tipsy somebody is before it's rape. I don't want to talk about this shit with you.
So what?
So all I want to talk about is how fucking annoying you are.
And then all I want to talk about
is
how you raped a female and then admitted that you were a rapist and then bragged about it in this coy, weird video, right? Trying to like brag about it and like toe that line.
Okay. Do you think I should go to jail?
Too, right?
And then also do you think I should go to jail?
If you believe that was rape, which you said, I think you should.
So the
and
determination,
she also believes it as well.
No. Based on what I've said, do you think I should be arrested?
Based on what you said in terms of, yes, I think that's rape, I would assume if you think that's rape, then she probably thinks that's rape as well, so yes.
Okay, so based on what, just yes or no, you fucking spineless fuck, do you think I should be arrested?
I just told you.
Yes or no, do you think I should be arrested?
Yes,
she never even had a complaint.
Okay,
right?
so do you think it's okay
and that's
for
my
rapists
point, right?
Do you think it's okay for rapists to go free?
Nigga, I just told you, you should be in jail based on you saying that you raped that girl.
Then why don't you call the cops?
Bro, listen, like, that's such a stupid argument, bro, because one, I don't even know, like, if that story is true or not, right? And then two, I don't even, like, know the girl. How can I call the police and say, listen, this piece of shit YouTuber,
you only
right?
call
How can I call the
on a
police?
rapist if you know the girl? You fucking spineless liar.
Bro,
Fuck
listen,
you.
bro.
No,
Listen, my
fuck you.
nigga.
You're so full
How
of
do we
shit.
know that
If
story
you-
is
wait,
true?
so-
You're a
so if I
pathological
came-
liar.
wait,
Like,
if I-
come
if
on,
I-
bro.
wait, so if I came on here and I said, hey, listen, I got a weird thing to tell you guys. I've never told anybody this before, but last night I raped a girl in the parking lot. And you'd be like, are you serious, bro? Are you serious? I would never rape anybody. Are you serious, bro? I'd say, yeah, I'm serious. I raped a girl in a parking lot at knife point.
Jesus.
You wouldn't call the cops?
If you told me you raped a girl
Yes, that's
at
what I
knife
just said.
point
Don't
last
fucking
night,
repeat everything I say. Just answer the fucking question.
and I believe
if I
you,
told
I'm
you I
calling
raped
police.
a girl at knife point and I raped a girl at knife point last night.
Raped a
in the parking lot,
girl?
would you call the cops, yes or no? Yes.
Raped somebody?
Okay. So it doesn't actually matter if I think it's rape or if she thinks it's rape.
That's
or
a
if you know
stupid
the
argument,
girl.
bro.
No,
That's the
it's
most,
what you-
bro.
yes,
listen,
it's stupid
listen, bro. That's
argument
an
that you
idiotic
just
ass
made.
argument, my nigga.
Okay.
That's stupid as fuck.
That's
how
rape.
is that the
Once
same?
you're done, once you're
how
done
is that the
wasting
same
time
as me saying?
if you're
How
done
is that the
wasting time-
same as me seeing a random ass YouTube video about you talking about how she said no and you stick your penis
well,
in there?
Let me break it down for you.
To you coming to us as friends and telling us you raped the girl last
night. If you saw a random ass YouTube video of me saying that I raped a girl in a parking lot at knife point, and I was still free, do you think you would have some obligation to notify the authorities?
If I seen a random YouTube video, me personally, again, I wouldn't call because again, I don't know if that story is even credible.
So okay, so then I'm on here
or
and,
not.
I retell the story on your podcast. I am now sitting across from you in
You're
front
on
of you,
Zoom, bro.
Yeah, I understand. I'm sitting on your show telling you the same story. So let's do the hypothetical. You saw a random video and you say, like, listen, I saw this video where you said you raped a girl. Is that true? And I say, yeah. Let me tell you the story again. I raped a girl at knife point in a parking lot. You wouldn't contact the authorities?
Back to your story. You stated that
No,
you
I
raped
know.
that
You
raped that girl last night.
This is why I can't stand you.
Those
You
words
can't
came out
answer
of-
a question.
No,
you
listen,
cannot
no, listen,
answer a
because you're trying to-
hypothetical question.
no,
You're a
right?
fucking liar. You're so full
How
of
am I a
shit.
liar?
If you-
How?
do you
Listen.
want me to-
How
do
am
you
I
want
a
me to
liar?
explain
No. Right. Listen.
No.
Why?
I can
Listen.
answer your question. Oh,
why?
it's one of those things where you're pretending to ask a
Why I
question, but
don't
you're actually
address
making a
those
statement.
bullshit
I
ass
get it. You're not
hypothetical,
really-
right? Because
you're not
those
really
are
asking
your
a
attempts to
question.
muddy up the water. I'm talking about your story to where you admit and say, yes, I'm a rapist. I raped that girl. Cool. I believe that you should be in jail if that story is credible and true. Will I waste my time trying to figure out if that story is credible or true? No, maybe listen. Right again, maybe
so
listen.
now
Maybe
you're pivoting to the reason you're not.
again. Maybe I'm a
contacting
bad
authorities-
person for
the
not
reason you're
believing
not-
that shit. But cool. Feel me?
The reason you're not contacting the authorities about an admitted rapist talking to you on your show that you are platforming is because you think the story might not be true?
Again, I'm not platforming you. Feel me? This is Adam's, the whole deal. You feel me? Like, you feel me? Like,
you
right?
are. By sitting there, you are platforming.
How?
Because you're going to go back.
How
and
am I
you're gonna
platforming?
talk
I don't
about this,
control
and
nothing here.
Your fans are going to want to watch this. This is probably going to be the best video you've ever made. Is this conversation with me,
bro? You're nobody.
You looking
How?
like a complete fucking idiot,
bro. Listen,
being unable
bro.
to answer. Unable to answer.
You
the
are
most
nobody,
simple-
my guy. So how
being
the
able
fuck would this be quote unquote my best video?
It's not. I'm not talking about my star power that's going to make it your best video. It's the conversation.
Hell no. I've had better conversations with better people.
Okay.
It feels like you're just kind of offering him this oversimplified version of his own videos to try to like offend him.
No,
I don't feel like it's a
no.
good strategy. I feel like even people who hate Mr. Girl are probably going to watch this and feel like you're not really being like an honest participant in this dialogue.
Every person watching this is going to pray that you shut the fuck up for the rest of the podcast. They're going to.
I doubt it.
They would. If you could sell them a mute button, they would just edit Flacco out of the podcast. They
You
would
think you're
pay
making a
$10,
good point, but you're
$20,
not.
$30. That didn't mean anything. You say things, but they don't mean anything.
No, it does though, right? Again,
Okay,
like you were.
So, are you willing to answer my hypothetical questions or not?
Bro, that stupid ass hypothetical question muddies up the water.
I wish I didn't say muddied the water because you
Right?
said it like 5 times
Right?
after I said it once.
Are you willing to answer the questions or not?
If my friend comes to me and tell me
I can prove to you that you don't really think I'm a rapist. You're just virtue signaling.
Again, if my friend comes to me and tell me that they raped a girl last night in a parking lot, I would probably call the police. if I deem it credible, and not him just bullshit.
I don't want to hear you say the same things over and over. I want to know if you're willing
Dan,
to
stop
answer
asking the same fucking questions over and over again, nigga.
Then answer yes or no.
I already answered your fucking question then.
Are you willing to answer hypothetical
I
questions?
already answered your fucking question, right? Again, but you
Okay,
but you
if
keep on asking
don't
the same
say-
question.
if
I'm giving you the
don't
same
say
answer.
yes- If you don't say yes in response to this, I'm going to take it as a no. Are you
You
willing
keep
to
asking the
answer
same stupid questions. I keep
Okay.
giving you the same answers, and now you're upset at the same answers for the same question. Do you understand how stupid that sounds?
Okay, I don't have anything else to say to you.
Sure, okay.
Damn.
You really thought you were just gonna jump this motherfucker on here, huh?
No, not right, not right. So look, it started off like as the cordial conversations, and then like when like you left and shit. You feel me?
Oh, it got bad when I left.
Yeah, right. You
It was
feel
an
me?
intense 2-minute piss.
Right.
Okay.
Right?
Poor
and
Adam.
and like he had like a weird, like a minute like diatribe, just talking about the bullshit, coming from me, calling me all type of shit, like so then I'm like responding back like like we can't be cordial then,
What do you think, Adam?
I just think because we had this problem before, Mr. Girl, where Flacco interviewed a young YouTuber named 16 Shot and Visuals, and Flacco kept calling him a clout chaser to his face over and over, and the podcast ended with him spitting in Flacco's face, and it kind of feels like he's driven you to a similar place.
I would never spit in Flacco's face.
Wait. Turbo Ultra League meme incoming. Hold on. What?
They can. They don't have a jungler here, and Beryl has no flash. There's his TP. Jeff TP's in the top lane. They've got to get back to the base. They've got to answer him.
Hold on.
Double TP. They're going. They send more. Seth gets the stun, but inside the pit, there's
Oh!
no lane for Baron. It's secured, but Death
Oh, no.
kills turret number 1. He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get. Oh, the inhibitor! The inhibitor is back up.
Oh, the inhib respawn. Oh no.
Oh my God, Def! No! The game was in your hands, Def! It was.
Well, what was he supposed to do? The inhib came back. Did he? Bad man. Wait, what happened?
He kills turret number 2, and the Nexus is in his eyes, and he's gonna get.
Oh, I wonder. Do you think the flash mattered? I don't know if it mattered. No, I don't think it mattered. If he didn't E, he would have got an auto. Do you think? Wait, the E. Oh, I can't tell what fucking champ this is. Can somebody tell me what champ? Oh, is this? Is it Ezreal? Ezreal. E would have procced to Sheen. Oh, hold on. If he... This is such minutia. If you look at Ezreal here, his mana immune proc is up. So if instead of flashing here, if he would have arcane shifted instead. But he would have had time to arcane shift. Arcane shift is a little slower than flash, but you still get the auto after for sure. Right? Mana immune, you mean Triforce? I don't know, what the fuck is this blue sword here? I don't know what the fuck this shit is. That was his E? Wait, was that his E? I feel like I hear the flash sound. Oh, well then there's nothing he could have done. Then why are people even mad? What could he have done differently? That is mana immune, but it doesn't work on tower or nexus? Oh, okay. Oh, mana immune is every hit anyway. I'm thinking of a Triforce proc or something different regardless. It just didn't hit Jack, so he doesn't get the proc. Oh. Okay, maybe. Gotcha. Whatever. Okay. Fuck Lee.
Right, but I mean, it feels like he
But I was
pushed you to maybe
fantasizing
a
about
similar breaking point by just kind of offer. Like, I feel like the name calling is just like a bad route to take as a podcaster.
Spit clip.
Bro, Adam called you, right? And told you, yo, bro,
I'm on air,
Like, I
right?
don't think
When does
this-
it, I'm not watching this full 3.5 minute thing. When does that happen?
Yeah, bro, I think you're a cloud chaser. So you feel me? Like, yo, right? So like, you like
fake page is saying I'm trying.
let's get to the.
He was
like,
cloud chasing off
Man,
Kevo.
shut up! I just said let the man talk.
What'd you say, Kevo?
Bro, suck my dick, bro. That's a.
Hey, stop
bro.
playing before I smack the
bro,
shit out you.
do it. Hey, no.
Why?
My dick, bro. That's a.
Hey, stop
bro.
playing before I smack the
bro,
shit out you.
do it. Hey, no. Watch out, we ain't doing that here. Anybody about to Watch out. I'll beat the fuck out of you.
No, man. Beat the fuck out you, but motherfucker, put you somewhere you don't want to be, boy. Stop.
Jesus.
Public.
He asked me to. Remember,
Person.
like, right when I said, like, yo, in that video, how do you feel about the comments, right?
I'm fine with
and he told me, oh, you calling me a pedophile, call me a pedophile. So then I say you're a pedophile, right? So like,
I'm fine with you being nice, and I'm fine with you being mean.
you
I'm not
engaged
fine-
me and asked me to
but
call
I'm
you
not
these
fine
names,
with you
and now
being
you're
a
crying about it.
passive-aggressive, underhanded little bitch. I can't.
But you engaged
stand
me
it.
and asked
I
me to call these
cannot
names, and now
fucking
you're
stand
crying
it.
about it. I don't understand. Again, I don't.
Yeah, I'm engaging.
I don't
you because
understand saying like
you
that
asked
point,
me,
right?
Like you asked me a
It
question.
started off cordial, and then you asked me to call
if
you a
I
name,
think
and then
I'm
you
you
cry
asked me
about
if I think I'm a rapist, and I say, you know what? I don't think you think I'm a rapist. And you're like, explain that. And as soon as I start trying to explain it, you just start fucking.
That's not
blabbing.
true. That's not what happened. And
Okay.
you stayed again.
I don't think you think I'm a rapist. I think
right
that
after
you
my
are
question.
lying.
No, listen.
I think you're lying.
Listen.
I think
Right
you're
after
full
my
of shit.
right after my question, and you went ahead and stated, "Oh, stop being a pussy. Call me a rapist if you think I'm a rapist." So then I said,
Yes.
"Okay, you're a rapist." You feel
Yeah,
me? So
but
right
I don't
again.
think I don't think you really believe that.
But past that though, right? And you're the one who keeps on engaging, like, and asking for me to call you these things. And then once I
Yes.
call you things, you're crying about it. I don't understand it.
No, I want to
It
argue
started
with
off
you.
cordial.
I want to
and you told me
argue.
call
I
you a
want to
pedophile. I called you a
argue.
pedophile.
If you're going to call me a pedophile, you should be ready to engage in an argument about that. It's a
And
pretty
we
serious
engaged in it,
accusation.
and then you
It's a
cried
pretty
about
serious-
it
this
and
is
shaking
probably
about it.
This is probably the biggest appearance that
Would
I'm
you
going
say
to
that was a
make,
real moment they had?
to new people.
I have no idea.
For a long time. So I'm being exposed to a whole new audience. If you're going to call me a pedophile in front of that new audience, you should probably be willing to let me lead the conversation a little bit and explain my, like, why I don't agree with you.
I
But
think
you're not.
It's
You're
a shame the
like,
chat
oh, you're
has turned
muddying
into
the
what it
waters.
is. I'll stick around a bit longer. I guess Destiny Copium.
Well, what's the chat turning into? What?
But
Live for 30 minutes.
this is the dynamic, is that like his story about the thing with the girl where she momentarily didn't consent or whatever, it's like that's a nuanced take. It's a nuanced situation that I think even a diehard Me Too feminist would be interested in having the conversation about that
Sure.
situation and what's responsible in that situation. So for you to hear that situation that is nuanced and have your response be you are a rapist is just like it shows such a complete lack of nuance that I can't help but think that the audience is going to pick up on that as well and be just as frustrated as he is.
That's fine. That's honestly
I asked
fine.
him
If
though,
you
right?
want to make
So go
that,
ahead.
if we want to make that lack of nuance statement, that's totally fine. But you should be willing to then test it. You should be willing to allow it to be tested with questions like, well, if you really thought I was a rapist, if you thought it was the same as if I raped somebody at knife point, you'd call the police, right? So you're going to be, then you'll be cornered into admitting like, okay, it's rape, but it's less rape. And then I would say, okay, well, but if you still think I should be arrested, shouldn't, like, if you think I'm a danger to society, I've raped a woman, you think I should go to jail for how long? And then you just watch you dig the hole deeper and deeper. Of course, you don't want to do that because you realize how fucking stupid you'll sound.
But
And
listen,
how stupid you'll sound to everyone in the audience. You know how many people in your own audience have been in situations like that, men and women, who are like, you think I should go to jail for like 5 years because of that? Like, is this guy fucking stupid? Yes.
I'm sure
the
nobody
answer
who
is
didn't
yes.
commit rape
Flacco-
will say I'm a
Flacco's
rapist.
probably a cool, intelligent dude when he's not on camera, but he's so scared of your opinion of him and is scared of his own audience that yes, when you put a camera on him and a mic in front of his face and talk about something controversial, he does in fact become stupid.
Well, because like the situation he's saying with like the 17-year-old or whatever, when we were trying to have that nuanced age of consent type debate, you were kind of running from it. Like he's asking you like interesting hypotheticals that you were refusing to answer.
No, right? No, listen, right? Because he does this like a bunch, right? Is he tries to like run away from the original point, right? And I still like step back and say, you know what, bro? Like, I'm not gonna pounce, right? And then with the whole rapist conversation, right? I asked him, yo, like, do you think, right? And again,
yes, I know you think this
I
is
like
a
asked him
virtue
a
of
question.
yours that
Wait,
you
wait,
ask things instead
wait,
of saying
wait,
them,
though,
but
right?
it's
Wait,
not.
though,
It
right?
just comes off as annoying.
I
You
asked him a
just seem like
question
you just
void
seem
of
like you're
my.
triggered by my content. I talk about
How much
shit
about
that
your
you don't-
content,
Oh,
bro?
dude.
Do you know my content
dude.
and who I talked about again? Right? I asked him a question void of my opinion and void of me calling him a quote unquote rapist,
Except
and he
your
was the one
opinion
who
is
said,
obvious.
"Call
Your
me a
opinion is-
rapist if you
you're-
think
you
I
are-
am." Right? So
you-
he's asking for these attacks, and then
Asking
cry about it and try to play this victim card, and I don't understand it.
I don't think I'm the victim here. I think you're my victim. I think you're gonna
Nah,
come out
man.
of this looking like a fucking idiot.
Nah, bro, listen. Again, right? And you think that, but you ran away from conversations. And again, bro, I don't understand like why you were upset at me talking about your content.
I just explained it. Do you want me to explain it again?
It didn't make no fucking sense when you explained it, but go ahead.
Okay. I'm not upset that you're talking about my content. I'm upset that the way you talk prevents conversation from being possible because you will not follow my train of thought to understand what I'm saying. You won't answer hypothetical questions to stress test the stupid shit you're saying, and you won't stop repeating yourself and just blabbing over and over again. Even right now, you're interrupting me because you can't shut the fuck up.
All you do is interrupt. You know who you are? You're Mr. Girl. All you do is fucking interrupt. You, bro, listen, bro, like you out here trying to like victim blame, right?
I was not able to answer your question because
You were
couldn't
here
shut the
trying to
fuck
play
up.
victim, right? Because that YouTube channel got taken down.
I'm not the victim. I'm going to
and now you're
victimize
here
you.
trying to make yourself
Trust
look
me.
better, bro.
Trust me, dude.
Stop it,
no,
man.
I'm not trying to make myself look better.
Bro, it's disgusting.
I'm just trying to make you look stupid or help you make yourself look stupid.
Bad job at doing it.
We'll see.
Okay.
Mr. Girl, what would be your advice for Flacco moving forward from this
fuck
conversation?
No, seriously, my advice for Flacco moving forward. What's his
Yo,
goal?
dude's an idiot, man.
Flacco's goal is to make himself look clean.
You don't know Flacco then.
And good.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Flacco. Oh my God, is Flacco a controversial figure? You just bragged about not getting banned from YouTube.
No, listen. I ain't bragging about what I said was right. You know, like
your success at not getting banned.
No,
because my content was too controversial. I never broke TOS. My content was so controversial, I got banned. You're bragging that you didn't, but now you're like, oh, you don't know Flacco.
Who bragged about it?
So Adam, I need. If I'm gonna give Flacco advice, which I would love to do, I want to know what his goal is.
Probably, I think his goal is to be a prominent hip hop personality.
Like a rapper?
No, like a commentator.
A prominent commentator
in the rap space, probably mostly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, when you watch Sway in the Morning, do you see him being like, so Eminem, do you think that what you said in the song Kim was abusive to women? Do you think that maybe you are an abusive partner? And then he's like, well, it's a song. And he's like, no. Yeah. I think you should look at the greats and maybe model yourself after that.
Wait, question. Why do you think that like that funny voice that validates like your point even
Love
further?
your conversation.
Oh, the straw man voice gets called out. Uh-oh.
Bro, listen. Again, right? Like, I don't even understand like, and here's the whole thing, right? Because again, and I was cool playing it back, and he asked me to call him these names, right? And then once I do it, he's now shaking with anxiety, panicking, angry, looking like he's like distressed.
I'm distressed because all of my life I have had people like you trying to smother me, and they're pretty good at it. I don't think you'd call the cops on me, but I think you'd report my channel.
No.
Why not?
I don't, again, like me personally, I don't report no channels, you feel me, right? Because again, I'm a YouTuber too, bro, like that's fucked up.
Okay. Well, I guess when you were rubbing it in my face that I got banned, I got the wrong idea, but it came across like you're glad I got banned. You're dancing on my grave.
I don't think though, like that's how that conversation works. I think you started like this whole like pissing contest, and then once I mentioned like I'm a YouTuber too, you feel me, right? And then you started to like try to like downplay something, but I'm not even sure, right? But yeah, like I never bragged about like having, but like have my channel and like not being banned. I don't think that's true in this conversation.
All right. Well, I think if you want to become a prominent hip hop personality, you should understand that hip hop is inherently controversial. And I think YouTubing is kind of similar. So when I make videos or when I make rap songs, I reach deep down into myself and try to find the most uncomfortable, ugly truths that I can admit about myself. And I put them out there, just like great rappers that I grew up listening to did. It's the same thing. And so if you're trying to become famous for interviewing artists such as myself, you should probably not spend the entire conversation virtue signaling about how if you were a rapper, you would rap about nice things. If you made video essays, you wouldn't make video essays that make controversial points. Like, I don't think if Adam made a Cuties review, he wouldn't make the same fucking review that I would. He probably wouldn't even touch it. But he knows that. He understands that his role in the conversation is to interview me or discuss the ideas that I bring up, and then possibly even push back or argue with me. But he's not there to like say that I'm doing it wrong and that I should do it the way he's doing it.
Or if that was my plan, was to have a list of here's 3 things that I really fundamentally disagree with Mr. Girl on, I would want to have, a more nuanced take, or I would want to have something that was more grounded in the reality of what he had said. Whereas it feels like you're kind of intent on misrepresenting his points.
So we've all I think we're all old enough to have seen great rapper after great rapper be misunderstood and misinterpreted by annoying commentators. And you're just like yeah, I think you're just another annoying person saying that Call of Duty turns people into school shooters. That's saying that Eminem or Tupac or Biggie make kids do drugs or cause gang violence or whatever. Yeah, you're just like another boring person.
Yeah,
who
you're wrong
is
about
like
that,
in my
right?
way, but it's not that you're boring though. You're actively trying to destroy me. So yeah, that's why I'm angry.
No, again, I don't understand, right? Like how like me asking you about Cuties and like asking you about you calling yourself a rapist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand how me asking you about those 2 things and
it's your inability to engage with those ideas above a 6th grade level.
Bro, again, bro, but you think you're getting it off.
Here's
bro,
the proof that I'm not a pedophile. If pedophiles like talking to little kids, I don't. I think you're fucking boring.
I'm boring because
the delivery on that could have been better. There was good material there for a burn.
You're boring because nothing you say is interesting.
Bro,
I'm sure you're a cool guy when you're not on air.
When you're not a pedophile, it's interesting.
Yes.
To me,
obviously,
that's
calling yourself a pedophile is interesting. Yes.
To me, again, I don't see that as like interesting.
I think it's fair to call it interesting.
As some sick
It's
shit.
very out of the ordinary.
Yes, it's sick. Yeah, it's true.
Interesting is a low bar, or it's a high bar, but it's
right.
That's unquestionably interesting.
And he like some with things, right? And him, I guess, saying, and but like 10 and 12-year-old girls were hot, and then him admitting that he was a rapist, and he apparently thinks like that makes him, I guess, more like interested, and like me having like the opposite view of I don't find 12-year-old girls hot. That somehow makes me, a quote unquote snowflake.
No, it's that you won't shut the fuck up. It's that you just are blabbing meaningless. I don't know how to explain this to you. It's not your views that are bothering me. It's not your views about my work. It's the way that you're incapable of having a conversation about it.
I didn't babble at all. I like asked you about the question, and then you asked me for my opinion. I give you my opinion.
Okay, well, I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree. I don't want to.
And you never liked it.
Yes, I don't like anything that you're saying.
And vice versa, my brother. Vice versa.
Okay. Mr. Girl, I think we should do another conversation in the future because this went in a sort of specific direction.
Okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, but I definitely think we should have another conversation, especially once we see the fallout from this.
Jesus Christ.
It's so annoying that I'm going to have to watch like a whole Destiny video of him reacting to this.
He's going to, I'm starting to really, really hate his audience.
Oh, really? Why?
Yeah, because I love Steven, with all my heart, but his audience is, I don't know what it is. It's like every time I do something that he wouldn't do, they hate it. So like, if Steven were on here, Steven would have made Flacco look stupid, but he would have done it in a different way. He wouldn't have done it by freaking out. He wouldn't dig his heels in. He'd probably just like come up with some counter arguments that make you look stupid, and then he'd probably just ignore you for the rest of the time.
I had a great conversation though with Destiny for like 2 hours. No, 3 hours.
No, yeah, I'm saying if you came at him the way you came at me,
I wouldn't come at Destiny. Why? Because he never admitted to saying, yes, I'm a rapist. I raped this. Yeah.
Anyway, his audience is going to criticize me for.
Apparently, Mr. Girl here said that I did say I was a rapist. I think he was kind of misquoting some sexual assault shit, but it's kind of funny. I wish I would have got the reaction from it.
Getting stuck or looping or getting stun locked. When like from my point of view, I'm just like, no, I just don't want to fucking pretend that I can't, that I want to pretend this isn't happening. And they're going to say, oh, he's so honest. So he's going to say that he's honest, but really he's just a narcissist and just can only blah, blah, blah. I can't stand it. I can't fucking stand them. I don't like the idea that they're so parasocially attached to Destiny that if you do anything different from what Steven would do, they just like latch onto it and like can't stop fucking talking about it. It's really annoying. So yeah, I dread it. I dread watching the response, reading the comments. I can't fucking stand it.
Right. Yeah, I had a guy come up to me in the airport, like an airport employee the other day, and it was just like, bro, I had no idea that you were a part of the Taliban. And oh my God. And it was so weird to just like, at that moment, realize that this guy has spent hundreds of hours of his life consuming the same content that I have that I really didn't have to, but I guess we're probably better people for it.
For watching Steven's stuff?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah. Steven's a great guy and his content is great. As I said, I love him, but
wait, why do I not have
fans? They really piss me off. Right. They really, really piss me off.
You a Keffels fan?
Oh.
No. Okay.
Why can't I set a condition
I'm not a
on
Keffels
this?
fan.
Am I crazy?
I don't. It's the same thing. Anti free speech shit. I hate that.
You're a Kiwi Farms user?
No, I'm not a Kiwi Farms user. I do think that Kiwi Farms creates an interesting problem of like publicly available information, or like doxing. Like when you dox somebody, if you say like their address, most people's addresses are publicly available, so it's not like you're saying their bank account number, but it causes immediate horrible like things to happen to them. So I do think it's an interesting like free speech question, but I don't think the answer is Keffels.
What the fuck is this wire connected to?
Well,
I'm so
gonna
confused
hit you
right
up
now.
Let's do another one of these soon.
All right, man. Sounds good.
Mr. Girl.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Appreciate you.
Oh, it's
man.
on the top of this thing.
Seek
Fuck
help,
me.
man, please.
Seek help, Jesus.
You feel me? Because that anger is crazy.
Think about your top 5 favorite rappers.
And you're none of them.
And think about what their songs would be like if they took your fucking advice and sought help instead of expressing themselves artistically.
None of my favorite rappers has said I'm a rapist, nor expressed attraction to 12-year-old girls. So
Did he ever like R. Kelly? Just saying.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Girl.
Thanks for having me.
Appreciate you, man.
Okay. Damn. Was the humanizing Brianna Wu thing with Not So Erudite? Was this a good convo? 3 hours. Was it a good convo or?
You know what it is? It's one of the lessons I took from Gamergate is I was so traumatized at the time that I was really tuned out to people around me and their feelings. Like I did this to a lot of people just around me, and I got so focused on the mission objective that I just was insensitive to some people. So, when Keffels is saying, Bree, I would like for you not to go on Destiny's stream, for me, like that's one of the lessons that I've taken there, right? Like when someone is saying this is going to hurt me and they're clearly in the middle of trauma, it's like an ethical divide, right? Like you hear that and you respect it. So, it's like I just don't I disagree with Destiny on his Keffels document. The times he mentions me, I think there's a lot of external things that he just doesn't understand because he seems to have copied and pasted it from Gamergate. But
God, dude. It's so cringe. Oh, it's like Gamergate. Oh, it's like Gamergate. Oh, it's like Gamergate. Oh, it's like Gamergate.
There's not animal.
Like, I get it. There was only one moment in your life where you got the like external validation that you so fucking crave, because every other attempt you've made, either politically or online in terms of internet content, has been a massive fucking failure. So you have to like latch on to the one time anybody gave a fuck about who the fuck you were.
To be here, like, I respect the show that he does, and I have no interest in a public beef with him, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask you? There was one tweet that I saw you put out that made me. It definitely gave me pause, and I want to make sure that I'm phrasing this in a way where you're not feeling attacked. I just genuinely want to understand it, because I was a little bit surprised to see it, which was you posted a video of a clip from Destiny debating Vosh like a year ago, where he's giving this analogy of basically a capitalist world where essentially if you participate in the world that you think is fundamentally the system is immoral, to some degree by participating in the system, you're part of the problem. And he gave this analogy of basically you walk into a building or shop, and there's like, you have to rape a woman. There's like a woman that has to be raped, and like essentially either you can do it or somebody else has to, but the woman's getting raped no matter what. So you took that clip of him giving that analogy, you put his face over some character, I don't actually know the analogy, and then referred to him as using like incel Gamergate stuff, which I was...
Wait, did Brianna really do this? Seriously?
Really, I didn't know what to make of that tweet, because it felt, if I'm being honest, like for my feelings, it felt really dishonest, because when I actually looked up where that came from, I was like, this is actually from a year ago, and this is actually an analogy from a clip in a debate where like, this isn't in any way Steven's opinion on anything. It's just an analogy clipped out of context that makes him look horrible. And then you referred to him as basically being kind of Gamergate-esque. I'm just curious. That was the one thing that I was really thrown by. Do you mind like explaining to me like what was going on or on the back end for you?
Really, I don't want this to turn into a feud with Destiny, because I'm sure he'll play this and talk over it. But from my point of view, Steven makes a lot of rape jokes on his show. I mean, he does. He was talking just last week, and he said something effective.
In the grand scheme of all the jokes I make, it's not that many rape jokes. Also, what you're referring to wasn't a rape joke. That was a rape analogy. Completely fucking different.
Oh, I'm such a good person. I'm such a good person. I saw Adriana the other day, and we went out, and I just didn't even try to rape her. And like, look, you know, that's something I go, whoa. So if you're asked if I think that's a fundamentally dishonest way to frame him,
Brianna Wu is severely, just as a heads up, this is a severely mentally ill person. She lives in a totally fucking different reality. Just listen to all of the insane fucking mind games that she's played in the last 60 seconds in terms of this. You took a meme about Destiny and massively misrepresented him, didn't you? Trying to make it sound like he was pro-rape, right? Well, let's see. Did I take that meme that, well, let's talk about this. He makes a lot of rape jokes on his stream, doesn't he? What are making rape? First of all, even if that was true, why are you implying that in the meme you took I was making a rape joke? I wasn't. And secondly, even if I do make a lot of rape jokes, why does it give you the right to misrepresent me? And then, even if I do make a lot of rape jokes, what are you implying that implies about me? Like, there's so many she's like on 7 levels of mental illness here in terms of like trying to describe what the fuck is going through her deranged fucking head. Like,
I appreciated yesterday when he's like, look, we're going to ban anyone that even makes misogynistic jokes at this point forward. I was like, I'm really glad to see that. But I do think there's a lot of that on his show. And so it didn't feel dishonest to me. It seemed very...
It didn't feel dishonest to misrepresent an analogy that makes me sound pro-rape because you think I make rape jokes? No amount of mommy daddy money was able to help this fucking moron do anything with their life. What a fucking idiot.
Like a signifier of some of the humor he shows at his very worst. As far as the incel part of this, look, I'm not trying to attack his audience. I do think that there are a lot of lonely young men. They're looking to Destiny as a father figure, right? Which is why I appreciate him when he's at his best, which I think he generally is when you two do shows together. I like that version of Destiny. I think he's charismatic. I think he's insightful. I think he shows great self-awareness. I think him...
This is the blowhard going after Keffels with a bunch of Gamergate nonsense.
Okay, fine. So here's a question. You enter a shady business, okay? Let's say that there is a woman, she's locked in a fucking cage, and it says, not going to be freed until she's raped. You know that no matter what happens, somebody has to rape that woman in order for her to get freed. I would say that. I think that
it's so bullshit because my whole point in this argument was that Vosh was the one arguing in favor of raping the woman. Vosh was the one saying, well, if somebody else is going to do it, I might as well. But you make it sound like I'm taking the affirmative on the rape position.
What's going on with you? What are you talking about? You sound insane.
Okay.
Want to know how I know it's all bullshit? Because he's trying to drag me into it. The only reason I'm even mentioning your fucking prep skit, like, oh my god, I hate this person. She started barging in on me on Twitter. Nobody knows who the fuck you are. Nobody cares about you. Literally nobody. You're a nothing. Executive director at what is this? Some random progressive hybrid pack, okay? This is the woman, by the way, who tweeted out, like, what was, find me the, yeah, we're going to do character assassination. Fuck. Where's the tweet? She was like, I didn't go to school. I learned way more because my parents gave me a small loan of $100,000 instead. She didn't say small loan. But like, God, she's so cringe. Fuck, I hate this person. Christ.
At his worst is someone that tells some jokes that I find beyond sexist, and it just really pushes me away. So, you know, I think the reason I haven't continued to tweet stuff like that is I realized it was going to drag me into this war with Destiny that just wasn't in line with any of my professional goals right now.
Oh, good.
Like,
shut the fuck up.
he's
Stay the
got
fuck
his
away. Nice
group
job.
of people he has drama with every single day, and you know, it's just not helpful for me to be in that group. I mean, I'm not a Twitch streamer. I don't need this. I do a tech show. So
I'm sure you do.
I think there was some truth in that clip that I played, but I'm not trying to start a fight with him publicly. Does that make sense to you?
Sort of, yeah. I guess.
Don't care. Oh, what's going on in Discord land? Basically, she thought it was easy to dogpile Destiny without doing any research on him. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a dumb fuck. It wasn't $100,000. It was $200,000. When I was 20, my parents handed me $200,000 to start an animation business. I learned more from that experience than anything in college. Fucking kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me.
No Jumper, coolest podcast in the world. And
Okay. What do we got going on here? We are receiving a signal from the Navis orbit. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, these are all connected together, right? Fuentes podcast is super boring. Is it? Don't I want to listen to that? Hold on, I have to figure out how to make this guy work. On planet Keto Bar. Okay. What do I want to do? Every time this shit is full, I need to ship it back.
Please don't delete this VOD content, Daddy. Only thing that gets me through my 10-hour life-draining work days.
Oh, but I also need, like... I need so much dumb shit. God damn it. We need rocket fuel. Destiny, it's just his rants with barely any pushback. Well, shouldn't I... Do I really not want to watch that at all? Everybody was telling me to watch it. Now you're telling me not to? Okay. Keto Bar. Boom. Boom. Hassan debates DJ academics. An hour and 40 minutes.
In off them. They're making millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Granted.
Which should be protected under the First Amendment, by the way. I think that if you're going to put together a RICO case, you can't be using gang signs that people are throwing up as a compounding factor or as a reason alone. Like, obviously, there's more evidence. Like, number one, don't fucking rent a car with your name on it, unfortunately. You know, don't rent a car with your name on it if that car is going to be used in a drive-by shooting, okay? But the DA herself...
Wait, watch Lab... Give me the Lab Brittany stream. Let me watch that one. That's what we really need to watch.
No.
3 hours and 46 minutes? Holy shit.
Bro, all you've done is ask for scrap. 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 Go farm. Go build something.
No one's giving you scrap for your stupid fucking YouTube video. You understand me?
Go farm and play the game, you dumb motherfucker.
Do you have something
Holy
else
shit.
planned? I'm gonna go
It's
eat dinner
shameless.
with Dan soon. What time is it, Dan? Should we just go now? Okay, we'll do this shit later. Wait, I have enough to get back, right? Here's the timestamp you want for the Brittany Lav convo.
I hate liars. That's the big
Okay.
thing.
Me
So I
too.
disliked Cherry. I hate liars and phonies. I'm like a Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye. But I hate
You don't ever want to be Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye. That's not the character you want to commit yourself to. The whole point was that guy needed to grow up and stop judging people, I'm pretty sure. If I remember, it's like 20 years since I read that book, literally, but
listen, I didn't like Cherry before. At first I was like, what the fuck, bitch? I was like, what, Cherry, come on. Why are you doing this to me? I was like, let's duke it out. It's like drama.
Mhm.
And then she tried to do this whole thing with Max, and I was like, no, now I hate you, I think.
Can I be honest about that? Just like caveat, I just feel like she really made a mental illness mistake.
I know.
Like maybe it triggered.
No,
or made
and that's
her-
fine. And that's
right?
fine. But then she doubled down on it.
But she apologized
the
in the stream yesterday. No, she said, I think I messed up here. But she doubted herself because Max makes me doubt myself too. Like sometimes I think he's lying, but without meaning to. So I wonder if she was feeling the same energy from him. But she did admit in the stream yesterday that she
called it. No, she lied. She lied and
Which
said
it's
that
not
she
a lie.
saw
She thinks
him.
it's true.
Okay. Then does that hold up in a court of law?
I don't think that.
yeah, wait. Isn't it literally called mens rea? Isn't that literally in the court of law? Don't you have to have a state of mind to commit a certain crime? Like, if we were to talk about like if you're backing a car up onto somebody and you run them over on accident versus you're trying to fucking murder them, the mens rea is going to be different for a different crime, right? Or if you perjure yourself, if you commit like perjury, like if you accidentally mistake something or you get a fact wrong, you're not going to be like, oh, you just perjured yourself. Well, hold on, fuck, I misremembered. I misspoke. And it's like, well, no, that's perjury. Misspeaks equals jail time.
She's like,
It's
Your
not
Honor,
a court of law.
Your
It's
Honor.
not a court of law. No, you're implying intention. This is like now we're looping back to the same disagreement we had yesterday on stream.
Okay, well
which
then
is lying implies an
I'm not a
intentionality.
professional. I'm not a professional about this. I have my own opinions, and I'm allowed to have my own personal opinions about how Cherry conducted herself,
we're
and I think
telling
it's
you
disgusting.
That the criticism that she's a liar doesn't bear out well. You can feel that way, but what we're saying is the feelings that you're having are a little bit off here. Was there bad stuff?
She was
that
careless.
happened?
I will say she was careless.
Absolutely.
I agree.
She was more than that. She was reckless, right?
Yeah.
She did a
Yes.
very,
She was
very
reckless.
bad thing.
Yeah.
She didn't think about the fact of like what these accusations would
This is,
sound
but
like.
this is also, especially when it comes to like a sexual harassment, whatever. It feels very dishonest to me. Even if you're not actively lying, it feels dishonest to be reckless. Because you're
hold up,
enjoying the in-grouping of trauma
What?
bonding with Stardust over it. You're laughing about him being antisocial. You're talking about how small his dick is, and then you're online and you're like, he made me feel uncomfortable. You're lying.
Wait,
you're
Lav, wait.
Well, no. You don't know that's true.
But
They
why-
might have actually been uncomfortable. Max does have a history of being exhibitionism. I think that they were wrong. They misread him because they're so angry with him. But in their worldview, they genuinely felt like what was happening. Unless they're going to convince me that Stardust and Cherry made it all up, they never felt he was doing that. They just 8D chessed together a conspiracy to try to attack Max.
So I
That's
don't
what
think-
you're implying when you're saying
No,
that they're lying.
no. What I am implying and what I think actually happened, because if you saw the stream, Cherry fully is like trying to convince Stardust that it was like actually that he did it on purpose, which I think is even more gross. Because Stardust is like, I don't know, it made me feel weird. And then she had to double down because Cherry had already gone public with it. And then Stardust just got Stardust was stupid. But she got carried away in this thing that like Cherry was like, it's antisocial behavior. She had just come off of the Mr. Girl stream. She was angry, vitriolic about, whatever. That seems... There is something to me, maybe that's the wrong word, it feels like dishonesty. It feels like recklessness. Recklessness feels like dishonesty, yeah.
It's deeply yucky. Like, what I'm seeing in you is like, it's yucky.
Or maybe it doesn't feel, this is the
wrong.
problem. This is the problem.
Really wrong.
Because I think introspection and honesty are synonymous. So when I think that you're low in introspection, that reads as dishonest to me.
No.
These
are two different things.
No.
Totally
I know. But I'm saying you are right, and I just realized that through understanding my personal dictionary.
Okay.
So it's not dishonesty.
Can I ask a question? Because I don't know Cherry, so I can't speak for her. But how is that different than what like Max has done to me or any of the other women he's done anything to? Like he lies about me, he tells shit stories about me, he says the most bullshit things about me.
He did it to me.
And his version of apology is just like it's half-assed. That's why I don't trust him because I think he secretly still thinks bad about me, which is fine. But that's why I can't trust him because I'm not getting any genuine energy from him. But then again, I could be wrong and maybe I can't see him, so that's my fault. So instead of trying to be friends, I've just given us space. So why do you think like Max gets a pass but Cherry can't? Because I think that she probably just made a mistake, even if it feels like a lie, because it does feel like a lie. But so does Max.
Yeah.
But maybe they're just
he's
being...
lied about Brittany. He's lied about you. He's lied about me.
So maybe it's not a lie. Maybe it's like a cognitive dissonance issue.
Right, but he would say he felt that way. It was how his emotions were feeling, right? But she felt that way too. And so the issue is if she's a liar, then Max was a liar all along too, or both are in their fifis.
Well, I also think that you need to weigh what is also at like risk though, because if you're a man and you're accused of sexual assault, that's on your record more than like a fucking conspiracy. Like,
I mean, I still have people trying to dox me to universities based on like certain claims that Max.
Were they
That's
your
Pascal,
friends
by the way,
who then decided to accuse you of sexual harassment? That's like very different than this person who's like mostly a stranger to you online, who's like you're a Nazi cult leader.
I have a question. If you viewed my relationship with Steven, would you think that we're very close friends?
No.
Is Cherry and Max very close friends?
I think that Stardust and Max were closer.
Okay. And then with you and Steven, are you and Steven close friends, Lav?
We are on the friendlier side of friends.
Even though he called you a dumb bitch yesterday?
You're right. We're enemies. We're adversaries.
So what I'm trying to say is, even to our friends, sometimes we can be vitriolic. Maybe we can even tell lies about them. So I'm saying, like, I guess I want to see, because I don't know Cherry, so I don't know who this bitch is. Like, God bless her. I don't know who she is. So, like, I can't tell what she's doing, but it feels like, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out your values, so if you treat people the same or if you treat them differently because of some reason.
Listen, I don't think it's that much different. I think this is all very personal to me.
That's fair.
Because of the way that I see myself in Max. I told this to you earlier. I see myself in Max. I saw nobody coming to his aid, even Steven, and he was like begging Steven to. And so...
Stop! God, she's so stupid. But I understand that. It's because you're all fucking children, okay? Let me explain this clearly, okay? Okay. Hold on. It's okay. This is the penalty. This is the burden that I have to carry because I can see into the internet ethers and I see all and I understand everything and other people don't understand and that's okay. We'll take a walk with me and allow me to share my wisdom with you, okay? The charges against Max from Cherry and Stardust were bullshit, okay? Number one, okay? Now, if it was the case that Max was going to get hyper fucking canceled over it, I probably would have put my thumb on the scale. But you have to keep in mind that when I put my thumb on the scale, not only do I lend a bit of my credibility to a situation, in some cases, I might take away some amount of credibility from a situation. It might be the case that people think, oh, he's only trying to defend Max because they're friends. Or, oh, he's only trying to defend Max because he had a thing with Cherry and they hate each other now, right? So I wake up, I see this information, where people are saying like, oh, first I see messages from Cherry and Stardust. I'm like, this is dumb. I see a message from Max. I'm like, this is dumb. I don't know why they're saying this. This is stupid. So what I do is I go online and I look and I see, well, what are people saying? And here's what I see. In my chat room, people are shitting on Cherry and Stardust. In my subreddit, people are shitting on Cherry and Stardust. And on Twitter, in Stardust's own replies, people are shitting on Cherry and Stardust. So when I see that the entire world is against these two people, I don't need to put my thumb on the scale. I don't have to say anything. They've already destroyed themselves with their dumb shit accusations. Like, I don't have to weigh in there. For me to go live, and then for me to try to, like, defend Max, I don't need to do that. They've already fallen apart themselves. I don't need to tip the scale or risk fucking anything up by lending my credibility to Max, because why the fuck would I wouldn't even need to do that. It's already more or less handled. Now, Max wanted, first, and Max never asked me to defend him. He didn't. Now, you could argue, well, he was too afraid to because he thinks that would look bad privately even, which I guess we can get there. But, like, Max wanted to come on my stream and say his piece, and he did. I don't remember if Cherry was on. She had her tail tucked between her legs because she knew she was wrong, and she apologized later for it, which she should have. Stardust tweeted out her apology. She knew she was wrong. This idea that, like, and I know that Lav is doing this because she's, like, desperately trying to get on Max's good side, and it's, like, her obsession right now, okay? But this idea that she was even doing this, like, Max needs a friend, man. Like, motherfucker, he's fine. Shut the fuck up. I don't need this overly emotional, like, come and screech into the, oh, and you gotta help him and save him. He doesn't need help. It's over. It's fine. I think I even said that towards the end of the conversation. I was like, this is bullshit. And everybody knows it's bullshit. Of course it's bullshit. Everybody knows it. Everybody sees it. The whole fucking world is against Cherry and Stardust right now. I don't need to add any of my weight onto the situation. Everybody knows it's bullshit. Like, full stop. This idea that, like, oh, I'm gonna be the one good friend. She's only saying this because she wants to be the one to save Max. Because she wants Max to like her. That's, like, her desperate thing. Like, so she wants to come in and save it. She wants to, oh, look, everyone else is being a bad friend. I'm being a really good friend. That's good for you, Chief, go for it. But don't throw me under the bus. We're like, oh, even Steven wouldn't help him. If it was some serious shit and the tides were against him on some bullshit accusation, then of course I'd be weighing in a lot more. Like, hold on. Let's stop and think what's actually being fucking said here. But I didn't need to. The whole world was against Cherry and Stardust on those accusations. I don't need to, like, enter the fray there.
Listen, it shouldn't have been me. It shouldn't have been me to push back on Cherry, and I acknowledge that because it looked worse than it did, obviously, because we already had beef.
Does Mr. Girl feel this way about you not going in? I don't know. I haven't even talked about that. But I don't care. I know that I'm right. I know that I'm right. I can see the tides of the internet and the ebb and flow in the direction of where the jerk wave is going. And I saw that as soon as I woke up. Nobody was going to be taking Cherry and Stardust side on that. Of course not.
Literally, like, the day before. It should have been Steven. And I was messaging him while we were talking. I was like, "You need to denounce publicly that she's like."
No, I don't need to. I don't need an overly emotional person with a biased investment in the situation to tell me how to handle a public situation. You fall apart every single time somebody says something mean about you on Reddit and Twitter. Why the fuck would I take your advice in handling public situations? There's no reason for me to do that. You're the last person in the world I would ever trust for advice on how to properly help somebody. Like, I guess, like, do something for PR for their public image. Like, why would I ever take your advice on that?
That this was not accurate and that he's not a sexual assaulter. Because, I mean, literally, I mean, and it's not my responsibility to take care of Max, obviously. But Max is on stream crying. As an empathetic person, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna fucking destroy this bitch.
Stop calling you You're not empathetic. You weren't empathetic towards anybody. You just wanted to come on and shit on Cherry. Stop with this empath dude, every time, Mr. Girl does this too. Anytime somebody says they're empathetic, I immediately like, haha, okay, sure. Dude, fucking bullshit. Nobody's fucking empathetic. It is such an unbelievably rare quality to have an actual empathetic person. This is not it.
Bitch. This bitch who I already don't like because she already sucks to me.
That's fair.
To me,
that's
she already
like,
sucks.
That's like the bias moving towards a direction. I love that for you. So I think that's fair. That's all fair.
It's not fair.
I guess I just so that's
how is it different?
Right?
I don't know.
I just think Max is an adult who can stand up for himself. I don't think Steven or you have to. I think it's nice that you want to, but I think even in the conversation,
why
like,
did this
Max actually like handled that like above reproach. Like he handled that conversation.
He had to.
That doesn't matter.
What do you?
He
but this is
he always has to.
He wanted to navigate it.
As a streamer, he did well. As a person, he felt abandoned.
Okay, as a person,
How do you know that? God, it's so cringe. Oh God, her obsession with Max is actually so fucking cringe. Holy shit. Okay.
Abandoned. We're streamers. So all of our people do this
Okay,
to
great.
us.
But I don't see.
Who joined?
Hi.
Is that
It's
Stardust?
Stardust.
Oh, okay. What's up?
Hi. I was wondering. I was wondering. Do you think you well? Okay, if he will agree, only if he'll agree. I just want to kind of close the book, I guess, and have like one last conversation
The
with,
best thing you can learn in life is to never look for closure. I would leave it alone. If you want to and you want to ask them, I'll do it. But like that's in my personal opinion, seeking closure is almost always a mistake. You're just never going to find what you're looking for.
It's not. Yeah, it's not a. I know it's not going to be like what I want, I guess. But I know it's just going to. I guess I think like one last time would be good. One last conversation would be good.
What are you looking for? What is your goal? What do you think you're going to get out of it?
I think I just need to like hash some things out with him, I guess. So, things that like, I guess issues he has with me, the reasoning behind things, issues I have with him, stuff like that. So.
But why? If the relationship is over, why?
I mean, I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll message you.
Okay. Good luck. I love you, babe.
Yeah.
Bye.
I don't see you guys as streamer when we're talking.
Right.
I'm not reading chat. I'm not thinking about how I'm on. I'm seeing you guys as people. When I'm having a conversation with Max, with Steven, I'm not thinking about how many people are watching this. I'm thinking I need to make sure that these people.
But Lav, Max is.
Sure,
He's thinking about it.
But that's not my responsibility. That's not my value
But
system.
that's what I'm saying. You're giving him an out but he's the one who's literally doing it all purposely, perfectly orchestrated. He even said it in the stream yesterday. Let me take care of myself because I have to like brand myself appropriately. Like he is manipulating the audience to see his side, which is fine. That's what all streamers do.
You have to. Yeah.
Right. But I'm saying it's funny that he's.
I'll sacrifice myself. I don't give a
why? Why is Max not
But
important
he doesn't
to you?
want. No, he
It's
doesn't.
not that it's not that it's him.
No, he didn't want you to.
Yeah, he asked you to stop.
love. To love on Max best in that moment would be to honor his wishes about how the conversation went.
Lav is going to have an excuse. Hold on. Let's see if I can make one prediction. She's going to say, I think that he actually did want me to defend him, but he didn't want to say it because it would have made him look bad.
His wishes
Then maybe it
were
was
that
selfish.
he.
Oh,
maybe.
no, okay, she admitted. No, maybe.
Sounds
Maybe,
like
but okay, she got there a little bit.
sometimes
Okay.
when it defense, and it's way more about us than other people.
And that could be fully true, but I could tell. Maybe I'm gonna do the Mr. Girl. I could tell how he was feeling.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I
Then,
believe
yeah.
you.
All right.
I believe you that he was feeling that way, but he had already, as an adult, told you, this is what I'm wanting in the conversation. If you wanted to caretake his emotions, then do it privately because he already told you publicly how he wanted to handle it.
I am a very codependent person, and I like that about myself.
God, that word.
So,
Wait, codependence, toxic though? Don't you want
So,
interdependent? Don't you want interdependent?
No, I'm not codependent in that way, but like I like that. I think I really value my empathy and I really value my caretaking role. So not necessarily codependency, but I really value the nurturing aspect of my personality that wants to help people when they're in a place like that.
Sure,
Have you?
but
That's
then
great.
it wasn't for Max, it was for you.
Wait. That's great. Have you had have you
maybe
negotiated
both.
with Max about his consent, about whether or not he'd like that energy dynamic with you? Because that's a possibility, but you have to negotiate it, right? Because you can't mother people unconsensually. So like, have you?
I don't think I was mothering him. I don't think I was mothering him.
You just said
You were trying to stand up for him.
right. You were trying
and,
to
like,
stand up for him,
caretake his
protect him.
emotions.
Right.
Nurture.
But like, you should negotiate a formal relationship with him so you can do
Maybe.
that without breaking his consent. Because yesterday it was like pretty consent breaking, right? An accident. You didn't mean to do it.
Sure.
You know, but it kept happening because he kept asking you. So what do you think about that? Like, is that too BDSM? Am I projecting my BDSM negotiation skills onto people right now?
No, that I mean that sounds like a conversation that we probably should have. It makes
a
me
pretty direct
deeply
person,
uncomfortable though.
Why?
Yeah.
If this is less... I'm sorry. Hold on. I need to think for a moment. If this is less than 48, or would it be 148 because it's connected to this? Whenever it's less than 148, I need to load up enough to fill this up. That's what I have to do. So it's got to be... I'm bringing out the green one. Okay, hold on. That? Okay.
Because then if he says
is
that he's
less
uncomfortable with
than
it, then I
148.
have to change something that is like very integral to my being.
Totally.
Why is it adding?
Which
When
feels
interacting
like
with him,
wrong and uncomfortable to me. But I think that you're right that I should do
Oh, because I haven't
Yeah,
even.
but I feel that. I that's why I hate to say it. Like, as much as I'd love to talk to everyone in the world, some people I'm not willing to sacrifice who I am to be able to have friendships with them. So I think that's fair. It's sad. It's a bummer. But so I feel you on that.
And
Mr. Girl later said that Lav was helpful in that conversation. He appreciated what she said. Do you think that validates her impression? No. People like mind reading and mind fucking people's feelings. No, doesn't ever validate any of that shit. No, especially not these people. Especially not these two. No.
probably your energy towards Cherry was also clouding that interaction, right? You have like a lot more heat in general about the situation, even though it's like Stardust and Cherry together. There's a lot more heat that you have for Cherry than you do for Stardust, which I think is fair based on like that's just human.
Hi.
Hold on one second. I'm taking off my kid gloves.
Oh my god.
What's up?
Hi, let me see you. Let me see you. Show me your camera. Oh no. Oh no.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how to turn this fucking shit on. Okay. What's up?
The framing of this as like drama has me stressed out.
Good. Feel stressed because you have no problem running your mouth on 15 other fucking channels about this quote unquote drama. So, Dan, if you say retarded shit, I'm perma-banning you from here. And I'm going to drive to your fucking house because I know exactly where you fucking live. I'll be there in 15 minutes. Okay. You're not going to have anything to sell. Okay.
I
ahead.
think that we can. This is dramatic and to some extent, right?
Yeah,
But
of course it is. Yeah, you're running around talking shit. That's drama.
I'm not talking shit, Steven.
You are
Fucking
talking
relax.
shit, but go ahead.
When have I talked shit? What did I say?
Even if I brought up exactly what you said, your next response would be go, oh, tee. Okay, yeah, maybe I did say that. The way that you
I don't think
characterize me as a bluthering fucking moron, okay? And the way that you characterize me, like, oh, he just doesn't care about me and he's being mean and the whole reason his community hates me is because of that one time he insulted me, like, is all absolutely...
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And if you watch the whole conversation I had with Brittany, I didn't say that.
You even said personally to me, you said that one phrase that I said to you was a big reason why you were getting...
emboldens your community, which is just true.
If it emboldens it, it's responsible for 1% of the emboldening.
Sure.
Okay,
To
but that's
whatever
not what
degree.
you're... Don't say sure.
then-
That's not what you are pretending. You're pretending
Well, no,
like it's
I
Matt,
think
like,
more.
oh my god, I'm
I
getting
think
all
it's
this hate
more.
because of Destiny. Yeah, but you're wrong.
I don't think I'm wrong, and I don't think that you can prove to me that you're right.
I know that I'm right because I've told you a million times what gets you the
No,
most
you
hate.
don't.
And I've told you, and I see it happening over and over and over and over again. Or just for the purposes to sticky note it on the conversation. Yes.
No,
Hold on, let me say it real quick.
No. Because here's the problem. You think that I'm counting every single bit of criticism or everything about me on your subreddit as misogyny. And I've repeatedly said I don't think that that's the case. I think that 80% of it is probably pretty constructive. Even if I don't... Like, a lot of these people are mostly just giving me, like, feedback on, like, how to win in debates or how to, like, talk smoother or how to be more logical, right? Which is, like, fine. Even if I don't necessarily want to do that because I don't like being in the debate sphere, right? I'm more of, like, a talker than, like, a I need to be right person. But I appreciate the criticism nonetheless because they want me to get better, right? That's fine. Even if they say it in a mean way, that's fine.
Okay, that's great that you're saying this right now, but when you're on other platforms, you're saying things like, oh, well,
week ago.
well,
I
his
tweeted
audience has
this
like a lot of
week ago.
gripers
I said
in
this
it.
a week ago.
Okay.
Okay, exactly.
My audience does have a lot of gripers in it. What a weird statement to say. You spend more time on alt-right griper platforms than I do. Do you understand that?
Okay, Steven. Sure, but
You're
I'm
not
not
even gonna-
interacting
oh,
with
sorry,
as,
okay.
I'm not interacting with as many males as you. First of all, so I think in a space that is dominated mostly by males, there's going to be a little bit of misogyny that's bred more than if an all-female space.
Okay, you just totally pivoted away from the original claim,
No,
but
and
go
you
ahead.
didn't let me finish. You didn't let me fucking finish. First of all, so even if 80% of the criticism is valid, 20% of it is so fucking loud, and they're posting pictures of me without my makeup on. They're telling me to go back to sex work, that I should just shut my fucking mouth.
Okay,
that I
hold
look
on.
better with a
So
cock in
now
my
you're
mouth.
conflating
Like,
Twitter
all this
comments
shit-
with upvoted Reddit comments because people aren't upvoting these types of comments on my subreddit. If people are saying shit like that, that generally gets massively downvoted. Number one. So, and number two, I can't account for random tweet. Yeah, okay, show me.
No, it's definitely happening more on Twitter. Sure, but this is
Okay,
still
I can't help you engage
this is
with
still your fan.
You don't know that. You have no idea. This was the point that I made to you when you DM'd me
Then
and you were like, look at all the hate that I'm getting on Twitter right now. Bro, you just spent like 4 hours fighting with a whole bunch of people in Chud Logic's Discord and you're blaming all the interactions on my community?
Okay. First of all, you literally, again, I showed you, it was less than 45 minutes, and it was like, it was to 2 people.
It was 4 pages of you talking and arguing and fighting.
It was 45 minutes, and it wasn't 4 fucking pages. It was like 30 fucking messages. You're blowing it so out of proportion, and you're trying to make me look like the crazy psycho, and I'm not going to let you because I'm not the crazy psycho.
Oh my god, the gaslighting terminology. You guys have been psych poisoned. It was a mistake introducing any psych terms whatsoever to your entire fucking generation. I'm not trying to convince you of a different reality. I'm not trying to convince you of something. What I'm telling you is that when you come to me and you say, I'm going to publicly condemn, I'm super relaxed right now. I'm going to publicly condemn your entire community because a couple of randos on Twitter that aren't representative of what's upvoted in your subreddit, and you know that stuff that isn't a lot of my chat room, and you know that stuff that doesn't even show up in my YouTube thumbs up comments, and you know that. But instead, you're going to do the thing where everybody does, where they go, 4 or 5 people on Twitter are saying really mean things to me. I think it's your community, bro. You spend so much time in Groyper platforms. That's one of the things that Cherry got mad at you for making racist jokes, and you guys were on a fucking Groyper talk show, and you're going to say that Groypers are in my community, and you're going to blame my community for the feedback you get on Twitter? That doesn't make any sense. And it paints me and my community in a horrible light when you do it. And then you try to bond with other people making the same claims when that's not true.
I'm not trying to bond with anyone. My conversation that I had with Max last night, I was validating how he felt because I also feel it. But I also, in the chat with Max, said that it's not necessarily your fault. And so if I'm going to come into your house, I'm opening up myself to all the criticisms of your audience, knowing that you cannot control them and that I cannot control you to control them.
Hold on, stop. So let me get a clear statement on you. I just want to hear for a fact for what you're saying right now, because what you just said is totally different than you said in the past. So you're saying right now that my audience is not my fault. My audience is not my fault. You don't think that it, so when you messaged me, you're like, oh, well, when you said this, it ramped up how your audience treated me. You didn't mean that at all? Or what do you mean it's not my fault at all?
I mean, we can go through those messages because I feel like I was pretty, like, if you want to release those messages, I feel like I was pretty level-headed in the way I was like, this is how I feel right now. Like, I don't want to make this your problem. I had said that to you.
We're not, okay. Oh my God. What do you, hold on. When you say, no, stop. When you say an I feel statement, what is the purpose of that?
To let you know how I feel.
Yes, the purpose of an I feel statement is to communicate a feeling in a way that avoids attacking a person, right? That's the point of an I feel statement. You can't say something like, I feel like your community is full of groypers that attack. That's not an I feel statement. So we weren't just talking about your feelings. If you would have messaged me and was like, hey, I feel bad about this or that, that would be okay. That's not my problem. The issues are the claims that you're making about me and my communities. That's the thing that's upsetting to me.
I told you this today also. Like, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that you even have groypers in your community. I just think that it puts
oh my
me
God,
at
the pivot.
I said this to you, dude. Don't fucking do that. I'm not fucking pivoting.
You
I
are.
This earlier.
My issue.
It's neutral to have groypers in your fucking
it's not neutral. Stop lying. You're lying to me.
I will read the fucking
I don't care about your messages. When you say on one platform, Destiny's community is misogynistic to me because groypers are there, you can't come and talk to me later and say, having groypers in your community is neutral. That's not the same thing.
It was a 30-minute conversation and you're making it into a fucking statement?
I'm going piece by piece through the things that you're saying.
Then let me, no, you're not going piece by piece because you haven't watched the whole fucking VOD, you haven't watched the whole conversation, so let me tell you what I meant, or if I said
how about this? How about we just watch that section of the video? We can just do that if you want, and we can talk about that.
30 minutes long.
Okay, we can watch the 1 or 2 minute segment where you talk about that. Or is this a Jordan Peterson argument? You can't understand what's the whole thing.
No, I already did. I just fucking listened. I just listened to you talk about it. People are tagging me on fucking Twitter showing me it. I know what I said. I said that that everyone in your community is debate bros, that you have groypers in your community, that there's a lot of misogyny. Those things can be true, and also it can be true that I know that you can't control it, that's also maybe not the space that I want to be in. Where we got to with me and Brittany's conversation is maybe I'm just like I'm too sensitive for the debate sphere. Like, okay. I like to have conversations, but there's just too much like pinning each other to viewpoints, and that's like not where I am right now. I don't have like a strong grasp on something that I could like fight for.
Okay,
and I've been
stop. You're presenting yourself as a victim.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The problem isn't you not being ready for debate, Spears, and people trying to pin blah, blah, blah. The problem is you coming on and shitting on other people and crucifying people over shit that you change your mind on the next day. That's why people get upset. It's not like it's like, oh man, like, I don't know, like, I'm just undecided and blah, blah, blah. That's fine if you're undecided. I'm going to repeat this for the 5th time, and I was going to pin this at the start of the conversation. People aren't mad at you because you're undecided. They're mad at you because you're undecided on a topic. You come into a platform, then you attack other people on it, and then the next day you change your mind on it. People are like, well, what happened to all the conviction that you had when you were shitting on people like Brittany and Madam Genevieve and other people before?
Steven, shut the fuck up. Dude.
Oh, hold on. Don't talk to me like that. Take that back.
No.
Did you tell me to shut the fuck? You weren't like this when we were talking in person. You said shut the fuck up to me. Take that back.
Do you want to have a conversation? You're acting like a child. Do you want?
You just said shut the fuck up to me. Take that back.
Steven, stop. What are you doing, dude? Come on.
I wonder the same thing sometimes when you're talking to me. Go ahead.
Like, what? Why are you doing this?
To demonstrate how ridiculous it is when you get really mad when I call you a bitch and you call Cherry a bitch like 50 fucking times in the same conversation.
Okay, no, this is the problem. First of all, I was slightly mad that you called me a dumb bitch. It wasn't that big of a fucking deal.
You were super mad
about it. No, I wasn't super mad, but it definitely hurt my feelings, and we have a different relationship than me and Cherry do. But also, if you watch the VOD of me talking to Erudite and Brittany, I literally talk about I'm too sensitive for the space. I can definitely dish out more than I can take, and that's probably why I'm not great here. I took accountability.
You're not no, that's not. First of all, you never take accountability, even with how you describe my community. Oh, the reason why I mean is because they're debate.
Yes, I do.
My bad. I can't finish a single sentence. Go ahead, Queen. Say everything you need to say. I'm so sorry for interrupting you.
No,
I thought it was my turn to speak. Go ahead.
You're not hearing me. You're not hearing me.
I am hearing you. I'm listening
to get dubs. You're wanting to get dubs for your fucking audience, and you're like not looking. You're not like paying attention to the conversation. You're not paying attention to what I'm saying to you. You're trying to paint me like extremely uncharitably. I'm trying to have a conversation with you.
I am the most charitable person you will ever talk to for the rest of your life on the internet. That is the most ridiculous thing you've ever said, okay? You're never gonna find somebody that will give you the amount of charitability that I've given you, okay? Number one. Number two, I do hear what you're saying, and I do understand what you're saying, but you live in Lav world. You can't see a single fucking thing from somebody else's perspective. That's my issue. I'm trying to explain to you my perspective, and you're giving me more details and scenes from Lav world. I know what it looks like in your world. I don't need you to explain it again. If you have a question about anything that you feel, I can explain every single part of it, every aspect and dimension of how you feel, but you can't explain anything from my perspective.
Steven, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm hearing from you. Is that you think that I'm victimizing myself when the real problem is that I have been like pretty aggressive and then flip-floppy.
Can I list to you? Can I tell you my problems?
Yeah.
Okay, here are my issues, okay? One, you present me as uncharitable and disingenuous. You do that in your implications that I'm scared to go hard on some people like Cherry because she's written a twit longer about me. And you imply that I'm disingenuous by saying stupid shit like, well, in real life, you weren't that mean to me because we didn't argue. We didn't have anything to argue about. Of course I wasn't mean to you. Why am I just going to shout at a random person that I'm meeting?
That's not what I was talking about.
Okay, hold on. I can't even list my grievances. I don't even get to, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to let me. You said I was going to, but I guess I don't let you. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'll fucking write it down.
Oh, cool. Okay, get a notepad and write it down.
We weren't fucking talking about whether or not you were nice to me in person. We were talking about in person, you conceded and you literally talked about with me that you knew that your fucking community was full of incels and fucking misogynists.
I didn't say there were.
That's just the name of the fucking game.
I didn't say there were.
And that was a conversation.
Go ahead. My bad. I'm so
had.
sorry. I thought I would get to talk.
And now you're like rewriting history.
Okay.
That's what I brought up, and that you were like, yeah, people are always gonna fucking do that. And even you can see in the conversations, even on stream, you were like, yeah, you become a representative of like the whole female population because it's you on stream.
Yep.
And there's so few women here. Like you said that publicly on fucking stream. So, and now you're like all of a sudden moving? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. You're being flip-floppy. Anyway.
Am I going to get to respond to an actual thing? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
no, I'm going to respond to that. When we spoke in real life, it wasn't like, oh my God, every negative thing you're going to get is because my audience is full of fucking incels and misogyny, blah, 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 blah.
When did I just
my
fucking
bad.
say that?
I thought I got to talk. My mistake.
No, you're
Please,
you're having a conversation with an invisible fucking enemy. Talk to me about the things that I've talked about. What are you talking? Dude, you're being so annoying. You're acting like a kid. You're acting like a kid, Steven.
Do I get to speak now? Or are you going to interrupt me again halfway through what I'm trying to explain? Okay. The characterization of what I said was that obviously in my community, there is a lot of misogyny that I'm trying to get rid of, obviously. And there are people in all debate spaces that are going to skew heavily towards men and probably like misogynistic content. That's what I'm saying, okay? But you can't, when you utter that, you're not trying to invoke a good faith characterization of my community that I gave in a conversation with you. You're trying to invoke it to avoid responsibility or accountability again. Oh. That's what you do consistently when you say, oh, his community is a Groyper audience. They're misogynistic. And Destiny, you're priming them against me when you call me a dumb bitch. That what you're trying to do is you're trying to avoid, and when you're saying, I can't participate in these communities, they're too harsh and I'm too sensitive and blah, blah, blah. All of these are tools to avoid any accountability for things you said. That's what all of us are. Or at least, at the very least, that's what it feels like to me. What?
Okay. Stephen, I've taken accountability. I've been aggressive when I shouldn't have been. I've spoken with too much dogma when I shouldn't have. I know all these things about myself. It's like I don't know what else you want me to say.
Don't like, blame me or say that I'm being You are. You just said that I'm not charitable. You just said that I'm priming my audience to hate you by calling you a dumb bitch. You just said.
That fucking voice.
Oh, you're literally doing it.
To me like
you're doing it right now when you're doing that. You're literally doing it to me. What do you mean? I can't do the same thing? Are you the only one allowed to? Do you have the monopoly on that?
What are you talking about?
Well, just what I say when you say, why are you talking to me like this? You're literally doing it. Do you not see that you're doing exactly that?
No, I feel like I have a woman's voice, and you're like trying to.
You're not using a woman's voice. You're using the manipulator voice. When you get caught doing some dumb shit in a conversation, you're trying to again avoid responsibility. That's what you're doing right now. Don't talk to me like this.
Okay, Stephen. I've taken responsibility for everything. I think that both things can be true. I think that I can be both unlikable and also that there is like a derangement syndrome against me on your fucking subreddit. I think that both things can be true, right? I think that I can be flawed and stupid and not get everything right and intentionally smug, but I also think that it can also be true that your audience is fucking insane with me. Both things.
My audience has like definitely tinges.
I don't think that makes them less right about me being smug, annoying, whatever.
Just curious. So here's like just a random question. Just curious, because I haven't watched the full conversation yet. But in your 30-minute conversation with Max, did you at any point in that conversation say, I think one of the reasons why people don't like me is because I'm very aggressive towards other people, and then I change my opinion like pretty quickly afterwards? Is that a single thing you ever utter? Or is there just constant conversations about, well, Destiny's really mean to me, he's really bad faith and uncharitable to me, his audience is full of groypers and incels? Which one do you think?
With Max? We talked about mostly Max with you.
But you also spoke about me and my community and the way that I treat you. Yes?
Maybe. I actually don't remember. This was last night?
I'm assuming it was last night or 2 nights ago. I kind of lose track of the days.
I don't know how much time we spent talking about it, but it was not significant.
It might not have been significant, but I watched the minute. It was you saying that, like, yeah, I think that I don't think I can go back on Destiny's stream. He's too bad faith and blah blah blah. We can watch the clip if you want.
No, I said no. I said for me to protect myself from someone who, because to me it doesn't look like, and I know that we see it differently, but to me, I feel like you're not empathizing with my position because you want to protect your community, which is fine.
No,
but Stephen, will you please?
No.
Stephen,
you don't understand how this is Bad Bunny 2.0, okay? You do not understand how fucking frustrating it is for me to treat you with so much charitability and so much good faith that I get railed by my community constantly for it, and then you come back and you say that I'm not treating you with good faith, and then you rail it. I'm getting double fucked. I've got a triple-sided dildo coming out of all my fucking holes right now.
I think, okay, Stephen, I think that you're being uncharitable to me now.
I have been more than charitable towards you. Right now, what you're trying to do is the Lav thing, where you said enough things, you kind of sit on the fence and ignore all of the implications of everything you said. Just what you said earlier. You said, I think I needed to leave to protect myself. Just what you said earlier. I need to leave to protect myself. That makes it sound like you're running from a fucking invading army. I have to leave to protect myself.
No, not an invading army. They leave me alone if I'm not on stream.
That's the implication. How do you not?
But then I go on stream and then I read all these comments and I'm like not gonna like what they are. So I'm not gonna read them.
That's great that you're saying that now, but what you're saying now sounds way different than he's got an audience full of groypers and misogynists and incels.
Yes, that was also the night after that conversation.
I'm just saying that what you're saying now is
where you called me a dumb bitch. It's been a week.
Right now you have a.
Of course, I'm gonna feel differently about it.
Right now you have a. Stop using that voice. Give me the Lav voice, not that one.
Holy shit!
Thank you.
That is my voice. I'm like pleading with you because I feel very desperate with you right now. Because I feel like you're not hearing me.
What do you think I'm not hearing?
Well, I feel like you're not. I'm doing the Max thing where I feel like you're not taking care of my feelings, but you shouldn't have to. But I still.
What about my Lav? What about my feelings, Lav?
I know. I just told Max the same thing last night.
Okay, what do you think
and I
I'm
threw
upset
up.
about? Talk to me about it.
Well, I know that you're upset because obviously you think that I've made an unfair characterization of you.
Okay.
And I feel the same way.
No. I don't give a fuck about you right now. I want to know what you think about my feelings. Why am I upset? Don't bring your feelings up. Bring up my feelings. Take care of me. Okay? Yes.
I think that you probably feel like betrayed. You probably feel very like on the unregulated interpersonally because a lot of drama has gone on the past couple weeks. The past week. And then obviously me, someone that you've been very charitable to, is now, painting you in the way that you don't feel like you've been because you feel like you've gotten a lot of shit from people for being too charitable to me. So now when you hear me make that description of you, you think that it's like extremely unfair, and that makes you like way more mad at me.
Do you think that good? Okay, that was really good. I didn't think you'd be able to get that far, so I'm impressed. Okay, can you tell me? Do you think that my feelings are fair?
Yeah.
Like they map onto reality?
Yeah.
Then why are you surprised that I'm so upset right now?
I'm not surprised.
Okay, then what was the purpose of you coming into this conversation? Because you're reminding me over and over again that I'm making you feel hurt or uncomfortable. But it seems like you acknowledge why I would be hurt or uncomfortable over and over and over again. What was the goal of the conversation then? To come in while I'm hurting or uncomfortable, and then you want to come in and have me like placate your feelings? What was the point?
You just made me placate yours.
Because I'm the one that's
upset.
Yeah.
I think that in a friendship you should be able to talk about what both of you guys are feeling, and then apply it to reality.
Okay,
I don't think I think that your reality is very accurate, and I also think that my reality is accurate because most of it is just how we feel.
Okay, tell me your reality. Go. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm having a really hard time coming to grips with the fact that I've been like stupid online, and also that like having to deal with the consequences of having like a very unedited persona where just like anything goes. I'm like trying to parse out what I want from streaming or the internet in general, and it's very I think it's a lot all at once to have like so many people like hate me, which like isn't about you. That's like obviously very much about me, but it's like hard to deal with because it's like a lot all at once, because I'm grateful to you for getting for spending this time with me on stream, because it's great for business, right? But I also I like didn't know like what I was really getting into, and then when it turned out it was bad, it's like upsetting. Like it's upsetting for so many people to like pick me apart constantly. And I think that you're used to that because you've had this platform for so long. But I'm still sort of just like, this is like my first little dip, my first toe dip in it. And so I wish that you'd I'm not gonna be another girl that cries on your stream. Holy shit. Hold on, let me have a second. So I think when I talked to you about calling me a dumb bitch, it really hurt, because I felt like not only was your community painting me this way, but you, who knows me personally, is saying these things to me and like affirming that it's true, that I am just like a stupid dumb bitch who knows nothing, which like hurts more when you say it because you know me better than your community. And then because your community knows that you know me better, they're like, okay, it's like open season, basically. Like we're right because Steven is telling us that it is okay to do this. And then you did that again when you talked about Brittany versus me, and that Brittany didn't deserve all the criticism and I deserve more of it because I'm crazy. And I was just like, fuck. Like, and I think that is a fine characterization for you to make, right? Because that's your reality. That hurts me a lot. So then I had to be like, okay, well, I don't want to change Steven's mind because I think what he's feeling is valid, but I might just have to like take myself out of the equation because I can't handle this. Whereas Max was like, well, I can change his mind, I can change him. I was just like, I think it's just healthier for me if I don't involve myself in this. Or just like cool it down. Like obviously the way that I've been going about the internet is not good. So I should probably change a couple things. And then you've been mad at me this past week, and I've just been like, I've been trying to not give you too much shit because I know that Max is giving you a lot, and I know that, like, you know, your audience is giving you a lot, and I know that obviously the whole Nick stuff or whatever, I don't know. So I've been trying to, like, give you space, but then
But you've been talking about me on, like, every shit talking me on every platform you've been going on.
I didn't shit talk you, Steven.
You wouldn't say the conversations you had with Max, you don't think it was shitting me a little bit? Or the conversation you had with Brittany and Erudite, you wouldn't say that's shitting me a little bit? Do you want to watch those clips together? We can go over if we think that is or not?
This is what I'll say. Okay, I'll concede. I guess I was shit talking you, but I think in a way that was productive, that humanized you, so it doesn't seem as bad to me.
I don't know what that sentence
I wasn't
meant.
painting you as evil. I wasn't painting
You're
you
painting
as,
me
like,
as uncharitable and dishonest, which are like the
Sure, but
worst things.
and that's-
I would
and
rather
that's-
somebody say I have a small dick, okay? My honesty, my charitability are like the two things that I've extended the most to you and to other
I know.
people in general. So
I know, and maybe that's why I got so happy with how much you were doing that suddenly you stopped, and I was like, wait, where'd it go? Which is understandable, right?
no.
If you condition me to have kid gloves on, and then all of a sudden you take the kid gloves off, I'm like, wait, this doesn't feel good. I think that's normal. That's a normal feeling for me to have.
Okay, but that's not that's your characterization to me right now, okay? And I've noticed this more and more, that it feels like when you're having a conversation with somebody, whatever characterizations you've given about them in the past, you know the implication. But when you confront that person directly, like everything you said in the past has given you like the perfect leeway to sit on either side of the fence. And when you talk to the person in real life, you go to the good side of the fence. But then when you're in another community later, you'll hop to the other side of the fence.
I understand this, and this is why I don't think that I do well in the debate sphere.
No. That's not a debate sphere. That's a personal relationship thing.
I understand that, Steven, but listen to me. I am just that person in general. It's not to be manipulative. It's not for optics, which is why I got so angry with Cherry, because Cherry was saying that I do this for, like, manipulation or optics. I do this because this is just my brain. I'm constantly in this, like, this area of, like, gray. Like, I'm not going to...
No, you're not in... No. Hold on. You're not
Yes,
in an
I
area
am.
of gray where it's undecided. You're in an area of gray that allows you to play whoever's in front of you. Yes.
No, that's intent. You're deriving intent on me. You just had a conversation about... Our last fight was you saying that I couldn't assign intent to Cherry, but you're trying to do it to me.
If I could pull somebody if I could pull you in a conversation that you're having with somebody, and I could ask you, when you say these things about his audience, do you know what you're implying? You would absolutely know. You would know 100%. But now when you're in front of me and you say, well, that was just like a small part of it. I didn't mean to imply like you're a full audience full of groypers. That's not really that relevant. Like, then you're on the other side of the fence. It's not because you're gray and nuanced. It's because whenever you're in front of somebody, you say the particular thing that you know either they want to hear or bolsters your connection with them the most.
It is fine that you have that characterization of me. That is not my truth. Like, I don't
care what is your truth, honey. That's not relevant. What is relevant is the implication you give to everybody listening.
No,
that's great that you have a truth, but when you say things in front of somebody like he has a groiper, misogynistic, incel audience, and then you come to me and go, well, my truth is that I just had like a conversation about this particular thing.
I still think that you do. I haven't conceded.
Okay, but your evidence for that is you getting harassed on Twitter by groipers, and you interact with groipers more than I do. You're on those panels more than I am.
Steven, in your Discord today, people were posting pictures of me without makeup, saying how ugly I looked without makeup.
Where?
Today, in your fucking Discord. Today.
You should report. I'm pretty sure we banned people for something. This is really RTBA.
Yes,
Can you look this up?
A moderator reached out to me. Still. It's still happening. And I know that you can't control all of that. I know that you can't, and I don't...
They're already banned. Okay, these types... You do blame it on me. You say that it comes from me and my community.
Steven, I'm not. It's not... You are not your community.
Didn't we just say earlier that communities come from individuals? Did we have this part of the conversation where you say that
I think that you can sway and lead your community into a direction, but there will still be outliers. Even if you were like, I love Lav, she's always right, there would still be people who are like, I want to kill and rape her, whatever.
Why use those as representatives of the community then? Like in your messages to me, you say, look at your subreddit, look at your YouTube comments. Like, what are you implying there?
Well, also, I was very emotional.
I want to kill myself. Okay.
Don't say that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being hyperbolic.
Stop apologizing. You're victimizing yourself again. Stop.
I'm not victimizing myself. I'm saying, I'm not victimizing myself. I'm being accountable. I'm saying that I was emotional and I was.
That's the opposite of accountability. Saying you're emotional implies that you lacked agency at the time to make the correct decision. It's the opposite of accountability, saying I'm emotional.
That's what emotions do to you. What are you talking about? Emotions make you act like very selfishly. What do you mean, Steven? How else do you want me to say that? Do you want me to say, yes, I purposely messaged you about all these things to victimize myself? No,
I would give you the same answer that Erudite gave you. You would say, oh, I fucked up and I was wrong. That's what accountability looks like. Saying, oh, I was emotional at the time. It's the opposite of accountability. It's externalizing the blame onto something that's out of your control.
My way. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't have the right.
Don't apologize to me. It's not words to communicate. It's an idea.
Okay, Steven,
when you try to blame.
Okay, I meant the same thing.
No, you didn't mean that. I know what you meant. You said what you meant.
No, I need to update my vocabulary. I'm sorry, I fucked up. I'm wrong. I have no problem saying that. That meant the same thing to me as saying that I was emotional. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when you say things like, why are you pretending your audience is not filled with misogynist and vitriolic El Toxicos, what is the implication there? That it's just a few people on Twitter? The implication is huge. That you're saying that...
It's not a few people. It is...
And then when you say later you're steadfast in that you handled everything great and correctly, that implies that there is some level of blame that I have there.
No, with you, I handled everything with you correctly. Like I wasn't like waging war or like whatever. I said I'm trying to be.
No, you're implying that I didn't handle things correctly. You said that I'm not handling things correctly.
I know because I was frazzled. I thought that maybe there was something that you could do. You see Max doing the same thing. Obviously, this feeling is not just my feeling.
No. Hold on. My feelings with Max it's a totally separate thing, not at all related to this. And it has to do with Max specifically calling out my subreddit for war and then all of the cringy shit that's going on with that right now. Aside from that, me and Max aside from that thing, we're chill. But that's a totally separate thing than what's happening with your...
We are also chill besides this. Unless we're not.
No, what I'm saying is that Max's situation has specifically to do with like a subreddit war thing that's going on right now. Your problem with me is wider.
Max about it. No, I talked to Max about it 2 days ago. He thinks the same thing that you're. I think this is where I am with it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think I've moved in the week since it has happened. I think I wanted you to protect me from your audience in a way that wasn't fair. I was like asking for special treatment. And I was upset when you didn't give it to me. And now I'm sort of just like dealing with the bed that I shit in. Yeah, I was wrong. I don't think that your audience is filled with groypers and misogynists. I think that they're certainly there. And I think that you could probably do things to quell some of that if you were extremely cautious.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. All of this to me, and I understand you have things you're saying. It all feels like placating to me. Because when you were talking to Max, like Max was making it sound like I was so beyond fucking damaged or whatever, and you were like, oh, well, we shouldn't even try to change him. Like, that's just the way that he is, and I can't interact with that anymore.
So, no. So I still feel that same way. So I think in the way where, like, I can love you from, like, here, but knowing that if I interact with you in that way, like, I'm going to get my feelings hurt because I can't control you. Whereas, like,
interact with me in what way?
Like if I go on your stream, I can't trust you or expect you to, like treat me with kid gloves anymore, or
even though I have in every single circumstance, except when you're literally shouting at me in the middle of a conversation.
Yes. Whereas Max wants to like control the way that you control his narrative. I'm sort of just like, I think, and I said this, I said, I still love Steven, but I think that, and I think that you can still love Steven, but I think you'd be happier if you weren't trying to control him. I think what I was saying was like perfectly apt, and I don't think that it was rude at all towards you. I said that I said that you struggled interpersonally, because I do think that that's true.
You're really good at this, okay? But I'm far older than you, okay? I see through your devious tricks, okay?
Steven,
This implication that you were talking about me like a butterfly that you can't catch and you have to let flap its wings in the way.
Steven,
blah, blah, blah,
I said that you struggled interpersonally. I said that you had a detached.
You said that you
style.
didn't feel like you wanted to teach me how to treat you properly. The implication of that is so much more negative and vitriolic than you're giving it credit for. When now you describe the conversation, you're like, well, I was just telling him that we kind of have to let you flap your wings the way that you do, like the beautiful butterfly you are. That's not, the implication was that I'm this monster that can't even be trained to treat a woman properly on stream.
Okay. Whoa, that's not what I meant.
That's
not
what
what
is,
I meant at all.
That's what you implied, and that probably is what you meant.
Okay, I'm sorry that I fucked up in that way. I did not mean to do that. What you have to understand also, this is where I'm coming at it. So me and Max have very similar attachment styles. I think it's because we both have fucked up moms that fucked us up. And so when I'm talking to Max and leveling with him, I have to speak his language. So when I'm saying we need someone to take care of us, we need whatever, I'm speaking to him in codependency narcissistic language. Because this is how I feel it, this is how he feels it, right? So when I'm talking about you, even though it might not be actually the case, the reality that you're not taking care of us, that's what it feels like to me and Max.
First of all, don't group yourself with Max. Hold on. The issues that we're having are completely and totally different.
They're very similar.
They're absolutely, completely disconnected.
I think maybe you see it that way, but I don't think that me and Max see it that way.
I don't. You're both wrong. And I wouldn't trust either of your takes on
fine.
interpersonal relationships and psychology. So I don't care what you guys think, okay?
That's fine. You don't have to.
Okay, cool.
I'm telling you how I feel.
No, you're not telling me how you feel. You're giving me descriptions of reality that I disagree with.
No, I'm saying it's not the reality.
When you say me and Max both feel the same way and we have the same problem with you, that's not a statement about how you feel. That's a descriptive
our reality,
statement.
which could be warped. Our reality could be warped. I'm just telling you I'm telling you the language I was speaking when I was talking to Max. Maybe I shouldn't have done that on stream for an audience to watch and take whatever they could from it. I'll own that. But I also don't think that I've painted you in any sort of like malignant way.
When you say that you can't teach me how to treat you properly, you don't think that paints me in a certain way? When you say that my community is full of misogynists and incels and groypers, you don't think that paints me in a certain way?
Well, when I was talking to Max about how I think that Max sees the Cherry situation in the same way that I do. And it could be not based in reality. Like I said, we're both sick individuals. But I think this is why me and him have grouped up, is because we both saw... The reason why I spoke up for Max so vehemently, obviously I already trying to get a dunk on Cherry. She sucks. But then, when I saw that you weren't telling Cherry how stupid she was, I felt like I needed to protect Max. I felt like I needed to
That's great, and that's a very normal childlike response to seeing somebody in danger, okay?
Yeah,
But the adult me saw that the entire internet was against Cherry and Stardust. Even in their own Twitter mentions, they were getting roasted for it. My subreddit was roasting them. My chat was, everything was roasting them. So I'm not going to sit there and scream, I'm here to save you, Max, when he doesn't need to save it. He's perfectly 100% fine.
Yeah, I totally I get that. And I think that maybe some of that is true, right? But also we have to meet people where they are, right? So like if Max wanted you to do that, you can either choose to not do that or to do it. And
Max didn't communicate to me anything related to that. I'm not going to try to mind read him there. And if he did try to message me and say something, can you please pet that cat next to you?
Yeah.
If he did try to message me and say something, then I probably would have had the frank conversation with him about like, oh, well, I think it would be good or bad for me to intersect or to engage with this topic in this matter because of these reasons.
I think that that's completely fair. I think that's completely fair.
But you're like holding me accountable for being like a bad friend. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not what I tried to do. That's not what I tried to do.
I don't care what you try. You must understand that when you say things like Steven failed to help Max when he needed a friend the most, that the implication is that I'm a shitty friend and by extension of that, a shitty human.
I can tell that I understand the implication. I really wasn't trying to do that though. I was really trying to come to a place where I see Max has like a very anxious attachment to you. So that was me telling like him to like let go. Because I can see that it's like hurting him because he holds your your friendship and
Because I'm a
like,
horrible
really high-
person. Because I don't know how to treat people with respect.
No,
Yes.
it's not because of you. It's not
No,
because of you.
it
It's because
is
of Max.
That was
no,
that to be
it's not
okay.
because
That's
of you,
that's
it's
great what you're
because of
saying now,
Max.
but in that conversation, the implication was that I don't want to train Steven how to treat me properly, and I think that you need to stop being friends with him too. What is the implication? That I'm a horrible
telling
monster
you.
that doesn't know how to treat people. I don't need you to tell me how you're going to phrase it I can tell you what you're going to say now. I already know.
Steven,
But I'm just telling you the implication of what you're saying leans a certain way, and every motherfucker looking at the conversation go, oh yeah, obviously she's implying that he's a horrible fucking person, and Max needs to cut himself off as quickly as possible because he's never going to find happiness in the presence of such a griper incel creating monster.
Okay, I think you also forget, and I know that this is normal for you because you've been streaming for a while and you understand that like there's a whole chat watching. But for me still, it does not it feels like I'm just having a conversation with one person. I'm never looking at chat. I'm not. So to me, when I'm leveling with Max, pay attention to me.
I'm listening. For me, when I'm leveling with Max,
When I'm leveling with Max and I'm speaking with his language, I'm not thinking about optically what I look like. I'm thinking about connecting with Max.
no one here is talking about optics.
Yes, okay. You are, because you're talking about implications.
I'm talking about an implication that you'd be selling in a one-on-one scenario, even if it wasn't a million people or whatever watching. If you were talking to Max personally, you're like, I don't really want to be friends with Steven because I don't think he knows how to treat people properly. I'm not going to train anybody how to treat people. And I think you shouldn't be friends with him either. What is the implication? It doesn't matter if there's a million people listening or only Max listening.
Yeah, I never said that you guys should not be friends.
You're saying
I said
that he should
needs
cut
to let
himself.
go.
What does that mean?
I don't think that you get it because you have a very detached attachment style. I don't think that you understand what anxious attachment is or what it feels like. And that's fine.
No. In this conversation right now, you're
Steven,
implying...
are you seriously going to
I'm so
tell
sorry.
me?
My bad for trying to speak. Go ahead.
Steven, shut the fuck up. Are you seriously going to tell me that you don't struggle interpersonally?
No,
Really?
I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't.
That's a fucking joke.
It's not a joke. I don't.
You have feuded and fought with everyone in all fucking four corners of the fucking internet, Steven.
Yeah,
Come
and I
on.
can tell you
Get a
exactly
grip.
why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me.
Yeah, there's always a reason. There's always a reason.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
always someone else. It's
I'm
always
an
someone else.
aggressive...
It's never you.
No.
It's never you.
Hold on. That's not true. I have a super aggressive personality. There's a lot of reasons why people don't like me, but I know that. I'm not confused. I'm never on stream trying to figure I don't know
but I
why they're
can't bring
treating
it
me
up?
that way. What?
But I can't bring up those reasons?
You could. Oh, are you bringing up those reasons? Because 5 seconds
said
ago you
you
were trying to say that it
struggled
wasn't about me, that it was
interpersonally.
about Max, but now that I'm willing to admit, of course, yeah, I am an asshole. Now you do want to make it about me? Or which one is it? I can't tell if
No,
you're changing
no,
positions
no,
in real time. You've got the
no,
Thanos
no.
ring. Reality is whatever I want it to be. Tell me.
Steven, shut up. You're acting fucking catatonic.
Okay.
Stop.
Also, hold on, just as a
Follow
heads
me
up.
in this conversation.
Okay, I'm following you, but I have to leave in like 3 minutes because I've got to eat with Dan, okay? So go ahead.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm just saying that in your conversation with Max, the implication was that I was like an evil, horrible person. I think most people would read into it as being like, oh, okay, yeah, he sounds like that guy. Whoever she's talking about, that dude sounds pretty fucked up. Pretty selfish, pretty mean, pretty rude.
When you and Melina have a fight,
Mm-hmm.
when Melina goes to her friends, how do you think they talk about you? Even though they know that, and they probably, or if you had a mutual friend,
Mm-hmm.
am I supposed to be like completely like emotionally uninvested, or am I gonna be like, yeah, that actually makes sense? Like if I felt the way that you felt, I probably wouldn't be friends with that person.
That's on you to figure out how you decide to bring those problems up. I agree with you that a lot of people do act like children, and when they present problems with their significant other, they make them sound wholly fucking evil. You can ask people that I personally confide in with relationship issues. I don't know if I've ever talked with you about Melina, but I know for other people, you can go around and ask people. When Steven has fights with Melina, how does he talk about it? You can probably ask Dan, you might be able to ask qNCotFJmE7s, and my conversation is always like, it's gonna be like, yeah, when he's got problems with Melina, he says it, but he always says why she feels upset too. I never give this impression like, oh, Melina, that's a dumb bitch. She's a crazy fucking monster. She's a stupid fucking kid. Sure. Usually I'll say like, oh, yeah, Melina's really upset about this, and I think it's kind of silly, but I'm a really hard person to get along with. And she's probably triggered because I lied about this in the past or whatever.
But that's you. Sure, but that's you.
Sure,
But
well,
that's
I'm
not
saying,
the way
but
that
hold on,
Max-
because you asked.
That's not the way that Max
that's-
was talking about
that's-
it. Max was talking to me about how he felt.
That's fine, but I'm just saying,
Not
you
how you
asked
felt.
me, how do you talk about people when you're having a fight with Melina? And I told you how I talk. Because I know that if I don't, and I know that if I don't say that, if I only give the problems that I have with Melina, and I don't say why she might feel that way, the impression people are going to is, oh, Melina's a crazy fucking bitch. That's what they're going to think. That's exactly why I don't give things in that manner. So that's fine if you're telling me that you don't, and that's even normal. What you're saying is people don't often give like the other sides of things. That's fine, but then you can't also say, I don't know why people would come away thinking me in that conversation that I thought you were a super fucking crazy person. Because now you're telling me the reasons why you're giving that impression, while earlier telling me you didn't think you were giving that impression. It can't be everything at the same time. It's like everything everywhere all at once in terms of like what you're trying to say and what you're trying to imply and what you feel at any given point in time and who you're talking to.
We're having this conversation in hindsight, so I think I am able to actually do that because now you're here with me instead of just talking to Max. So I think that it's normal that I would have more information now and I would integrate it.
Okay.
I don't know why you're acting
I don't
like
think
that's
that whatever you just said has
true.
nothing to do with any conversations that have happened in the past. You're not retroactively changing the event. You're not Bran Stark, okay, going into the past and trying to change things, okay, and Hodor yourself into like, well, this is actually what I meant at the time. Now that I can go back
but I'm trying to make sense of a mosaic of interpersonal complexity.
Nothing is very complex here. There's not very many complex interactions happening. All of this has been pretty simple so far.
It is complex because I think that I see it differently than Max sees it. Max sees it differently than you see it. And we all see it slightly differently because we're all functioning off different reasons why we feel like one has hurt the other. I think that's normal. And so to make everyone feel validated, I think that we should recognize all of it. I think that I've done a fine job recognizing why you're hurt. And you still are like, you're still making me like this, you're like painting me as this like villain that's like manipulative and
because you kind of are acting like a villain, yes. But I'm going to give you the final word because I have to leave and go talk to Dan, okay? Because
okay, I think it's really unfair that yeah, I think that's an unfair characterization, but I don't know what else to say because I want to have a productive conversation and it doesn't feel very productive.
It doesn't feel productive because I'm not just acquiescing to everything you're saying, like going like, yeah, true, I agree. It feels unproductive because I'm giving you pushback. You probably don't get it very much. That would be my guess.
No, I get it enough. It just sucks when I'm trying to be vulnerable to you and you're painting everything that I'm doing maybe messily as like intentional.
No, hold on.
It's like
you're
it
not being
bothers
vulnerable to me, okay? That's not
I'm
true.
Trying to be.
No,
I'm
you're not trying to be. You're giving me excuses, rationalizations, and justifications for everything you've done so far.
I have not done. I have when?
When you said I was emotional and that's why I made all of those statements about your community.
Yeah, I said I fucked up.
No, now you said it, but that's not what you said before. Before you externalized it. I was being emotional. And you even said it's normal to be emotional.
Steven, when someone says, yeah, I was being emotional. To me, that sounds like, okay, they get it. They get it. Do you just want me to say fuck? Do you want me in front of you and everyone to be like, yeah, I'm stupid, I fucked up? Like,
you don't have to say you're stupid.
Thing. It does the same thing, though, for me to be like, yeah, I was emotional.
Okay, I'm just communicating to you people's skills. It doesn't say the same thing. If somebody fucks up, like if a woman fucks up and says, oh, I was on my period. Okay. That's not the same thing as saying, like, oh,
maybe my people skills fucking suck then. But for you to be painting me, dude, and even the way that you're talking to me now, I don't know how to ask for what I want from you.
Okay. We can talk any other time you want. Off stream or on stream, whatever you want to do. I need to go eat or Dan is going to fucking kill me, okay? I appreciate the conversation. I understand it's a challenging conversation. Thanks for having it with me, though, okay? Be careful.
All right.
Jesus. Holy fuck. Her and Max are like the two most like mindfucky people to navigate conversations with. It's actually insane. Jesus. Okay. Switching gears. Cake is looking for DGG platform developers. Okay. Here's the subreddit post. I think this is the last day they've got applications. If you're applying and you're Russian, try to find a way to get paid because apparently that's really hard to do, just as a heads up. But anyway, here you go. Check this out. I love you guys. It's been fun. Ripperino, cappuccino, pappuccino, happuccino, mappuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my dude-arinos. Real quick, before I leave, I just want to throw up a quick, I need a 900 to make me feel good after tonight, okay? Here we go. That's what I wanted. I just wanted a perfect 900. That's it. Okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. Cappuccino, 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 my dear. I will catch you guys tomorrow, Reno. Okay, tomorrow, guys. We're gonna get these other planets fucking automated. I'm gonna figure it out. Okay, I know that's what you guys want. You guys are thinking the whole time, Destiny. Are you ever gonna be able to automate these planets? Because you're launching every rocket manually, and I know I am, and I'm gonna figure it out tomorrow. They're gonna all be going automatically. I promise. I'm not gonna let you down. I'm gonna get that done. Okay. Have fun, guys. Am I still streaming? Oh, did OBS just crash on me? Cool. I hope so. Because if so, that means that the whole recording gets fucked too.